Why is Professor Xia calling me? Wang Yueka inquired, looking perplexed at Jiangyu and Zhonghui. The two exchanged puzzled glances and shrugged, indicating they had no idea. Wang Yueka answered the call, and a deep male voice resonated from the other end. Wang, did you mention in the student group that Tongfei Group is run by your cousin? Is that true? Hearing her professor's inquiry, Wang Yueka hesitated before responding, Yes, Professor Xia. Tongfei Group is indeed run by my cousin. Haha. Wang, could you assist me in getting in touch with your cousin? There are many outstanding students at our school. Perhaps you could persuade Tongfei Group to hire a few more? After a moment's hesitation, Wang Yueka replied, Professor Xia, I'm afraid that won't be possible. My cousin has only allocated 20 positions to me. I see, well, Wang, I have a few exceptional students still seeking employment. Could you possibly secure a few more spots for me? Teacher Xia, having encountered numerous recruitment challenges, decided to adopt a more pragmatic approach by seeking a few internship slots. Such positions at prestigious companies are invaluable, whether for the sake of goodwill or other purposes, and many parents are even willing to pay a handsome sum for them. Alas, when Teacher Xia requested these slots, Wang Yueka was utterly taken aback. Could these slots truly be worth such a price that a university lecturer would dare to ask for them? Nevertheless, recalling that Teacher Xia was generally a decent individual, Wang Yueka felt obliged to maintain his dignity and reluctantly agreed, saying, Very well, Teacher Xia, I shall grant you 3 slots. Does that suffice? Although Teacher Xia had initially intended to request 5 slots, receiving 3 was still a commendable outcome. He surmised that other teachers would soon follow suit in calling Wang Yueka, and having secured 3 slots himself by being one of the first to call. He responded with a smile, Thank you, Wang. As anticipated by Teacher Xia, it wasn't long after hanging up that Wang Yueka received another call from yet another teacher, similarly requesting internship slots. In the end, Wang Yueka conceded to offer 2 more positions. Subsequently, the phone began to ring incessantly with calls from various teachers, first those he recognized, then even some he did not know, and, eventually, he received a call from the dean of the department. Overwhelmed by the deluge of requests, Wang Yueka ultimately resorted to setting his phone to airplane mode. At this juncture, he had managed to secure only 8 slots out of the original 20. And considering that he needed 3 for himself and his associates, he could only extend 5 to his fellow classmates. Chapter 65. Returning to Li family village uninterrupted by the incessant ringing of mobile phones, the 3 young women joyfully swam for a while. However, the blissful Wang Yueka was blissfully unaware that in the days to come, her phone would be inundated with countless calls from classmates, their parents, and even individuals entirely unfamiliar to her, all pleading for her assistance in securing placements for their children at Tongfei Group. The most absurd of these calls came from various companies, offering her substantial rewards, potentially amounting to hundreds of thousands or even millions, should she facilitate a collaboration with Tongfei Group. But that was a matter for another time. After their swim, the trio returned to the 3rd floor, selecting a spacious bedroom of nearly 100 square meters, featuring a grand circular bed that comfortably accommodated all 3 of them. They tumbled and frolicked on the large bed, and, after more than half an hour of playful antics, unable to find sleep, they donned their pajamas and ventured onto the expansive outdoor balcony. They reclined on lounge chairs, gazing at the stars above, feeling the gentle breeze, and reflecting on the sheer joy of such a life. How wonderful it would be to live in a villa like this, with daily pampering, swimming, and lying on a vast balcony under the stars. Jiangyu mused softly, resting her head on her hands as she admired the twinkling sky. I consider you a friend, and yet you wish to become my sister-in-law. Wang Yueka exclaimed in mock astonishment upon hearing Jiangyu's sentiments. Get lost, Jiangyu retorted, rolling over to Wang Yueka's side and playfully tickling her underarm. Wang Yueka, not to be outdone, retaliated in kind, and soon Zhonghui joined their playful skirmish. Thus, the 3 women engaged in merriment on the expansive outdoor balcony, which stretched over several hundred square meters. The following day, Li Rue hosted a private party at home, inviting his sister's family and his 3 cousins. Over the next few days, he guided them through all the renowned attractions and notable spots in Star City. After 5 days, Li Rue bid farewell to Wang Yueka and arranged for bodyguards to drive the young women to Tongfei Group in Chunning County for their internship. Seeing the reluctant expression on Wang Yueka's face, Li Rue gently flicked her forehead and smiled. Don't be so sad. I'll be back in just over 20 days. You haven't been home in a while. You can spend some time with your aunt. Whenever you wish to start your internship, just contact Lu Yan. Cousin, have you misunderstood something? I'm not sad about you. I'm lamenting the loss of that 800 square meter swimming pool. Upon hearing her cousin's response, Li Rui's expression darkened as he swiftly ushered his whimsical cousin into the car, instructing the bodyguards to drive away promptly. As the vehicle receded into the distance, Li Rui sighed in relief. His cousin had been quite the handful over the past few days. Now, he could return to a leisurely existence, spending his evenings browsing through beauty videos and fishing by day. In the ensuing days, Li Rui led a rather monotonous life, reminiscent of a reclusive bachelor, save for a solitary visit to El Huayran at the El family estate. Yet, this existence was not without its pleasures. Each day, he was greeted by beautiful maidens addressing him as Big Brother, and he was attended to by 10 charming maids and 3 esteemed chefs. Such a lifestyle, Li Rui mused, was one he could relish for a lifetime. As time passed, over 20 days slipped by before he received a phone call from his mother, Wang Sume. "Hello, Mom. What prompts your call today? Is there something amiss?" He knew that if there were no pressing matters, his mother typically would not reach out, as she was well aware of the multitude of bodyguards surrounding him, rendering safety a non-issue. Thus, her call could only signify something of importance. "Xiaohui, the ancestral hall and our new home have been completed today. When shall you return?" Li Rui was taken aback in his revelry. He had completely forgotten such a significant event. The last inquiry had indicated that completion was still a month away, yet here he was a month later. "Mom, I shall return tomorrow," he replied. "The ancestral hall is finished, and your father along with your uncles are deliberating the ancestral rites. Please make haste back," his mother urged before the call ended. After hanging up, Li Rui gathered some newly purchased clothing and prepared to return to Li family village the following day. Since he required regular hospital checkups, Li Xiaoshuang chose not to accompany him. On the morning of his departure, Li Rui, along with Li Yi and 2 others, set forth in a venomous GT and 2 Range Rovers towards Chunning County. By noon, the trio of vehicles entered the rural roads belonging to Li family village. Having been absent for 2 months, he noted considerable changes. The once 3-meter-wide road had been expanded to 8 meters, and the previously overgrown verges were now meticulously manicured. As they approached the village, even from a distance, the grand edifice at the rear of the village commanded attention. The ancestral hall, perched on higher ground than most of the village structures, was unmistakable with its imposing red walls and yellow-tiled roof, resembling an ancient palace. Notably, a colossal family drum, 4 meters in diameter, stood prominently at the center of the 3rd floor, flanked by 2 tall flags that were strikingly visible. Upon reaching the village entrance, the flags, each approximately 3 meters in diameter, displayed golden characters on a red background, one reading Li and the other Sure. To the right of the village, a spacious, modernly designed villa was also visible, which naturally served as Li Rui's new residence. As the purple Hennessy Venom GT made its entrance into the village, the local residents needed no further confirmation. It was evident that Li Rui had returned. Children dashed towards his home to relay the news. After 2 months away, Li Rui felt a pang of longing for his parents. He rolled down the window to greet several familiar villagers before steering directly toward his family courtyard. By the time his vehicle came to a halt at the entrance, the child who had raced ahead had already informed his parents. Li Ba and Li Ma emerged, accompanied by a number of clan members. Observing this scene, Li Rui understood that the clan must have convened at his home to discuss the ancestral rites. "Father, mother, uncle." Li Rui called out to his elders, greeting each one in turn. "After driving for several hours, you must be weary. Please, step inside to rest for a moment. We will discuss the ancestral rites shortly. It has been 2 months since we last met." And Li Rui observed that his father appeared several years younger, radiating vitality. "Indeed, Xiao Rui, why not take a moment to recuperate? Afterwards, I shall take you to see our newly renovated family ancestral hall. It is truly magnificent." Uncle beamed with delight. "Xiao Rui, thanks to your efforts, our branch of the Li family has truly risen. Your accomplishments have stirred the clan, and there are plans to revise the family genealogy. Your name and photograph are virtually assured to grace the first page." Third Uncle Liang's eyes sparkled with joy. All right, let us head inside. Xiao Rui must be famished. After a brief respite, we shall enjoy a meal together, and we can discuss matters later." Wang Sume, watching everyone fuss over her son, feared he might go hungry, and promptly took his hand, leading him into the house. Chapter 66. The Reconstruction of the Family Tree Indeed. "Let us wait until Xiao Rui finishes his meal before discussing matters," Li Yongjin remarked, patting his forehead as he followed inside. Today, the clan members gathered at Li Rui's residence primarily to deliberate on ancestral offerings, and the attendees were predominantly males. As Li Rui entered, he greeted everyone and then accompanied his mother to the kitchen, where he served himself a bowl of rice, having missed breakfast and feeling quite famished. With his mother's delectable dishes in hand, he relished the meal, strolling into the main hall. For those unfamiliar with the term main hall, it essentially refers to the living room, albeit with more functions. It is a venue for weddings, funerals, and daily ancestral worship. Observing Li Rui emerging with his bowl of rice, the individuals who were engaged in discussion turned their attention towards him, pausing their conversation. If there's something to say, now is the time. We are all family here. After all, Li Rui mumbled while chewing a mouthful of rice. Seeing Li Rui's casual demeanor, Li Yongjin nodded in agreement and passionately continued. The ancestral hall has been completed. Let us choose an auspicious day for the ancestral offerings, to inform our forebears that their descendants have produced remarkable offspring, bringing them honor. Indeed, just look around. Who within a radius of several dozen miles does not know of Tianlong Town, Li Family Village, and Li Clan? Li Yongjin stood up, fervently affirming as he walked about. Though it was somewhat embarrassing to receive such praise from the elders, Li Rui felt his face flush with modesty, opting to focus on his meal instead. By the way, the clan is called to discuss the ancestral offerings and mentioned the need to revise the family tree. He added, Dad, wasn't the family tree just revised a few years ago? Li Tsong inquired, perplexed by his father's announcement of a new revision. Ha, shouted Song as the saying goes. The wheel of fortune turns. This year, it is our family's turn. Xiao Rui has achieved great success and deserves to have his name on the first page of the family tree. Naturally, a revision is warranted. Xiao Rui has invested 50 million in reconstructing the ancestral hall and is associated with the Tongfei group. If his accomplishments do not merit place on the first page, then who else could possibly qualify? Li Yongjin explained cheerfully to Li Kong. Upon hearing his uncle proclaim that he deserved to be on the first page of the family tree, Li Rui understood the rationale behind the impending revision. The family, when considered through the lens of the family tree, encompasses far more individuals than merely those recognized. The first ancestor recorded in their lineage dates back approximately 260 years. A sixth-rank military official who, for reasons unknown, settled in what is now Li Family Village. Over the span of 260 years of lineage, the family tree documents over 30,000 members of the Li family. This figure accounts only for those with names and records. The unrecorded individuals are likely even more numerous. Through the passage of time, the once glorious family eventually faced decline, with countless members dispersing throughout the southern regions of Hunan province over the past 200 years. Currently, it is estimated that around 1,000 households of the clan can still be located. In recent years, several prominent members of the Li clan, upon retirement, have become engrossed in the pursuit of reinstating their family's former glory. A number of accomplished relatives convened to establish a clan affairs committee. In a bid to enhance familial cohesion, they deliberated on the need to revise the family genealogy. Consequently, a few years ago, they reached out to the elder members of the family, resulting in a renewed edition of the genealogy, for which each household contributed several hundred yuan. Li Rui also perused this revised genealogy, which left a profound impression on him. Notably, the first page featured only 3 names, the first being the clan's revered ancestor, while the second and third were a district mayor from a certain city and a wealthy business tycoon worth several hundred million. The subsequent pages highlighted living relatives of significant achievement, including young individuals in their 20s who had gained admission to prestigious institutions such as Huqing and Beijing University. At that moment, Li Rui felt a sense of awe, realizing that merit was paramount. Those with extraordinary accomplishments could earn their place in the genealogy. Little did he expect that one day he would also find himself on the first page, to be revered by his kin, which left him somewhat bashful. As for the revision of the genealogy, Li Rui hesitated and politely declined, swallowing a morsel of food. Xiao Rui, with your achievements, having your name on the first page of the genealogy would bring honor to our branch of the Li family, and indeed to the entire clan. This is a matter of pride, and you must not shy away from it. Even if you disagree, the elder members will certainly proceed with the revision, asserted Li Yongjin. Now serious, contrasting with his earlier jovial demeanor, Li Rui remained silent, recognizing the plight of these humble farmers who had endured scorn and oppression throughout their lives. With their time in this world waning, they valued reputation over wealth. Xiao Rui, the decision to revise the genealogy is settled. I have lived a life of submission, and now that my son has succeeded, I wish for everyone to know that my son is the most accomplished, stated a person whose words astonished Li Rui. It was his father. His father, who had never sought recognition, surprisingly aligned with his uncle on this matter. This perhaps illustrated the differing perspectives shaped by age and experience. Acknowledging this, Li Rui nodded in agreement. Seeing Li Rui's assent, Li Yongjin's countenance brightened once more. He continued, "We have looked at the calendar, and in 2 days, the date will be auspicious. Let us designate the ancestral worship ceremony for that day." With Li Yongjin having set the date, others nodded in agreement. After a brief discussion of some details, everyone departed, leaving only Uncle Li Yongjin behind. "Xiao Rui, come along. I shall take you to the ancestral hall," said Li Yongjin as Li Rui set down his bowl. Let us go. Let us go. We shall see it together." Although Li Yongjin had visited many times before, he remained keenly interested in visiting the ancestral hall, as it represented the dignity of their entire clan. Li Hui replied, following closely behind his uncle and father as they made their way toward the ancestral hall at the back of the village. Li Rui's ancestral home is situated in the heart of the village, thus the distance to the ancestral hall is not considerable. A mere 7 or 8 minutes walk brings one to the cement square in front of it. From afar, one can behold the grand ancestral hall, which spans an impressive 3,800 square meters, adorned with red walls and yellow tiles that exude an air of nobility. The entrance to the hall is equally majestic, particularly accentuated by the 2 3-meter-high stone lions flanking the entrance, which embody a sense of authority. Allow me to provide a brief introduction to our Li family ancestral hall, which measures 50 meters in length and 76 meters in width, with a total area of 3,800 square meters. The square we currently stand upon, approximately 1,500 square meters, is not included in this building area. Li Yongjin gestured, likening it to a school playground as he elaborated. Li Rui nodded in acknowledgement, and after a few more steps, they arrived at the entrance of the ancestral hall. Li Yongjin continued his description. The main entrance stands 6 meters high, 8 meters wide, and 8 centimeters thick, constructed from red copper and weighing 3,000 kilograms. The grand door is not to be opened lightly. Reserved for significant occasions such as ancestral rites or important family events. Ordinarily, entry is made through the smaller doors on either side. Chapter 67. The Li Clan Ancestral Hall. Upon hearing my uncle's introduction, Li Rui surveyed the grand red copper gate, which stood nearly 2 stories high, from left to right and from bottom to top. The gate was adorned with an abundance of intricate relief patterns, featuring exotic beasts, flora, and landscapes, along with some motifs that Li Rui could not even identify, creating an extraordinary spectacle. As his gaze ascended to the upper part of the gate, a massive plaque came into view, boldly inscribed with the words Li Clan Ancestral Hall. Although Li Rui had glimpsed this plaque from afar as he approached, standing beneath the gate and observing it up close filled him with a profound sense of awe. This sensation was not merely due to the imposing stature of the plaque. It was an indescribable feeling, perhaps a reverence for the legacy it represented. The ability of a family to endure for centuries, to maintain cohesion and a sense of belonging, is fundamentally anchored in the ancestral hall. In ancient times, the solidarity of a family reflected its fortunes. When one member faced adversity, the entire clan would rally in support. This stands in stark contrast to the present, where often one's greatest adversaries may be those closest to them, relatives and kin. Yet, Li Rui felt fortunate that his family was not characterized by such discord. They remained relatively united compared to other clans. Noticing that Li Rui was transfixed by the plaque, both Li Yongjin and Li Yong refrained from interrupting him. They too had experienced a similar moment of reverence when they first beheld the plaque being hung. In fact, their reaction had been far more emotional. 7 men, who had lived for the better part of their lives, wept openly like children upon witnessing the unveiling of the Li Clan Ancestral Hall plaque. After a full 3 minutes, Li Rui finally averted his gaze from the plaque, clenched his fists, and silently vowed to elevate the Li family to even greater heights. "Uncle, let us proceed inside and take a closer look," he said, still contemplating the plaque with a sense of nostalgia. "Indeed, it evokes many sentiments, does it not?" Li Yongjin nodded, pushing against the heavy red copper door as he inquired of Li Rui. "Certainly, it brings to mind many thoughts. The ancestral hall is our foundation. Without it, we would be akin to drifting weeds in water," Li Rui replied. "Yes, at last, we have roots," Li Yongjin affirmed. Hearing his uncle's call, Li Rui quickly stepped forward to assist. Each took a side, and together they slowly pushed open the gate, which weighed a staggering 3,000 kilograms. Remarkably, thanks to modern technology and mechanical aids, The door was opened with relative ease. Our Li clan ancestral hall comprises 3 courtyards. Li Yongjin explained as they entered the first courtyard, which spanned 500 square meters, flanked by trees, flowers, and fountains. He continued toward the second gate. Upon passing through the second grand door, they were greeted by a vast open space measuring 1,000 square meters, which could accommodate a large clan assembly when attendance was high. On either side stood 2 pavilions, known as the Wen Pavilion and the Wu Pavilion, where clan members of notable literary or martial prowess could be recorded for posterity to admire. Crossing the open space, Li Yongjin gestured towards the main ancestral hall, stating, "This is the principal pavilion of our clan temple. The structure comprises 3 stories, with the first floor reaching a height of 8 meters, while the second and third floors stand at 6 meters each, culminating in an overall height of 20 meters. As he pushed open the grand doors of the pavilion, the sight that greeted him was a plethora of magnificent red pillars, each adorned with intricate gilded inscriptions. The crimson beams above were embellished with various 3-dimensional gilded carvings depicting dragons, phoenixes, and Shilants, alongside serene landscapes and celestial beings, leaving one in awe. At the far end of the hall, there resided a shrine and ancestral tablets, flanked by 2 substantial slabs of natural marble within the pavilion. Li Yongjin guided Li Rui through a multitude of seats, arriving at a grand table, where he pointed to the marble slabs, stating, "These 2 pieces of natural marble each measure 3.6 meters in width and 2.8 meters in height, inscribed with the clan regulations of the Li family in gilded script." Li Rui stepped forward to examine the inscriptions, gently brushing his fingers over the gilded characters and nodding in acknowledgement. Li Yongjin then turned, indicating, "This is the venue for our Li family clan meetings." Observing the numerous tables and chairs, Li Rui understood their purpose without his uncle's explanation, nodding in silent agreement. To the left and right were tea rooms and a kitchen, along with various other amenities. "You may explore these at your leisure," Li Yongjin briefly mentioned before leading Li Rui toward a staircase, ascending to the second floor. The second floor served as a chamber for the display of honorary plaques, such as those awarded for first and second-class merits to the nation, or for achievements like provincial excellence and international accolades. After Li Yongjin's succinct introduction, the trio proceeded to the third floor, which was somewhat smaller. This level was reserved for honoring family members who had made significant contributions or sacrifices for the clan, with other clan members barred from accessing the sacred space. "Gulme, let me take you to see the clan drum," Li Yongjin said, pointing towards the main entrance that faced the altar. The drum was a design that Li Rui had personally requested, and he felt a surge of anticipation as he followed his uncle briskly towards the entrance. This area featured an open terrace spanning 500 to 600 square meters, at the center of which stood a colossal drum with a diameter of 4 meters. Due to its immense size, a set of stairs had been constructed for access. Behind the drum were 2 towering flagpoles, each reaching a height of 20 meters, adorned with flags of approximately 3 meters in diameter, representing the Li and He families, which Li Rui had encountered upon entering the village. Climbing the steps beside the drum, Li Rui stood atop the platform, caressing the vast drum. He picked up 2 1-meter-long drumsticks from their stand, examining them before placing them back. "I have provided you with a comprehensive overview of the basic conditions of the ancestral hall. There are still some aspects left to explore, which you may do on your own. Your father and I need to discuss the arrangements for the ancestral rites." Every visit to the ancestral hall now brings him a measure of joy. The new ancestral hall of the Li family has become a remarkable sight in the locality. Even those passing through on the national highway can catch a glimpse of the tall Li family banners, proudly displayed. Although it has only been a short while since its completion, visitors from outside have already driven into the village to admire the Li family flags. "All right, Uncle, Dad, you need not concern yourselves with me. Please tend to your affairs. I shall explore a bit more on my own." After his uncle and father departed, Li Rui took another half-hour to meticulously examine the first, second, and third floors before finally exiting the ancestral hall. Just as he was about to head home, he suddenly heard urgent calls. "Rui, ge, Rui, is someone calling for me?" Li Rui looked up in the direction of the voice. He spotted a girl running towards him, waving her hands joyfully, exclaiming, Rui, ge, I finally found you." Following closely behind her was a boy, around 18 or 19, also jogging to keep up. "Rui, ge, I received my college entrance examination results," Li Ru exclaimed, breathlessly supporting herself on her knees. "Rui," Li Tai said, panting slightly with a shy smile. Chapter 68. Provincial Champion, seeing the joy on your faces, It is evident that both of you have performed admirably, right? Li Rui Zhen Li Rufla Li Ruteni Esau. He look, Brother Rue. Li Rue took Li Ru's phone, and upon glancing at the screen, his mouth fell slightly open in astonishment. 716 points. Little Rue, where does that place you in the province? Brother Rue, take a guess. Let me think. I would wager that you might rank within the top 100. What? She topped the chart. First place in the humanities across the entire Xiangnan province. Hee. Brother Rue, am I impressive or what? Even though Li Rue had his suspicions, the revelation of her being the provincial champion still left him profoundly shocked. After all, he himself had only scored a little over 500 points in his own examination years ago. Brother Rue, I scored 682 points. Li Tai also presented his phone to Li Rue. Excellent, excellent. You both are fine children of the Li family. Come, let's return home first. The trio made their way back to Li Rue's residence, where Li Yongjin and Li Yongzheng were engaged in a phone conversation. Upon noticing the cheerful and excited demeanor of the three, Li Yongjin briefly spoke to the person on the other end before hanging up. What's the matter? Why the excitement? Haha, uncle, these two little ones have received their examination results. The results are out. What do they score? Li Yongjin inquired with eagerness etched on his face. Uncle, I scored 716 points, first in the province. Li Ru's eyes sparkled with delight. Good. Li Yongjin exclaimed 3 times while clapping his hands. Li Tai, what about you? Uncle, I scored 682 points. Ha, truly, you are all splendid children of the Li family. How wonderful. As he laughed, tears welled up in Li Yongjin's eyes. He had not anticipated such significant changes in their family within just over 2 months. Just 2 months ago, they were merely a family of farmers and laborers, and now, with Li Rue returning to restore the ancestral hall and establish a conglomerate to elevate the family's stature, they had even produced a provincial champion among the younger generation. Truly, the heavens have blessed the Li family. Meanwhile, Li Yongzheng, who was also on the phone, heard his brother's laughter and quickly concluded his conversation. Brother, what brings such joy? Haha, our Li family has truly risen. First it was Xiao Rue, and now both Xiao Ru and Xiao Tai have achieved such remarkable success. Sixth brother, should we not rejoice? Oh, have the examination results been released? Let me see. Li Yongzheng hurriedly stepped forward and took the phone from Li Ru. Upon seeing the information displayed on the screen, his eyes widened in disbelief. Li Rue had only scored slightly over 500 points during his own examination and had managed to attend a modest university, a feat he had celebrated for quite some time. Now, this little niece had scored over 700 points. Truly, the younger generation is brimming with talent. He then took Li Tai's phone and could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Excellent, very excellent. You have brought glory to the Li family. I shall ensure that your brother Rue rewards you handsomely. Xiao Rue, Xiao Ru, and Xiao Tai have achieved such stellar results. What do you intend to offer as a reward? I won't agree to anything less. Father, rest assured, it has long been agreed that a reward of 10 million will be granted if one can gain admission to a prestigious 985 university. Given their scores, both are assured of at least this reward. We must also prepare a plaque to be hung in the Li family ancestral hall during the ancestral worship ceremony in 2 days, allowing our ancestors to share in our joy. Listening nearby, Li Ru felt a surge of excitement. After all, this is a minimum of 10 million. The Li family, thanks to Li Rue's previous contributions, has already improved their living conditions. But who does not covet wealth? With 10 million, I could build a beautiful villa for my mother. Li Tai shared similar sentiments. Which universities are you both considering? This is crucial as it pertains to the reward. So, it is essential to clarify for preparations. Rue Ge, I plan to attend Xiangnan University. It is close to home, and I heard you purchased a house in Xingqing. I could visit you there when time permits. What do you think? Attending Xiangnan University? Xiao Ru, with your grades, even Hucking or Jingdao would eagerly accept you. According to our prior agreement, that would merit a reward of 15 million. If you choose Xiangnan University, the reward will only be 10 million. Alternatively, if you select the Longwood National Defense Science and Technology University, the reward would be 20 million. No need for that. Rue Ge, I will choose Xiangnan University. It is convenient for me to return home, and with your financial support from my mother, we are not in need of money. I prefer to use this scholarship to build a villa for her. Is that acceptable? Very well. I respect your choice. And you, Xiao Tai? Rue Ge. I aspire to attend the Longwood National Defense Science and Technology University. I wish to contribute to my country by developing more advanced weaponry and serving the nation. Excellent. The sons of the Li family should possess such noble ambitions. Therefore, your scholarship will be 20 million. Rue Ge, I cannot accept that. Xiaoru has performed far better than I. It would be unjust for my scholarship to exceed hers. I also wish to build a small villa for my family. That would suffice. Li Rui pondered Li Tai's words for a moment, realizing the merit in them. When the scholarship amounts were initially determined, he had not considered the details thoroughly. Thus, he responded, "Very well. You and Xiaoru will each receive 10 million. As for how you choose to utilize it, that is entirely up to you." Thank you, Rui Ge. Thank you, Rui Ge. In the ensuing 2 days, the Li family in Lijia village was bustling with activity, slaughtering pigs and sheep, preparing offerings for the ancestral worship, and composing the ritual texts. Neither Li Rui nor even Li Yongjin and Li Yongzheng had ever encountered such preparations before, so they resorted to online research to learn and replicate the rites. As dawn broke on the day of the ancestral worship at 6 o'clock, while many would typically be asleep at this hour, it was a particularly significant day for the Li family, prompting the villagers to rise early in preparation. Young people lined the approach to the village, placing a red flag every 2 meters along the road. Meanwhile, the women began preparing meals at the ancestral hall. The elderly began to prepare the offerings required for the ancestral worship, marking the first grand ancestral ceremony of their Li clan in nearly a century. With little experience among them, the atmosphere was both tense and exhilarating. Li Yongjin, in particular, found himself unable to sleep throughout the night, as he was to preside over this significant event. "Hey, big brother, look how anxious you are. You've hardly slept a wink, and those dark circles under your eyes make you look like a panda." Li Yongda chuckled at the sight of his elder brother's fatigue. "Old Fourth, you shouldn't be so quick to judge. You yourself were awake all night, merely to strike a drum. Is it really necessary to be this excited?" Li Yonghuan replied with a hint of disdain, though his expression bore a trace of envy. "Ha! Third brother, I see you the envious one. It's the first clan assembly, and I'll be the one to sound the family drum. Even if I were to pass away, I would have something to boast about before our ancestors. As for you, who has to blame for your lack of stamina? Just look at my arms. They're thicker than your thighs," Li Yongda declared triumphantly, flexing his bicep like a child eager for approval. Li Yonghuan rolled his eyes and chose not to respond to his younger brother, who, despite being over 50, still behaved like a child. Chapter 69. The clan arrives in the village very well. The second brother will assist me in presiding over the ancestral worship ceremony. The fourth brother is in charge of the clan drums, and the third and fifth brothers will be responsible for welcoming the clan members at the village entrance. The rest will attend to the guests at the ancestral hall. Upon hearing Li Yongjin's arrangements, the 6 brothers nodded in agreement. Today, the Li family of Lijia village is holding an ancestral worship ceremony, and the news has long spread. People from nearby villages have risen early to witness the spectacle, a rare occurrence in rural areas. Moreover, with school now on break, children have returned home, and by 7 in the morning, spectators have already begun to arrive at Lijia village. Around 7 o'clock, the visitors to Lijia village were not only spectators. Members of the Li clan were also arriving, one after another, in their cars. A small vehicle, guided by the red flags, entered the village road. Inside the car, a family of 4 sat, and a girl of about 15 or 16 in the back seat exclaimed, "Dad, Mom, Grandpa, look! This village road is so wide. It must be 7 or 8 meters across, unlike the roads in our village, which are barely 3 meters wide. Indeed, I've never been to our ancestral land before. I didn't expect the clan here to possess such wealth. Look at that grand building behind the village. That must be our ancestral hall." A middle-aged man in his 40s, driving, gazed at the structure with excitement. "I never imagined that as we approach our final resting place, I would witness the resurgence of our Li family. Truly, I have no regrets in death." He laughed heartily, only to be interrupted by a fit of coughing. "Are you all right, Grandpa?" the girl asked with concern. I'm fine. It's just that I'm overjoyed. I may not have accomplished much, but thankfully, our clansmen have taken up the mantle of the Li family. Did you see those 2 great banners? Li clan. Haha, what a blessing, what a blessing. Father, please don't get too excited. I understand your joy, but you must also take care of your health," the woman in the front passenger seat advised anxiously. By around 9 in the morning, the village was filled with over 200 vehicles, occupying every available space. With no room left, cars were parked along the village roads, which had fortunately been widened to accommodate the influx. After about an hour, around 200 cars had lined the village road, and the buses were all parked along the national highway. At this moment, nearly 2,000 members of the Li clan had arrived in Lijia village, both men and women, young and old. By 11:30, more than 3,000 clan members had gathered. Of the 1,000 households that could be contacted, aside from those who were too young or physically unable, approximately 80 were present. Even those nearing or exceeding 90 years of age arrived in wheelchairs, for the ancestral hall holds profound significance for these elders. The number of attendees from nearby villages reached an astonishing 7,000 to 8,000. Fortunately, Li Rue had anticipated the large turnout and had preemptively deployed 300 security personnel from a security company to maintain order in Li Family Village. With over 10,000 people gathered in such a small village, every vantage point from which one could glimpse the Li Family Ancestral Hall was occupied. At this moment, the square in front of the Ancestral Hall was already filled to capacity. "Mom, what is this? It's so grand and magnificent. I've never seen anything like it before," a little girl, no more than 5 or 6 years old, asked her mother, gazing upward in wonder. This is your Li Family's Ancestral Hall. It is your roots," the mother replied, affectionately ruffling the girl's hair, her eyes filled with admiration. "Mom, aren't we family? Isn't this also your ancestral hall?" the girl inquired innocently. "Oh, I wish it were so, but alas, I do not bear the surname Li. Who would wish to belong to such a powerful lineage?" The woman sighed, looking up at the plaque of the Li Family Ancestral Hall, first answering her daughter's question, and then seemingly speaking to herself. "You say that, yet you are my wife. You are one of us, and my lineage is also yours," a man interjected, pulling the woman's hand and planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. Indeed, we are a loving family," the little girl chimed, grasping her mother's hand in one and her father's in the other, her smile exceptionally sweet. As the saying goes, every individual is unique, and with thousands present in the square, laughter was inevitably accompanied by tears. An elderly gentleman, seated in a wheelchair and in his 80s or 90s, looked at the 4 characters of the Li Family Ancestral Hall, his eyes brimming with tears. Suddenly, he broke into loud sobs, startling a young woman in her 20s beside him. "Grandpa, what is the matter? Please don't cry," she pleaded, her voice tinged with concern. The old man did not respond to his granddaughter's inquiry. Instead, he covered his face with his hands, weeping even louder. As the girl anxiously looked around for help, a deep sigh resonated from behind her. "Let your grandfather cry for a while. His tears are those of joy and perhaps a touch of sorrow. These elders have drifted through life like rootless reeds, and now he finally feels a sense of belonging. Let him weep. It will do him good," a man said, his words seemingly possessing an enchanting power. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of ancient weeping began to fill the square. Li Rue had been tirelessly receiving relatives in the ancestral hall since morning, hardly resting. Notable figures from the vicinity, including merchants, the village head, and the town mayor, all came to pay their respects, although the county leaders and County Chief Ning Guoyang had abstained from attending to avoid any perception of bias. They had reached out to Li Rue beforehand and arranged for flowers to be sent. "Mr. Li, it's been a while." Li Rue, overwhelmed with hosting relatives and guests, managed a forced smile, contemplating an escape when he suddenly heard a familiar voice calling from behind. "Director Chin?" He turned, following the sound. "Ah, Mr. Li. It's been a long time. I hope you don't mind my unexpected visit today," Director Chin said, smiling. "Chairman Chin, it is indeed a pleasure to have you here. I am delighted and would never take offense. However, I may be rather occupied today. If there are any oversights on my part, I hope you will forgive me." "Haha, Mr. Li, you are too kind. Please attend to your duties without concern for me." Yet, internally, he reflected on how, in a mere 2 months, your Tungfei Group had invested in 2 projects totaling 15 billion in the county. Truly, you are a remarkable figure, my esteemed benefactor. Should you require assistance, feel free to reach out to my uncle or my father, Li Rue suggested, gesturing towards his uncle nearby, entrusting Qin Baichuan to him. He found the exchange of pleasantries unbearable at times, yet it was a necessary formality that he had to endure, much to his annoyance. As the clock struck noon, Li Rue, hidden away in the restroom engrossed in his phone, received a call from his father. The ancestral rites were about to commence. Emerging from the restroom, he made his way to the entrance of the ancestral hall. Outside the hall, the square was filled with a throng of orderly individuals, with many more lining the streets. Each person adorned a red scarf around their neck, symbolizing prosperity and good fortune. His uncle, Li Yongjin, stood at the entrance of the ancestral hall. Catching sight of Li Rue's arrival, he unfolded a yellow pamphlet, cleared his throat, and announced, "The Li clan's ancestral rite ceremony is now commencing." Chapter 70. The Li clan ancestral worship with a series of resounding firecrackers. The twin lions danced in unison, accompanied by the thunderous beat of drums. The deep, resonant rhythm of the drums, 6 beats forming a segment, drowned out the cacophony of the firecrackers. sending a shiver through the hearts of over 3,000 clan members and 7,000 to 8,000 villagers in attendance. At this moment, in the ancestral hall of the Li clan, on the third floor of the main structure, Li Yongda stood bare-chested, wielding a hammer in both hands, exerting every ounce of strength he could muster. With a rhythmic precision, he struck the great drum, adhering strictly to the tradition of 6 beats per measure. 3 beats signified a gathering for deliberation. 6 beats called for offerings to heaven and ancestors, and 9 beats were reserved for drawing lots. A practice not to be taken lightly in times of familial peril or deep-seated grievances requiring justice. The drum beats reverberated for 3 minutes, akin to the war drums of antiquity, igniting the fervor of the over 3,000 clan members present. Li Yongda, drenched in perspiration from his exertions, felt an unparalleled joy. This was the finest day of his life, dedicated to the honor of his ancestors. Despite his fatigue, he embraced the glory of this moment, willing to toil until exhaustion. Finally, after 5 minutes, the drumming subsided. Upon the cessation of the drum beats, Li Yongjin continued, reflecting on the ancestors who had settled here 260 years prior, selflessly devoted and unwavering, forging a prosperous path for their descendants. Regrettably, the successors had failed to uphold their ancestors' legacy, squandering the family fortune and bringing shame upon their forebears. Overcome with emotion, he turned and knelt before the ancestral hall, bowing deeply until he collapsed. Seeing this, Li Rue was taken aback, as this had not been previously communicated to him. However, witnessing his uncle kneel spurred the other elders to follow suit, leaving Li Rue with no choice but to imitate their actions. In unison, over 3,000 voices proclaimed their shame before the ancestors, echoing Li Yongjin's sentiments as they knelt and bowed to the Li clan ancestral hall. Even the youngest children, guided by their parents, joined in, while many succumbed to tears, their droplets falling upon the concrete floor. The collective shout of more than 3,000 was deafening, startling the 8,000 spectators, who turned pale at the thunderous outcry. "Quick, assist me. I too wish to kneel in reverence to our ancestors," implored an elderly man in a wheelchair to his granddaughter, who knelt before him. As she considered urging him to remain seated, she found that he could no longer wait. With great effort, he pushed himself up, struggling to stand on frail legs, only to collapse back to the ground. As the young woman rushed to help her grandfather, she observed him crawling, adjusting his position to prostrate himself fully before the ancestral hall, softly weeping, "Unfilial descendants, I am ashamed before our ancestors, ashamed indeed." The kneeling persisted for over a minute until Li Yongjin turned to continue. "Li Rue, the 13th descendant of the Li clan, has contributed 50 million to the restoration of the Li clan ancestral hall. His merit should be forever remembered by the entire family. And may all Li descendants strive together to contribute to the Li legacy and create new brilliance." Upon hearing his uncle extol his virtues before a gathering of several thousand, Li Rue felt a mix of embarrassment and bashfulness. Yet, upon noticing his uncle's encouraging glance, he stepped forward, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement to the throng of over 3,000 clan members. This is Li Rue, so youthful yet so remarkably accomplished. Indeed, at the same tender age of 20-something and sharing the same surname Li, one individual has generously contributed 50 million to the construction of the Li clan ancestral hall, while I find myself unable to part with even 5,000. In fact, the meager 500 in my pocket was something I had to request from another man. As a middle-aged gentleman overheard his son boasting, he could not help but roll his eyes and offer a disparaging remark. Today, we gather in unison to commemorate the ancestors of the Li clan, expressing our reverence and longing for them. The Li family has historically been an illustrious lineage, producing numerous exceptional individuals who have made significant contributions to society. Our forebears serve as our role models, their virtues and wisdom setting a standard for our pursuit of excellence. We must inherit and promote the fine traditions of the Li clan, continuing to contribute to both our family and society. Let us collectively honor our ancestors, feel their spiritual presence, and pass down their esteemed legacy. As my uncle recited the eulogies, Li Rue felt overwhelmed, while the assembled 3,000 clan members listened with rapt attention. The progenitor bid farewell to his homeland, enduring a long journey to establish this village, now counting over 260 years. Today, we find ourselves in a prosperous era, with national stability and flourishing prosperity. Our family thrives, with thousands of descendants dispersed across the land, achieving success in agriculture, industry, commerce, medicine, education, and governance, living harmoniously and contentedly. This is the merit of our ancestors' blessings, their abundant grace favoring their descendants. In order to uphold the noble character of our forebears and remain ever mindful of their benevolence, we express our gratitude for their nurturing and guidance, eternally commemorating their kindness. As the entire clan gathers today to honor our forefather, we perform the rites, renovate the ancestral hall, and establish clan regulations to signify our filial piety. On this auspicious occasion, we present offerings and incense, collectively honoring the spirit of our forefather, with the younger generations pledging to inherit his virtues. May our forefather rest in peace, smiling down upon our family's prosperity and honor. A tree thrives with roots, and a river flows from its source. The Lee clan is revitalizing the ancestral hall and continuing the family lineage, uniting the kinfolk. Thousands of descendants, connected by blood, shall stand together in unity, sharing both joys and hardships, strengthening our bonds to strive for revitalization, bringing glory to our forefather and brilliance to our lineage. As we contemplate our shared bloodline and the ties of kinship, we must prioritize the collective interests of our clan, setting aside regional and branch distinctions, upholding patriotism and legality, practicing courtesy and integrity, fostering unity and kindness, and embracing diligence and self-improvement for the common prosperity of our family. The Lee clan shall flourish, creating a brighter future together. On this night of ancestral worship, as my thoughts wander, I reflect on the intertwining vines that all stem from a single source. The rise and fall of our family is a shared responsibility. In this era of political stability and social harmony, we ought to cultivate and train talent, nurturing the pillars of our clan, a family steeped in poetry and propriety, rooted in benevolence and righteousness. The Lee clan will undoubtedly shine forth. We shall find solace in our ancestors and the spirits of our forebears above. Yet another lengthy eulogy was recited, and Li Rue was nearly lulled to sleep. However, unlike Li Rue, many of the elder clan members were moved to tears. After more than 10 minutes, Li Yongjin finally finished reciting the sacrificial text. Without pausing, he continued, announcing the next step, the offering of incense and the veneration of ancestors at the ancestral hall. Those whose names were called, such as Li Xinshi, Li Yunshan, and Li Yuanyi, entered in succession. Li Rue observed that the individuals summoned were either of advanced age and higher lineage or adorned in splendid attire, clearly indicating their wealth or influence. Throughout the ancestral rites, Li Rue followed closely behind his uncle, participating in the proceedings without a thorough understanding of the rituals. He simply mirrored his uncle's actions. The ceremony lasted for over 2 hours before transitioning to the selection of the family patriarch. Although the position did not confer any significant authority, as it mainly involved presiding over important family matters, many elders aspired to the role, though not all possessed the requisite prestige. Ultimately, Li Yongjin was appointed as the patriarch. Despite his lack of influence, his status as Li Rue's uncle secured him the position. Initially, Li Yongjin suggested that Li Rue assume the role of patriarch, but Li Rue was unwilling to agree, fully aware that he did not wish to invite trouble upon himself. Once the patriarch was chosen, Li Yongjin spoke again, declaring, "Today our Li family has another fortunate event." Chapter 71. The Grand Gift Reward. After pausing momentarily to survey the crowd, and upon witnessing the hush that enveloped the assembly, Li Yongjin spoke once more. "Our Li family has proudly produced a top scholar." He continued, "She is the 13th descendant, Li Ru, who achieved an impressive score of 716 in this year's college entrance examination, earning the title of the literary champion of Xiangnan province. She has brought great honor to our family." His final words were imbued with a tremor of excitement, reflecting the fervor coursing through him. Awaiting outside the courtyard were Li Yongguang and Li Yonghu, who upon hearing the exuberant proclamation from Li Yongjin, each grasped one side of a plaque draped in crimson fabric and entered with measured steps, accompanied by a bashful young woman of 18 or 19, adorned with a shy smile. "Goodness, our Li clan has indeed produced a top scholar. This is a divine blessing for our family. In a matter of mere months, 2 prodigies have emerged from our ancestral land. Such an achievement, being the provincial champion, is nothing short of extraordinary, even by ancient standards. In modern times, it is equally remarkable. She can choose any institution in the nation, destined to flourish as a true gem among people." The murmurs of awe and admiration among the gathered crowd persisted for 5 or 6 minutes before gradually subsiding. This is Li Ru, our family's prodigious child. The literary champion of Xiangnan province, Li Yongjin proclaimed, beaming as he introduced his niece to the esteemed elders present. Greetings, esteemed elders. I am Li Ru, she introduced herself. Her cheeks flushed with modesty. What remarkable news! Our Li family has produced a provincial champion. I have no regrets in this life, exclaimed an elder of approximately 70 years, who was deeply invested in the family's fortunes and possessed a strong sense of kinship. Thus, the joy of witnessing a descendant achieve such greatness was particularly poignant for them. Among the crowd, Su Dingxiang, standing amidst the throng, felt tears of joy welling in her eyes as she beheld her daughter's accomplishments. In her heart, she silently affirmed, "Dear, I have fulfilled your wishes. Our child has succeeded." Subsequently, under Li Yongjin's guidance, the assembly ascended to the second floor of the main pavilion, where the plaque was ceremoniously hung at the central beam. As the crimson cloth was lifted, the word champion was unveiled, accompanied by Li Ru's name and the date inscribed below. Such honor would be revered by generations to come. Once the formalities were concluded, the clock edged toward 4 in the afternoon. Many, who had arrived as early as 7 or 8 in the morning, found themselves faint with hunger. Fortunately, the Li family village had prepared an ample feast of 400 tables, which could not all fit in the square, so tables were set up in front of villagers' homes, filling every available space in the village. With over 3,000 individuals gathering for the meal, it was no small feat to arrange all the tables, necessitating the hiring of several catering services in advance, including chefs and the rental of tables and chairs for the day. The ancestral gathering, encompassing 400 tables of food, cost nearly 300,000 yuan, even after procuring materials independently. As the Li clan feasted, the nearby onlookers, who had gathered to witness the festivities, gradually dispersed in small groups. It was astonishing to consider that the Li family of this village had gained such prominence in just a few short months. Henceforth, it was likely that the residents within several dozen miles would hold the Li family in high esteem, with no one daring to provoke them. Indeed, the technology park nearing completion in our county is reportedly owned by the Li family. I have heard that they have invested over 100 billion, encompassing more than 2,000 acres, and they're set to hire around 20,000 workers, with salaries reaching 4 to 5,000 a month. This is comparable to the wages in our provincial capital, Xingshi. If our county offered such high salaries, who would still venture to work in distant cities? It is so convenient to work close to home. I wonder how competitive it is to get a job in this industrial park. Thus, it is essential to cultivate a good relationship with the Li family. My cousin's daughter-in-law is a classmate of someone from Li village. I will have her speak on my behalf to facilitate my son's employment at the county's technology park. A group of villagers, chatting and boasting, left Li village together. During the meal, Li Rue was seated in the ancestral hall with Li Yongjin and others at the same table. Although Li Rue was younger, his current prestige entitled him to sit with these elders. After half an hour, Li Rue set down his chopsticks, suddenly recalling something. While he could not treat these relatives as he did the clansmen from Li village, he still wished to offer assistance to foster greater unity within the clan, recognizing the necessity of financial ties. With this thought in mind, Li Rue approached his uncle and whispered in his ear. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yongjin nodded and quietly replied, "Xiao Rue, you are the most capable person in our family. You may take charge of these matters. I am not well versed in such affairs." Upon hearing his uncle's affirmation, Li Rue nodded and turned to retrieve a loudspeaker from a short distance away. Clearing his throat, he addressed the assembly. "Greetings, esteemed relatives. I'm Li Rue. I apologize for interrupting your meal, but I have an important announcement. I intend to establish a family housing provident fund. All relatives present today for the ancestral worship may voluntarily contribute to this fund, adhering to standard contributions. When applying for housing loans, based on family circumstances and contributions to the clan, the interest rate can be as low as 2, 5, or even 0%. As Li Rue concluded his statement, the nearly 1,000 attendees in the hall began to murmur in discussion. What a wonderful opportunity. This means we could save tens of thousands when buying a house, exclaimed an elderly gentleman in his 60s, astonished. Since only older individuals were dining in the ancestral hall, the discussions were relatively subdued. However, outside in the square, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. The younger generation, more concerned about housing, eagerly awaited the announcement. When Li Tsong took the microphone and relayed the same message as Li Rue, the young people sprang to their feet, applauding and cheering. "Goodness, this is fantastic. Just in time for us to buy a house. We can utilize the Provident Fund. Darling, we will save so much money." exclaimed a young man, joyfully embracing his companion. How fortunate it is to belong to such a family. Otherwise, individuals like us, the ordinary citizens, must resort to commercial loans to purchase a home. A loan of $1 million over the span of 30 years incurs an additional interest of $1 million. In contrast, utilizing the family's provident fund for housing, even at the highest interest rates, can save one a substantial sum of $400,000 to $500,000 in interest over 30 years. Outside the hall, the sounds of exuberant discussions filled the air. Unbeknownst to Li Rui, as the conversations within the ancestral hall quieted, he continued to address the assembly. He announced that every elder aged 70 and above in attendance today would receive an annual elderly care subsidy of 4,000 yuan from the clan. Upon hearing Li Rui's proclamation, the hall erupted into even more fervent discussions. The previously mentioned family provident fund for home purchases held little significance for the older generation. However, the 4,000 yuan subsidy, though seemingly modest, represented a considerable sum for many elderly individuals residing in rural areas. Numerous senior citizens, devoid of any sources of income, often struggle to earn even a few hundred yuan throughout the year without the support of their children. The introduction of this 4,000 yuan could profoundly transform their lives. For Li Rui, this sum was merely a drop in the ocean. With over 3,000 clan members, the number of seniors age 70 was only around 400 to 500, totaling an annual expenditure of merely 2 million, which was inconsequential to him. Some elderly attendees, clearly from less fortunate backgrounds, even found their eyes misty with emotion. Just as Li Rui concluded his remarks and set down the microphone, a long-dormant system within his mind finally stirred to life. A notification chimed. Ding! The host has made significant strides in revitalizing the family. The family's reputation has experienced a remarkable enhancement. Cohesion has greatly strengthened, and prestige has rapidly increased. A substantial reward package has been granted. Chapter 72. Comprehensive Technology Package for Chips. The reward consists of 200 billion Dragon Country coins, a 1-nanometer lithography machine, and a complete set of production technologies for 1-nanometer chips. These technologies will be deployed through 2,000 bioengineered individuals. The source of the 200 billion funds is verifiable, coming from Bitcoin, foreign futures, and international stock markets. Rest assured, the funds have been transferred to the host's overseas financial account. Shall we proceed with the deployment of the bioengineered individuals? The 1-nanometer lithography machine manufacturing technology and 1-nanometer chip manufacturing technology. These are the very technologies that had been on his mind since acquiring the system. He initially thought it would take a long time to obtain them. He never anticipated that they would arrive in just 2 or 3 months. Is it true, system brother? Is it indeed the technology capable of producing 1-nanometer chips? Indeed, host. Should we deploy the 2,000 bioengineered individuals now? Deploy? Where'd I place them? It's quite clever of the system to recognize that now is not the right time for deployment and to inquire about it first. If suddenly 2,000 individuals appeared nearby, despite the crowd, it would certainly raise suspicions. After greeting his father and uncle, Li Rui quickly found an excuse to return home. The system had been silent for 2 months, seemingly preparing for a grand reveal. A substantial package containing 200 billion Dragon Country coins and 2,000 bioengineered individuals equipped with lithography and chip manufacturing technologies, causing Li Rui to be overjoyed. System, last time with the super new energy technology, only 10 bioengineered individuals were deployed. Why are there 2,000 this time? Host, the super new energy technology merely enhanced the energy density of existing batteries on Blue Star. However, the 1-nanometer lithography machine and chip manufacturing technology involve an extensive array of technical knowledge, fundamentally differing from current chip manufacturing techniques on Blue Star. This is an entirely new technology that could yield over 10,000 new patents, in stark contrast to the 200 patents associated with the super new energy technology. Thus, it is natural for the number of bioengineered individuals to be larger. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Li Rui grasped the magnitude of the situation. Over 10,000 new patented technologies could potentially cause a significant uproar in Dragon Country if he were to apply for a national technology patent. Nonetheless, he had no intention of filing for a patent. In reality, companies rarely seek patents for groundbreaking technologies that surpass global standards. Doing so would equate to revealing proprietary information. Not only would companies avoid such folly, but the government would also likely disapprove. System, can these bioengineered individuals be deployed in batches? The system clarified his doubts. and Li Rue continued to inquire about the deployment of the 2,000 bioengineered individuals, realizing that deploying them all at once would be impractical and necessitating a staggered approach. Yes, host. The bioengineered individuals awarded by the system must be deployed within 24 hours, without limitations on the number of batches. With the reassurance that deployment could occur within 24 hours, Li Rue felt a wave of relief wash over him and eagerly began to delve into the intricacies of the grand package. The 200 billion Longhua coins, though substantial, hold little significance for Li Rue, who possesses over 1,000 billion. What does an additional 200 billion matter? He certainly cannot spend it all. The system began to elaborate on the technical rewards available to him. Host, the system offers several advanced technologies, including 1-nanometer lithography technology and 1-nanometer chip manufacturing technology, which encompass optical technology, microelectronics, computer technology, software control technology, light source technology, photoresist technology, material technology, and circuit design technology. Stop. There is no need for such a lengthy introduction, Li Rue interjected, eager to cut off the system's incessant discourse that had lasted 3 minutes. He found himself utterly befuddled by the information. In any case, he decided to leave all matters to the professionals. He preferred to recline and enjoy the fruits of their labor. His only desire was to calculate the potential annual earnings from the technologies he had acquired. Thus, he hastily began searching online. The annual value of chips utilized by the Blue Planet exceeds 600 billion Eagle Nation coins, which translates to approximately 3 trillion Longhua coins. Among these, Longhua imports chips worth 3 trillion Longhua coins each year. Naturally, this figure represents the total sales volume of all mid-range to high-end chips, and it is improbable that he could capture the entire market. However, by focusing on high-end chips and securing a share of the business from the leading chip manufacturer, TSMC, he could still achieve an annual profit of 250 billion Longhua coins. Moreover, the high-end technologies associated with chip manufacturing are applicable across multiple industries. Li Rue performed a simple calculation and concluded that these cutting-edge technologies from the Blue Planet could yield him hundreds of billions, if not over 1,000 billion, in profits annually. The new energy technology park could generate 100 billion for him each year, while high-end chips might earn 200 billion. And other related technologies could bring in 50 billion, resulting in a modest annual profit of 350 billion. Furthermore, if Li Rue was willing to exert the effort, he could easily capture the market for mid-range and low-end chips abroad. Although these chips are of lower quality, the actual market size is larger than that for high-end chips. After all, a single automobile requires 800 to 1,000 various chips, the vast majority of which are mid-range or low-end. Similarly, a smartphone typically necessitates around 120 chips, most of which are also mid-range. Only the processors demand high-end chips. However, the endeavor to dominate the global market for all mid-range and low-end chips is a colossal undertaking, one he currently lacks the energy to pursue. Wealth is within reach, riches that rival nations are not far off. To Li Rue, money has become a mere number. Yet the exhilarating sensation of rapidly increasing digits remains undeniably pleasurable. What brings him even greater satisfaction is the prospect that once his chip manufacturing plant is operational, Longhua will no longer fear being restrained by Eagle Nation in the chip sector. In fact, they could even turn the tables and apply pressure to Eagle Nation. Just the thought of it is immensely gratifying. In those years, Longhua Huawei Company, once the second largest mobile phone manufacturer in the world, faced sanctions from the Eagle Nation, causing it to plummet out of the top 10. This incident infuriated Li Rue considerably. Once he successfully produced a 1-nanometer chip, he vowed to bring the Eagle Nation's fruit-themed mobile phones to their knees, asserting that Longhua was truly the most formidable. After spending 2 hours in his room contemplating the system rewards, Li Rue received a call from his uncle. The clan members, having finished their meal, began to depart. But there was still a matter that required Li Rue's attention. Upon arriving at the main attic of the Li family ancestral hall, he found only the members of the Li clan from Li family village present. He navigated through the crowd to greet his father and uncle before turning to address the pressing matter at hand. Everyone is aware of our Little Ru and Little Tai's outstanding results in this year's college entrance examination. Ru has decided to apply to Xiaonan University, while Tai has chosen to pursue his studies at the National Defense University of Longhua, thereby bringing honor to our family. According to our prior agreement, Tai should receive a family scholarship of 20 million Longhua currency. However, Tai believes that Ru performed better and is reluctant to accept the full amount. After much discussion, It has been agreed that each would receive a reward of 10 million Longwu currency. Oh my, they truly have given us 10 million, exclaimed several young cousins, astonished and engaging in lively discussions among themselves. Li Rue paid no heed to their chatter. He turned to accept 2 large suitcases brought over by his bodyguard, placing them on the table. As he unzipped the cases, the sight that greeted the onlookers was an abundance of red banknotes. These were the funds Li Rue had instructed his bodyguard to withdraw from the county bank 2 days prior. 2 entire suitcases, each containing 10 million, with the weight of a single suitcase amounting to 230 pounds. It was an amount too heavy for an ordinary person to carry, hence the use of large suitcases for convenience. Chapter 73. Ascending the lower ranks upon witnessing such an abundance of cash. The majority of individuals displayed expressions of astonishment and envy. Only a few cousins, who had already ventured into business, exhibited a tempered reaction, for their experiences over the past 2 months had significantly broadened their horizons. Though 2 months is not an extensive period, it has seen the establishment of construction, materials, and decoration companies by the likes of Li Tsong, Li Xiao, Li Su, Li Guoyang, and Li Yongqiao. With Lu Yan's guidance, these cousins found their entrepreneurial endeavors akin to effortlessly collecting money. Whether it involved securing contracts or receiving payments, the transactions were remarkably straightforward. In stark contrast to other engineering firms where one must endure prolonged waits for remuneration after project completion. Consequently, even with a 50 profit share allocated to the group, these cousins managed to earn between 7 to 8 million, with some amassing as much as 10 to 20 million. A feat limited only by the brief duration and their lack of experience and manpower which hindered their capacity to undertake more projects. Li Rutini, Li Tai. Come forth to collect your bonuses, Li Rue called out with a smile, beckoning the duo. They eagerly approached, expressing their gratitude with polite exclamations of thank you, Brother Rue. Subsequently, they struggled to drag 2 large suitcases back to their respective parents. Upon seeing her son heaving a suitcase containing 10 million Dragon Country coins, Aunt Ba couldn't help but smile broadly, already envisioning purchasing gold and silver jewelry to flaunt before the women of neighboring villages. Li Tai handed the suitcase to Li Yonghu, grinning as he said, Dad, our house is getting a bit old, and I know you've been wanting to renovate. Here, es the money. Let us build a grand villa. Ha ha, our little Tai has truly made something of himself, far surpassing your father. Li Yonghu chuckled, affectionately ruffling his son's hair, his joy palpable. Li Ru, exhausted from dragging her suitcase a few meters, called out for assistance. Mom, please hurry over to help. It's too heavy for me to lift. Having been attentive to her daughter, Su Dingxiang rushed to assist her in maneuvering the suitcase. Mom, this money is for you. Let us also build a villa, shall we? A radiant smile graced Li Ru's face as she fulfilled her promise of providing her mother with a grand home. Thus, the Li family of Li family village, from the eldest to the 8th, with the exception of the 4th son, Li Yongda, each family now possessed assets amounting to several million, even reaching tens of millions, marking their ascension into the lower echelon of society. With newfound wealth, they soon embarked on building grand villas together. Meanwhile, Li Yongda felt a twinge of discomfort, casting a sidelong glance at Li Weiguang, whose apprehensive expression revealed an unspoken fear. What is the status between you and that girl, Wenxiao? When do you plan to marry? Li Yongda inquired, leaning toward his son. Dad, isn't it still early? Our agreement was to marry this year, and there are still 6 months left until the year concludes. There is no rush, Li Weiguang replied. No rush? What do you mean by that? Look at your brothers. They have all utilized Xiao Rui's assistance to establish their own companies. What are you doing? In terms of career and family, you have achieved nothing. If it weren't for my consideration of your pursuit of Wenxiao, I would have long since broken your legs for your idleness. Li Yongda expressed with a sense of frustration. Li Rue possessed an extraordinary sense of hearing. Although his 4th uncle spoke in a subdued tone, he comprehended every word. His 4th brother had always exhibited a carefree disposition, which might have been acceptable in the past. However, now that their family was undergoing a tremendous transformation, it was imperative for him to abandon his laxity. If he continued in this manner, the gap would widen significantly, and his 4th uncle, a man who valued his pride, would undoubtedly feel discomfort. Thus, a change in circumstances was necessary. After announcing the dissolution of the family meeting, Li Rue swiftly approached his 4th uncle, then patted Li Weiguang on the back, signaling him to wait a moment as he had something to discuss. Once everyone had departed, Li Rue spoke. 4th brother, now that the other brothers have established companies, what are your plans? Start a company? Xiao Rue, I have always been a worker. I know nothing about running a business or where to begin. Oomph. You don't know where to start? Wasn't every one of your brothers a worker at some point? They have all managed to establish companies. With the resources provided by Xiao Rui, what do you have to fear? Li Yongda said, smacking the back of Li Weiguang's head. Ouch, Dad. A gentleman speaks with words, not fists. If you hit me again, I might just unleash my secret weapon. Oomph. Let me see this secret weapon of yours. I doubt I cannot handle you, Li Yongda retorted, rolling up his sleeves, ready to let his son experience the weight of paternal affection. Mom, my dad is about to hit me, Li Weiguang exclaimed, pretending to shout as he tiptoed toward the courtyard. Be quiet. Li Yongda covered his son's mouth. We can discuss this civilly. Why are you so serious? I'm just joking with you, he said, reverting to a warm, affectionate smile. Li Rui, observing the scene, shook his head in exasperation, finding the father-son duo quite entertaining. Fourth uncle, fourth brother, I am planning to invest in a significant project soon, which will create substantial demand for companies in the construction sector. I suggest that you start preparing to establish a company. I can arrange for someone within the industry to assist you. Ah, Xiao Rui, are you investing in another project? ISNT, the technology park in your county, which you invested over 100 billion in, still under construction? Why are you investing again? Liungda inquirat astunisha. Of course. If there are good projects, one must invest. This time, the investment will be even larger. Larger than last time? You invested a total of 150 billion last round. How much do you intend to invest this time? Li Yongda's eyes widened in disbelief. How much wealth did his nephew possess? I'm not entirely sure of the exact amount, but I estimate it will require a total investment of over 1,000 billion. Li Rui was uncertain of the specific figure. He merely approximated that it would be at least in the thousands of billions, intentionally downplaying the amount to avoid alarming his fourth uncle. At that moment, Li Yongda was left speechless, his mind reeling at the thought of 1,000 billion. He now wore no expression of shock, resembling a mere puppet, as if he had lost the capacity for thought. Stunned into silence, Li Weiguang stood there, equally transformed into a lifeless figure. Ahem, ahem. Thus, fourth brother, you must seize this opportunity. Otherwise, while everyone else profits, you may find yourself empty-handed, bringing shame upon our family. Li Rui's cough roused the two from their stupor. Upon awakening, Li Weiguang momentarily set aside thoughts of Li Rui's colossal investment of 100 billion and contemplated Li Rui's words with care. Initially indifferent to the idea of starting a company, Li Weiguang's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness upon hearing Li Rui's candid assertion. Indeed, if he continued to remain idle, it would be his father who faced disgrace. Xiao Rui, you are right. With such excellent resources provided by you, it would be utterly irresponsible to continue this way. I shall commence preparations to establish a company at once. Observing his son's apparent awakening, Li Yongda too restrained his thoughts regarding the 100 billion investment and nodded with satisfaction. Regardless of how close familial bonds may be, vast disparities in status and income can inadvertently sow seeds of inferiority within oneself, even if others harbor no disdain. Li Hui, remembering his childhood experiences of being bullied and witnessing his fourth uncle defend him against such injustices, felt compelled to assist. Very well, in a couple of days, I shall send someone to help you establish the company. You can place your utmost trust in this individual. Thank you, Xiao Rui. Li Weiguang expressed his gratitude sincerely. Li Yongda, too, placed a hand on Li Rui's arm in silent acknowledgement of his appreciation. Although the ancestral rites had concluded, their impact lingered. And with the endorsement of thousands of nearby villagers, the prestige of the Li family in Lijia village soared to unprecedented heights, leading to a series of troublesome matters that soon found their way to Li Rui. Chapter 74. A visit to the industrial park the following morning. After a swift wash and a hearty breakfast, Li Rui, accompanied by 4 bodyguards, drove to the county town. The boss has arrived. Li Rui stepped out of the car and took a moment to survey his surroundings. The area was desolate, with only a newly constructed wide road and dozens of buildings of varying sizes on his right. The nearest point to the urban center of Chunning County was still 3 to 4 kilometers away. Gazing at the imposing entrance of the industrial park, which spanned over 50 meters in width, he read aloud the words inscribed above. Tungfei Group New Energy Technology Industrial Park. Good morning, Chairman. I am Wang Xian, sent by Mr. Liu to escort you through the industrial park. As Li Rui was absorbed in his thoughts, he heard a woman's voice beside him. Turning towards the sound, he saw a strikingly beautiful woman in her 30s, dressed in a tailored suit and wearing high heels, briskly approaching him, flanked by a man and a woman carrying folders. Good morning, Chairman, the trio greeted as they approached. Li Rui nodded in acknowledgement. I see there aren't many workers around. How is the construction progress of the industrial park? Chairman, the main structure of the industrial park is essentially complete, and we are currently engaged in interior work, which explains the limited number of people outside. Oh, so soon? I had anticipated it would take at least 6 months. I'm surprised by the speed of progress. Indeed, Chairman. Both our industrial park and the headquarters building are being constructed simultaneously by multiple teams working day and night, which has accelerated the pace beyond our initial estimates. Excellent. Wang Xin, would you kindly provide me with a detailed introduction to the industrial park? Certainly, Chairman. Our industrial park consists of 20 dormitory buildings, capable of accommodating 24,000 residents, 55 production facilities, 1 office building, and 2 dining halls. Additionally, the park is equipped with a gym, a supermarket, and a cinema. All essential amenities are available within the industrial park. After listening to Wang Xin's succinct introduction, Li Hui nodded appreciatively. Let's proceed inside and take a closer look. Of course, Chairman. Please follow me. As the group ventured into the industrial park, the first sight that captured their attention was the vast array of manufacturing facilities. Li Rui felt a surge of excitement and reflection. Although he possessed an abundance of wealth, the money resting in the bank was merely a series of numbers. In contrast, these tangible structures represented something profoundly different, visible and touchable. These facilities would not only yield a continuous flow of wealth for him, but also provide 20,000 job opportunities for Chunning County, contributing at least several hundred billion to the county's GDP annually. Last year, the entire GDP of Chunning County was merely over 13 billion. Once his technology park commenced production, it could potentially increase the county's GDP tenfold. In just a few years, this once remote county would rival second-tier cities in the country, undoubtedly benefiting society and the nation at large. Wang Xin, are the dormitories ready for occupancy? As they arrived before the dormitory buildings, Li Rui inquired, noticing that they appeared to be completed. Chairman, the dormitories were finished ahead of schedule. They can be occupied as soon as water and electricity are connected. Certainly. Today, 2,000 individuals will be accommodated. Please make the necessary arrangements, as these are highly skilled engineers whom I have recruited at a premium. There must be no room for error. Very well, Chairman. Although Wang Xin was puzzled as to why such a large number of people were being brought back when the industrial park had yet to commence operations, she understood that it was not her place to question the chairman's directives, and she would comply without hesitation. During the tour of the industrial park, Li Rui gradually introduced the 2,000 bioengineered individuals, comprising both domestic and foreign nationals, encompassing a diverse age range from 20 to 50. The system assigned them identities as either orphans or personnel from international research institutions who had relocated to Longwa for various reasons. Ultimately, all identities were traceable. No matter how implausible it seemed, it paled in comparison to the capabilities of the omnipotent system. After approximately half an hour, as they exited the technological park, the group observed a gathering of exactly 2,000 individuals at the entrance of the industrial park. Wang Xin, please arrange accommodations for these individuals. Afterward, we will proceed to the headquarters building. Understood, Chairman. Wang Xin acknowledged and instructed the 2 individuals accompanying her to handle the lodging arrangements for the 2,000 newcomers. The group headquarters building was situated merely 200 meters behind the industrial park, and from a distance, Li Rui could see that its structure had been completed. Once finished, this building would undoubtedly stand as the tallest in Chunning County, without exception. Even the Haitan building, which currently houses the Tungfei group, reaches only about 130 to 140 meters, making it the tallest office building in the county. A few minutes later, gazing up at the fully constructed headquarters building, Li Rui inquired, Wang Xin, how long until the headquarters is completed? Chairman, the main structure is entirely finished, and the external glass curtain wall is being installed as planned. It should be fully completed in just over a month. Very well. I shall not inspect the interior. I need to visit the county government. You can attend to the lodging arrangements for those 2,000 individuals without my company. Understood, Chairman. As she watched Li Rui's vehicle depart, Wang Xin mused quietly to herself. Having seen the chairman's photograph, she knew he was quite young, yet she was surprised by his amiable temperament. If she were not already married, she might have considered pursuing him. After a few minutes of travel, Li Rui, resting in the back seat with his eyes closed, began to consult the system in his mind regarding the inquiries about the chip manufacturing plant, photolithography, equipment manufacturing facility, and other ancillary factories. System, What is the total investment required for photolithography machines, chips, and supporting facilities? Host. The specific investment amount depends on the scale you wish to pursue. Hearing the system's counter-question, Li Rui felt somewhat perplexed. However, he reasoned that while he might not comprehend the intricacies, others likely would. I need to capture a significant share of the mid to high-end chip market currently dominated by GTI electronics. Please provide some suggestions based on that as a reference standard. Host, if one wishes to seize a share of the mid to high-end market for advanced semiconductor technology, approximately 80 units of 1-nanometer lithography machines would be necessary. The factory dedicated to the production of these machines would require an expanse of 500 acres, entailing an investment of around $50 billion. Furthermore, a chip manufacturing facility must span between 4,000 to 5,000 acres, necessitating an investment of approximately $60 billion. Additionally, ancillary companies would occupy about 2,000 acres, with an investment exceeding $30 billion. A staggering total of $140 billion? This is exorbitantly high. Can the system be streamlined? Although Li Rui anticipates an investment exceeding $1,000 billion, he still feels a twinge of discomfort upon hearing the precise figures for the system. After all, it amounts to $140 billion. Host, the lithography machines capable of fabricating 1-nanometer chips, as well as the 1-nanometer chips themselves, embody the pinnacle of technological advancement, surpassing the existing top-tier 3-nanometer chips on Blue Star by a remarkable 80. The research and development of 3-nanometer chips alone cost over $200 billion, not to mention the additional facilities that could push the total expenditure to $400 or $500 billion. Given these considerations, do you still find it excessively pricey? Chapter 75, 10,000 acres of industrial land. Host. Even if we merely seize the market from GTI Electric, the profits from production within a year could exceed $200 billion. With an investment of $140 billion that could be recouped in merely 6 months, it's already quite advantageous. Ah, how true. I nearly forgot about this. Once production commences, all the factories could yield $300 to $400 billion annually. By such calculations, an investment of $140 billion hardly seems significant. In Chunning County, within the office of the county head, Li Rui sat on the sofa facing Ning Guoyang. An assistant brought in 2 cups of tea, placing them on the coffee table before exiting the office. Once the room was left with just the two of them, Ning Guoyang smiled and spoke first. Li, my brother, what brings you here today? You could have simply called me. Ning, I do have something important to discuss with you. And it's quite significant, something that cannot be conveyed over the phone. Oh, something important? Ning Guoyang straightened his posture, propping himself up on the sofa, adopting a demeanor of attentive curiosity. The mention of a major issue from someone who had invested over $150 billion in this small county 2 months ago certainly commanded his attention. That investment had already earned him a stern commendation from his father, and he was eager to hear about the significant matter Li Rui referred to. I need land. A considerable amount of it. What? A considerable amount of land? How much do you require? Ning Guoyang initially expressed confusion, followed by a hint of anticipation. 10,000 acres. What? 10,000 acres? Ning Guoyang abruptly stood, colliding with the coffee table, causing the cups to topple and tea to spill onto his trousers, creating a puddle on the floor. Ignoring his drenched pants, Ning Guoyang urgently inquired, Li, did I mishear you, or did you misspeak? 10,000 acres? Do you comprehend the enormity of that? Ning, I'm neither mistaken nor are you. It is indeed 10,000 acres. 10,000 acres amounts to 66 million square meters, nearly a quarter of Chunning County's urban area. What on earth do you intend to do with such a vast expanse? Though he hoped Li Rui would invest more, 10,000 acres would require an investment of several hundred billion. Having already invested $150 billion over 2 months, he found it hard to believe Li Rui could procure such funds. Of course, the land is for investment. As for the specifics, you will know when it is completed, Li Rui said, savoring his tea with a mysterious smile. Ning Guoyang gazed into Li Rui's eyes for over 10 seconds before suddenly breaking into a grin. I trust you, my brother. I shall seek out the necessary contacts while you wait for me in the conference room. Ning, your trousers. Li Rui observed as Ning Guoyang was about to exit, offering a kind reminder. Not a problem. The significant matter takes precedence, Ning Guoyang replied, glancing down at his tea-soaked trousers, dismissing the concern. With an investment as grand as 10,000 acres, even if people mistake it for a minor accident, it matters not. This achievement is paramount. Observing the enthusiastic county chief as he briskly exited, Li Rui chuckled and shook his head, draining the last of his tea before rising to head towards the door. Ning Guoyang swiftly approached the office marked County Party Secretary, and without even knocking, he pushed the door open. Old Joe, something significant has transpired. What has happened to old Ning? Is it urgent? Don't rush in, have a cup of tea first. Yeah, what good is tea now? Old Joe, do you wish to linger here for years? Shouldn't you consider shifting your position? What is this significant matter? Please enlighten me. At Ning Guoyang's words, Zhou Dingwa became curious. Like Ning Guoyang, he had been in this small county for several years. And aside from the substantial investment brought in by Ning Guoyang a few months prior, which had slightly benefited him, there had been little in terms of noteworthy achievements. He was far from being able to consider a change in position. Ha, I won't keep you in suspense. You remember Li Rue, right? Of course. How could I forget? The young and talented individual, our county's great benefactor. Initially, we thought his investment of 10 billion over 4 years was impressive. But in just over 2 months, he has nearly invested 15 billion. Our county's GDP is poised to multiply 2 or 3 times this year. We underestimated him. Li Rue is here again today, seeking more land. Would you not consider this significant? Could it be that this young man wishes to acquire land for further investment? Is he truly that capable? We have greatly underestimated his potential. His ambition exceeds our expectations. He requires 10,000 acres. What? Ning Guoyang, do not jest with me. What does he intend to do with 10,000 acres? If you are toying with me, I shall take offense. Zhou Dingwa abruptly stood, pressing his hands against the table, his gaze fixed intently on Ning Guoyang. I am not jesting. That young man just expressed this to me in my office. He should be in the conference room now. You can inquire directly. Very well. I shall promptly inform the others and head to the conference room. After a brief moment, Zhou Dingwa added, such a significant matter must be personally clarified. What if it is true? Li Rue waited in the conference room for over 10 minutes, idly scrolling through short videos when the door swung open and a dozen individuals filed in. Seeing them, Li Rue rose to greet them. Mr. Li, our county's leadership is all present. Please share your matters with everyone, Ning Guoyang said. Although he referred to Li Rue as a brother in private, he maintained a formal demeanor in public. Mr. Li, thanks to your contributions, our county's GDP is expected to at least double or triple this year. We are grateful for your efforts on behalf of the people of Chunning County, Zhou Dingwa said as he approached Li Rue to shake his hand. Secretary Zhou, you are too kind. I merely play the role of a facilitator. The success of Tongfei Group in swiftly and smoothly developing the industrial park and headquarters building is also due to the support of the county leaders. Mr. Li, there is no need for you to express your gratitude towards us. Rather, I should extend my heartfelt thanks on behalf of the citizens of our county. The industrial park of Tongfei Group is anticipated to provide 20,000 employment opportunities annually, which translates to the sustenance of 20,000 families. This is a matter that concerns the entirety of Chunning County. Anyone who dares to inconvenience Tongfei Group is essentially troubling me, Zhou Dingwa, and by extension, the whole of Chunning County. His resolute words reverberated throughout the conference room, clearly serving as a warning to those who might display any signs of unrest. Please, take a seat. Let us discuss matters at our leisure. Zhou Dingwa guided Li Rue to the first seat on the right side of the conference table, while he himself, along with Ning Guoyang, occupied the first and second seats on the left side, leaving the seats at both ends of the table vacant. Once all were seated, Ning Guoyang spoke first. Mr. Li, could you reiterate what you just mentioned in my office? Yes, I require 10,000 acres of industrial land, preferably adjacent to the new energy industrial park of Tongfei Group. A collective gasp of astonishment echoed in the room. While Ning Guoyang and Zhou Dingwa were somewhat prepared for this request, the other county leaders were taken aback, their surprise palpable. Chapter 76. A trillion investment, Mr. Li. What is your purpose in acquiring such vast land? Well, primarily for the semiconductor industry. Li Rue hesitated for a moment, still refraining from disclosing the truth. Who would believe in the complete industrial chain of 1-nanometer chips? It would be more convincing once the project is completed and operational. Semiconductors? With 10,000 acres of industrial land. How much do you intend to invest, Mr. Li? The scope of semiconductors is extensive, and Zhou Dingwa, not fully versed in the matter, chose not to pursue further inquiries, instead shifting the conversation to his most pressing concerns. Out of the 10,000 acres, 500 acres are earmarked for semiconductor investment, while 500 acres are designated for the establishment of a semiconductor technology university with a preliminary investment estimate of around 100 billion. Bang! Clang! 2 distinct sounds echoed, one of a person falling to the ground, followed by the sound of a chair toppling over. Everyone turned their gaze towards the source of the commotion, where one individual awkwardly grasped the edge of the conference table, sheepishly rising and forcing a smile as he urged, "Please continue." This person was evidently taken aback by Li Rui's monumental ambitions. Although others did not fall in shock, expressions of astonishment were vividly portrayed across their faces. "Mr. Li, your statements have left us utterly astounded. Establishing a semiconductor technology university? 10,000 acres of industrial land? The implications of this are immense, and we must deliberate further. Such a significant undertaking will certainly need to be reported to the provincial authorities. If true, it would be a remarkable development. However, if Mr. Li is merely boasting, Zhou Dinghua would find himself in a precarious situation. Although the likelihood of exaggeration is minimal, investing over 100 billion in such a small county is hard to fathom." Li Rui, perceiving the county secretary's remarks, grasped the underlying skepticism regarding his capabilities. He promptly instructed the system within his mind. "Transfer all my funds to my agricultural bank card." "Understood, host." 10 seconds later, Li Rui's phone vibrated. Upon checking the message, he was informed that his agricultural bank card ending in 8115 had a balance of 306.7 billion. His intention in doing so was to demonstrate his financial prowess. As Li Rui stared at his phone in silence for over 30 seconds, Ning Guoyang was about to break the tension when suddenly his phone rang. To his surprise, it was a call from Qin Baichuan, an old classmate who rarely reached out. Thus, Ning Guoyang decided against ignoring the call, excusing himself as he headed towards the conference room door. "Hello, old Qin, what is the matter?" "Ning, just now, Li Rui transferred nearly 300 billion to our bank. He currently has a total of 306.7 billion with us. I'm utterly flabbergasted. He is a veritable god of wealth. If we cater to this benefactor well, who could resist investing in Chuxin County? I received this news just now and had to call you immediately." 306.7 billion? Ning Guoyang's hands trembled slightly as he held the phone. "Is there any issue with the source of funds?" "No issues arise. The funds have all been transferred from foreign financial markets, entirely legal and compliant." Without further responding to Qin Baichuan, Ning Guoyang promptly ended the call, turned, and pushed open the conference room door, wearing a broad smile. "Mr. Li, no problem at all. It's merely 10,000 acres of industrial land. I assent to it. If you find that insufficient, we can certainly allocate more. It's all quite manageable." Observing Ning Guoyang suten transformación, Li Rui naturally understood that Qin Baichuan had indeed contacted him. He refrained from speaking, simply smiling as he regarded Zhou Dinghua. Zhou Dinghua looked up, astonished at Ning Guoyang. Noticing Zhou Dinghua's lingering confusion, Ning Guoyang swiftly approached him, whispering a few words in his ear. Upon hearing Ning Guoyang's remarks, Zhou Dinghua's previously perplexed expression instantly brightened with clarity. "Haha, Mr. Li, I believe 10,000 acres may be a tad insufficient. How about this? From the Tungfei Group's new energy technology industrial park to the urban area of Chuning County, there are several thousand acres in between. After deliberation among our county leadership, we have decided to offer 20,000 acres free of charge to the Tungfei Group. What do you think?" At Zhou Dinghua's statement, Li Rui remained unperturbed, but the other county leaders exchanged glances, bewildered. Deliberation among the entire leadership team? "When did you, Zhou Dinghua, consult us? I was unaware." However, those who occupy such positions are astute, realizing that Ning Guoyang must have conveyed something to Zhou Dinghua, prompting this significant shift in his stance. 20,000 acres. That works. After all, more high-tech factories will undoubtedly be needed in the future, Li Rui mused inwardly. "Very well, let be 20,000 acres. I wonder if the county has any preferential policies?" Although Li Rui currently possessed ample funds, it was prudent to pursue favorable policies whenever possible. As long as Mr. Li invests over 100 billion in Chuning County within 5 years, the same exemption from taxes will apply for 4 years, Zhou Dinghua replied. Noticing a peculiar expression on Li Rui's face, he quickly added, "Or within 10 years, if that suits you better." "Let's keep it to 5 years, Li Rui said, feeling that once all industries commence production, despite being high-tech, the Dragon Kingdom would likely implement tax reductions for such companies. Even with a mere 10 tax, this could amount to hundreds of billions. A 4-year tax exemption translates to 1 to 2 trillion in lost revenue. Would the county leaders not regret their decision at that point? Excellent. Mr. Li is indeed agreeable. Assistant Zhang, please prepare the contracts immediately. Certainly. Secretary Zhou. Mr. Li, should we hold a press conference? That is fine. I'll have the Group CEO reach out to you. Such a significant matter certainly warrants publicity. However, I prefer to delegate this task to Lu Yin, Li Rue replied, not wishing to participate directly. Shortly thereafter, Assistant Zhang entered, bearing several contracts. After spending a little over 10 minutes finalizing the documents, Li Rue stood to shake hands with Zhou Dinghua and Ning Guoyang, exchanging knowing smiles before taking his leave. Ning Guoyang intended to invite Li Rue to dinner, but Li Rue resolutely declined. Engaging in conversation with these individuals felt uncomfortable, let alone sharing a meal, so he concocted an excuse and took his leave. As he watched Li Rue depart, Zhou Dinghua suddenly turned to Ning Guoyang and remarked, I find myself rather reluctant to shift from this seat. It has its own allure. With Li Rue around, I might just witness our Chunning County transform into an international metropolis akin to Pengcheng in my lifetime. Indeed, Li Rue possesses remarkable capabilities. Should all his investments come to fruition and begin production, our county's GDP could rival any city in Xiangnan province, save for the star cities. At that point, who would dare label us as a mere 18th-tier county? Upon exiting the county people's government, Li Rue made his way towards the Haitan building, where Wang Yueka was already interning. Naturally, he intended to pay her a visit. After a brief drive, he arrived at the entrance of the Haitan building and notified Lu Yin via phone. Boss, floors 5 to 10 of the Haitan building are designated as our office space, and we have reserved an office for you on the 10th floor. Would you like to go up and rest for a while? A few minutes later, Lu Yin approached Li Rue and inquired, No need. Where is that little one? Wang Yueka? I'll go check on her. All right, boss. Wang Yueka is on the 6th floor. Please follow me. Chapter 77. Neighborhood Disputes, Haitan building, 6th floor. How about we go watch a movie after work this afternoon? Why are you so free, you? Didn't we just go to the movies a couple of days ago? With an 8-hour workday and just 8 days off a month, it's quite leisurely indeed. Thankfully, you have such an impressive cousin. Otherwise, we would still be interning at that small company, only getting 2 days off a month and toiling for 11 hours a day. We couldn't enjoy life like we do now. Indeed, look at so many of our classmates. They find jobs that pay only $2,800 a month, working overtime daily, and hardly getting 2 days off. Our benefits are certainly much better. As interns, we already earn $5,000 a month, and if we get converted to full-time, it could be $8,000. Earning over $10,000 a month is just around the corner, alongside various benefits, all thanks to your cousin. Zhong Hui, overhearing John U.S. remarks, chimed in, Yuko, did you know that someone sold the spots you allocated to the school teachers for a whopping 100,000 each? Really? Who told you that? How could someone possibly spend 100,000 on an internship spot? I heard it from some classmates. You don't understand, Yuko. Tungfei Group is a company with registered capital exceeding 100 billion and immense potential. Naturally, the internship spots are valuable. Oh no, does that mean I've jeopardized my cousin S company? Wang Yuku expressed her concerns. Don't worry, there's still 3 months of the internship left. If someone lacks the ability, they want to be retained. Those people are merely purchasing a chance to stay. But will we be able to stay? Zhong Wei asked, her worry palpable. Don't we have Yuko? If we can't stay, we'll just have her support us, Jiang Yu joked. Just then, a voice interrupted their banter, causing the 3 girls to sit up straight, feigning seriousness. Wang Yuko waited for a moment, noticing the absence of further conversation, and discreetly glanced beside her. Through her blurred vision, she spotted a figure resembling her cousin. As she turned her neck and lifted her gaze to clearly see the individual beside her, she joyfully exclaimed, Cousin, what brings you here? Why wouldn't I come? I'm your boss, here to inspect work and see if you're slacking off. Caught you red-handed. Cousin, we've just finished our tasks, and we're chatting for a moment before you caught us. Please don't deduct my salary. Vong Rue Kiskivi potet, feigning innocence. How are you finding the job? Li Rue playfully poked Wang Yuku's forehead with his finger. I'm quite accustomed to it, cousin. Your company's benefits are truly wonderful. Ample rest time and high salaries. Far better than those capitalists. Habituation is key, should any issues arise. Do not hesitate to seek assistance from Manager Liu. Once the holiday arrives, you are most welcome to visit my home. Your second aunt was just reminiscing about inviting you over a few days ago. Indeed, I shall visit your residence during the holiday next week. Greetings, Li Yi. As Jiang Yu and Zhong Hui noticed Li Rue and Wang Yueka concluding their conversation, they promptly rose to greet Li Rue. Are you both acclimating well to your work? We are quite accustomed. Thank you for your concern, Li Go. There is no need for such formality. We are all acquaintances now. Should you encounter any challenges, feel free to consult Manager Liu for guidance. Certainly, Li Go. Very well. Continue to perform diligently at your posts. I shall not intrude any longer. With that, Li Rui gestured to Wang Yueka, as if to indicate a phone call for any inquiries, before he and Lu Yin exited the sixth-floor office area. As Li Rui and Lu Yin departed, the office was enveloped in whispers of speculation. That young, handsome man who arrived with General Manager Lu must possess an extraordinary status, particularly as he seems to be related to the intern Wang Yueka. I had my suspicions about how 3 ordinary university students could secure positions in such a prestigious company. It appears they have notable connections. I advise you to treat the girl named Wang Yueka with respect. That young man is our boss. An elder gentleman cautioned the 2 whispering girls. What? How is that possible? A company with a registered capital in the hundreds of billions. And the boss is in his 20s? How do you know he is the owner? I thought he was merely a client. I have visited the 15th floor. The photograph in the chairman's office is indeed of that young man. Upon exiting the Haidan building, Li Rui briefed Lu Yin about contacting Zhou Dinghua to arrange a press conference, and transferred 200 billion to Lu Yin before he and his bodyguards returned to Li Jia village. He had no desire to manage the affairs of the company. The mere thought of overseeing a multi-billion-dollar enterprise was exhausting. After returning to Li Jia village from the county seat, Li Rui enjoyed a couple of leisurely days. However, on the 3rd morning, he was roused from slumber by the cacophony outside his window. Groggy, he discerned a woman outside the courtyard vociferously berating someone. Such scenes are not uncommon in rural life. Whenever a chicken, duck, or vegetable is lost to the fowl, or rice is devoured by cattle, the village women would lament with a rhythmic fervor, reminiscent of a certain operatic style. Just as Li Rui was about to cocoon himself beneath his blanket and resume his slumber, a knock resounded at the door. Xiao Rui, come out for a moment. I need to speak with you. What is it, Dad? It's only 9 o'clock. Li Rui squinted at his phone, clearly reluctant to heed his father's early summons. Get up when I call. The sun is already high, and yet you linger in bed. There are matters that require your attention. With a resigned acknowledgement, Li Rui rose and dressed. After a simple wash and brushing his teeth, he yawned and made his way into the courtyard, where he found 6 individuals gathered, his parents and 2 other couples. Moreover, Li Rui was acquainted with these individuals, all hailing from his village, with the 2 men sharing the surname Li, establishing a semblance of kinship. At that moment, 2 women in their 50s were vehemently pointing at each other's faces, exchanging insults, while their husbands stood poised for confrontation, as if on the brink of violence. Just as Li Rui turned to his father, intending to inquire about the unfolding situation, the woman on the left shouted amidst her tirade, "Your family's ridge has encroached upon my land. If you do not restore it to its original position today, I shall tear your mouth apart. I dare you to challenge me." The woman on the right retorted, "That ridge has always been ours. It seems you are merely seeking trouble. Who fears a fight?" As soon as her words fell, both husbands advanced, ready to engage in a brawl. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Li Rui cleared his throat and interjected, "What on earth is happening here? Have you come to our yard to brawl?" Upon hearing Li Rui's voice, all 4 parties halted, turning to him, their expressions shifting as their fury quickly dissipated. Chapter 78. A minor dispute. I truly apologize for disturbing your slumber, Xiao Rui. It is simply that this insufferable woman has gone too far. Not only has she encroached upon our family's land, but she also threatens to strike me. Hence, I have come to seek your judgment on this matter. Do not lend credence to this gossiping harpy, Xiao Rui. The boundary of the land has always been as it is nothing like she claims. I have not usurped her family's property. You wretched gossip, here you are, lying in Xiao Rui's presence. What sort of person are you? Who in the village does not know that you are the most opportunistic of them all? You are the true gossip. You accuse me of encroaching on your land. What evidence do you possess? As the 2 village women resumed their quarrel, Li Rui felt a sense of helplessness. After all, these women were his elders, and had they been strangers, he would have swiftly removed them from the premises. Father, what is the origin of this dispute? Li Rui, observing the escalating argument between the 2 women, turned to his father and quietly inquired about the situation. He chose not to intervene in their bickering, as long as they refrained from physical altercations in the courtyard. He would address the matter once they grew weary. The situation, though seemingly straightforward, involved a piece of land belonging to the families of Li Tonghai and Li Gaoshan, which was adjacent to one another. The original boundary had been constructed from mud, initially straight, but over the years of tilling, it had become curved. Li Gaoshan insisted that the boundary was originally straight, while Li Tonghai maintained that it had always been curved. For the past 7 or 8 years, Li Gaoshan's family had been working away from home, allowing others in the village to cultivate the land without any concern. Now, with the knowledge of your tech industrial park in the county, coupled with advancing age and the high cost of urban living, Li Gaoshan's family has returned to the village, thus igniting this conflict. As Li Yong took a deep drag from a cigarette, he continued, gesturing helplessly with his hands. Why not simply approach the village head? Surely, there must be land contracts or similar documents. Perhaps there were once, but many fields now lie fallow, and in our small village. Some of these plots have remained untouched for over a decade. No one has kept track of them, and their whereabouts have long been forgotten. Let them consult the village head and gather a few respected elders to ascertain the original state of the land. Li Rue believed the resolution to be quite simple. Although the younger generation lacks knowledge of the fields, the elders of the village would certainly remember their original condition. Li Gaoshan, having but few brothers and spending years working away, lacks the social leverage that Li Tonghai possesses. Who among the villagers would speak on Li Gaoshan's behalf? Moreover, the village head is aligned with Li Tonghai's faction. While he may not overtly favor Li Tonghai, he would certainly feel constrained by social ties when it comes to voicing his opinions. The village elders, although perhaps lacking in other knowledge, are quite astute in matters of social relations. Are you not familiar with the saying, often echoed in the village? A minor dispute arises, the poor do not reason, and without wealth, one is excluded from the crowd. Words are light, do not counsel the feeble. The villagers, for the most part, are quite similar. Who would heed anyone else's words? After listening to his father's words, Li Rue fell into silence. His father was indeed right. Regardless of the setting, the opinions of the lesser are often dismissed. Since the village could not resolve the issue, he would take it upon himself to handle it. All right, let us cease the argument. You are all my elders, and your visit today signifies your respect for me. Allow me to address this matter. Do we have an accord? Upon hearing Li Rue's voice, the quarreling individuals promptly silenced themselves. We have come to seek little Rue's judgment today. He is a person of great capability. Whatever he decides, I, Li Gaoshan, will fully endorse, declared Li Gaoshan as he firmly grasped his wife, who was still inclined to dispute. Li Rue acknowledged Li Gaoshan's words with a nod, and then turned his gaze towards Li Tonghai. Initially, Li Tonghai's expression darkened upon hearing Li Gaoshan, but as soon as Li Rue looked in his direction, he swiftly masked his displeasure and smiled, stating, Little Rue is undoubtedly the most talented individual in our Li family village. I have complete faith in his judgment. Very well, father. Please inform the village chief and summon a few of the elders. Let us venture to the fields together. Certainly, I shall call the village chief immediately. Li Dahong reclined in a rocking chair, enjoying the cool shade of the courtyard trees while snacking on sunflower seeds and listening to music from the radio. Feeling quite at ease. At 65 years old, he had been a village chief of Li family village for 2 decades. In this small enclave, all the villagers were related, rendering his position largely ceremonial with little real power. His primary role was to relay information from above to the villagers, and had it not been for the monthly stipend of a few hundred yuan, he would have long since relinquished his duties. However, with the emergence of the prodigious Li Rue, he found himself basking in reflected glory. In past village meetings, he would have been seated in the back rows, but now he occupied a place at the forefront. The township chief even poured him tea personally, and the same was true during town meetings, where the town mayor would publicly commend him. Recently, several mayors from neighboring towns had even presented him with gifts, hoping to establish connections that would encourage Li Rue to invest in their respective towns. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Although he was technically Li Rue's elder, he did not presume to wield any influence over him. Thus, accepting gifts was entirely out of the question. Nevertheless, the joy he felt in his heart was intoxicating, elevating his spirits each day. Just as Li Dahong began to feel drowsy, preparing to take a short nap, the elderly phone beside him suddenly erupted with a loud ringtone, drowning out the music from the radio and jolting him awake. Upon checking the phone, he saw it was a call from Li Yongzheng. He quickly answered, inquiring, Yongzheng, is there something amiss? Although they belonged to the same village and clan, their interactions were typically limited to casual conversations, with perhaps only 1 or 2 phone calls a year. Therefore, a call from him today surely indicated something significant. Uncle, Li Gaoshan and Li Tonghai have come to my home over the matter concerning the fields, seeking a resolution from Xiaorui. It is necessary for you and several elders from the village to serve as witnesses. Would it be convenient for you? Li Dong, being of a higher generation than Li Yongzheng within the clan, despite the slight age difference, addressed him respectfully as uncle. Ah, have these two rascals truly come to your house? Very well, I shall head over immediately. After Li Dahong concluded the call, he hurriedly returned indoors to change his clothes in preparation for visiting Li Rui's residence. What is the matter? Is there a fire at your heels? Seeing her husband in such a flurry, Li Dahong's wife, momentarily pausing from washing sweet potatoes, inquired with concern. Li Gaoshan and Li Tonghai have caused quite a stir, going to Yongzheng's home to seek Li Rui's intervention regarding the fields. Yongzheng just called me, requesting my presence as a witness. I see. Well, you must handle this matter appropriately. You cannot show favoritism towards Li Tonghai simply because he is from your branch. The current affairs of Lijia village are no longer dictated by your lineage alone. Even I, a mere woman, understand such matters. Surely you do too. Just prepare a meal at home and wait for my return. There is no need for you to worry about anything else. With that, Li Dahong, now dressed, hurriedly exited the house. Chapter 79. Golden words. Barely 10 minutes had passed since Li Yong finished his call when 3 elderly men arrived in the courtyard. Li Yong summoned Li Yongjin, and together with the village chief, Li Dahong, they formed a group of 5. The 3 elders bore traces of yellow mud on their shoes and pant hems, clearly having just returned from the fields after receiving the call. Observing that everyone had gathered, Li Rui spoke. We are all from Li family village, united by kinship. With the village chief and the clan leader present today, let us proceed to the fields to ascertain the truth. The matter shall be resolved by us all. Upon hearing Li Rui's words, the group turned and exited Li Rui's courtyard, making their way towards the fields. Only Li Tonghai and his wife remained behind, their expressions dark and unmoving. As Li Rui passed by them, he remarked, Uncle Tonghai, are you not coming? Right away, right away, Li Tonghai replied hastily, compelled by Li Rui's insistence. Once Li Rui had distanced himself, Tonghai's wife tugged at him, whispering anxiously, What shall we do? From the looks of it, Li Rui will not support us. We have lived in this village all along, and we see each other frequently. He is showing us no kindness at all. Li Tonghai, his countenance grim, remained silent. Say something. What are we to do? She pressed. What stature does Li Rui hold now? Why would he owe us any consideration? It would be trivial to return that piece of land to Li Gaoshan. That cannot be, for that piece of land is of minor consequence. Our dignity is what truly matters. I cannot possibly return it to Li Gaoshan. Upon hearing her husband's willingness to concede, Li Tonghai's wife crossed her arms defiantly, embodying an air of unwavering resolve. Do you really think you can contend with Li Rui? His industrial park in the county is worth over $1 billion. Once it commences production, he will manage over 20,000 people. Did you not see how even the county leaders sent flowers during the last ancestral worship? Hurry, losing face is a minor issue. We absolutely cannot offend Li Rui. As the group advanced towards the fields, they were led by Li Gaoshan to the disputed parcel of land. Once Li Tonghai and his wife arrived at the scene, Li Rui confirmed. This is the land you are disputing, correct? Yes, Xiao Rui. Look at this piece of land. This ridge in the middle serves as the boundary line. Originally, Li Tonghai and I shared it equally, and this boundary line was straight. Now, as you can see, it has become crooked. After Li Gaoshan finished speaking, Li Rui approached the end of the ridge, gazing into the distance, and noting that it was indeed no longer a straight line. He then turned to Li Tonghai, who remained silent, while his wife interjected, Xiao Rui, do not heed Li Gaoshan's nonsense. This land has always been this way. He hasn't farmed it for 7 or 8 years. Besides, he is forgetful. He has long since lost track of it. What are you saying? You are the one who has lost your mind. Village chief, clan leader, and Xiao Rui are all here. Today, you cannot spout such absurdities, retorted Li Gaoshan's wife, unyielding in her defense of her husband. Li Rui, upon witnessing the scene, realized that the situation between the two families was beyond clarification. He decided to first inquire of one of the 3 elderly gentlemen present. Grandfather, do you recall what this piece of land was originally like? These venerable relatives were of an age surpassing even that of his own father, and out of respect, Li Rui addressed him as grandfather. The elder, upon hearing Li Rui's question, pondered for a moment, hesitating as if reluctant to assume the role of the villain. Observing this, Li Rui turned directly to Li Dahong, the village chief, and asked, What is the story behind this piece of land? Surely you must know. Well, I do recall. In my memory, the ridge of this field was indeed straight. Li Dahong replied, after only a brief moment of hesitation, making the most prudent choice. Oh, uncle, what about you? Li Rui then turned to Li Yongjin. In my recollection, the ridge was also straight. Li Yongjin stated without the slightest hesitation, in stark contrast to Li Dahong. Good. Li Rue acknowledged, proceeding to ask the remaining two elders. This time, both of them also expressed without any doubt that the ridge had originally been straight. Consequently, the truth of the matter became abundantly clear. Li Rue looked at Li Tonghai and, with a meaningful tone, inquired, "Uncle Tonghai, do you have anything to say?" Li Dunshai, having listened to everyone affirming that the ridge was indeed straight, grew increasingly dark in countenance. Only when Li Rue posed his question did he shed his sullen expression. Yet he stammered, unsure of how to respond. "Little Rue, perhaps we might have misremembered," Li Tonghai's wife interjected, seeing her husband at a loss for words. "Well then, the situation is quite clear. What shall we do now?" Li Rue asked. "Today, we shall restore it to its original state," came the reply. "Indeed, we are all relatives, and I hope that our village can remain united, avoiding discord or conflict over trivial matters." "Very well," Li Rue said, satisfied with the resolution. "Since the matter has been settled, I shall take my leave now. I am yet to fully awaken and would like to catch up on some rest." With all parties in agreement, he turned to his father and spoke briefly before heading homeward. Li Yongjin and Li Yongzheng, seeing Li Rue depart, also bid farewell to a few individuals and proceeded towards the Li clan ancestral hall. With nothing pressing at the moment, they enjoyed visiting the ancestral hall for tea and a game of chess. Haha, do you understand what it means for evil not to prevail over righteousness? The unprincipled receive little assistance, while the virtuous garner much support. Li Tonghai, you can no longer overshadow the village of Li family. Li Gaoshan mocked Li Tonghai before turning away with his wife. You, Li Tonghai, incensed by Li Gaoshan's derision, could only point at the departing figure with trembling fingers, utterly speechless. Enough, Tonghai. Times have changed. In today's Li family village, what Li Rue of the Yongzheng family says carries significant weight. Don't act foolishly and risk losing everything over trivial matters, Li Dahong cautioned Li Tonghai succinctly before walking away. The remaining three elders shook their heads and made their way towards the fields on the back mountain. Upon returning home, Li Rue intended to indulge in a brief nap, only to be intercepted by his mother, who unleashed a barrage of reprimands for his tardiness and his desire to sleep. It was already late, and she insisted he have breakfast without delay. Resigned to his fate, Li Rue took a bowl of century egg and lean meat congee, seated himself at the dining table, and began to search for the Douyin account of Chuxin County on his phone. Today marked the day of the highly anticipated press conference between the Tungfei Group and Chuxin County. In this era of self-media, many counties boast their own Douyin accounts, and Chuxin County is no exception. Consequently, the press conference would be streamed live at 10 a.m. on Douyin. With only 10 minutes remaining until the event, the Douyin account of Chuxin County had already commenced its promotional activities, and the live stream's title was quite captivating. High-tech enterprises establishing presence in Chuxin County, with investment scales exceeding hundreds of billions. Chapter 80. Annual output value of 400 billion at this moment. The live stream had attracted 4,000 to 5,000 viewers. In a mere 18th-tier county, it was quite a feat for an official Douyin account to gather even a few dozen spectators for a broadcast. Clearly, the title had captivated the audience, enticing them to witness the spectacle. A female host, microphone in hand, passionately addressed the camera, proclaiming that our Chuxi County, once a mere 18th-tier locale with an annual GDP of only 13 billion and a per capita GDP exceeding 20,000 yuan, lagged significantly behind the national average. However, just 2 months prior, Tungfei Group had established its headquarters in Chuxi County, investing 5 billion to erect a headquarters building and another 10 billion to construct a new energy industrial park. This park, set to commence operations in a little over a month, would create 20,000 high-paying jobs, impacting over 100,000 lives. As soon as the host finished her speech, a barrage of mocking comments flooded the chat. I had initially remained in the stream to observe how they would embellish their claims. To my surprise, their exaggerations were rather amusing. I nearly found myself believing them. Indeed, these individuals were spinning tales without a script. An obscure 18th-tier county, of which I had never even heard, investing 150 billion in constructing a corporate headquarters and a technology park. Such desperate measures for online traffic seemed absurd. Could this truly be an official account? I was convinced it was a fabrication. What kind of person would invest 150 billion in a remote county? Surely, they must be deranged. And was there not an even more outrageous claim? The title boasted an investment of 100 billion? Huh. The host, seasoned and undeterred by the comments, continued to follow the agenda of the press conference with composure. Li Rue, witnessing the comments, felt no surprise. Anonymity in the online realm often revealed the basest aspects of human nature, with raw negative emotions laid bare. Thus, he remained unfazed. Ignoring the caustic remarks in the live stream, Li Rue immersed himself in his bowl of century egg and lean meat congee. It is often said that only a mother's cooking can surpass all others. Even a simple dish like this seemed far superior to the fare of a five-star hotel. By the time Li Rue finished every last morsel of his congee, the clock struck 10. At the press conference venue, with the arrival of key figures such as Zhou Dinghua, Ning Guoyang, and Lu Yin, the host declared the commencement of the event, prompting everyone to adhere to the established proceedings. Good day to all journalists and esteemed guests. Today, we convene this press conference to announce the signing of a contract between the Chuxi County government and Tongfei Group regarding the 10,000-acre semiconductor industrial park project. It is my distinct honor to represent the Chuxi County government and share the details of this landmark agreement. Wait, is this for real? Indeed, I just checked. The county party secretary and the county mayor who have just arrived are genuine. So, this truly is a press conference announcing a project worth billions? I had never heard of Chunning County, a seemingly insignificant small town, yet it boasts such impressive capabilities, with substantial investments poised to commence production. This county is undoubtedly on the path to joining the ranks of the top 100 counties. Top 100 counties? Such a perspective is limited. It is certainly on track to enter the top 50. Observing the comments in the live stream, a sudden shift in sentiment became apparent. Li Rue shook his head and smiled, acknowledging that online reversals and face-slapping moments are commonplace, with some individuals seemingly oblivious to the notion of embarrassment. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to the Tongfei Group for their profound attention and support regarding this collaboration. The signing of this project signifies a remarkable achievement for Chunning County in attracting investment and fostering economic development. Furthermore, it represents a concrete initiative by the Chunning County government to actively implement the Dragon Country Development Strategy, promote industrial upgrades, and bolster the growth of the real economy. Now, allow me to provide a brief overview of the project specifics. The total investment for this initiative reaches an astounding 100 billion yuan, primarily focused on research, production, and sales within the semiconductor industry. Once operational, the projected annual output value is expected to reach 400 billion yuan, creating nearly 60,000 high-paying jobs and stimulating the development of related industrial chains, which holds immense significance for the economic advancement of Chunning County. My goodness, I am utterly astonished. An annual output value of 400 billion yuan for a single county. This places it firmly among the top 10 counties nationwide, does it not? All right, I concede that I underestimated Chunning County. I initially thought it was merely a sensational headline, yet it is indeed a genuine investment of 100 billion yuan in a high-tech sector like semiconductors. Upon conducting a brief search, I discovered that Chunning County is an inland region devoid of any advantageous resources. Why, then, would the Tongfei Group invest such a substantial sum here? Does anyone know the rationale behind this? Issei. The chairman of Tongfei Group hails from Chunning County and had already invested over 15 billion yuan there 2 months prior. His company operates a new energy technology industrial park and possesses over 200 relevant patented technologies. Rumor has it that their new energy technology surpasses that of Tesla. Indeed, this is an extraordinary enterprise. At this moment, not only the viewers commenting in the live stream felt a thrill of astonishment, but also Zhou Dinghua, Ning Guoyang, and all the county leaders present, along with the uninformed staff members. An annual output value of 400 billion yuan and 60,000 job opportunities. These figures were provided by Lu Yan. When Zhou Dinghua and Ning Guoyang first encountered these statistics, they were nearly rendered speechless. Upon confirming with Lu Yan once more, they learned that the annual output value is indeed 400 billion yuan, along with 60,000 job opportunities. They had only heard from Li Rue that there would be investments in semiconductors, yet they were entirely oblivious to the specifics of the semiconductor investments and their potential returns. Thus, when they first heard the figure of 400 billion yuan in annual output, they were utterly taken aback. Even after hearing it a second time from the host, Zhou Dinghua and Ning Guoyang were still in a state of disbelief. How could this seemingly backward small county of Chunning possess such formidable strength to challenge an entire city? The host, disregarding the thoughts of others, continued to read from the script, announcing that the Chuxing County government would provide exceptional services to enterprises in areas such as policy support, infrastructure, and human resources, thereby creating a favorable development environment. Simultaneously, they expressed the hope that the enterprises would adhere strictly to the terms of the contract to ensure the smooth progression of the project. achieving a win-win situation for both parties. Furthermore, the Chushan County government would enhance the supervision and evaluation of cooperative projects to guarantee their implementation according to the anticipated objectives. Regular updates on the project's progress would be communicated to the public, allowing everyone to witness the project's development together. Once the host finished reading, government officials presented a contract to Zhou Dinghua and Liu Yin, who symbolically signed it and exchanged a handshake. In reality, the actual contract had already been signed by Li Ruwei, and today's event merely served to support the promotional efforts of the Chushan County government and to follow a procedural formality. After Zhou Dinghua and Liu Yin concluded their handshake, a journalist in the audience raised a hand and inquired, "Mr. Liu, may I ask why Tingfei Group is making such a substantial investment in Chushan County? As far as I know, Chushan County lacks any distinct advantages. Why not invest in a major metropolis like Pengcheng?" Chapter 81. The Scavenging Child. Our boss hails from Chushi County. Is there any need for further justification in developing his hometown? Normally, given Liu Yan's disposition, she would refrain from responding. However, this matter pertains to her superior and could enhance his prestige, prompting her to provide a brief reply. Secretary Zhou, regarding the monumental investment in semiconductors exceeding 1 trillion, might you be at liberty to disclose specific projects? A journalist, noticing Liu Yan's engagement with the prior inquiry, eagerly directed a question towards Zhou Dinghua. Before Zhou Dinghua could respond, another journalist pressed on with a follow-up query. Secretary Zhou, is it possible that this vast semiconductor investment pertains to chips? Have there been any breakthroughs in domestic chip development? The notion of chips had indeed crossed the minds of both Zhou Dinghua and Ning Guoyang, yet they ultimately dismissed it. Despite the staggering figure of 1 trillion, such funds would scarcely suffice for chip research and development. Li Ruwei, after observing the journalist's inquiries for a while, found the proceedings rather tedious and exited the live stream. Meanwhile, 300 miles away in Star City, within a room marked as the office of the provincial secretary, Ning Kanyan was bustling about with a broad smile. I never anticipated this young rascal would possess such fortune, achieving remarkable political results in such a remote, obscure county. With such achievements under his belt, who knows what he might be capable of? As he muttered to himself, a realization seemed to strike him, and he ceased speaking, instead retrieving his phone to make a call. At the news conference, amidst answering various questions from reporters, Ning Guoyang's phone rang. Glancing beneath the table, he saw it was his father calling. Without a moment's pause to greet the attendees, he excused himself from the conference to answer the call. "Hello, father. What brings you to call me, your old sow, on such a day?" Ning Guoyang's voice brimmed with pride. "What are you so pleased about, young man? If it weren't for your luck in encountering a talented youth like Li Ruwei, would you have achieved such results? Just a few years ago, you were told that if you could succeed, even an old sow could climb a tree. And you're still dwelling on that today? Hey, father, I just watched the live broadcast of our Chushi County News Conference. An annual output of 400 billion, clearly making us the top county in Xiangnan province. Given my accomplishments, wouldn't it be reasonable to request a reward? Oh, and what reward do you seek? I suppose you've been yearning to leave this small county for a while now. How about I transfer you to the city?" "Father, are you jesting? 400 billion in annual output is hardly the hallmark of a small county. I appreciate your kind offer, but perhaps you could simply give me a bottle of that treasured Maodai you've kept for 40 years instead." Ning Guoyang couldn't help but roll his eyes at his father's words. "You young rascal only think of my Maodai. Nevertheless, your recent achievements warrant a reward, so I might just part with a bottle," Ning Kangyan conceded, though a hint of reluctance lingered in his voice, considering that he had only a few dozen bottles of that cherished 40-year-old Maodai in his own collection. Let us return to the matter at hand. Focusing on the development of Chunning County, your future prospects are intrinsically linked to the progress of Chunning County. Should it evolve into an economic zone akin to Pengcheng, coupled with the unwavering support from our family, you will undoubtedly have the opportunity to vie for those esteemed positions. Upon hearing the elder's intentions to discuss serious matters, Ning Guoyang momentarily stifled his jovial demeanor. However, the mention of those positions startled him. Could it be that he, Ning Guoyang, still had a chance to ascend to such heights? For now, these matters do not require your intervention. Concentrate on fostering the development of Chunning County, with particular emphasis on the Tingfei Group. If anyone dares to overreach, do not hesitate to sever their grasp, for this is crucial to the future of our family and must not be taken lightly. Having exited the live broadcast, Li Ruwei found himself at a loss for activity and decided to visit the new house, which he had yet to see since its construction. As he stepped outside into the courtyard, he noticed a small figure at the entrance, clutching a bag of urea fertilizer, peering curiously into his yard. The child appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, reminiscent of his niece, yet the dirt smeared across their face and the tattered clothing rendered their gender indiscernible. Upon noticing Li Rue's sudden appearance, the child was startled and dashed away. "Hey, stop!" Li Rue instinctively called out as the child took flight. The child hesitated for a brief moment at the sound of his voice, but continued to flee. Intrigued, Li Hui pursued, questioning how a child dressed so pitifully could exist in this era, even in the countryside. Despite the child's head start, their young age proved insufficient to outpace Li Rue, who caught up swiftly. Grasping the child by the collar to inquire further, he inadvertently tore the already ragged clothing, leaving him holding a fragment of fabric while the child vanished from his grasp. Looking down at the child, tears welling in their eyes, Li Rue felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, as if he had committed a grave transgression. "Hey, little one, where are you from? How old are you? Why were you peering into our yard?" he asked, but the child remained silent, clutching the remnants of their clothing, tears cascading down their cheeks. Li Rue dreaded the sight of a child crying, let alone a woman, and especially since he had inadvertently damaged the child's clothing. In his moment of uncertainty, he was relieved to see his mother approaching. "Mom, please come here." He called out for help. Wang Sume, hearing her son's plea, looked over with curiosity. Upon seeing the weeping child seated before Li Rue, she quickly understood the situation, hurrying to comfort the child and offering a piece of candy from her pocket. "Mother, what is happening? How is it that such a small child is left unattended? Is he simply allowed to wander out like this?" Alas, he is a pitiable soul, hailing from Shilong village, which is a good 5 to 6 kilometers away from here. Though he appears to be merely 4 or 5 years old, he is in fact already 7, a consequence of chronic malnutrition that has stunted his growth. At this point, Wang Sume paused, extending her hand to take the bag of urea from the little boy. The child, instinctively reluctant to part with his hard-earned possession, hesitated until he looked up and recognized Wang Sume, at which point he relinquished his grip. Wang Sume opened the bag and presented it to Li Rue, revealing it contained numerous bottles and jars, along with some scraps of paper. It dawned on Li Rue that this child was a scavenger. In this day and age, such a child ought to be attending kindergarten, playing with peers of his age. This realization left Li Rue feeling somewhat incredulous. Chapter 82. A tragic family. His name was Long Xiaoan, and his family comprised only 3 members. His grandfather, over 70 years old, suffered from severe rheumatism, while his mother, afflicted with an intellectual disability, had unknowingly brought him into this world. Although the government offered a modest, monthly subsidy of a few hundred yuan, it scarcely sufficed, as both his mother and grandfather required medication. From the tender age of 4, the child demonstrated remarkable maturity by collecting scrap materials in nearby villages. Last year, he even ventured to our village, which lay a good 5 to 6 kilometers from Shilong village. It was a daunting journey, even for adults, let alone a young boy burdened with a large sack filled with refuse. I felt a pang of sympathy for him. Throughout the year, he had been coming to our village, and I would often give him our unwanted scraps. Today, he likely awaited my offerings. Wang Sume sighed deeply, gently ruffling the child's hair before speaking to him. "Xiaoan, wait here for a moment. Annie will fetch you some scraps." As he watched his mother retreat into the house, Li Rue fell into a profound contemplation. He had never imagined that such tragic families still existed in contemporary society. With his considerable wealth, why not engage in something meaningful? Moments later, Wang Sume emerged, carrying a nylon bag filled with plastic bottles, and approached the boy, offering it to him. "Thank you, Annie Wang," the child replied politely. "Xiaoan, how have your grandfather and mother been lately?" "My mother is well, but my grandfather can no longer move." The words, spoken by the 7-year-old, conveyed a profound suffering. Yet they were delivered with an unsettling calmness, as if he had grown accustomed to such hardships. "Mom, since there's nothing pressing, why not take me to see this child's home?" Li Rue suggested, realizing that the family's plight was far more serious than he had anticipated. With one adult unable to care for themselves due to an intellectual disability and the other incapacitated by severe rheumatism, he felt compelled to intervene. "But I still need to weed the vegetable garden," his mother replied. "Mom, I have more money than I could ever spend. Why do you still bother with those vegetables? If you need something to do, why not engage in something more meaningful?" As his mother began to protest, Li Rue grasped her arm firmly and led her toward the Land Rover parked in the yard. This time, he had no intention of driving the sports car or bringing along bodyguards. "Child, get in the car. Let's visit your home," Li Rue said as he arrived at the entrance. The boy hesitated, still sorting through his scraps. Clearly apprehensive, he was wary of Li Rui until he noticed Wang Sumei greeting him from the back seat, which eased his fears. As the child approached the car door, Wang Sumei had already opened it. He glanced between the open door and the large bag of urea slung over his shoulder, uncertain where to place it. Observing this, Li Rui stepped out of the vehicle, took the child's bag from him, and casually tossed it aside, pondering how little it might fetch. I will give you 100 yuan. You can forego those items, Li Rui stated, presenting a crimson 100 yuan note to the child. The child, not one to decline, readily accepted the bill. However, despite having received the money, there was no movement towards the vehicle. The child remained rooted to the spot, eyes fixated on a large bag of discarded items lying nearby. How much can you sell that bag of rubbish for? I've already given you 100 yuan. What do you still need those scraps for? Hurry up and get in the car. Take me to your home. Based on Li Rui's experience, the collection of plastic bottles would barely fetch 7 or 8 yuan. Given his current financial standing, he would not even bother picking up 100 yuan if it were to fall to the ground. Thus, he found it difficult to comprehend the child's thoughts. This is for my grandmother's medicine. Selling this will allow us to buy rice, the child replied, first eyeing the 100 yuan note in his left hand, then pointing at the bag of refuse on the ground. What if I place your bag of rubbish in the trunk? That should suffice, right? Realizing that the child would not budge without the bag, Li Rui reluctantly opened the trunk and tossed the refuse inside. Though the Land Rover Range Rover was not on par with the supercars, it was still a 1.3 million yuan vehicle. He never imagined he would find himself in a situation where it was used to carry trash. Once the child saw that Li Rui had placed the refuse in the trunk, he carefully folded the 100 yuan note and tucked it into his tattered, dirty pocket. Seeing that the child had finally entered the vehicle, Li Rui quickly got in and started the engine. A casual glance back revealed that the child was not seated properly, but was instead crouched on the floor mats. Shaoan, why don't you sit up? It's fine. Auntie, my pants are very dirty. I'm comfortable like this. Shaoan, please sit up. My brother won't mind. Wang Sumei said, glancing up at Li Rui, urging him to intervene. Child, you should sit. It's not safe to crouch. If I have to make a sudden stop, your nose will have an intimate encounter with the seat. Li Rui understood his mother's intent immediately and quickly encouraged the child. For him, the vehicle was of little consequence. Even if it got dirty, it wouldn't bother him, especially since he had already torn the child's clothes. Upon hearing Li Rui's encouragement, the child finally perched on the edge of the seat. Observing this, Li Rui reflected on how children from impoverished backgrounds often mature far quicker than their affluent counterparts. Learning to read others' expressions at such a young age, being in a rural area with no nearby shops, and given that the child had torn his own clothes, Li Rui drove around the village seeking to borrow a piece of clothing from a local with similarly aged children. Afterward, he set off towards Shilong village. The distance was roughly 5 to 6 kilometers. Walking would take about 2 hours, but by car, it was a mere 7 or 8 minutes to the entrance of Shilong village. Following the child's directions, the vehicle entered a 3-meter-wide concrete road, proceeding to the end before navigating through muddy paths for 700 or 800 meters, finally stopping at a mud brick house. Child, is this your home? Li Rui gazed incredulously at the dilapidated earthen brick house before him, questioning how it could still be habitable. Half of the structure had already collapsed, with only the other half precariously holding on. Several sturdy wooden beams propped up one side of the wall, and Li Rui was certain that if those beams were removed, the entire house would crumble instantly. Ah, yes, this is my home. Observing the child's reaction, Li Rui felt an inexplicable stirring within him. He saw not a trace of negativity on the child's face, nor any sense of disappointment or inferiority due to the house's decrepitude. Only pure joy at the prospect of returning home. Lead the way, little one, he encouraged, for the earthen brick house stood right before them. However, as Li Rui surveyed the surroundings, he realized there was no visible path, as the area was engulfed in weeds towering at least a person's height. All right, the child responded, straining as he hoisted a whole bag of scrap metal he had just retrieved from the car's trunk onto his back. Chapter 83. The Li Family Charity Foundation, upon witnessing the small figure submerged beneath an entire bag of urea, Li Rui felt a pang of compassion and instinctively reached out to assist the child. Let me help you with that, he offered. The child turned to him, silent yet resolutely shook his head. Very well, lead the way, Li Rui conceded, observing how the child valued the discarded items as treasures and refrained from further insistence. As soon as Li Rui finished speaking, the child ventured into the thicket. Watching the child disappear into the underbrush, Li Rui was left in a state of bewilderment. Wasn't he supposed to be leading the way? This hardly seemed like a proper path. With curiosity piqued, Li Rue stepped closer and bent down to investigate the dense foliage, discovering, to his surprise, a narrow path obscured by the towering grass. Turning back to Wang Sume, he remarked, "Mother, perhaps you should wait here. This path is quite treacherous. I have traversed far more challenging paths than this," she retorted, her determination evident. "Now hurry along." With a sense of resignation, Li Rue plunged into the thicket. Relieved to find the path was not far at all, emerging from the greenery after only a few meters. Once his mother emerged as well, Li Rue made his way to the main entrance of the earthen brick house. At that moment, the child had placed the urea bag on the ground, surrounded by a growing pile of discarded water bottles and cardboard. The closer they approached the earthen house, the more pungent the odor became, reminiscent of a foul, stagnant ditch that had not been cleaned for years. Following the noxious scent, Li Rue found himself on the side of the house that had collapsed, resembling a veritable garbage dump, strewn with an abundance of household refuse. The acrid stench emanated from this very spot. Covering his nose, Li Rue surveyed the area. Noting that the house sat in a low-lying region, with a village path above, it was evident that the refuse had been dumped here by others. A frown creased his brow. This was an egregious affront. With a furrowed brow, Li Rue returned to a small door where the child removed the wooden latch. With a creak, the door swung open, and a cough echoed from within, followed by a frail, elderly voice. "Cough, cough, is that you, Shaoan? Why are you home so early today?" "Grandfather, Aunt Wang has come to see you," the child replied. "Aunt Wang? Is she the one from Li family village who often brings you recyclables?" As the old wooden door fully opened, the dim and damp room was laid bare before Li Rue. The floor was not even concrete, but merely packed earth, and due to a leaky roof, several puddles had formed on the ground. An elderly man, with hair as white as snow, struggled to rise, leaning against the headboard, breathing heavily. For him, the seemingly simple act of getting out of bed appeared to require all his strength. Li Rue and Wang Sume stepped into the damp room behind the child. Upon seeing them, the old man attempted to lift the blanket covering him, trying to get out of bed, but his legs seemed unresponsive, even when he tried to assist himself with his hands. "Sir, there is no need to get up. I merely came to inquire about your family situation," Li Rue quickly interjected, noticing the man's struggle. "Greetings, greetings. Alas, I do not even have a place to sit," the old man replied, his expression reflecting his discomfort. "There is no need to sit. We can stand. We have come today merely to gain a simple understanding of your circumstances. Your grandson informed me that you are suffering from severe rheumatism and are unable to walk. Is that correct?" "You are?" "He has only mentioned a lady surnamed Wang, who often gives him some scrap materials. So he assumed that today's visitors were that same Aunt Wang. As for the young man, he does not recognize him, which makes him curious as to why the young man is inquiring about his condition. I am Li Rue, and this is my mother. We came to see your situation after hearing about you from your grandson. You are Li Rue? The Li Rue from Li family village? Not long ago, when I was still able to walk, I heard your name. You are quite a remarkable person." Upon hearing Li Rue's name, the old man instantly became excited. Li Rue's reputation in the vicinity might even surpass that of certain celebrities, explaining the old man's enthusiasm. "Yes, I am Li Rue. I hear from your grandson that your leg is incapacitated due to rheumatism. Is that so?" "Indeed, I have grown old and am of no use anymore. I can no longer work. If it weren't for the fear of dying and burdening my daughter and Xiao, I would genuinely wish for an end to my life, as it would spare Xiao and from being encumbered." Upon finishing this statement, the old man's eyes became red. Li Rue initially found it hard to believe that such impoverished families still exist in today's society, but upon witnessing the situation, he discovered it was even more dire than he had imagined. As Li Rue pondered this, a sound reminiscent of laughter and tears emanated from the back of the room. He turned to see the source of the sound, which was a locked door, and then looked at the old man with a puzzled expression. "Ah, that is my daughter. She has had intellectual disabilities since childhood, and in recent years, she has often been delusional. To prevent her from wandering off, I have no choice but to keep her locked inside the house." This Li Rue found himself at a loss for words. The situation was truly tragic beyond measure. This solidified his resolve to establish the Li Charity Foundation, leaving behind 2,000 yuan in cash for the old man. Li Rue and his mother exited the room and returned to their car. "Mother, I am planning to establish the Li Charity Foundation. You and father need not worry about the fields. I know you both are restless, so why not manage the charity foundation instead?" "Ah, but we know nothing about that." "No worries. I will assign someone knowledgeable to assist you. You need only oversee the operations. The scope of charitable assistance will be tentatively limited to Chunning County. Engaging in acts of kindness daily will also benefit your well-being. Wouldn't you agree? Can I really manage this? Absolutely, Mother. You can do it. There are many unfortunate souls in this world. While we may not possess the means to help everyone, within our capacity, every little bit counts. Your son currently has ample resources, and your charitable endeavors will also serve to accumulate virtue for him. Very well. Seeing Li Rui's determination, Wang Sume reluctantly agreed. All right then, I will initially invest 1 billion yuan into the charity foundation, and I will appoint a professional to assist you. 1 billion? That is an overwhelming amount. Mother, there are undoubtedly numerous families like Shao, Ann's, and Chunning County, as well as many elderly individuals living alone, grappling with the challenges of sustenance and healthcare. If we can alleviate the suffering of even one more person, it would greatly enhance the reputation of the Li family. Upon returning from Shilong Village to Li Family Village, Li Rui promptly contacted the mayor of Tianlong Town to discuss the child situation. With Li Rui financing the initiative, the town contributed efforts to construct a red brick house for the child's family, and funds were also allocated to transport the elderly gentleman to the hospital for treatment. In the days that followed, with the establishment of the Li Charity Foundation, the Li family of Li Family Village and Li Rui became revered figures akin to living bodhisattvas. Many households that had received assistance no longer worshipped deities, but instead honored Li Rui with longevity tablets, fervently kneeling and burning incense on the 1st and 15th days of each month to offer their blessings to him. However, that is a tale for another time. 3 days have elapsed since the press conference, and a live broadcast from that day not only circulated widely on platforms like Douyin, but also rapidly spread across the internet, marking the first time this obscure county has garnered national attention. Within an office building in the bustling metropolis, Yin Lingxian opened her computer to review the advertising proposals she had drafted recently. Suddenly, a recommended news article popped up in the lower right corner of her screen. As she prepared to move her mouse to close the bothersome notification, the words Chunning County stirred her heart deeply. Though she had never visited, she recalled him mentioning that he hailed from there, and it had lingered in her memory. Yin Lingxian gazed at the name of Chunning County for a considerable time, almost as if compelled by fate, before clicking on the recommended news article. The news reported that Tongfei Group was investing 100 billion in the semiconductor industry, with an annual output value of 400 billion and the creation of 60,000 high-paying jobs. As she scanned the startling information, she was astounded to learn of her hometown's remarkable progress. Yin Lingxian, what are you doing? Is it work hours, and you're reading the news? A voice, indistinguishable in gender, resonated from behind her. A sudden tension gripped her heart, prompting her to hastily close the news page and turn around with great difficulty. Chapter 84. The Cultured Beast Wenxin, you startled me. As Yun Jingshuan turned her head to see her classmate and dear friend Tang Wenxin trying to scare her with a pinched voice, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Hey, it's a good thing it's just me. If Zhu Qianxiong caught you engaging in non-work-related activities during office hours, he would surely berate you. That scoundrel has only been here for half a year, and thanks to his sister being the general manager, he has already landed a managerial position. His work capabilities are lacking, but his connections are unparalleled, Tang Wenxin complained softly. Shoo! Yun Jingshuan placed a finger to her lips, craning her neck and scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was paying attention to them before she felt at ease. Keep your voice down. If someone else hears you and reports it, you'll be in trouble. You know how petty Zhu Tianxiong can be. I certainly know how petty Zhu Tianxiong is. Half a year ago, when he first arrived and saw how beautiful you are, he tried to pursue you. After you rejected him, he became furious and started spreading rumors about you, claiming you were being kept by some wealthy man. Only you, Lingshan, could endure such nonsense. Had it been me, I would have already torn into him, Tang Wenxin muttered quietly. Wenxin, what can I do? I need this job. After all, I have such a mother, Yun Jingshuan replied, her voice low and disheartened. What's wrong? Is your mother calling you again for money? Lingshan, you really shouldn't be supporting her. Even though we earn over 10,000 a month in this bustling city, our expenses are substantial. Just renting a shabby place costs 3,000 to 4,000. Every time we receive our salary, your mother demands money, and it's not for necessities. She's using it for gambling. Isn't that a bottomless pit? But what can I do? She is my mother, and if I don't give her money, she just cries. That's just an act. Surely you can see that? How much have you given her over the past 3 years? It must be around 200,000, right? Last I heard, she's in debt for tens of thousands. If this continues, it's a never-ending cycle. Pretty much, Yun Jingshuan replied softly, her eyes reddening. She worked tirelessly from afar, hoping to save enough to build her parents a decent home, one that wouldn't be on the brink of collapse. Yet, her mother squandered all the money on gambling and accumulated a mountain of debt. She felt utterly lost. Now Zhu Tianxiong has taken the managerial position and constantly seeks to trouble you. How is it fair that he became a manager in just half a year? We graduated from university and have been here for 3 years, yet we are still mere employees. It's utterly unjust. If it comes to it, let us just quit and return to Xing City. Although the salary is lower, at least we wouldn't have to endure this nonsense. Tang Wenxin observed Yun Jingshuan's reddened eyes and disheartened demeanor, swiftly changing the subject. Yun Jingshuan sighed deeply, about to respond, when she noticed a man in his late 20s entering the office area. He wore polished shoes, a professional suit, and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement. Yin Lingxian whispered a reminder to Tang Wenxin. Wenxin, Zhu Tianxiong has arrived. Tang Wenxin instantly understood and pretended to be engrossed in her materials as she returned to her seat. How is your advertising campaign coming along, Yin Lingxian? Zhu Tianxiong inquired as he approached her, adjusting his glasses. Manager Zhu, the advertising plan is complete and currently under review, she replied. Oh, quite prompt indeed. Allow me to take a look, he said. After a brief glance at the first page, he dismissed her efforts, stating, this advertising plan is decent, but it falls short of the client's requirements. Please revise it. Manager Zhu, you have only viewed the first page. You have yet to see the subsequent sections. Yin Lingxian explained calmly, despite her simmering frustration at his hasty judgment, which undermined her weeks of hard work. If the first page does not meet the client's expectations, why bother continuing? Yin Lingxian, your capabilities are commendable. A few adjustments may render it acceptable, he replied with a seemingly benign smile that belied his true motives. Unbeknownst to others, this smile was laced with malice. Should you agree to be my girlfriend for a month and accompany me for leisure, your advertising plan would be instantly approved, and you could assume the role of team leader. What do you think? Zhu Tianxiong leaned closer, whispering lewd suggestions into her ear. You, Zhu Tianxiong, are crossing the line. Yin Lingxian trembled with indignation, unable to contain herself any longer. She rose and reprimanded him loudly. What has gotten into you, Yin Lingxian? I merely requested a revision of the advertising plan. Why such a fierce outburst? Zhu Tianxiong feigned innocence as his loud voice drew the attention of several employees in the office, subtly positioning Yin Lingxian as insubordinate. Calm down, everyone. There's nothing to worry about. Yin Lingxian is just having a rough time at home, he said, smirking triumphantly at her as the others settled back down. He adjusted his glasses once more and added quietly, jobs are hard to come by these days. Just look at the unemployment rate in the city. Patience is key. There's no need for such a temper. By the way, I heard you live in a rundown area. How can such a place suit you? If you serve me well, I could arrange a 3-bedroom apartment for you. Think it over. As Zhu Tianxiong concluded his remarks with a smug smile and turned to leave, tears welled in Yun Lingxuan's eyes. She felt an overwhelming urge to slap him and declare her resignation, but she knew she could not afford to lose this job. Given the current economic climate, finding work in the city again would be nearly impossible. Yin Lingxian, Zhu Tianxiong appears refined, yet he is nothing more than a wolf in sheep's clothing. He has only been a department manager for a month and is already putting you through such trials. What will you do moving forward? Tang Wenxin gently pulled Yin Lingxian back in her seat as she spoke. However, Wenxin, given the current economic climate, if I were to resign, it would undoubtedly be exceedingly difficult to secure another position. If my mother cannot obtain the necessary funds, those creditors may very well threaten her life. As Yin Lingxian spoke, a solitary tear cascaded down her cheek, leaving her to ponder the bitterness of her existence. Back when she was nearing her university graduation, her mother had learned of her relationship and asserted that without a dowry of at least 300,000 yuan, she would never consent to the marriage. Yet, she was acutely aware that her boyfriend hailed from a modest rural background, with the expenses of his college education being cobbled together by his uncles and aunts. How could he possibly shoulder such a hefty dowry? Thus, she forsook her promise to remain in Xingqing with him, opting instead to venture to the bustling metropolis of Modu, where opportunities abounded and salaries were more lucrative. She aspired to earn her own income and persuade him to marry her. She had naively believed that their love could withstand the trials of distance. Yet fate had other plans. 6 months later, he ended their relationship, and now, the world around her had changed irrevocably, leaving them with no possibility of reconciliation. Overwhelmed by her sorrow, Yin Lingxian could no longer contain herself and collapsed on her desk, quietly sobbing. Chapter 85. The prospective son-in-law arrives. Mom, I'm hungry. What is there to eat? As usual, Li Rue, who had risen from slumber at the leisurely hour of 10 in the morning, rushed downstairs, calling out to his mother in search of sustenance. Is it not already 10 o'clock? Why not sleep until noon for lunch? His mother replied, There's millet porridge in the pot. Just heat it up yourself. Your cousin Yuhan is bringing her boyfriend home today, and I'm heading over to your Uncle Bai's house for a visit. Yuhan is bringing her boyfriend home? Mom, wait for me. I want to see too. It's been rather dull in the village lately, except for the initial hustle and bustle of the ancestral worship ceremony. The prospect of some lively entertainment piqued Li Rue's interest. Calm down. Yuhan hasn't even arrived yet. Finish your breakfast first and then go. Your father has already left some time ago, and I want tea wait for you, his mother said, swiftly exiting the house. Li Rue hesitated for a moment, contemplating following her, but the pangs of hunger in his stomach compelled him to prioritize filling his belly first. Considering his current wealth, affording a housekeeper, or even 100, was no challenge at all. He could indulge in luxurious meals at any hour, yet he preferred not to. This was his home, and he wished to keep it free from too many outsiders. Moreover, only his mother's breakfast could truly satisfy his palate. While Li Rue relished the delightful breakfast prepared by his mother, a BMW 3 Series glided into the 8-meter-wide village road of Li Family Village, occupied by a young couple. Inside the car, the young woman radiated excitement, while the young man appeared utterly astonished. Yuhan, is this your village? You said it was just an ordinary place. This road rivals a national highway. And what is that palatial structure behind your village? Those flags bear the name Li. Having just turned off the national highway and into Li Family Village, Deng Changyu was momentarily taken aback by the grandeur of the building behind the village. And that impressive villa over there. Whose is it? It looks quite expensive. It's just a regular village. The building behind is our Li family's ancestral hall, newly constructed this year. That villa belongs to my 6th uncle, Yuhan explained to her boyfriend, Deng Changyu. Is your family's ancestral hall really that magnificent? It must have cost a pretty penny. What does your uncle do to afford such wealth? You've never mentioned it before, Deng Changyu inquired, astonished by the opulence of the ancestral hall and the affluence of Yuhan's 6th uncle, realizing her family was far from ordinary. Indeed, the ancestral hall cost 50 million to build. As for my 6th uncle, he simply works in agriculture, Yuhan replied with a calm demeanor, though her pride was unmistakable. Possessing such an ancestral hall was a source of pride for every member of the Li clan. Impressive. It seems your clan is quite large, and united have pooled together 50 million for the ancestral hall. Our clan can't even locate our family tree. Deng Changyu expressed his admiration for such a cohesive and belonging-oriented clan. As for my girlfriend's claim that her 6th uncle is a farmer, he finds it hard to believe. How could a farmer afford such an imposing villa? He is also intrigued by the idea of farming, yet he refrains from probing further, knowing that there will be ample opportunities to learn in the future, when he mistakenly assumes that the ancestral hall was built through family contributions. Li Yuhan chooses not to elaborate further. She is about to introduce her boyfriend to her parents and is overwhelmingly anxious, leaving little room for other concerns. You still have the presence of mind to worry about other matters when you're about to meet my parents? You don't seem nervous at all, she remarks. Duh. What's there to be nervous about? It's just meeting parents. They can't possibly eat me alive, Deng Changyu replies with a smirk, exuding an air of nonchalance. As the vehicle enters the village, Deng Changyu spots several Lincoln Navigators and other luxury cars, each worth over $1 million. This revelation astonishes him, and upon questioning his girlfriend, he learns they belong to her relatives. At that moment, he begins to grasp the incongruity. How could her family be the ordinary rural clan she had described? With cars worth over $1 million each, it seems every household possesses at least one, shattering his previous confidence that stemmed from driving his 300,000 yuan BMW 3 Series. Noticing Deng Changyu's once self-assured smile vanish, replaced by a look of palpable anxiety, Li Yuhan inquires, "What's wrong? Just a moment ago, you seemed unafraid of anything. Why the sudden change? Yuhan, didn't you say your family is just an ordinary rural family? This doesn't resemble a rural family at all. Your family can't be one of those hidden prominent clans, can it? I've heard that such families have many rules and fierce elders," Deng Changyu says, instinctively shrinking back, his demeanor shifting to one of trepidation. "I told you, my family is just an ordinary one. Some of these cars were gifts from my cousin Li Ruetong, while others were purchased by my other cousins who made money through business. My relatives are all very down-to-earth and kind. You needn't worry," she reassures him. When Deng Changyu opens his mouth to express further questions, Li Yuhan shoots him a stern look. Enough with the chatter. We'll soon arrive at my home. Focus on how to impress my parents, she insists. With that admonition, Deng Chongyu quickly silences his myriad of queries. As they pass by Li Ruitong's residence, he catches sight of an exceptionally eye-catching purple sports car parked in the yard. My goodness, a Venom GT, he exclaims, his eyes nearly bulging. Being an automobile enthusiast, he is familiar with 90 of the vehicles on the market, and he has seen numerous videos of this 80 million yuan supercar, one of his favorites. Yuan, do you know how much that purple supercar costs? Deng Chongyu stutters, his teeth chattering in disbelief. Yes, I believe it's around 80 million. I haven't seen it myself, but I heard my brother Li Tai mention it, she replies. Yuan, you're deceiving me. This is far from an ordinary family. Your family must be a hidden elite clan. Why didn't you tell me sooner? How can I present my modest gifts now? Perhaps we should reconsider meeting your parents today. To afford a luxury sports car worth over 80 million, they certainly do not belong to an ordinary rural family. They must be part of an illustrious lineage residing in seclusion, which only intensifies the anxiety in my heart. You do tend to ramble, but look ahead. My parents are already outside. As Li Yuhan observed her boyfriend's apprehensive demeanor, she cast him a sidelong glance and gestured for him to focus on what lay ahead. Following her gaze, Deng Chongyu saw a gathering of people awaiting them in front of a grand residence. It was all too overwhelming. Just moments ago, he had approached this encounter with a cavalier attitude, thinking it would simply be a casual meeting with her parents. Now, however, his legs trembled with trepidation as he struggled to bring the car to a halt amidst the crowd. Seeing that his girlfriend had already exited the vehicle, he reluctantly steeled himself to open the door and step out. Chapter 86. The nocturnal cries after finishing his breakfast, Li Rue promptly set off towards Uncle Ba's house. The arrival of a prospective son-in-law is one of the most cherished spectacles in rural life. Uncle Ba's home was not far from Li Rue's, and as he turned right upon exiting his house, he spotted a cluster of uncles and his parents gathered around, observing a girl who stood with her back to him, engaged in conversation. It was evident without a doubt that this was his cousin, Li Yuhan, and the young man beside her must be the boyfriend she had brought along. Yuhan, you brought your boyfriend back? Li Rue called out with a smile as he approached, maintaining a distance of several meters from the group. Ruego, Li Yuan, having just greeted her parents and uncles, turned around upon hearing her name. She quickly recognized her cousin, Li Rue, and sweetly greeted him. And this is your boyfriend? Li Rue, who had been smiling at his cousin's greeting, suddenly turned his gaze towards Deng Chongyu, his demeanor becoming unexpectedly serious. Yes, this is my boyfriend, Deng Chongyu, Li Yuhan replied, pulling Deng Chongyu forward to make a formal introduction to Li Rue. Seeing Li Rue nod in acknowledgement, she continued, this is my cousin, Li Rue. Then, on tiptoe, she leaned in to whisper in Deng Chongyu's ear, that purple Venom GT belongs to my cousin. He is the most capable and respected member of our entire family, so do be courteous. Upon hearing Li Yuhan's hushed reminder, Deng Chongyu shivered slightly. Though he couldn't fathom how someone just a year or two older than himself could hold such prestige within the family. The mere thought of standing before someone who could afford an 80 million supercar made it difficult for him to remain informal. Ruega, do you smoke? Deng Chongyu ventured. Imitating Iwan's grating. Trembling, he offered a cigarette to Li Rue, feeling that the pressure emanating from this young man exceeded even that of their hospital's director. There's no need to be so nervous. I don't bite. Li Rue waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he did not smoke. He found himself quite favorably disposed towards his cousin's boyfriend, who appeared well-mannered and possibly a doctor. His earlier serious expression had been purely instinctive. All right, you needn't worry about me. Today is primarily for you to gain your parents' approval, Li Rue said with a smile, addressing Li Yuhan. He was merely there to enjoy the spectacle and did not wish to overshadow the occasion. With that, he made his way towards his parents. As he walked over and greeted the elders, Li Rue positioned himself behind his mother, eager to observe the lively atmosphere. Now that everyone has exchanged greetings, let's head inside and take a seat, Li Yonghu said solemnly. After raising a daughter for 21 years, he grappled with an indescribable mix of emotions as he faced the prospect of her being whisked away by another. The group entered the house, each finding a place to sit, with Deng Chongyu and Li Yuhan following suit. As Deng Chongyu took in the scene, reminiscent of a tribunal, he felt his legs tremble with anxiety. Li Rue couldn't help but stifle a laugh upon witnessing the palpable anxiety of his cousin's boyfriend. Such a moment. The first encounter with prospective in-laws is undoubtedly one of life's most nerve-wracking experiences. The ensuing interrogation by various elders felt as though they were meticulously uncovering every detail of Deng Chonyu's ancestry. leaving Li Rue drenched in cold sweat. Relieved that he was not the one under scrutiny. This thorough questioning persisted for over half an hour before it finally concluded. After the commotion, Li Rue returned home with his parents, only to find their expressions stern and unyielding. With trepidation, he inquired, "What troubles you, Mom and Dad? Who has upset you? How old is your cousin? How old are you? At 25, why aren't you married yet?" They pressed. "Indeed, Xiao Rue," they continued. "Your younger cousins are already preparing for marriage. Previously, you claimed to prioritize your career due to financial constraints. Yet now that you have amassed considerable wealth, it is time to settle down." "All right, Mom and Dad," Li Rue replied with confidence. "With my capabilities, do you think I would struggle to find a partner? If I were to express my availability, women would line up for miles to marry me. Within 2 years, I assure you, you will be grandparents." Aware of his parents' urgent push for marriage, he quickly promised, "Let us navigate this hurdle first." Feeling fatigued, he announced, "I'm a bit tired. I'm going to take a short nap. Please don't wake me for lunch." Noticing that his parents still wore disapproving faces, he hastily sought an excuse and dashed upstairs. Unfortunately, Li Rue soon realized that while he could escape the immediate pressures, he could not evade the relentless topic of marriage. During dinner that evening, his parents cornered him once more, reiterating their desire for him to settle down, prompting him to decide that staying in the village was no longer an option. Otherwise, he would be hounded to death by his parents. The relentless marriage discussions persisted from 8 p.m. until midnight, at which point his parents finally allowed him to retire for the night. Exhausted from the ordeal, Li Rue collapsed onto his bed, losing all interest in scrolling through Douyin to send gifts for attention from beautiful women. In his dreams, he envisioned a splendid wedding with a woman he adored, blessed with a multitude of children. However, amidst this blissful reverie, he began to hear faint cries of a child and the distant sound of a car. Groggily awakening, Li Rue could not discern whether the cries were a figment of his dreams or reality. He fumbled for the bedside lamp, illuminating the room, and glanced at his phone, revealing it was only 5:30 a.m. At such an early hour, how could there be a child crying? He mused, concluding that the sound must have originated from his dream. Stifling a yawn and rubbing his sleepy eyes, he intended to resume his slumber. Yet, just as he lay back down and closed his eyes, the cries of a child grew louder, and this time he was certain this was no dream. With his acute hearing, he recognized that the cries were indeed real. Suddenly alert, he sat up, straining to identify the source of the sound. Moments later, he discerned that it was emanating from the left rear of his home. That would be from the house of his fifth uncle. But wait, his fifth uncle had no children. The sun was nearly rising. Could it possibly be a ghost? Li Rue found himself unable to elucidate the source of the sound, resorting instead to conjecture in an attempt to validate its origin. The family of his fifth uncle comprised 4 children, 3 boys and 1 girl. The eldest boy, at the age of 26, had been married for over a year, yet had not yet welcomed a child. The other 2 boys, aged 23 and 20, were also unmarried, which raised the question of where a child's cries could possibly originate. With a sense of perplexity, Li Rue rose from his bed, donned his clothes, and prepared to investigate the matter further, determined to discern whether it was a human or supernatural occurrence. Just as he finished dressing, an even louder cry echoed through the air, this time unmistakably that of an adult woman, accompanied by the harsh rebuke of a man. This unsettling realization prompted Li Rue to suspect that something was amiss, urging him to hasten to the door and descend the stairs. Meanwhile, the lights in his parents' room had flickered on. He knocked on the door and called out, "Dad, Mom, it seems there is trouble at Fifth Uncle's house. We must go and take a look." Chapter 87. Seeking justice from Uncle Chi, Li Rue, accompanied by his parents, stepped out of their courtyard, directing their gaze towards the residence of their fifth uncle. The lights in his uncle's yard had illuminated, and outside, several figures had already gathered, the sounds emanating from that direction. As Li Rue scanned the surroundings, he noted that the village, which should have been enveloped in darkness, was gradually coming to life with lights, evidently roused by the cries from his uncle's home. "Father, let us go and see." A foreboding feeling welled up within Li Rue. "All right, let us hasten," his father replied. Just as the 3 of them had walked a few dozen meters, a bright light swiftly approached them from the direction of his uncle's house. Moments later, Li Rue discerned the figure. It was his fifth uncle, Li Yongguang. "What has happened?" Li Yongzheng inquired, noticing his brother's reddened eyes, glistening with tears, his teeth clenched tightly in agitation. Wiping his eyes with his hand, Li Yongguang spoke with a voice laced with sorrow and indignation. "Sixth brother, Xiao Rei, you must come with me to see for yourselves." Exchanging glances with his father, Li Rui and his father hastily followed Li Yongguang. Meanwhile, throughout the village of Li, numerous lights began converging towards Li Yongguang's home. As they drew nearer, the cries grew louder, and with his extraordinary eyesight, aided by the glow emanating from the courtyard, Li Rui soon discerned his aunt, Ma Xinlian, weeping on the ground, with a figure lying before her, accompanied by a small child wailing beside it. Upon witnessing this distressing scene, Li Rui did not greet his father, but instead surged forward with urgency. What is going on? Reaching the figure on the ground, Li Rui observed that it was a woman, her face marred by blood, rendering her features unrecognizable, her arms bruised and battered. Xiao Rui, this is your cousin Jiangwan. You must seek justice for her. Maxine, who had just been sobbing uncontrollably, hastily sat up, disregarding the dust on her hands, and grasped Li Rui's arm. Cousine Li Jianglan, the sole daughter among his uncle's 4 children. How could she have ended up in such a state? What could have transpired? Li Hui, noticing that his aunt continued to weep without revealing the cause, raised his voice to press for answers. In recent days, Li Rui's reputation had soared, and even though Ma Xinlian was his elder, her sobs gradually subsided as she began to recount the events. We had just heard a child's cries and arose to investigate. Upon turning on the lights, we spotted a van on the road, but as we approached, it drove away. Lele said her father beat her mother like this. That scoundrel Ding Chong assaults them whenever he drinks, and this time he has left my daughter in this state. My poor daughter is even with child. As Aunt Wu finished recounting all that she knew, Li Rui's teeth ground together with a chilling sound. His gaze turned towards his cousin Li Jianglan, who lay on the ground. Her abdomen was conspicuously swollen, indicating that she was likely 7 or 8 months pregnant. His eyes then swept downwards, landing on the large pool of crimson blood on the ground, igniting a fiery rage within him. How dare they treat a daughter of the Li family in such a manner? They must pay dearly for this. His furious roar reverberated throughout the village, urging the villagers of Li family village, who were hastening to the home of Li Yongguang, to quicken their steps. Xiao Rui, what has happened? At that moment, Li Yong was approaching rapidly and inquired about his son's predicament. However, Li Rui was consumed by an overwhelming fury, rendering him incapable of answering his father's question. Sixth brother, allow me to explain, said Li Yongguang, a middle-aged man in his 50s, whose tears flowed freely upon witnessing his daughter's dire condition. As he cried and recounted the events, Li Yongzheng could no longer contain his rage, cursing vehemently. How dare they harm my niece in such a way? I will ensure he pays for this. The fact that this lifelong farmer, typically mild-mannered, could utter such fierce words attested to the depth of his anger. Within the next couple of minutes, Li Yongjin, Li Yongchun, Li Yonghuan, Li Yongda, Li Yonghu, Su Dingxiang, and their children arrived at the scene. Upon realizing that the woman lying on the ground was Li Jianglan, the men's eyes blazed with fury, while the women wept openly. Have you called for an ambulance? At last, Li Rui snapped back to reality from his intense anger and asked his 5th uncle. It has already been done. The county's ambulance is en route, replied his uncle. Hearing this, Li Rui nodded and inadvertently caught sight of Deng Changyu in the crowd. Suddenly recalling that his mother mentioned this young man was a doctor, he quickly pulled him by the arm and brought him to Li Jianglan's side. What's going on? Take a look. Deng Changyu, still in a state of confusion, bent down to inspect the unconscious woman. Realizing her condition was indeed grave, he hastily began his examination. Brother Rui, she is in a state of severe coma, with multiple soft tissue injuries on her face and limbs. Her hands and feet are swollen and bruised, and she is losing a considerable amount of blood. The fetus may not survive, Deng Changyu reported candidly after his assessment. Can you do anything to help her? Li Hui imploded. Brother Rui, I am merely an outpatient doctor. Her condition requires a multidisciplinary approach to treatment. Moreover, with no resources at hand, there is little that can be done here. We must get her to the hospital as swiftly as possible. Li Rui was not surprised by Deng Changyu's explanation. He understood that there was little hope in this dire situation. As the saying goes, a skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. Without medication or equipment, even a doctor could do nothing to save a life. If that were possible, he could simply purchase an advanced medical android through the system. Lele, I implore you to ask your 7th uncle to speak on behalf of your mother. Ma Xinlian gently pulled the still weeping child towards Li Rui. 5-year-old Ding Lele, having heard her grandmother mention that the person before her was indeed her 7th uncle, who could advocate for her mother, felt a surge of resentment as she recalled her father, who frequently inflicted pain upon both her and her mother. In her eyes, there was not a trace of affection for her father, only bitterness. Wiping away her tears with her small hands, she abruptly ceased her sobbing and knelt before Li Rue. Her tender voice tinged with the remnants of her cries as she pleaded, "Please, seventh uncle, stand up for my mother." Li Rue, meanwhile, was preoccupied with thoughts of when the emergency vehicle would arrive and whether he should transport Jianglan's sister partway to meet the ambulance. It was then that he heard Leilei's voice. He swiftly lifted Ding Leilei, gently wiped her tears, and pinched her cheek. Looking into her eyes with a calm demeanor, he assured her, "Your mother is one of us, a member of the Li family. No one shall bully a member of the Li family and go unscathed. I will ensure that he pays 100-fold for his actions." Chapter 88. Blood for Blood. Fifth Aunt, please fetch a blanket for Jiang Lantang to cover her. Although it is summer, the temperature at 5 a.m. is still rather low. Given that Li Jianglan has sustained such severe injuries and lost a considerable amount of blood, Li Rue insisted that fifth aunt retrieve a blanket. Yes, how could I forget?" Ma Xinlian exclaimed as she slapped her forehead, wiping away the tears and snot from her face before turning to go inside to fetch the blanket. Faced with this heart-wrenching scene, everyone else felt utterly helpless, left to silently await the arrival of the ambulance. This prompted Li Rue to contemplate whether it would be prudent to establish a hospital in Lijia village. The facility need not be grand. He could directly procure advanced medical biohumans from the system and acquire state-of-the-art medical equipment. This would enable them to treat local villagers, preventing the need to transport patients to a hospital 20 kilometers away or even to Xing City for more critical cases. With this thought in mind, Li Rue resolved to purchase 10 advanced biohuman doctors and establish a small clinic in Lijia village, dedicated to caring for the Li family and neighboring villagers. The cost of the 10 biohumans amounted to a staggering 300 million, yet Li Rue felt no qualm about the expense. 20 minutes passed in a tense silence, and then, from a distance, Li Rue spotted flashing red and blue lights at the village entrance. As dawn had yet to break and the small county town was devoid of traffic, the ambulance did not activate its siren. Upon entering Lijia village, the ambulance came to a halt beside a van parked along the national highway. Inside sat 2 men, one stout and one thin, both in their late 20s. "The ambulance has arrived. She should be fine now. Our task is complete," the thin man said as he lit a cigarette and exhaled a smoke ring. "Indeed, as long as she survives, everything will be manageable. If she dies, we won't escape blame," the stout man retorted, snatching the cigarette from the thin man's lips to indulge in it himself. "I have heard of Ding Chan's penchant for domestic violence, but I never imagined it could be this severe. She is so beautiful and pregnant with his child, yet he could treat her this way. What drives him to such cruelty?" The thin man mused, accepting his loss without protest as he lit another cigarette. "I know a bit about that. I heard the Ding family had latched onto a powerful connection, and the daughter of this big shot has taken a liking to Ding Chan. He demanded his wife terminate the pregnancy and divorce him, but she refused. That's when he resorted to violence," the stout man explained. "Is that so? No wonder the Ding family can act so tyrannically in our town. Even the fiercest of beasts would not harm their own offspring. Such actions are beyond the pale for most. This is not our concern. We traveled 200 kilometers to dispose of a body. Each of us stands to gain 3,000. Who would refuse such an opportunity?" The stout man waved a handful of red banknotes. The ambulance halted in front of the crowd, and 3 medical personnel disembarked. After a brief examination, they lifted Li Jianglan onto a stretcher and loaded her into the vehicle. "Who are the parents of the injured?" they inquired. "I, Ma Xinlian," and Li Yongguang stepped forward to respond. "One of you must accompany the vehicle. Who will it be?" "Xinlian, you take Leilei." This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Li Yongguang seethed with rage, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He was determined to ensure that scoundrel faced justice, yet it was evident that his solitary strength would not suffice. To leverage the power of the family, adherence to clan regulations was imperative. This entailed rallying the clan members and conducting a vote, a protocol established at the inception of the clan's rules. "Very well," Ma Xinlian acquiesced, reaching for Ding Leilei's hand as they prepared to board the ambulance. Just before stepping inside, the 5-year-old girl, with tear-streaked cheeks, gazed intently at Li Rue. Understanding her unspoken plea, Li Rue approached, knelt beside her, and gently ruffled her hair, assuring her, "Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise to you. You have 12 uncles here, and we shall not let those who have wronged your mother escape unscathed. Will you stand against those who bully our sister?" Li Rue stood tall, surveying the crowd with solemn conviction. "Absolutely, blood for blood," 12 voices thundered in unison. As the ambulance receded from view, Li Rue retrieved his phone and dialed a number. It rang for several seconds before being answered, a weary voice emanating from the device. Hello, who is this? It's me. Li Hui. Li, my brother? It's only 6 in the morning. What brings you to call? Upon recognizing Li Rue's voice, Ning Guoyang became alert, glancing at the clock that confirmed the early hour. Ning, ine da favor. My cousin has sustained severe injuries and has been taken to the county hospital. I require the finest physician available. What? Your cousin is gravely injured? That is no problem. I will contact the hospital director immediately. How did she get hurt? Is there anything I can do to assist? No need. This is a family matter that I will handle myself. Allowing the authorities to deal with such scum would only grant him an easy reprieve. After ending the call, Li Rue gathered all the adult males of the family and proceeded to the Li clan ancestral hall behind the village. Once everyone was seated in the council chamber of the main hall, Li Yongjin, as the nominal clan leader, spoke first. Fifth brother, how do you intend to address this matter? Elder brother, Jianglan is such a wonderful child. She has suffered immensely, Li Yongguang lamented, tears welling once more at the thought of his daughter's plight. Why discuss it further? Let us march straight to his home and take his head. Does he truly believe we, her family, will remain passive in the face of such treatment against our daughter? Li Yongda slammed his palm against the table, breathing heavily, his eyes ablaze. Uncle, I must kill him. I will ensure his demise. He dared to strike my sister. I will stake my life to see him dead. I will kill him. The 20-year-old Li Wenlong, consumed by fury at the thought of his sister's suffering, appeared almost deranged. When Jianglan wed, we, her brothers, had made a solemn pact with Ding Chong that if he dared to mistreat her, we would seek retribution. It is evident that he has disregarded our family entirely. I vow to avenge this wrong. I shall not be considered a man otherwise, Li Tsong declared through gritted teeth, his fury palpable. As the leader of the younger generation, he ought to have maintained composure, yet the thought of his cousin's tragic plight rendered him unable to contain his emotions. By heavens, if we do not exact vengeance, our family shall lose all honor, and we shall become the subject of ridicule for lacking courage. I care not for the family's decisions. I alone will wield the blade and strike down that scoundrel. With that, Li Weiguang seized a teacup from the table and shattered it upon the floor. You little rascal, your father is still alive. Should it come to taking a blade to that scoundrel, it will not be your turn yet. Li Yongda chided as he playfully nudged Li Weiguang's backside. Chapter 89. The drum of the clan sounds 9 times enough with the noise for now. Xiao Rue, what do you propose we do? Should we report this to the authorities, or handle it ourselves? Li Yongjin intervened, halting the aimless discussions of the others and seeking Li Rue's counsel. Reporting it would be too lenient for him. Let us await news from Fifth Aunt, Li Rue replied. Well, if you feel that way. Li Yongjin hesitated, contemplating further remarks, but ultimately refrained. As the eldest elder of the family, though he harbored great anger and a desire for vengeance, he was equally concerned about the potential cost to the lives of the younger generation. Do not worry, uncle. I will not kill him. It would be too merciful. I intend to make him wish he were dead. As dawn broke, the clock struck 7, and Li Yongguang's phone rang. He swiftly answered, his impatience palpable as he inquired, what is the situation with Jianglan? She has sustained numerous soft tissue injuries. The baby is lost, and there is intracranial hemorrhage. She requires a craniotomy urgently. Otherwise, her life is at risk, came the distressing response. Then hurry and perform the surgery. Her life is paramount. At his wife's words, Li Yongguang was momentarily stunned before urgently responding. The county hospital cannot conduct the craniotomy. It must be done in Xing City. However, the doctor insists the surgery must occur within 2 hours, or she will be in grave danger. What are we to do? My poor daughter. The speakerphone relayed the urgency of his words, igniting the collective anger of those present. Fifth uncle, hold on a moment. I need to make a call. Ignoring the curious gazes around him, Li Rue pulled out his phone and dialed. Old Lu, does your family have a helicopter? I need a favor. Without preamble, Li Rue got straight to the point when Lu Yifan answered. Old Li, what favor are you talking about? We're all brothers here. My grandfather indeed has a helicopter. I'll contact him right away. Having been awakened abruptly, Lu Yifan was initially irritated but instantly perked up upon seeing Li Rue's name. In recent days, the reputation of the Tongfei Group had spread widely, and as a prominent automobile manufacturing family, the Lu family was keenly interested in such a high-end new energy technology company. Naturally, they recognized Li Rue, the chairman of Tongfei Group, and without asking for details, Lu Yifan readily agreed to help, knowing he owed Li Rue countless favors. Thank your grandfather for me. Please arrange for someone to pick up a patient from the county hospital in Chunning and transport her to the best hospital in Xing City. Time is of the essence, and I will owe your family a favor for this." After hanging up, Li Rui nodded to fifth uncle, instructing him to ensure the hospital was prepared. "All right." Li Yongguang's expression shifted instantly from despair to delight upon hearing that Li Rui had arranged for a helicopter. "Dear, Xiao Rui has already sent someone with a helicopter to fetch Jianglan. Please try not to fret. Is that true? Wonderful. My daughter is saved." Upon hearing Li Yongguang's words, Ma Xinlian finally ceased her weeping. Yet, memories of the doctor's words flooded her mind, prompting her to speak with grief and indignation. "Yongguang, that Ding Chong is inhumane. Aside from this new injury, Jianglan bears a multitude of scars from previous whippings. He is no human. He has tormented my Jianglan for an eternity. Even Lele bears numerous whip marks. He is nothing but a beast." Li Yongguang stood frozen, struck by the revelation of his once obedient and filial daughter's suffering over the years. With a resounding crash, he hurled his phone to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. "Xiaorui." Li Yongguang's eyes blazed with fury as he turned to his son, silent yet aware that only Li Xiaorui could make the decisive call regarding the family's affairs. "Damn it," he bellowed. "Arm yourselves. The men of the Li family are not yet extinct." A cup from a table was violently smashed to the floor. Ma Xinlian's words reverberated in the air, igniting the collective wrath of those present, each one wishing to devour that despicable scoundrel whole. "I can't hold back any longer. I'm going to sharpen my knife. I will carve that bastard into 18 pieces." With each crash of a cup against the floor, many prepared to leave the ancestral hall to confront Ding Chong. "Stop right there," Li Xiaorui commanded. "There are laws of a nation and rules of the family. If we must invoke the strength of our clan, it must be done according to our customs. Fifth uncle, go strike the clan drum, gather the clansmen, and convene a clan meeting." He then turned to Li Yongguang. "Now, let's proceed." Li Yongguang, having received the answer he sought, made his way to the third floor to strike the clan drum. But before he ascended the stairs, Li Xiaorui's voice resonated behind him. 9 strikes. Hearing this, Li Yongguang halted mid-step. The established rule was that the clan drum must sound 9 times without frivolity. Once it does, it signifies a perilous threat to the family, necessitating the protection of all clan members with their blood and lives. It could also indicate a relentless enemy, requiring the entire clan's strength to engage in battle. Upon hearing the drum, all able-bodied men of the clan must cease whatever they are doing and rush to the ancestral hall. Vengeance must be sought, or the war drums shall not cease. Such regulations were quite normal in ancient times, yet may seem a bit excessive today. However, Li Xiaorui disregarded their perceived absurdity, for certain customs indeed foster familial unity. Boom, 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 boom. Moments after Li Yongguang ascended, the gathering heard the deep, commanding sound of the drum, reminiscent of ancient battle drums, each strike resonating with authority. In a nearby village, a middle-aged couple was soundly asleep in their modest home, suddenly jolted awake by the thunderous drumming. The woman, irate, exclaimed, "Which scoundrel is banging away at this hour? Are they summoning spirits?" Silence. The middle-aged man was initially perplexed, wondering who could be drumming so early in the morning. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, urgently urging his wife to be quiet as he leaned in to listen intently. 9 strikes? Indeed, it was 9 strikes. The man's expression shifted dramatically as he turned over, hastily donned his trousers, and, with no time to wash his face or brush his teeth, prepared to rush out. "What are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" The middle-aged woman, witnessing her husband's abrupt change in demeanor and his frantic haste to dress, was utterly bewildered. "Do you understand? The clan drum has sounded 9 times. The ancestral hall of the Li family has called upon us. My family needs me. What era are we in that you still concern yourself with family ties? Aren't you supposed to be at work? Woman, what do you know? In our village, the Li surname is represented by only a handful of families. In the past, we were often bullied. But ever since the Li Ancestral Hall was established and we began to honor our ancestors, just look, who dares to treat us with anything less than respect? The clan is my lifeblood. Now that it needs us, I, Li Xiangdong, would not hesitate to risk my very existence." Chapter 90, the clan gathering at this moment. In a village approximately 1.5 kilometers from Li family village, a 70-year-old elder had risen early, tending to the cabbage by weeding and fertilizing. Suddenly, he was startled by an unusual sound. Though not overly loud, it piqued his curiosity. Placing his hand behind his ear to amplify the sound, he discerned what seemed to be the beating of drums. Perplexed, He continued to listen intently, attempting to ascertain the source of the noise. He murmured to himself, "Is that sound emanating from the direction of Lee family village? 9 drum beats?" The elder's expression shifted dramatically. He cast aside his hoe and sprinted towards home. After running a few paces, he turned back, retrieved the hoe, and hoisted it onto his shoulder, moving with an unexpected swiftness for someone of his age. Something was amiss. The clan drums of the Lee family had sounded 9 times, summoning all clan members to assemble. As he passed each Lee household, he knocked vigorously on their doors with his hoe, shouting, "Rise. Everyone rise." Upon returning home, he began to knock on the doors of his son and grandson's rooms. "Grandpa, what are you doing? It's summer break, and you won't let me sleep in? It's so early," a young man in his 20s complained, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he stepped out. "Sleep? Nonsense. The clan drums of the Lee family have sounded 9 times. Hurry, get dressed, and come with me." "The Lee family clan? Is that where we went for the ancestral rites last time? What does 9 drum beats signify?" As a university student, he had attended the last ancestral ceremony, yet he was not particularly familiar with the clan's customs. "Enough chatter. Just get dressed and follow me." "Dad, what is going on?" The elder son emerged from his room, now dressed. "The clan drums have sounded. Do you understand what that means?" The elder asked sternly, noting that his grandson, being young, might not grasp the gravity of the situation, but his son should certainly know better. The man's expression changed. He indeed understood the significance. The family regulations clearly outlined its importance. "Father, let's set off now." "Set off where? Didn't we agree that you would accompany me to buy clothes today?" A middle-aged woman stepped out of the room, questioning her husband with a puzzled expression. "When has buying clothes ever been a priority? Today is of utmost importance. We cannot go. What could possibly be more important? Are you meeting some vixen? I care not for your concerns. You must accompany me to buy clothes today." "What vixen?" "There's trouble at the Lee family clan. Are you suggesting that buying clothes is more significant than our clan-s affairs?" The woman, taken aback by her husband's unusual firmness, so different from his usual gentle demeanor, was about to express her frustration. However, sensing the gravity of the situation regarding the Lee family clan, her demeanor shifted, and she cautiously inquired, "What exactly has happened at the Lee family clan?" Since the completion of the Lee clan ancestral hall, the status of those Lee clan members who participated in the ancestral rites has significantly elevated in the surrounding community. Merely stating one's affiliation as a descendant of the Lee family from Lee village commands respect, compelling others to treat them with greater courtesy. Returning to their familial roots has fostered a more favorable attitude among relatives. Thus, they naturally wish to avoid any trouble for the Lee family. The resounding beat of the clan drum signals a gathering. It could either herald the end of the clan or a call for vengeance, indicating that something of great importance is afoot. "As men of the Lee lineage, we must attend. You remain at home. We shall depart," the patriarch declared, gesturing for his son to hasten their exit. As the 3 of them stepped out of the house, they discovered 7 or 8 vehicles and dozens of men congregated at the village entrance, the majority of whom were young and vigorous. It is uncommon for a rural area to witness such a gathering of youth and vehicles. The influx of young individuals can be attributed to Lee Rue, South New Energy Industrial Park. Most prefer not to leave their hometowns for work. Thus, many have returned to the village, awaiting the park's inauguration. The Xiao Rue clan had already disseminated the news. Some relatives, due to the distance, might not arrive promptly. Lee Rue, listening to the drumbeats with closed eyes, was pondering how to deal with that rogue Ding Chong when he suddenly heard his uncle's voice. Opening his eyes, he remarked, "Let as many as can come. Arrive by 8 o'clock for the clan meeting." As time ticked by, vehicles continued to arrive at Lee Village. By 8 a.m., over 300 individuals had gathered in front of the ancestral hall, comprising both the young and the elderly. Li Yongchun and Li Yongzheng were diligently registering each arriving clan member. "Uncle, it's about time to commence the meeting," Li Rue said, breaking his meditative silence as he checked the time on his phone. It was exactly 8 o'clock. "All right, I shall go out and invite them in," Li Yongjin responded, rising to head towards the entrance of the ancestral hall. Moments later, Li Yongjin returned to the main hall of the ancestral hall, followed by over 300 individuals. Their presence transformed the once spacious hall into a somewhat crowded space. Li Rue and the others stood to greet Li Yongjin as he entered. "Xiaohui, we have a total of 320 clan members present, with many still en route. Should we wait a little longer?" Li Yongjin inquired. "No. Allowing that scoundrel Ding Chong even a second of comfort feels like a loss. Let us begin the meeting directly," Li Rue replied decisively. "Understood," Li Yongjin affirmed. making his way to the innermost seat at the table. Due to the limited seating, the older members found chairs while the younger ones stood. Once everyone was settled, Li Yongjin addressed the assembly. I am immensely grateful to each of you for attending the Li clan ancestral hall today. It is a testament to the unity of our Li family, which fills me with great joy. Every individual present has been duly registered, and today, as proceedings will be inscribed on stone, displayed in the plaza outside the ancestral hall for future generations to admire. Centuries hence, our descendants will bear witness to our solidarity. Upon hearing Li Yongjin's words, over 300 individuals exchanged glances with one another, remaining silent. Yet the pride in their eyes was unmistakable. To partake in an endeavor that would echo through the ages, witnessed by generations yet to come, rendered this journey worthwhile. The clan leader, having sounded the ancestral drum 9 times today, inquired what had transpired. Alas, the reason for gathering the clansmen today was due to a tragic event that befell the Li family. Li Yongwang's daughter, pregnant, was brutally beaten by her husband, Ding Chong, resulting in severe intracranial hemorrhaging and deep unconsciousness. The unborn child, 7 months along, also met an untimely demise. This is a blood feud. Li Yongjin heaved a heavy sigh and recounted the harrowing tragedy that struck Li Jianglan to the 300 relatives present. Son, please show the video you recorded to everyone. Certainly, Father, Li Tsong responded as he walked forward to display the video he had previously captured. The footage revealed Li Jianglan lying on the ground, unconscious, her face smeared with blood, her limbs bruised, and a large pool of blood beneath her. Chapter 91. The grand scene. Good heavens, is this still human? A young man, after glancing at the video, exclaimed in fury, "This is truly a beast. And to think she is pregnant. This matter must be addressed by our family." An elder, around 70 years of age, trembled with indignation. This is undoubtedly a blood feud. It is not just about our Li family. I cannot stand idly by even for a stranger. If the clan leader does not intervene, then our Li family has no reason to exist. As the clamor of several hundred voices filled the air, resembling a bustling marketplace, Li Yongjin stood up, pressed down with both hands, and waited for the crowd to quiet down slightly before speaking. A nation has its laws, and a family has its rules. Blood feuds cannot go unavenged. Today, we shall vote according to clan regulations. After a brief pause, Li Yongjin scanned the room and, seeing everyone's gaze fixed upon him, continued. Those who disagree with seeking justice for Li Jianglan, please raise your hand. Not a single hand was raised among the attendees. Li Yongjin nodded with satisfaction and said, "Those in favor of using our clan's strength to seek justice for Li Jianglan, please raise your hand." Within a second, every hand in the room was raised. Excellent. Truly, the sons of the Li family possess great courage, Li Yongjin exclaimed, slapping the table in approval. In that moment, Li Rui perceived the true essence of a clan leader emanating from Li Yongjin. It was a transformation of his uncle. In this age of the rule of law, seeking vengeance will undoubtedly require sacrifices. One among you 10 must become the enforcer, bearing the severe consequences alone. Are you afraid? Li Yongjin directed his gaze towards the 10 individuals standing in a row on the right, all of whom were Li Rui's contemporaries. Among the 12 brothers, only Li Rui, the actual leader of the family, and the underage 12th brother were not present. "We are not afraid," came the simultaneous reply from the 10, unwavering in their resolve. "Good," Li Yongjin called out, his voice filled with pride. "Now, we will draw from the life and death bamboo tube. Inside, there is 1 red stick and 9 white sticks. The one who draws the red stick will become the enforcer, tasked with avenging our kin, potentially at the cost of their life. If anyone is fearful and wishes to withdraw, now is the time to step back. We are not afraid, we will not retreat." Echoed the 10 voices once more in unison. Ha! The sons of the Li family are indeed brave, unstoppable in their courage. As the draw commenced, the one who drew the red stick would, if they were to perish in this endeavor, receive a compensation of 20 million Dragon Country coins from the family, enjoy the reverence of the clan from the 3rd floor, and their children and parents would be supported by the clan. This proclamation left the 300 family members present in astonishment, many internally exclaiming, 20 million. I could manage that. Ignoring the shock of others, Li Yongjin approached with a bamboo tube containing 10 sticks. The 10 did not look at the tube, but drew a stick each in turn. "Now, hold up the sticks you have drawn," Li Yongjin commanded. The 10 raised their sticks high, and the crowd turned their gaze towards the sticks held aloft. Among them, the red-tipped stick in Li Weiguang's hand stood out conspicuously, immediately drawing the attention of all present. "Weiguang, take a look at the stick in your hand." Li Weiguang, upon hearing his uncle's words, slowly placed the bamboo stick he held before him, scrutinizing the vibrant red hue upon it. His hand trembled suddenly, and although he attempted to articulate a response, no words escaped his lips. Observing his fourth brother's demeanor, Li Rue couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Regardless of how resolute his previous declarations had been, he was, after all, merely an ordinary individual, who among the common folk is devoid of fear of death. The matter of drawing lots had already been discussed thoroughly with the elders, ensuring that those who drew the red stick would not be compelled to engage in perilous endeavors. This understanding was precisely why the elders, including Li Yongjin, could permit their sons to partake in such a life-and-death lottery with equanimity. As someone endowed with a system, Li Rue knew that if a confrontation were to arise, the assassins within his system would prove far more effective. The brothers, with families to support, should not be made to sacrifice their lives. Thus, all that transpired today aimed solely at fostering familial cohesion and unity. Fourth brother, if you are afraid, do not hesitate to confide in me. I shall discuss it with uncle, Li Rue jested, noticing the flicker of fear in Li Weiguang's eyes, which he sought to mask with an fa-ade of bravado. What have I to fear in avenging Jianglan? Shall my head roll? I shall rise again as a hero in 18 years, Li Weiguang proclaimed, lifting his chin defiantly. Smack! 18 years hence, a hero? I care not for your fate. But will my grandson? If you survive this ordeal, you must marry forthwith. I yearn for a grandchild, Li Yonda interjected, delivering a light slap to Li Weiguang's head. Rubbing his scalp, Li Weiguang refrained from retorting this time. Thoughts of his parents and Wenxiu flooded his mind. If he were truly to perish, what would become of them? Yet, if he survived, perhaps it was indeed time to contemplate marriage. The enforcers have been selected. Let us now embark on our quest for justice for our kin, Li Yongjin declared, leading the assembly out of the ancestral hall. After emerging from the shrine, over 300 clan members have been meticulously filtered, leaving 240 individuals to board the 50 vehicles stationed along the village road. Just as Li Yongjin announced their departure, Li Rue interjected, Hold on. My men have yet to arrive. A mere 10 minutes later, at the entrance of Li Village, an endless procession of vehicles appeared, a fleet of 100 identical Land Rover Range Rovers. Within these vehicles sat 200 elite bodyguards drawn from the protective Umbrella Security Company, alongside 300 high-caliber security personnel purchased an hour prior by Li Rue. This formidable assembly of 500 men, towering between 6 feet and 6.5 feet, would ensure that anyone who dared confront them would face dire consequences. As the rhythmic drumming echoed through the nearby villages, word of the tumult in Li Village spread. Hundreds of onlookers flocked along the village path, drawn by curiosity. As the 100 Land Rovers gradually entered the village, those traversing the road made way, stepping aside in awe. Among them were numerous young people, their astonishment palpable. How could they resist capturing such a monumental spectacle on video? Thus, they eagerly pulled out their phones, recording the events and sharing them across social networks, complete with attention-grabbing headlines. A video featuring a convoy of 100 Land Rover Range Rovers, set against the backdrop of the imposing ancestral hall of Lijia Village and the 2 grand banners of the Li clan, rapidly circulated across social networks, igniting a fervent public discourse. Netizens speculated about the origins of such an illustrious family and pondered why they would choose to reside in such a quaint village. The spectacle of the 100-vehicle procession awed not only the online observers and passersby, but also Deng Changyu, who had been silently watching the unfolding scene since the clan's arrival. The sight of so many Range Rovers entering the village left him quite shaken. He mused to himself, if a family could mobilize such a formidable display over a case of domestic abuse involving one of their daughters, what would become of him if he were to marry Yuhan, have a quarrel, and then be reported? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Observing his troubled expression, Li Yuhan instantly discerned his thoughts and playfully remarked, If you ever bully me, I shall inform my family. Let us see if you dare to mistreat me then. How could I? You're the one who bullies me, Deng Changyu replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. With such formidable backing, who would dare to cross her? Chapter 92. The departure of the convoy, according to the statistics, a total of 157 vehicles and 753 individuals were mobilized under the auspices of Li Jianglan, including 500 elite bodyguards, 240 clan members, and 11 brothers from the Li Rue family, including Li Yongguang and Li Yongda. Initially, Li Rue had no intention of allowing the elders to participate, given that the purpose of this venture was to engage in conflict. Despite the presence of numerous bodyguards, absolute safety could not be guaranteed. However, there was no dissuading his fifth uncle, who felt compelled to attend in order to seek justice for his daughter as a father should. Meanwhile, his fourth uncle insisted on accompanying them, claiming that his son had drawn a death card, and that if he did not observe the situation now, he might miss his chance. Li Rue found himself at a loss. He understood that the death card was merely a means to instill courage in the youth and bolster familial loyalty, and that his fourth uncle was fully aware of this. Ultimately, unable to counter his uncle's obstinacy, Li Rue reluctantly acquiesced to his request to join. At 8:30 a.m., the scene unfolded along the village road of Li Family Village. 7 navigators led the way, followed by 50 assorted vehicles, with 100 Range Rovers bringing up the rear, resembling a colossal python that stretched from the entrance of Li Family Village to the national highway. Such an extensive convoy drew the attention of nearby villagers, and even vehicles passing along the national highway came to a halt to witness the spectacle. To serve as guides, the first vehicle was occupied by Li Yongguang and his 3 sons, while Li Rue and 4 bodyguards occupied the second navigator. Given the nature of this excursion, which was indeed intended for confrontation, he could not possibly drive his own Viper GT. Thus, he commandeered the navigator from his sister-in-law as household. To prevent any vehicle from falling behind, Li Rue arranged for all vehicles to align properly. At 8:30 a.m., once all the vehicles were in formation, he extended his hand out of the window and gestured forward. As the first navigator, occupied by Li Yongguang, roared to life, the convoy of 157 vehicles surged forth along the national highway, animated and formidable. Such a caravan was a rare sight, and every stretch of the national highway they traversed caused a stir among the surrounding villages. Villagers witnessing this procession of 157 vehicles eagerly retrieved their mobile phones to capture videos and share them on social media. Unbeknownst to Li Rue, who sat in contemplative silence within the vehicle, he pondered how to ensure that Ding Chong would pay a price 10-fold or 100-fold. A mere beating, or even his demise, would be far too lenient a punishment. Just then, the sudden ringing of his phone broke his reverie. It was a call from Zhao Yi. "Boss, I've gathered the information. Ding Chong hails from Dingjia Village in Qima Town, Wuhan City. His father, Ding Xiangsong, ostensibly operates a chess and card room, but in reality, he runs an underground gambling den. The Ding family is robust and numerous, having amassed considerable wealth in their early years by resorting to violence and lending at exorbitant interest rates in Qima Town. Consequently, the entire Ding family is predominantly engaged in gambling and related underground industries, wielding significant influence locally. Among the various factions, the most formidable is that of Ding Yunchuan, the elder uncle of Ding Chong. A decade ago, with the assistance of his family, he seized the rights to exploit a modest antimony mine in the area. Over the years, his assets have accumulated to several hundred million, and he maintains a retinue of nearly 100 idle ruffians and thugs. After listening to Zhao Yi's report, Li Rue remained unperturbed. Several hundred million in assets and 100 henchmen, merely a band of buffoons. Were it not for the presence of his fourth and fifth uncles, he would have dismissed Zhao Yi's investigation entirely and simply crushed all adversaries in his path. "Boss, I have infiltrated the mobile phones of Ding Chong and Ding Yunchuan and examined their messages. The matter involving Miss Jianglan is more intricate than it appears. The reason Ding Chong forced her into a miscarriage is linked to another individual of considerable standing." "Oh, who might that be?" Zhao Yi's words piqued Li Rue's curiosity. He had initially assumed that the situation stemmed from Ding Chong's drunkenness and domestic violence against Jianglan, but it turned out there was a deeper motive. Ji Qinfan. He is the second largest shareholder of the Blue Sky Automobile Manufacturing Group, holding 16 of its shares. The Blue Sky Automobile Manufacturing Group is the largest car manufacturer in Xinjiang, with a market value of 130 billion. Recently, Ding Yunchuan sought exclusive agency rights for Blue Sky Automobile in Wuhan City and, through his connections, reached out to Ji Qianfan, inviting him to visit Qima Town. At that time, Ding Chong accompanied Ding Yunchuan. During this visit, Ji Qianfan was not alone. He brought his only daughter, Ji Chunyin, who immediately took a liking to Ding Chong, despite knowing that Ding Chong was already married and his wife was pregnant. Ji Chunyin suggested that he simply have an abortion and proceed with a divorce. This led to Ding Chong's coercion of Miss Jianglan to terminate her pregnancy. When she resisted, he resorted to physical violence, resulting in her miscarriage. "Ah, splendide. The Blue Sky Automobile Manufacturing Group? Yiqian Fun? This adds yet another account to settle," Li Rue remarked, his anger transforming into a sardonic smile upon hearing Zhao Yi's revelations. "Continue to monitor them. Understood, boss. Once again, silence enveloped the vehicle. After approximately 10 minutes, the convoy approached a highway toll station, which was suddenly inundated with over 150 vehicles, previously only sparsely populated. The toll collector, astonished by the sheer size of the convoy, noted that in over a decade of work, he had never witnessed such a massive procession. Fortunately, all vehicles were equipped with ETC, and soon the entire fleet passed through the toll station. The convoy traveled for an hour and a half on the highway, before exiting at the Chima Town toll station. Under the guidance of the lead vehicle driven by Li Yongguang, they traversed the center of Chima Town and continued onward. The arrival of such a large convoy stirred a considerable commotion among the townsfolk, naturally catching the attention of the local powers. A young man with red hair pulled out his phone and dialed. Mr. Ding, a convoy of over 150 vehicles has just entered the town. Is that so? A convoy of over 150 vehicles? Are you certain you aren't mistaken? The voice on the other end was clearly taken aback by the enormity of the procession. You are not mistaken. Leading the procession is a fleet of 7 Lincoln Navigators, with a striking 100 Range Rovers trailing behind. Ensure you keep pace with them and provide me with timely updates on their movements. Understood, Mr. Ding. The convoy traversed the heart of Chima Town, continuing for another 10 minutes before the lead vehicle halted at a village intersection. Li Yongguang alighted and approached the second vehicle. Has Uncle Wu arrived? Upon seeing Uncle Wu disembark, Li Rui also exited the car. I have only visited this village once during Jianglan's wedding, so my memories are somewhat vague. The location was shared with me by Jianglan previously, so it should be accurate. However, I cannot recall the precise whereabouts of Ding Chong's residence. Let us proceed inside. We can inquire with someone when we arrive, Li Rui remarked before returning to the vehicle. Chapter 93. Entering Dingjia village, it is the inherent nature of mankind to gawk at spectacles. The imposing convoy halted at the entrance of Dingjia village, drawing the attention of nearby residents. Are so many vehicles heading to Dingjia village? Inquired one resident, perplexed, as he turned to his neighbor. How would I know? I haven't heard of any significant events in the Ding family. Even if there were a celebration, have you ever seen 100 Range Rovers heading to a banquet? You have a point. So what could all these vehicles possibly be doing in Dingjia village? I suspect they are here to confront the Ding family. Those people have been tyrannical, running gambling dens and engaging in usury, ruining countless families. We, the villagers nearby, have all suffered at their hands. Today, I believe the Ding family is about to face retribution. Speculating here is futile. Let us follow them in and discover the truth. Boss, we have someone tailing us. Should we deal with him? Li Rui received a call from a bodyguard at the rear of the convoy shortly after returning to the vehicle. How many are there? Just one. Ignore him. If he wishes to follow, let him do so. Li Rui surmised that the individual was likely an informant for the local tyrant of the Ding family. He secretly hoped this informant would attract more people, saving him the trouble of seeking them out one by one. As the convoy entered Dingjia village, it caught the attention of a young man, approximately 27 or 28 years old, adorned with a large gold chain and clad in leather attire. He was about to ride his motorcycle out for a leisurely spin when he witnessed the colossal convoy approaching. Shocked, he dropped the cigarette that was perched between his lips. It seems there are no significant events in Dingjia village. Could this be a gathering of several hundred individuals? Surely, they are not here to cause trouble for someone. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Having committed numerous wrongful acts himself, he feared that such a throng could easily bring him to ruin. Quickly, he parked his motorcycle and pretended to remain composed as he walked toward the nearby house, seeking refuge in a corner as he approached. The young man's attempt to hide was no match for Li Rui's keen observation. As the convoy came to a stop, once more, Li Rui exited the vehicle. Striding over to the spot where the young man had concealed himself, he reached out and pulled the man out, dragging him toward Li Rui's vehicle. At that moment, the young man was utterly terrified, trembling uncontrollably. Despite being a man of stature, standing at 1.7 meters and weighing over 130 pounds, he felt as fragile as a chick in the grip of another. Which way to Ding Chong's house? Li Rui rolled down the window and, observing the young man's disreputable appearance, felt no need for pleasantries. Please don't hit me. Spare me. I was wrong. The young man did not grasp a single word Li Rui uttered, convinced that these men had come for him, given his history of misdeeds and numerous enemies. Let us bring him back to his senses. Yes, boss. With a resounding slap, the crew-cut youth felt stars in his eyes and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Speak, was all Li Rui uttered, his eyes closed. What should I say? The crew-cut youth, having received 2 slaps from Li, began to regain his composure. It seemed these individuals were not there to cause him trouble, but merely to inquire about something. He had been too tense to hear their questions earlier, and now, faced with a demand to respond, he was at a loss for words. Still defiant, "I see. Continue," Lee commanded. Another series of slaps followed, causing the youth's face to swell painfully. "Will you speak? What are you sniffing for? Are you going to sniff again? Speak Mandarin. I cannot understand your dialect." "My patience is limited," Lee stated. The crew-cut youth, seeing Lee ready to strike again, dropped to his knees with a thud and mumbled something incoherent. Just a simple inquiry for directions had turned so troublesome. The inhabitants of Dingjia village exhibited remarkable tenacity, either pretending to be foolish or communicating in dialects. Unable to hold back any longer, Li Rue opened his eyes, intending to take matters into his own hands, only to witness a pig-headed man incessantly bowing beside the vehicle. "Boss, I think I understand what he is saying. He wants you to ask again," Lee explained, his eyes wide in realization. Truly, he was an exceptional bodyguard, proficient in at least 4 international languages, including dialects. "Impressive," Li Rue mused. "Tell him to lead us to Ding Chong's house," Lee directed, entrusting the inquiry to Lee since he could comprehend the youth's words. He then closed the window, resuming his meditation. After a brief exchange between Lee and the crew-cut youth, it became clear that these individuals intended to visit Ding Chong, and their demeanor suggested they were indeed seeking trouble. Initially hesitant to guide them, the youth recalled Ding Chong's uncle's considerable local influence and the hundreds under his command. However, upon seeing Lee's massive palm, he yielded, leading the convoy deeper into the village. At a mahjong table, a rotund man lamented, "Ding Chong, your luck is unbelievable. I just won 3,000 from you, and now I've lost it all back." He begrudgingly tossed several red bills onto the table. "Indeed, Ding Chong's fortune seems extraordinary today. I've gone from 3,000 to just 500, another thin man remarked. "I reckon your wife is your bad luck charm. Just get rid of her, and your luck will turn." With a handsome young man chuckling as he pocketed a handful of red bills, he added with a sinister tone, "Women are merely like clothing. Wealth is paramount. With money, what kind of woman can't be found? To sever someone's financial path is akin to slaying their parents, a fate one deserves if met with violence." On the other hand, a youth of approximately 20, adorned with earrings and lip piercings, chimed in agreement. "My cousin understands me. Women are akin to garments. Had it not been for her beauty, how could I have ever wed her? With her family being nothing but peasants, how could they possibly be worthy of the Ding family?" The rotund man chuckled lewdly. "Indeed, Sister Ding is renowned for her beauty. We brothers are envious." The thin man exchanged a glance with the stout one, both wearing mischievous grins. "You two haven't been harboring designs on my wife, have you?" Ding Chong's expression darkened. "Would you truly care?" The stout one retorted, disbelief etched on his face. "Ha, ha. Women are like clothes, brothers are like kin. How could I possibly be concerned about a mere woman? Had I known you were interested, I would have asked for 1,000 or 2,000, and I would have let you take a turn." Ding Chong's grim demeanor faded as he burst into laughter. Chapter 94. Revenge for Grievance's Brother. "Is this the residence of Ding Chong? May I take my leave?" The convoy, under the guidance of a young man with a buzz cut, continued its slow advance for several hundred meters before halting in front of a modest 4-story villa. Li Rue alighted from the vehicle and surveyed his surroundings, disregarding the young man's attempts at conversation as he approached Wu Bo, who had just disembarked as well. "Is this indeed Ding Chong's abode?" Li Hui inquired. "Yes," Wu Bo confirmed. "Though I have only visited once, I distinctly recall the appearance of their home. Without a doubt, this is the dwelling of that scoundrel, Ding Chong. Li Yi, instruct the other bodyguards to remain in the vehicle. You 4 shall accompany me," Li Rue commanded, receiving Wu Bo's affirmation. "Understood, boss." Recognizing that the buzz-cut youth was no longer of use now that they had located Ding Chong's residence, Li Yi gestured for him to depart hastily. The young man, upon receiving Li Yi's approval, fled in a panic. "Wu Bo, let the clan members disembark. It is time to seek justice for Jianglan." "Very well," Li Yongguang replied, directing his 3 sons to summon the 240 clan members to alight. Moments later, the trio returned, followed by a throng of over 200 individuals. As this massive convoy entered the village, it stirred the entire Dingjia village. The villagers, acutely aware of the procession, particularly noted the familiar face leading them, battered and bruised, and instinctively sensed that these visitors bore ill intentions. Fearing trouble, the villagers watched anxiously as the convoy halted before Ding Chong's home. Only then did they begin to relax. Though some onlookers, seeing the sheer number of people disembarking, began to gloat. The Ding family has relied on the fact that 70 of the villagers share their surname, using their numbers to bully those of other surnames. This time, however, they may have encountered formidable adversaries seeking vengeance. I wonder if they can continue their arrogance. One villager remarked. The Ding family boasted over a dozen brothers, with more than 30 capable young men among them, all skilled in combat. Coupled with the hundreds of thugs under Ding Yunchuan's command, the outcome remained uncertain. Brother, you may not have noticed, but among the 100-plus vehicles, a substantial number have yet to reveal their occupants. I estimate that the entire contingent comprises at least 600 or 700 individuals. Only 200 have emerged thus far. The Ding family is bound to face significant repercussions this time. Oh, I truly hadn't observed that. If what you say holds true, the Ding family is indeed in for serious trouble. However, I struggle to comprehend why they would seek conflict with Ding Chong and Ding Xiangsong when it seems more logical to confront Ding Yinchuan. After all, Ding Chong and his son are mere small fry. There's no need for such grandiosity to deal with them. Could it be related to Ding Chong's domestic altercation last night? His wife's screams echoed for over an hour. It was utterly harrowing to hear. Might these individuals be her family? A woman interjected, unable to contain her speculation as her husband and the elder brother pondered the motivations behind the visit. That seems rather improbable, does it not? Ding Chong's wife has been married to him for 5 or 6 years. A few years ago, things were somewhat bearable, but in recent years, she has been subjected to repeated beatings. It has not been heard that her family has come to her aid. Do they truly possess such influence that Ding Chong would dare to treat his wife in such a manner? It is difficult to ascertain, but Ding Chong is utterly despicable. How could such a beautiful girl be so mistreated? Every day is filled with punches and insults, with old wounds unhealed and new ones being inflicted. I hope that the family of Ding Chong's wife will take action and put an end to this scoundrel's behavior. As the woman spoke, tears of sympathy streamed down her face. It is not just Ding Chong who is reprehensible. His entire family is equally contemptible, squandering the life of such a fine girl by marrying her into such a wretched household. Fifth uncle, let us depart, one said. Li Yongguang, feeling a surge of emotion, nodded in agreement, eager to avenge his daughter, a pent-up rage that had been building for several hours. Hundreds surged towards the door like a tidal wave. As they approached within mere meters of the house, Li Rui caught snippets of conversation and laughter from within. He paused, raising his hand to signal for everyone to halt, his expression dark as he listened intently. Ding Chong, your wife looks like a star. I'd gladly pay 1,000, 2,000, or even 5,000. Had I known you were so generous, I would have approached you sooner. You fat fool. Why didn't you say so earlier? 4,5,000. I'd deliver her to your bed myself. Once her family is taken care of her, you can bring her back, right? There are plenty of brothers who want to have some fun. This is a lucrative business. Exactly. This wretched woman has been living off my family. She should be sold to make up for our losses. Li Rui could no longer endure the vile conversation. He stepped forward, raising his right foot and forcefully kicked the wooden door. With a resounding crash, the door flew open, slamming against the wall. The sudden intrusion startled the 4 individuals engaged in their game of mahjong, causing them to leap to their feet. A young man, adorned with lip and ear piercings, was the first to regain his composure. He pointed an accusatory finger at Li Rui, cursing, "Who the hell are you? Do you know where this is? This is Ding Family Village, a place where we, the Ding family, hold sway. Who do you think you are?" That hurts." With a stoic expression, Li Rui advanced, grasping the young man's finger and twisting it painfully. Then, with a powerful right hook, he struck the young man in the abdomen. The youth's face turned crimson as he doubled over, gasping, "You dare hit me?" With a swift motion, Li Rui delivered a resounding slap, sending the already injured youth tumbling backward. "Who do you think you are, daring to cause a ruckus here?" A hefty individual brandished a wooden chair, preparing to hurl it at Li Rui. As Li entered alongside Li Rui, he noticed an imminent assault on his superior. In a swift motion, he seized the chair that was about to be hurled at Li Rui, effortlessly reclaiming it. Casting a glance at the hefty assailant and then at the chair, Li gripped the wooden seat firmly at both ends, his muscular arms bulging with strength. With a sudden exertion, the chair was effortlessly splintered into fragments. The portly man, confronted by a towering figure of 2 meters in height, was paralyzed with fear as he witnessed the giant reduce his weapon to mere debris. The wooden chair seemed as fragile as a sheet of paper in his grasp. How could he possibly contend with such might? In an instant, beads of cold sweat began to form on the man's forehead. What was the significance of his height and bulk? Even the most skilled fighters tremble before a blade. You're finished. The lean companion, observing the terror-stricken state of the hefty man, drew a spring knife from his pocket, lunging towards Li Yi's lower back. Chapter 95. Vengeance begets vengeance. The thin man resembled a frail chick, yet he dared to wield a knife? Li Yi seized the thin man's hand, gripping it firmly, and the latter emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Ah, it hurts. Let go, please. With a swift motion, Li Yi grasped the thin man's neck and effortlessly lifted him, propelling him forward. My waist is broken. My waist is broken. Do you recognize me, Ding Chong? Li Rui inquired, gazing at the trembling, handsome youth. You. I don't know you, Ding Chong stammered, casting a glance at Li Yi and then at Li Yi before hesitantly responding to Li Rui's question. We met 6 years ago. It's no wonder you don't remember me. You may not recognize me, but I remember you. The words I spoke to you 6 years ago were not taken to heart, and thus, I have come today to hold you to your promise. Brother, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I truly do not know you, Ding Chong thought over potential adversaries in his mind. Yet he could conjure no recollection of the man before him. You do not know him? Do you know me? Li Yongguang entered the scene with his 3 sons. You are that mud-legged fellow from the Li Jianglan family? Ding Chong recalled that during the first 2 years of Li Jianglan's marriage, he had visited Li Yongguang's family to pay New Year's respects. However, he had not set foot in Li's village for the past 4 years, and thus, he momentarily failed to remember his father-in-law. Once the memory resurfaced, he inadvertently let slip his frequent derogatory remarks about Li Jianglan. Although Li Yongguang owned a small noodle shop in town and did not farm, Ding Chong viewed the people of Li's village as mere mud-legged folk in comparison to his own family. Are you calling me a mud-legged fellow? Li Wenlong picked up a chair leg from the ground and charged at Ding Chong like a madman. Smack! How dare you hit my sister? I'll make you pay for that. Smack! I swear I will kill you today, you bastard. Smack! One blow after another landed on Ding Chong, causing him to scurry around the room in agony. It hurts. So much pain. Please stop. Witnessing their brother's fervent assault, Li Guoyang and Li Junyi could no longer contain themselves. Each seized a chair leg and rushed toward Ding Chong, unleashing a combined barrage of blows, tripling their delight. Spare me. I'll never do it again. Initially, Ding Chong could have escaped alone, but now surrounded by 3 men, he had nowhere to run, ultimately collapsing in a corner, weeping and begging for mercy. When you marry my sister Jianglan, what promises did you make to us brothers? You vowed to protect her, to treat her well. How have you treated her now? Where are those fresh and old wounds on her body? You even beat her to the point of miscarriage, causing her severe unconsciousness and intracranial bleeding. Is this how you treat my sister? As Li Guoyang spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks, and he struck Ding Chong with increasing intensity. Brother, why waste words on him? I'm going to kill this bastard today. Li Wenlong spotted the slender figure's fallen folding knife and hastily dashed over to retrieve it, charging towards Ding Chong. Stop, you little brat. Do you wish to be shot? Li Yongguang, seeing his youngest son reach for the knife, shouted urgently. Hearing his father's call, Li Wenlong halted his furious advance, glanced at his father, and then turned back to fixate on Ding Chong, his eyes ablaze with fury as he shouted, If I must die, then so be it. Today, I shall avenge my sister. Stand down. The voice of Rui Gu reached Li Wenlong's ears, causing him to pause once more. He turned back to Rui, eager to speak, but was interrupted by Rui's firm words. My words carry weight, do they not? In their family, Rui's authority was unparalleled. While Li Wenlong might disregard Li Yongguang's commands, he dared not defy Rui's further entreaty. Silently discarding the folding knife, he lunged back at Ding Chong, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Son, what are you doing? Is a mere card game worth tearing the house apart? A plump middle-aged woman, clad in pajamas, emerged from the back room, rubbing her eyes. Upon comprehending the scene before her, she blinked in disbelief. Who are you? You scoundrels. Why are you attacking my son? The sight of her son's brutal condition provoked a wailing cry from the woman, akin to that of a wounded animal. What troubles my wife? A middle-aged man's voice came from behind the plump woman. Who are you? Do you realize where you are? How dare you come into our Ding family and assault us? You have audacity. Ding Xiangsong stepped forward from behind the woman, his expression a mix of astonishment and fury as he surveyed the chaos. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, do you not recognize me? With a benign smile, Li Yongguang approached Ding Xiangsong. You are Li Jianglan's father? Your memory serves you well. We met only 6 years ago, and yet you remember me. If you have such a sharp memory, why did you fail to recall your promise to treat my daughter with care? As he spoke, Li Yongwang's smile morphed into a scowl. He withdrew a wooden stick and seal behind him and struck Ding Xiangsung's head with brutal force. Ah, blood, blood, how dare you strike me? You commoner, how dare you? Ding Xiangsung clutched his bleeding head, howling in agony as he turned to the woman. Call for my brother. Quickly call for my brother. You are finished. It was that little wretch, Li Jianglan, who summoned you here for support. Wasn't he it? What right do you lowly folks have to challenge our Ding family? So what if you struck my daughter? Not only did you do so yesterday, but you have been doing so repeatedly. And you shall continue to do so. Once my brother arrives, prepare for your doom. The plump woman, far from being intimidated by her husband's injury, instead escalated her threats. Calling for help, are you? Hurry and call as many as you can. Today, I shall show you whether my family can back me up. Li Hui, witnessing his uncle's fury in response to the woman's words, was consumed with rage and instinctively reached out to restrain him. These scoundrels can be dispatched at any moment. Yet, given the mobilization of so many, it is imperative to ensure that every related individual is dealt with. None shall escape. You may await your doom. The stout woman threatened vehemently as she retrieved her phone to make a call. At that moment, Ding Yinchuan was inside an opulent venue. His expression dark as he ended the call with the red-haired man. How could it be that these individuals were heading to Ding family village? Who were they? He was certain he had not crossed paths with such formidable characters. Just as he pondered this, his recently silenced phone rang once more. Brother, someone is causing a ruckus at our home and has even assaulted Xiang Song and Chong Chong. Hurry and bring some people. Chapter 96. The phone call. Upon hearing the words emanating from the phone of the corpulent woman, Ding Yinchuan felt as though he was caught in a whirlwind of distress. This motley crew had indeed come to Ding family village to create trouble for them, resorting to violence against his cousin and nephew. It was clear that this matter could not be resolved easily. Who were these individuals? Had they revealed their identities? They had already invaded his home, leaving no room for escape. First, he needed to ascertain their background before determining how to respond. They were merely the relatives of Li Jianglan, the harbinger of misfortune, a bunch of unsophisticated peasants. How audacious they were to confront the Ding family. Brother, gather more people upon your return. We must ensure these ruffians receive their due comeuppance. His nephew's wife, Li Jianglan's family? Ding Yinchuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he pondered countless scenarios regarding these intruders. Yet he had never envisioned a connection to his nephew's wife. Ding had coerced Li Jianglan into divorce, a move he tacitly endorsed, if his nephew could become the son-in-law of Ji Qianfan, the second largest shareholder of the Lantian Automobile Manufacturing Group. Securing the agency for Lantian and Wuhan would be a mere formality. Alas, fate had other plans. Who would have thought that an ordinary rural family like the Li family could muster over 100 vehicles, including numerous Range Rovers? Such a formidable convoy suggested that several hundred individuals had come, complicating matters significantly. Upon hearing his cousin's wife threatening the other party incessantly on the phone, Ding Yinchuan abruptly hung up, muttering curses under his breath at her lack of foresight. Even if he summoned his 100-strong entourage, along with his family's kin, their chances of victory seemed grim. Little did Ding Yinchuan know that the corpulent woman had not yet left her home or seen the formidable force outside. Otherwise, she would not have dared to be so brazen. He paced back and forth in his room, contemplating for a long while before deciding to return. They had already invaded his home. If he failed to confront them, he would have no standing in the future. Reluctantly, he resolved to go back, hoping that these individuals were merely wealthy relatives of the Li family advocating for Li Jianglan and would not engage in a fatal confrontation with him. Nonetheless, preparation was essential. Ding Yinchuan picked up his phone and began to rally support. Over the years, he had made numerous acquaintances, and, as long as they were willing to pay, along with his subordinates, gathering 200 to 300 individuals was not an insurmountable task. Demonstrating his strength would afford him some leverage in negotiations. Have you finished the calls? Not yet. Continue calling, Li Rui instructed as the corpulent woman set her phone down, signaling him to proceed. You, just wait until my brother arrives. Let's see if you can maintain that bravado. The corpulent woman's voice soared, piercingly sharp, prompting Li Rui to instinctively dig at his ear with his pinky finger. At that moment, the young man with lip piercings, who had suffered a broken finger at Li Rui's hands, finally regained his composure. Stealthily sending messages with his intact hand while holding his phone, Li Rui had already noticed the young man's subtle movements and chose not to intervene. Regardless of how many people he summoned, Li Rui would welcome them all. He intended to make it clear that anyone who dared to bully the Li family would face dire consequences. It mattered not how many came. Drag him out, Li Rui commanded, pointing at Ding Chong and instructing Li Yi and Li Er. Understood, boss. The two men approached and separated the three brothers of Li Guoyang, dragging the battered Ding Chong, who resembled a wretched dog, towards the door. It hurts. Be gentle. Ding Chong's limbs were bruised and swollen, and as Li Yi and Li Er seized and dragged him, he let out a wailing cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. What are you doing? Where are you taking my son? A plump woman, witnessing her son being dragged by the two hulking figures, panicked and rushed forward, clawing at Li Er's hand. As a highly trained bodyguard produced by the system, Li Er executed the boss's orders with utmost precision. When confronted, he showed no hesitation, even when faced with a woman. With a swift motion, he grasped the woman's neck with one hand and flung her backward, causing her to crash into Ding Xiangsong, who was already howling in agony. They both fell to the ground, wailing in despair. Li Rui followed closely behind Li Yi and Li Er and encountered Li Yongda, who was attempting to rush in. Upon seeing Ding Chong being dragged out, Li Yongda hesitated momentarily before uncertainly asking Li Rui, Xiao Rui, who is this? Ding Chong. Ding Chong? Li Yongda surveyed Ding Chong, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, before bursting into laughter. Well done. This scoundrel deserves to be beaten to death. He raised his hand and delivered another slap to Ding Chong's face. It hurts. Stop. I was wrong. One slap isn't enough. I haven't had my fill yet. Li Yongda rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike again. Just as Li Rui had rushed in earlier, Li San and Li Si blocked the entrance, preventing him from entering. All right, fourth uncle. If you kill him, it will be rather uninteresting. We should wait for his people to arrive and deal with them together. His people? Seeing fourth uncle's puzzled expression, Li Rui chose not to elaborate, knowing that once Ding Yinchuan arrived, everything would become clear. At that moment, Li Yongguang and his sons emerged, dragging along the plump man, the skinny man, and the young man with lip piercings. Behind them, Ding Xiangsong and the plump woman were also being supported as they hurried out. Brother Rui, how should we handle these two? Li Wenlong glared menacingly at the plump and skinny men. He had overheard their disgusting conversation, and merely beating them would not suffice. You need not worry about this. I will handle it. They will remember today for the rest of their lives. Brother Rui, let me take care of them. Anyone who dares to speak ill of my sister deserves to lose a limb first, Li Wenlong declared, delivering a kick to each of their bellies. If your father agrees to let you spend time in prison, then you may proceed. Do you think he would agree? Is that even a question? Li Wenlong, faced with Li Rui's inquiry, could only helplessly relent. Ding Songxiang, who had just chased out of the room, was astonished to discover at that moment that over 200 individuals had gathered in front of his home, seemingly all relatives of Li Jianglan from her maternal side, leaving the couple in disbelief. How could this be possible? The humble Li family had managed to summon such a multitude? Ding Songxiang, clutching his head, momentarily disregarded the pain and stared blankly at the crowd, murmuring to himself, how could this be? The family of Li Jianglan, the harbinger of misfortune, is capable of gathering so many people? The previously boisterous plump woman had lost her confidence and was now filled with concern, even with her elder brother and his men. The odds did not favor them. With this thought, she bore the strain on her weary body and reached into her pocket for her phone, only to find a screen shattered, undoubtedly damaged when Li Er had thrown out moments ago. Among the stunned relatives of the Li family, aside from Li Xiangsong and his spouse, was a young man with a lip piercing. He had just notified his cousins in the clan group to assist at Ding Chong's home, but this was not a mission of aid. It appeared more akin to a march towards doom. Chapter 97. The bloodthirsty youth, as the young man with lip piercings pondered whether to discreetly notify his cousins in the group to refrain from courting danger. A sudden commotion erupted as a throng of youths armed with sticks surged forth from the depths of Dingjia village, counting more than 20 in number. This assembly constituted the younger generation of the Ding family, positioned closer to the rear of the village than Ding Chong's residence. These youths, who were accustomed to bullying others without ever facing retaliation themselves, swiftly rallied upon learning of the chaos unfolding at Ding Chong's home. However, they were oblivious to the long line of vehicles parked outside Ding Chong's house. It was only when they approached within 30 meters that the gravity of the situation struck them. The seemingly endless convoy of cars and the presence of over 200 robust adults gathered at the entrance caused their pupils to constrict, and many inwardly cursed the young man with the lip piercing. Gradually, they slowed their advance, realizing that charging headlong into such a formidable assembly would be tantamount to seeking their own demise. As this group of over 20 hesitated, The 200 members of the Li clan began to mobilize. A handful of young men in their 20s dashed forth from the ranks of the Li family, brandishing wooden clubs and iron rods, launching an assault against the 20 youths opposite them. With the initial few leading the charge, an additional 40 or so soon followed suit, brandishing their makeshift weapons, all in their early 20s. This unexpected turn of events caught Li Rue completely off guard. He had gathered these clan members solely to foster a sense of unity and belonging within the family. Had it been merely a matter of a few seasoned bodyguards, they could have easily managed the situation. He had never anticipated that these young clansmen would possess concealed weapons beneath their garments. Li Rue had initially hoped that their mere presence would signify a revival of the Li lineage's glory, even in the absence of any systemic rewards. He would have pursued this goal. To his astonishment, these young members of the Li family provided him with a profound surprise. He could only reflect on the tenacity of the youth in the Dragon Nation. The young Li clan members were no exception, with a leader to guide them. Even sheep could transform into wolves. Faced with the potential for harm to these young clansmen, Li Rue signaled for Li Yi and 3 others to advance and assist. Upon receiving his command, the 4 swiftly shed their outer garments and charged towards the group of 20. Their rapid pace allowed them to reach the fray before the young Li members could engage. Unperturbed by the armed adversaries, the 4 advanced bravely. Li Yi charged towards a Ding family member wielding a steel pipe, causing the latter to falter in his grip. Overwhelmed by the sight of a 2-meter-tall, muscular behemoth barreling towards him, the sheer pressure and terror of facing an adult silverback gorilla in full charge is a sensation that can only be truly understood by one who has experienced it firsthand. The Ding family, armed with steel pipes, realized the muscular giant was now less than 2 meters away, and knowing escape was futile. They steeled themselves and raised the pipe with all their might to strike at the beast. With a resounding thud, Li Yi blocked the blow with his forearm, grinning widely. "Is that all you've got? Learning to fight?" He seized the man's pipe, twisting it effortlessly until it resembled a twisted pastry before discarding it. A single slap sent the man tumbling to the ground, his momentum carrying him 3 or 4 meters before he landed in a roadside ditch, finally coming to a halt. The elite bodyguards, each capable of handling no less than 30 unarmed adult men, faced a group of 20 armed with sticks. Yet, within less than a minute, the 4 elite guards had dispatched them all, leaving bodies scattered across the ground. This astonishing display left the crowd of 40 to 50 young members of the Li family in stunned silence. Did I just see that correctly? In under a minute, 4 men took down 20 armed adults? One incredulous young man beside him asked for confirmation. Indeed, these towering figures, each standing 2 meters tall, were formidable. With 500 such young men present, the thought of them effortlessly overpowering thousands seemed trivial. Where had the Li family found such strength? Was this not invincibility? Many in attendance, including the Li clan members, were secretly assessing Li Rue. They were well aware of his prowess, but had never anticipated such sheer dominance. Not far away, in a humble dwelling, a young man furtively drew the curtains, and with a pounding heart, muttered to himself, "Thank goodness I didn't go out. Otherwise, I would have ended up like my cousins, beaten to a pulp." This young man was also part of the Ding family's younger generation. After seeing the messages in the group chat, he had hurriedly dressed and grabbed a weapon to assist. However, the moment he stepped outside, he was met with an endless convoy of vehicles stretching down the village road. Sensing something was amiss, he withdrew, returned upstairs, and peered through the curtains to witness the unfolding events. He was not alone. 7 or 8 others, whose homes were closer to the village outskirts, had also narrowly escaped the conflict. "Look, these people are incredible," exclaimed one of the men among them. 4 of them demolishing over 20 from the Ding family is like swatting away school children. It's truly exhilarating. Having watched from a distance since the convoy entered the village, he expressed his delight. Indeed, those 4 looked like bears, and they hardly exerted any effort against the Ding family. The more than 200 who disembarked from the vehicle's Haven T even joined in yet. "The Ding family has truly met their match," another chimed in. "I told you these folks might be relatives of Ding Chong's wife, but you didn't believe me. Just look at how Ding Chong is being treated like a beaten dog. It's clear her family has come to back her up. Such a coincidence is hard to believe. Just last night, Ding Chong's wife was assaulted. And today, Ding Chong himself finds himself in such a dire situation. It seems almost too fortuitous." The 2 men focused their attention on the 4 bodyguards and the 20 young members of the Ding family, while the woman spoke of Ding Chong's unfortunate plight. "Your words do hold some weight. It is indeed plausible. However, I am perplexed by the notion that Ding Chong would dare to provoke such powerful connections from his wife's family. Is he not courting death? Surely, he cannot be so foolish. The man concurred with his wife's assessment that these individuals could very well be from Li Jianglan's family. Yet he too found himself grappling with certain uncertainties. Who can say for certain? If these people are indeed from Ding Chong's wife's family, then the Ding family is likely facing their imminent downfall. The intensity of the situation, the sheer number of individuals present, suggests that this is not merely about delivering a beating to Ding Chong. Inflicting a simple punishment would be far too lenient, given the Ding family's notorious reputation for their misdeeds. Brother, I believe Ding Yinchuan is surely on his way back. We are in for an intriguing spectacle. He has terrorized the town and village for many years, having bullied our Zhang family on numerous occasions. That wound on your head was also inflicted by him and his men. Today, the Ding family is finally facing retribution. I am eager to see whether this ferocious wolf or the pack of fierce tigers proves to be more formidable. Chapter 98. Executing family justice. Ding Yinchuan made 7 or 8 phone calls, expending 3 million to finally gather nearly 200 external aides. Along with his own subordinates, he amassed a force of 300, setting forth towards Dingjia village with great momentum. Logically, recruiting 200 henchmen should have cost a mere few hundred thousand. However, given Ding Yinchuan's urgent need for manpower, many of these individuals were sourced from neighboring towns, and some even had tenuous ties with him. Naturally, such circumstances invited opportunistic behavior, rendering the expenditure of 3 million unsurprising. In critical moments, Ding Yinchuan cared little for the money, prioritizing the resolution of the situation above all else. The assembled 300 arrived at the entrance of Lijia village in a grand procession of 80 vehicles. After traversing a few hundred meters along the village road, they encountered a Range Rover parked at the roadside, which obstructed the already wider than usual Dingjia village road, allowing only a single vehicle to pass. Seated in the foremost car, Ding Yinchuan's last vestige of hope was extinguished. It was indeed a Range Rover, as the red-haired individual had claimed. As the convoy pressed forward, a line of Range Rovers came into view, stretching endlessly ahead. The occupants of the other vehicles were left in stunned silence. Inside a van, 4 or 5 youths with red, yellow, and green hair exchanged anxious glances. One of them swallowed hard and spoke hesitantly. Brothers, I have a bad feeling about this. We shouldn't have come today. I share your apprehension. Another chimed in. Damn it. There are over 100 Range Rovers, at least 150 vehicles in total, outnumbering us by a significant margin. This means their numbers could exceed ours as well. He concluded with a nervous gulp. This is my first time assisting someone, and I encountered this situation. Wasn't he agreed that we were just here to make up the numbers? For a mere $200, are they really sending us to our deaths? The speaker, appearing no older than 18 or 19, nearly broke into tears. Stop crying. It's not the end of the world. Back in the day, I faced 10 alone and sent them scattering. What does it matter if they outnumber us? Fighting isn't about numbers. It's about the strength of one's fist and ferocity. Do you see the scar on my face? Learn from me. Once the brawl begins, charge forward with your eyes closed. The fierce fear the reckless, and the reckless fear nothing. Understand? A man with a long scar across his face slapped the nearly tearful youth, imparting what seemed like sage advice. Yet, unnoticed by anyone, the scarred man's legs trembled involuntarily. To all, his scar lent him an air of bravery, and over the years, he had intimidated many with it. Little did they know, the scar was merely a remnant of a bar altercation, a result of flirting with a girl and being attacked by her boyfriend, an incident wholly unrelated to the bravado he now boasted. Boss, you've arrived. Should I call the brothers down? Upon returning to Li Rui's side, Li donned his clothes and observed the procession of 70 to 80 vehicles approaching, inquiring whether Li Rui wished for the bodyguards within to emerge. Yes, let them all come out. The main course has arrived. Understood. A minute later, Ding Yinchuan's convoy halted before Li Rui and his companions. The rear door of the first car slowly opened, revealing a polished shoe stepping out, followed by a gentleman of approximately 1.7 meters in height, a refined middle-aged man in his 50s who exited the vehicle with a cigar in his mouth. Simultaneously, the doors of the other 70 to 80 cars swung open, and 4 to 5 individuals disembarked from each. Standing a distance of several meters away, Ding Yinchuan spoke in a calm demeanor. I wonder why you gentlemen have come to my Ding family village to cause trouble? Do you consider me, Ding Yinchuan, non-existent? At this moment, Ding Yinchuan was engulfed in inner turmoil. He was reluctant to lose face, yet felt uncertain of his ability to contend with the opposition. Thus, he donned a fade of bravado, hoping that the 300 individuals behind him would instill some trepidation in the adversaries. Oomph. That scoundrel Ding Chong assaulted my sister. We are here to avenge her. I care not who you are. The others were momentarily subdued by Ding Yinchuan and his entourage, but Li Wenlong, a hot-headed youth brimming with indignation, spoke out boldly. Are you the family of Li Jianglan? I have also heard of Ding Chong's drunken abuse of his wife, and I have scolded him many times. This fellow remains unrepentant, bringing shame upon our Ding family. Indeed, Ding Chong is in the wrong, but he is still one of us. It is not for outsiders to discipline him. Then I shall discipline him myself. What of it? Li Huia Proshid, Jinqiang, delivering a resounding slap across his face, responding coolly. Uncle, save me. Ding Chong, whose face had swollen grotesquely, cried out in agony after receiving Li Rui's blow. Brother, these people are utterly brazen, showing you no respect whatsoever. Just look at the state. They V left Xiang Song and Chong Chongyan. They V assaulted our other nephews as well. We must strike them down. The plump woman, witnessing her elder brother's arrival with 300 men, felt her earlier apprehensions dissipate, her bravado returning. Ding Yinchuan was not blind. He clearly observed the miserable state of over 20 nephews sprawled on the ground, along with his own cousin. Yet, he felt utterly powerless to act, aware that there were still many more adversaries remaining in the vehicles. Brother, do you truly intend to show me no respect? The men behind me are not to be trifled with. Each one of them is a skilled fighter. If it comes to blows, you shall gain little advantage, Ding Yinchuan declared, and as he finished speaking, the 300 individuals behind him brandished steel pipes and clubs, their intentions unmistakable. Respect? What respect do you possess? Do you wish to engage in a contest with us? You and your motley crew are hardly worthy of threatening me, Li Rui replied with a hearty laugh, his gaze shifting toward Ding Yinchuan's rear. Ding Yinchuan sensed something amiss and instinctively turned his head. To his astonishment, he beheld 100 Range Rovers parked along the village road of Dingjia Village, their doors swinging open in unison. From each vehicle emerged 5 towering giants, each between 6 and 7 feet tall, their muscular physiques accentuated by the rubber clubs they wielded. I must admit, my tone was rather harsh earlier, he conceded. Though Ding Chong is a member of our Ding family, he has erred and must face the consequences. Hand this scoundrel over to me, and I assure you, I shall provide a satisfactory resolution. Observing the stark contrast in Ding Yinchuan's demeanor, Li Rui smiled nonchalantly. Whichever hand struck my cousin, I shall take. Whichever foot kicked her, I shall claim that leg. In fact, seeing as all 4 of his limbs have been involved, I desire them all. I demand this reckoning. Will you acquiesce? You wish to incapacitate him entirely? What? Is it beyond your capabilities? If you cannot achieve this, I certainly can. Ding Chong has married into our Li family, becoming our son-in-law. As such, he is half a member of the Li family, and when one falters, the family law must be enacted. It is time for you to execute that law, 4th brother. Chapter 99. Exorbitant Compensation. Ami, Li Weiguang, who had been observing from the sidelines, was momentarily taken aback when Li Rui called out to him. 4th brother, you have drawn the red slip. You are the enforcer. Dismantle his limbs to avenge Jiang Lantang, Li Rui said, extending his hand to take a steel pipe from a young man of the Li family and passing it to Li Weiguang. Li Weiguang received the steel pipe, casting a glance at his father before looking down at the weapon in his hand, his expression wavering with uncertainty. What is wrong? 4th brother, are you afraid? If you're unwilling, just tell me, and I will find someone else for you. How could I be afraid? A man cannot admit defeat. I am merely concerned about my parents. If I end up in prison, who will take care of them? Xiao Rui, please look after my parents, Li Weiguang said through gritted teeth, raising the steel pipe high and aiming a fierce strike at Ding Chong's arm. Stop. I am willing to compensate. How much do you want? Just say it, Ding Yinchuan exclaimed urgently as he noticed Li Weiguang's intent to harm Ding Chong. Oh, how much are you willing to offer? Li Rui interjected, seizing Li Weiguang's descending hand, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he regarded Ding Yinchuan. I will offer 10 million. Ding Yinchuan hesitated for a moment before reluctantly uttering the figure, his heart aching at the thought. 10 million, that is quite a sum. 5th uncle, would you accept this compensation? Li Rui feigned ignorance, turning to solicit Li Yongguang's opinion. Absolutely not. Blood must be repaid with blood. He dared to strike my daughter. I demand 10-fold or 100-fold retribution, Li Yongguang declared, his eyes ablaze as he fixed his stare on Ding Chong. Alas, the principal party disagrees. So I'm a loss. 4th brother, what are you waiting for? Proceed, Li Weiguang. who had finally summoned the courage to raise the steel pipe to incapacitate Ding Chong and face imprisonment, felt his resolve wane upon Li Rui's interruption. Hearing Li Rui urge him to act again, Li Weiguang hesitated internally, yet with all the relatives' gazes upon him. He clenched his teeth and lifted the steel pipe once more, swinging it forcefully towards Ding Chong's arm. 50 million. We are willing to compensate 50 million. Ding Yinchuan urgently proclaimed, his heart sinking at the amount as Li Weiguang prepared to strike again. 50 million? My heavens! 50 million! Fourth brother, did you hear that? That is 50 million. If you strike down, 50 million will vanish. Li Rui grasped Li Weiguang's hand once more as it descended. Pretending not to notice Li Weiguang's forlorn expression, Li Rui again turned to Li Yongguang, inquiring, Fifth uncle, this is 50 million. Do you wish to reconsider? Before Li Yongguang could respond, Li Wenlong interjected angrily. We don't want money. No amount is worth it. I want to break his limbs. Fourth brother, hand me the steel pipe. Let me do it. Li Wenlong seized the steel pipe from Li Weiguang's grasp and aimed a fierce blow at Ding Chong's calf. Bang! Ah! The collision of metal with flesh and bone, accompanied by Ding Chong's agonized cry, caused all present to flinch in shock. Do not go too far. The Ding family is not to be trifled with. Do you truly wish to bring about mutual destruction? Upon witnessing Li Wenlong's brutal strike against Ding Chong's calf, which left the flesh mangled and the bone evidently fractured, Ding Yinchuan momentarily lost his composure. Ding Chong was not merely his nephew. He was the sole heir of Ji Qianfan, the second largest shareholder of the Blue Sky Automobile Manufacturing Group. The coveted agency rights for Blue Sky in Wuhan City hinged upon this nephew, whose potential success could yield profits exceeding hundreds of millions annually. If Ding Chong were rendered incapacitated, would Ji Qianfan's daughter still have any interest in a cripple? Naturally, that was impossible, and with it, his own agency rights would be irrevocably lost. In that moment, he forgot that the individual before him possessed far superior strength. Li Wenlong's sudden aggression took Li Rui by surprise. He had no desire for this young man to languish in prison and had intended to intervene. Upon hearing Ding Yinchuan's threat of mutual destruction, he ceased to focus on Li Wenlong and instead regarded Ding Yinchuan with an air of indifference. Mutual destruction? Am I mistaken? Who do you think you are? A mere buffoon like you dares to threaten me? I shall grant you one more opportunity. Repeat that for my hearing. After speaking, Li Rui tilted his head and took 2 steps closer to Ding Yinchuan, feigning that he had not heard clearly from a distance and now sought to hear him better. Ding Yinchuan stammered, suddenly realizing that he had not asserted any real threat, leaving him at a loss for words. You squander your chance. It appears I did not mishear. You genuinely wish for mutual destruction? Li Rui turned his gaze upon Ding Yinchuan, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. In an instant, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Ding Yinchuan's face. The sharp crack of the slap left both the Li family relatives and the 300 men brought by Ding Yinchuan in stunned disbelief. The Li family members were astonished because, in the realm of powerful figures capable of summoning hundreds of followers, such individuals rarely resort to physical confrontation, preferring negotiation to achieve their ends. They could hardly fathom why Li Rui would strike the other party so brazenly, effectively cornering them into a confrontation. Ding Yinchuan's henchmen were equally shocked to witness their leader being struck. After all, Ding Yinchuan had dominated the Qima town for over a decade. Always the one to deliver blows, never the recipient. You dare strike my brother? Attack him. Beat him to a pulp, commanded the stout woman, who, due to her height, had her view obstructed by others and thus failed to notice the 500 muscular men disembarking from a vehicle. In truth, it was not only the stout woman who missed the arrival of these imposing figures. Besides Ding Yinchuan, only a handful of astute individuals, including the scar-faced man, noticed the elite bodyguards stepping out of the car. Dare to strike my elder brother? Brothers, charge forth. The one who spoke is a hired thug of Ding Yinchuan, lavishly compensated for his loyalty. He is notoriously fierce in brawls, albeit somewhat lacking in intellect. Among Ding Yinchuan as 100 subordinates, he wields considerable influence, instantly inciting dozens to follow him into the fray. Scarface, why are you retreating? Shall we not charge as well? A young man of 18 or 19, who had nearly shed tears in the vehicle, questioned in bewilderment as he observed Scarface stepping back from the throng. Charge. What folly. If you seek to meet your demise, do so at your own peril. I shan't accompany you. What is the worth of a few $100s compared to your life? Look behind you. Upon hearing Scarface's hushed warning, the young man turned to glance back, only to find his pupils constricted. A sea of several hundred robust, men loomed ominously just a few meters away. Chapter 100. The Death Warriors come back. All of you return. Ding Yinchuan, momentarily stunned by a slap from Li Rui, finally regained his composure. Clutching his swollen face, he felt an intense anger rising within him. However, he had just witnessed the imposing figures of several hundred muscular men behind him. He realized that should he take action, it would undoubtedly be his own demise. Brother? The men who had rushed forward looked at each other in confusion, unable to comprehend why their leader was preventing them from confronting the adversaries. Everyone retreat. Upon hearing Ding Yunchuan's reiterated command, dozens of men reluctantly fell back behind him. 100 million. I will offer 100 million as compensation. The fury in Ding Yunchuan's eyes was evident to all, yet he dared not express it openly, resorting instead to the outrageous figure of 100 million in compensation. 100 million. What do you think, fifth uncle? We do not want money. Brother Rui has instructed me to eliminate this scoundrel. Be quiet. That money is not compensation for you. Does your sister's treatment come free? Will Lele not need to live in the future? Li Rui admonished the impulsive Li Wenlong. It was clear that after this incident, Li Jianglan would likely divorce Ding Chong. A divorced woman, alone with her child, could not manage without financial support. Although he possessed an inexhaustible fortune, he could not simply hand over money to his cousin Jianglan. How would that reflect on their family? I believe it is reasonable. Fifth uncle, this money is rightfully compensation owed to cousin Jianglan. With it, the mother and daughter will have security for the rest of their lives. All right, I shall heed little Rui's advice. Although Li Yongguang harbored thoughts of severely injuring or even killing Ding Chong, he acknowledged the validity of Li Rui's words. With this 100 million, his daughter could lead a comfortable life henceforth. Fifth uncle, please give him your bank card. After Li Rui spoke, Li Yongguang extracted a bank card from his wallet and handed it to Ding Yinchuan. Taking the card, Ding Yinchuan felt a pang in his heart. 100 million represented a third of his assets. Yet, he reasoned that as long as he could secure Ding Chong's safety and obtain the agency rights for Lantian Automobile in Wuhan City, he would be able to recoup his losses within a year. Resolving to act, he swiftly manipulated his phone and returned the bank card to Li Yongguang. I have transferred 100 million to the card. Can you release him now? Ding Yinchuan pointed at Ding Chong, who lay on the ground, clutching his legs in agony. Fifth uncle, has the money arrived? Instead of responding to Ding Yinchuan, Li Rui directed his question to Li Yongguang. Li Yongguang checked his phone and received a bank notification confirming the arrival of 100 million. Little Rui, the 100 million has been credited. Li Yongguang exhaled deeply, uttering a sum that would elude the average person throughout their lifetime. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, whether they were relatives or thugs. The mere mention of such a staggering figure sent shivers down their spines. Just as everyone was grappling with the shock of the exorbitant compensation, several towering men, each standing 2 meters tall, their bodies robust as bulls and wielding rubber clubs, emerged behind the 300 thugs. These individuals are precisely the 500 elite bodyguards who, like a relentless tide, pushed aside the ruffians and surged towards Li Rui. The entrance of these 500 guardians transformed the previously spacious area into a suffocating crowd, causing several petty thugs to fall into the ditches by the roadside. Boss, the towering men, each standing between 6 feet and 6.5 feet tall, shouted in unison, their voices reverberating painfully in the ears of all present. The few thugs who had dared to rush at Li Rui moments ago now trembled and gulped nervously, realizing that these 500 were the subordinates of a young man across from them. One of these giants could easily overpower 10 of them, a thought that echoed in the minds of the petty criminals. Keep it down. You're deafening me, Li Rui complained, digging into his ears while addressing the multitude of bodyguards. Yes, boss, he heard in response. He shook his head in exasperation. Even their normal voices were more thunderous than other shouts. He gestured for the bodyguards to part, as he had lost sight of the main subject amidst the throng. Upon receiving Li Rui's signal, the bodyguards finally dispersed, allowing him to spot Ding Yinchuan, who was seated on the ground, having been jostled aside. Suppressing a laugh within, Li Rui feigned confusion and asked, tired of standing? Would you like to sit? Ding Yinchuan stood up, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, his face a mixture of shame and fury that he dared not express. The compensation has been settled. Can you hand over Ding Chong now? Of course. I have no use for this scum, Li Rui replied. But have you forgotten something? I have compensated my cousin Jiang Lantang. But what about the child in her womb? That is a life at stake. Also, Lele has many new and old injuries. How much are you prepared to compensate for that? Upon hearing Li Rui's seemingly mocking words, Ding Yunchuan realized he had been outmaneuvered. His adversary had never intended to release Ding Chong. Are you truly going to be this ruthless? Do you realize he is the second largest shareholder of Blue Sky Automobile Manufacturing Company and the favored suitor of Ji Qianfan, the chairman's only daughter? Ji is not someone to be trifled with. Ding Yunchuan recognized that with his own influence, he could no longer protect Ding Chong and resorted to invoking Ji Qianfan as a means to intimidate Li Ruei. Yi Qianfan? Blue Sky Automobile Manufacturing Company? The second largest shareholder? Forgive me, but I'm not familiar with that, Li Ruei retorted. But are you aware of Tongfei Group and the name of its chairman? Li Hui. What significance does Ji Qianfan hold? Is he a force to be reckoned with, while Li Ruei is to be trifled with? No one connected to my cousin will escape this matter, and Ji Qianfan is no exception. As Li Ruei mentioned the name of Tongfei Group, Ding Yunchuan was momentarily frozen in shock. Tongfei Group had recently captured the attention of the entire Dragon Kingdom, investing billions to establish a semiconductor industrial park in a small county, and had announced at a press conference that the annual output value could reach 400 billion Dragon Kingdom coins once completed. This was merely the yearly output value, indicative of a company poised to become a titan with a market value in the trillions. Most importantly, the Tongfei Group has only one shareholder, while Ji Qianfan, whom he considered a pillar of support, is merely the second largest shareholder of a billion-dollar conglomerate. Threatening the chairman of Tongfei Group with him is nothing short of absurd. Cold sweat began to drip from Ding Yunchuan's cheeks. Ding Yunchuan, allow me to extend a favorable offer. Compensate me with 500 million for the child in Jiang Lantong's womb, and an additional 50 million for Lei Lei. Only then shall I release him. You have 10 seconds to contemplate this. You have crippled him. Are you not afraid of facing a lengthy prison sentence? Do I need to dirty my hands on such a worthless being? Li Ruei proclaimed loudly to the 500 elite bodyguards before him. Would you be willing to take the fall for me? Without a moment's hesitation, the 500 bodyguards responded in unison. We are willing to die for our boss. Their faces bore no trace of fear, only an air of indifference. Witnessing this scene, Ding Yunchuan truly felt despair. The resolute tone and nonchalant expressions of 400 to 500 individuals made him suddenly realize the vast chasm that separated them from his own subordinates. These men were warriors willing to lay down their lives for their master, a legion of death seekers. Such individuals. He had only seen a handful of around prominent figures in the past. How could he possibly contend with them? Although he commanded 100 or so henchmen, they were merely gathered around him for personal gain. The prospect of asking them to die for him was utterly implausible. Chapter 101. Justice served. Ding Yunchuan perceived that Li Weiguang was unable to meet the price demanded. Fourth brother, proceed with the family law. Incapacitate his limbs. Understood. Li Weiguang swiftly acknowledged, seizing the steel pipe from Li Wenlong's grasp. He raised it high, preparing to strike Ding Chong's other uninjured leg. After mustering courage twice before, only to be thwarted, he now felt deeply frustrated, no longer concerned about the consequences. His only focus was to fulfill what he had attempted previously. Observing the steel pipe raised by Li Weiguang, Ding Yunchuan refrained from intervening this time. Faced with the chairman of the Tongfei Group, he found himself devoid of any thoughts of resistance. He harbored a desire to slap Ding Chong resoundingly. Realizing that his wife's family possessed formidable power, yet he had been oblivious to it. He had failed to protect himself from a formidable adversary, and now faced dire consequences for his ignorance. However, he neglected to remember that all of Ding Chong's actions had transpired under his tacit approval. Please spare my son. The stout woman, having retreated to the back of the crowd after the arrival of 500 bodyguards, was no longer the aggressive figure she had once been. Upon hearing Li Ruei's intent to incapacitate her son and noting that Ding Yunchuan remained silent, she suppressed her fear of Li Ruei and emerged to kneel before him, pleading for mercy. When your son assaulted my cousin, why did you not intervene? I am certain my cousin pleaded with him not to strike her abdomen. Yet he showed no mercy to the child within her, his own offspring. He is nothing but a beast. Fourth brother, what are you waiting for? Startled by the stout woman's outcry, Li Weiguang paused, but with a nudge from Li Ruei, he hesitated no longer and swung the steel pipe forcefully towards Ding Chong's intact leg. Just as the pipe was a mere 10 centimeters from its target, a powerful hand grasped it, halting its descent abruptly. Looking up, Li Weiguang found himself confronted by a muscular giant, approximately 9 meters tall and still youthful. Isn't this one of Xiao Rui's subordinates? Why is he stopping me? As Li Weiguang pondered this, the young giant grinned and said, Fourth master, Your slender arms seem ill-equipped for this task. Allow me to take over. With that, he seized the steel pipe from Li Weiguang's hands and, using both hands, bent it until it formed a U-shape, then casually tossed it far away. Haha, this tool is unwieldy. My foot is far better suited for dealing with such detritus. With that, the young giant lifted his booted right foot and forcefully brought it down upon Ding Chong's leg, which had already been fractured by Li Wenlong. Spare me. It hurts. Mom, Dad, help me. The young giant's foot struck with full force, weighing 100 kilograms. Coupled with his immense strength and the hardness of his military boots, Ding Chong's calf was crushed entirely, and a distinct crack echoed through the air. So, my son, the once kneeling, plump woman before Li Rue, upon witnessing her son's leg being mercilessly crushed while emitting heart-wrenching cries, was momentarily stunned. Then, overwhelmed by despair, she wept profusely and crawled towards her son with frantic desperation. Regardless of her coldness towards her daughter-in-law, she remained, at heart, just an ordinary mother when faced with her own child. How could this have come to pass? As parents, you bear a significant share of the responsibility for his fate today. Had you intervened when he assaulted my cousin, he would not have met such a dire end. Pull her away, continue. The young bodyguard responded affirmatively, lifting his foot to stomp heavily on the intact leg. Crack! Dad, Uncle, save me, please. The crisp sound echoed once more as Ding Chong's other leg succumbed, his anguished cries inducing cold sweats among the 300 ruffians brought by Ding Yinchuan. Hearing his nephew's desperate pleas, Ding Yinchuan could only helplessly shut his eyes, while Ding Xiangsong, overwhelmed, crouched in a corner, covering his injured head, pretending not to hear. With the final 2 snaps of bone shattering, Ding Chong lost even the strength to scream, his voice reduced to a low, tortured groan. How exhilarating, truly exhilarating. At last, I have avenged my niece. Such a degree of fracture will leave him a cripple, even if healed, Li Yongda exclaimed with a resounding clap. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to report it. I, Li Rue, am ready to engage you to the very end. He sneered disdainfully at Ding Yinchuan. Dare not, dare not. He truly deserves it. Ding Yinchuan, upon hearing Li Rue's provocation, not only refrained from anger, but instead smiled and waved his hands dismissively. All right, I almost forgot about those 3 loquacious fellows. Li Rue scoffed, speaking to himself. Bring those 3 over here. He commanded the bodyguards to drag the plump, the thin, and the lip-studded youth before him. The plump and thin individuals, who had been pretending to be lifeless on the ground, trembled involuntarily at Li Rue's words. The lip-studded youth, having lost his previous bravado, scrambled to his feet before the bodyguards could reach him, then abruptly knelt before Li Rue, pleading for mercy. Brother, please spare me. I am willing to be your servant. Just let me go. As he finished speaking, a foul-smelling yellow liquid began to trickle from his trousers. The coward had urinated himself. Li Rue grimaced in disdain, covering his nose as he bypassed the lip-studded youth and approached the already dragged plump and thin men. I have heard that you 2 have taken an interest in my cousin and wish to become my sister's husbands. Is that so? Brother, it was my reckless tongue. I swear I shall never dare again. Please spare me. The plump man cried out in terror. It was all this fat man's fault. He was the one who suggested it first. I was merely led by him. I had no such intentions. Please, spare me. I do not wish to become a cripple. The thin man wept and begged. Indeed, your tongues are quite reckless. Give each of them 30 slaps, Li Rue commanded his bodyguards. Immediately, 3 young bodyguards advanced, delivering a flurry of slaps to the faces of the 3 individuals. The sound echoed, slap, slap, slap. A minute later, the bodyguards ceased their actions, revealing the 3 victims with swollen cheeks and blood streaming from their mouths, some teeth having even been dislodged. Do you understand the consequences of reckless words now? How could my cousin, Li Rue, be the subject of your vulgar fantasies? Li Rue addressed the 2 disheveled men once more. Brother, we shall never dare again. Never dare again? The mere thought of you 2 vermin fantasizing about my cousin repulses me. To alleviate my disgust, I shall eradicate the source of your troubles, allowing you to abandon your sordid thoughts and spare me from further revulsion. After speaking, Li Rue cast a glance at the 2 young bodyguards standing nearby. The bodyguards nodded in understanding, cracking their necks as they stepped forward. Chapter 102. Return to the village. The sound of 2 eggs shattering, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, echoed through the air, causing all the men present to instinctively take a step back. Li Hui, observing that the primary individuals involved in the incident had received their just desserts, turned to Ding Yinchuan with a cheerful demeanor and said, My part is nearly done. I shall leave the rest to you. Will you require me to cover the medical expenses? Not at all. They brought this upon themselves. I will handle it, Ding Yinchuan replied, bowing slightly and insisting there was no need. Well then, I must trouble you, my brothers, to move the vehicles and clear the way, Li Rue instructed. Not a problem. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and move the cars. Don't obstruct the road for others. Upon hearing Ding Yunchuan's command, the 300 individuals he had brought dispersed like a flock of startled birds, swiftly making their way to the vehicles parked along the road to Ding's village. By the way, I will send my cousin's divorce agreement over the next few days. I doubt he will be signing it, so could you assist with that? Of course. We shall take care of it, they assured him. Haha, let's go home then, Li Rue laughed heartily, gesturing for everyone to prepare for their return as Ding Yunchuan had already instructed his subordinates to move the cars. As Li Rue took a step forward, he noticed Li Weiguang still in a state of shock and shook his head with a smile. He turned back, placing an arm around Li Weiguang's shoulder, and said, Come on, fourth brother. The vendetta against Jiang Lan has been avenged. It is time for us to head home. Ah, little Rue, did I not draw the red slip? We are leaving already after doing nothing? Li Weiguang was in a daze, having been disarmed of the steel pipe by the bodyguards, and he still could not comprehend the utility of his role as an enforcer. Little Rue's subordinates were so frightened they nearly wet themselves, stepping in as enforcers to execute our family's laws. You have truly brought shame upon me, Li Yongda chimed in from the side, mocking his son. I did not. You are speaking nonsense, Li Weiguang retorted, eager to defend himself. Though he had initially feared imprisonment and hesitated, he had ultimately thrown caution to the wind this time, showing no signs of trepidation. The facts are evident. Being timid can be beneficial, sparing you from serving time and allowing you to accompany your old man. If you were to end up in jail, who would notice if I fell at home one day and could not get up? Li Yongda concluded with a feigned air of melancholy. Father, at your age, you are not so young anymore. At 27, it is time for you to marry. If you tie the knot now, your mother and I can assist with the children while you manage the company. How about you marry Wenxiu before this year ends? Li Yongda initially feigned a woeful demeanor, then shifted the conversation to his son's marriage. Isn't that a bit too soon? Li Weiguang pondered, reflecting on his father's words. What if something were to happen to him? What would his parents do if he were not married with children? Too soon? Is it that the Zhang family disapproves? The Wenxiu family would undoubtedly agree, for the Li family's reputation in the region is at its zenith. Anyone hearing of the prospect of marrying into the Li family would be more than willing. Who could possibly disagree? Thus, it is settled. I shall return and consult a scholar to select an auspicious date for the wedding. With that, Li Yongda burst into laughter. Congratulations, fourth uncle. Congratulations to fourth brother. Li Rue exchanged glances with Li Yongda, sharing a smile laden with unspoken meaning known only to the two of them. Once the individuals awaiting Ding Yinchuan cleared the area, the Li family's convoy turned around, transforming the rear into the front, and exited Dingjia village. As the crowd dispersed, the nearby villagers of Dingjia village cautiously approached, daring to venture within a few dozen meters of Ding Chong's residence to ascertain the situation. Although they had heard Ding Chong's agonizing cries from afar, it was only upon nearing that they could vaguely discern the grim reality. Upon seeing the scene, a chill ran through the hearts of the onlookers. It was a gruesome sight. His limbs appeared as though they had been crushed, and his bones likely shattered to pieces. I suspected these individuals were seeking trouble with the Ding family, and my conjecture proved accurate. One villager, who had anticipated trouble when the Li family's convoy entered Dingjia village, proudly boasted of his foresight. I see you merely stumbled upon luck. Look, Ding Yinchuan is unharmed, while it is his nephew Ding Chong who bears the worst of it. This ordeal seems directed at Ding Chong rather than the Ding family as a whole. How did you fail to deduce that? Another villager, unable to bear the sight of another's triumph, interjected with a taunt. Indeed, I had not foreseen this. It now appears this incident may be related to Ding Chong's abusive behavior towards his wife. If that is the case, these individuals must be from her family. Yet, Ding Chong's propensity for violence is not a recent development. Why have her relatives only now come to her defense? Who can say? Regardless, Ding Chong's fate is well-deserved. None among the Ding family are virtuous. Standing at the entrance of Ding Chong's residence, Ding Yunchuan's expression fluctuated between anger and despair. His rage had reached its peak, yet he dared not unleash it. Only after Li Rue and the others departed did his countenance darken completely. However, he understood that no amount of fury would alter his predicament. Who were these adversaries? They were a formidable force comprising 400 to 500 elite warriors. In a confrontation, It would take but one of them to vanquish him. A single individual willing to sacrifice themselves for their leader is worth more than 100 ordinary subordinates. And the opposition boasted hundreds. Moreover, they possessed the means to invest trillions in cash. Those capable of such investment surely held assets far exceeding that sum. Their intricate web of connections beyond his comprehension. Not to mention, their conglomerate had the potential to evolve into a trillion-dollar titan. In contrast, although he appeared powerful with hundreds of subordinates and assets in the hundreds of millions, he was but a minnow in the presence of such magnates. What could he possibly offer in opposition? The very thought of revenge had fled his mind, leaving him to confront the stark disparity between an ant and an elephant. Though he understood that seeking to regain face through Li Rue would be a futile endeavor for the entirety of his life, the seething anger within him demanded release. Unable to contain it any longer, he found himself unleashing his fury upon the villagers gathered within a few dozen meters. "What are you staring at? Do you all wish to perish?" he thundered. "Step closer. Let me see what sort of rabble you are. When I find the time, I shall pay each of you a visit for a chat." Before Li Rue, Ding Yinchuan, who typically acted subserviently, transformed into an embodiment of tyranny in front of these ordinary villagers. Hearing Ding Yinchuan's threats, the villagers hastily covered their faces and scurried away, terrified of being remembered and later confronted by him. "You call yourselves men? Don't you know who your wife's relatives are? Have you not heard of her formidable cousin? You have ruined my grand plans." As Ding Yinchuan witnessed the crowd disperse in a chaotic rush, he turned to see Ding Chong wailing in pain. Unable to suppress his anger, he advanced and kicked Ding Chong squarely in the rear while unleashing a torrent of curses. In his fury, having just brushed past a Fu Gue, he momentarily forgot that Ding Chong referred to him as master, and thus inadvertently included himself in his own tirade. Meanwhile, on the highway, within the Li family convoy, Li Rue retrieved his phone and dialed the number saved under the name Zhao Yi. Chapter 103. Family gathering. What are your orders, boss? I shall send you an additional 40 informants. Keep a close watch on the Ding family. Should they make any moves, contact Dark One immediately. And do your utmost to uncover all evidence of bribery and other criminal activities involving Ding Yinchuan. Understood, boss. After hanging up the phone, Li Rue closed his eyes and murmured to himself, "A thug who amassed wealth through violent means. I refuse to believe your hands are clean. If there happens to be a life lost in your wake, all the better. It saves me the mess." With that, Li Rue continued to rest his eyes. At 2 p.m., a convoy of 157 vehicles entered Li family village. As they drove in, they noticed 70 to 80 cars already parked along the village road. Li Hui, in the lead vehicle, spotted many people gathered at the village entrance from afar. Second uncle, dad, mom. A minute later, the vehicles halted before the crowd, and upon exiting, Li Rue greeted each elder in turn. "Let me see, are you hurt?" Wang Susan stepped forward, pulling her son close and inspecting him from all angles. "Mom, I assure you I'm no fragile chicken, especially with so many bodyguards around. Who could possibly harm me? With your capabilities," Wang Susan retorted, playfully poking her finger at Li Rue's forehead. "Fifth brother, have you resolved everything?" Li Yong, seeing his son monopolized by his wife and fearing to provoke her, approached Li Yongguang, who had also exited the vehicle. "Yes, all matters are settled. That scoundrel Ding Chong has faced the consequences he deserved." "Oh, what exactly transpired? Tell me everything." Li Yong's excitement grew as he learned that his niece had been avenged. "I'll recount it. When we stormed into Ding family village with over 700 of us, it was as if the roosters ceased to crow and the dogs fell silent. The Ding family was so terrified that some of them wet their pants. Brother Rue was even more formidable. He kicked down half of Ding Chong's house. Li Wenlong, who had previously been impulsive and irritable, now displayed his youthful bravado in front of everyone, boasting with exaggerated tales. "Are you regaling us with a myth?" Li Yongda interjected, noticing Li Wenlong's increasingly outrageous claims, and playfully delivered a light smack to his head. "Ouch! Fourth uncle, that hurts!" Li Banlor exclaimed, covering his head and glancing back to see his uncle, his expression turning momentarily aggrieved. "Step aside, let me speak." Li Yongda disregarded his nephew's pout and animatedly narrated the entire sequence of events to the audience. What began as a rather mundane affair transformed into an enthralling tale through Li Yongda's exceptional storytelling skills. The crowd listened with rapt attention, particularly gasping when they heard about Ding Yunchuan's compensation of 100 million to Li Jianlan, followed by enthusiastic applause when they learned of Ding Chong's punishment. "Mom, has Fifth Aunt called? How is my cousin Jianlan?" Li Rue inquired after Li Yongda concluded his tale, eager to know about his cousin's condition. Your fifth aunt did not call, but your sister did. She has already gone to the hospital where Jianglan is being treated. Perhaps you should call your sister and inquire about the current situation. Has my sister arrived? Okay, I will call her. Just as Li Rui took out his phone to call his sister, Li Xiaofeng, the phone rang first. It was indeed a call from his sister. Hello, sister. Are you at Jianglan's place? How is everything? Xiaorui, Jianglan has escaped life-threatening danger, but what? Li Xiaofeng's hesitance sent Li Rui's heart racing. The child could not be saved, Li Xiaofeng said, her voice heavy with sorrow. Sister, we were already aware of this. As long as Jianglan is all right, that is all that matters. Please tell our fifth aunt and Lei that we have ensured the villain has received the punishment he deserves. They can focus on accompanying Jianglan and Xingqing without worry. By the way, I managed to secure a compensation of 100 million. Do not hesitate to spend on her treatment. Hire several caregivers, and do not overexert yourselves. 100 million in compensation? Li Xiaofeng on the other end was astounded, her eyes wide with disbelief. After hanging up, Li Rui recalled that neither his uncle nor third uncle was present. Remembering the 70 or 80 cars parked by the roadside sparked a suspicion within him, prompting him to ask his mother, Mom, where are our uncles? After you all set off, 200 to 300 relatives arrived one after another. Your uncles are at the ancestral hall receiving them. If it weren't for your uncle advising against more arrivals in the clan group, there might have been even more. By the way, it's already 2 in the afternoon, and you haven't eaten yet, have you? The meals are ready. Why don't you ask your uncle how many people there are? We need to arrange tables. We will eat in the square in front of the ancestral hall. All right, I'll check once I park. With that, Li Rui directed everyone to park the vehicles in available spaces and then led them toward the ancestral hall behind the village. As the dense crowd approached the square, about 70 or 80 meters away, Li Rui noticed that the square was filled with tables and chairs. Over 300 people were sparsely seated, while his uncle, Li Yongjin, was engaged in conversation with several older gentlemen. As Li Rui moved closer, he could overhear their dialogue. Oh, how I wish we lived closer. Just half an hour away. If my son and grandson had made it, they could have been inscribed on the stone tablet, remembered for 100 years for future generations to admire. It drives me mad. You only missed it by half an hour. I was just a step behind. Missing the first 9 beats of the clan drum is such a disappointment. The heavens treat me unfairly, one elder lamented, looking skyward in a posture of grievance. Well, whose fault is it for living so far away? My son and grandson are here. A century from now, the descendants of our Li clan will see their names and deeds on the square of the Li clan ancestral hall. Another elder chuckled. Clan leader, look at him, so smug in his small triumph. Indeed, esteemed patriarch, one cannot help but find this individual quite irksome. Should there arise any significant matters concerning our clan in the future, I implore you to inform me in advance. Regardless of the perils that may lie ahead, I shall hasten to respond with utmost urgency. As Li Yongjin listened to the complaints and banter of several individuals, all of whom were no younger than 67 or 68, he could not help but smile and shake his head. Yet, a sense of deep satisfaction welled up within him. If each clan member possessed such a sense of honor for our lineage, what worries could there be about the prosperity of the Li family? From a distance of 20 to 30 meters, Li Rui called out in greeting. Upon hearing Li Rui's voice, Li Yongjin instinctively glanced up, and upon seeing Li Rui and his companions return, the weight of anxiety that had burdened him finally lifted. Although over 700 individuals had departed, the likelihood of unforeseen incidents was minimal, yet he remained concerned about Li Rui's safety or the possibility of more grave misfortunes. Despite the apparent strength of the Li family, it relied heavily on Li Rui. Any misfortune befalling him would indeed be catastrophic. Xiao Rui, you have returned. I trust you have sustained no injuries? Li Yongjin traversed through the elderly crowd to stand before Li Rui, inquiring with a tone akin to that of Wang Sumei, nearly inspecting Li Rui's well-being from head to toe. I am unscathed, uncle. Your nephew is quite formidable. Ah, Inda. My Xiao Rui is the most formidable person in the world. How did you handle the situation, Xiao Rui? Are there likely to be any complications ahead? Li Yongjin asked, a note of concern evident in his voice. Chapter 104. Paying for services. Rest assured, uncle, that scoundrel Ding Chong has received his just punishment. I have already made the necessary arrangements, and there will be no complications, said Li Yongjin, reassuring his uncle. Good, good. Now I can finally relax, Li Yongjin's uncle replied, feeling relieved that vengeance had been exacted for his niece and that there would be no ensuing troubles. Uncle, my mother asked me to inquire about the number of guests. How many tables should we prepare? Let me check, Li Yongjin said, pulling out a notebook from his pocket. Today, There are a total of 638 clan members present, along with your subordinates and villagers. We should prepare around 160 tables. All right, I will inform my mother. Uncle, please proceed to arrange the seating for everyone. It's getting late. Understood, Li Yongjin responded, then set about organizing the guests. Half an hour later, as everyone settled into their seats, dishes were served one after another. Once all the dishes were laid out, Li Yongjin stood on a raised platform and addressed the several hundred Li clan members before him. First and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude to each and every one of you present today. Your unity has illuminated the strength of the Li family. In times of hardship, we stand together in support. It is my hope that in the days to come, the Li family will flourish even further and grow closer in unity. Uncle, what is he saying? Li Rue was not paying close attention. He was far too famished, his stomach pressing against his back. While everyone else was earnestly listening to Li Yongjin's speech, he stealthily helped himself to the food. Meanwhile, in an opulent estate within Xing City, a young woman, approximately 6 meters tall and weighing about 160 pounds, was in a fit of rage, sweeping a delicate vase off the table and shattering it on the floor. Dad, Ding Chong has been incapacitated. What am I to do? Ji Qianfan, observing his daughter's tantrum, felt a throbbing headache. Throughout his life, aside from his wife who had passed away a decade prior, he had many women outside, yet for reasons unknown, after more than 20 years of toil, he had only this one daughter. Thus, he had pampered her immensely, granting her every desire. Even when she had shown interest in a man who was already married with children, he had hesitated only momentarily before acquiescing. Just moments ago, Ding Yunshan had called to inform him that his nephew had been rendered incapable, and his daughter had overheard, leading to her eruption of anger. Yin Yin, Ding Chong is a married man with children. What is there to admire? Stop crying. I will find you someone better in the future. I don't care. I want Ding Chong. How could he be so handsome? Ji Chunyin pouted, twisting and turning, playfully appealing to Ji Qianfan, her ample figure swaying like ripples in water. However, Ding Yunshan had already stated that Ding Chong had been incapacitated by his wife's family, and it was a condition beyond remedy. Surely, one could not wish to marry a cripple, could they? But, Dad, it's just so unfair. The man I like has been rendered useless. I can't let this go. According to Ding Yunchuan, Ding Chong's wife's family has summoned 200 to 300 individuals to create a disturbance at Ding Chong's residence. It appears that this family is quite united in their local community, which complicates matters significantly. Though he is a wealthy magnate, he finds himself at a loss when dealing with such a rural clan, as they have no business ties with him and he cannot exert financial pressure. Resorting to force is also unfeasible. They can gather hundreds, while he lacks such manpower at his disposal. Despite their unity, they are merely rural folk. Father, aren't you acquainted with Lord Black Tiger? You could hire him to handle those ruffians for me. Our Ji family is not short on funds. Ever since she was young, Ji Chunyin has always gotten whatever she desired from her father, leading her to subconsciously believe that there is nothing in this world that money cannot achieve. Yi Qianfan hesitated. As a person engaged in legitimate business, unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to spend money hiring underground thugs like Lord Black Tiger for such matters, especially for the sake of a married man. If word got out, it would be utterly disgraceful. At this moment, Ji Chunyin resorted to her charming tactics. All right, I will call him now. Ji Qianfan, nearly exasperated by his daughter's persistence, conceded. He reluctantly took out his phone and dialed a number. Meanwhile, in the private room of the Monster Beast Bar, Lord Black Tiger savored exquisite dishes prepared by a personal chef, swirling a glass of fine red wine with a smile that seemed unshakable. Recently, he had absorbed Gu Yuanshan's business influence, his power multiplied, and now he reigned as the undisputed underground emperor of Xing City, thanks to his brother Li Rue. Just as Lord Black Tiger was about to down his glass of wine, his phone on the coffee table vibrated unexpectedly. Frowning, he set down his glass and picked up the phone to see Ji Qianfan's name flashing on the screen. Ji boss, it has been a while. What brings you to call me today? Are you looking to visit the bar? Lord Tiger, I would love to visit your bar, but I have been swamped with affairs lately and simply cannot find the time. Oh, I see. Then, Ji boss, what prompted you to reach out this time? Lord Black Tiger inquired, puzzled. Well, I would like to request your assistance in dealing with some individuals. Name your price. Who dares to offend Ji boss? Just say the word, and I shall take care of them. After all, Ji Qianfan is a billionaire, and even though I become the underground emperor of Xing City, I must still give him due respect, especially since he is willing to pay. How could I turn down an opportunity to earn? It concerns a household in Lijia Village, Tianlong Town, Chunning County, named Li Yonghua. Ji Qianfan mentioned the name, but refrained from mentioning Li Rui, clearly indicating that Ding Yunchuan had kept that information concealed, including the presence of the 500 bodyguards. Whenever Ding Yunchuan utters the name Li Rui, Ji Qianfan inevitably recalls who Li Rui is. As the second shareholder of the Blue Sky Automobile Manufacturing Group, he has long heard of the reputation of Li Rui, the chairman of the Tongfei Group, in high-level meetings within the company. This enterprise, equipped with advanced new energy technologies, possesses the power to determine the fate of their own company. How could he possibly be unaware of such a figure? Ha ha, Boss G, are you jesting? You want me to pay you to deal with a farmer? Black Tiger nearly doubled over with laughter upon hearing Ji Qianfan's words. I'm not joking, Tiger. This family holds considerable influence in the local clan and can rally 200 to 300 able-bodied men. Name your price. Really? It is indeed quite rare to find such a united family in the countryside these days. Let us say, I won't ask for much. How about 20 million? Upon hearing Black Tiger's exorbitant demand, Ji Qianfan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced, saying, Fine, let us go with Tiger's price. Provide me with your bank account number, and I shall transfer the funds immediately. To deal with a household, even one with clan influence, is merely to confront a group of farmers. The price of 20 million is indeed outrageous. However, there is no alternative. Black Tiger is the only one capable of mobilizing hundreds to assist him in this endeavor within the entire Star City. After hanging up the phone, Black Tiger downed his glass of red wine in one gulp, chuckling to himself. This money is just too easy to earn. 20 million for dealing with a farmer? Even if he can summon 200 or 300 men, they're still just a bunch of farmers. With 400 or 500 of my own men, they won't even stand a chance to flee. Chapter 105. Establishing a hospital. Uncle, Dad, Mom, after this incident, I feel that our village's medical facilities are rather inadequate. If we had a top-notch hospital in our village, my cousin Zhang would need to fly to Star City for surgery. Therefore, I have decided to invest 500 million to construct a hospital dedicated to serving the residents of Li Family Village and the neighboring communities. What do you think? At 5 in the afternoon, having seen off all the relatives and returned the bodyguards to the county security company, Li Rui spoke to his uncle and parents, who were standing at the village entrance, bidding farewell to the departing relatives about his long-considered plan to build the hospital. 500 million? Isn't that a bit excessive? Our village has so few people, Li Yong remarked upon hearing the sum, feeling it was somewhat unnecessary. After all, their village was small, with a total population of fewer than 300, including men, women, and children. Father, it's not much. Building a tertiary hospital in Star City costs over 2 billion. I'm only spending a quarter of that. Our village's hospital doesn't need to be as large as a tertiary hospital. It just needs to be sufficient for the residents of Leaf Family Village and the nearby areas. However, the medical equipment must not be inferior to that of a tertiary hospital. We will also hire the most esteemed doctors and equip it with a medical helicopter. Anyway, I have ample funds. Life is priceless. You have a point. Since the money is in your hands, 100 million seems like a mere trifle. It's up to you. His uncle replied. What do you think, Uncle and Mom? Li Rui asked, seeing that his father had no objections. You decide on such significant matters. I do not have expertise in this area, his mother replied. This is a great endeavor. Although it may be somewhat costly in the long run, it will be tremendously beneficial for both Li Family Village and the neighboring villagers. A shorter distance to medical care means more time for emergency interventions, which can save more lives. As long as you believe this expenditure is not excessive, Uncle supports you. Then it's settled. Tomorrow, we shall convene a meeting and invite my cousins. This hospital can be entrusted to them. By the way, isn't Aunt Chi and Uncle Bob planning to build villas? I think it would be more efficient for our uncles to build the villas together. It would simplify the construction process. If funds fall short, they can borrow from me. All right, Li Rui, I think that is a feasible suggestion. Since we're starting construction, we might as well do it together to avoid the constant clattering sounds. Upon hearing Li Rui's proposal, Li Yong did not hesitate for a moment and immediately agreed. Building grand villas was a common aspiration in the countryside, and each of their families had at least several million, if not tens of millions, and had long harbored thoughts of constructing villas. Then it's settled. Tomorrow morning after breakfast, let us discuss it at my house. I'm feeling a bit tired now. Mom and Dad, I will head home to rest, Li Rui said, bidding farewell to his parents as he walked towards home. He had been awakened at 5:30 this morning by the sound of Lele crying, and after dealing with so many matters, he hadn't felt sleepy until now, but now his eyelids were heavy. Halfway home, a sudden thought of the system's voice crossed his mind. Ding! A sudden notification from the system indicated a significant increase in the host's familial cohesion, rewarding him with a staggering 100 billion dragon coins. The funds have been securely deposited into his financial account, sourced from the international financial markets, including Bitcoin, futures, and stocks. The host is encouraged to utilize the funds without hesitation. This unexpected alert startled Li Rue, who, upon hearing the entire message, smirked and muttered to himself, "More money again. What use is this much money system?" The system remained silent in response to his query. Why would he expect an answer to such a question? If the system had emotions, it would have surely given him a few stinging slaps for complaining about receiving money. The notion of returning the money to the system was utterly impossible. He merely felt overwhelmed by the sheer amount and found it unnecessary, not that he truly despised wealth. Aside from the 200 billion he had previously allocated to Liu Yan's development company and the funds spent on bodyguards and charitable foundations in recent days, he still possessed over 102 billion. Now, with an additional 100 billion, he found himself with over 200 billion dragon coins. How would he spend such a fortune? Should he consider establishing an investment firm? Lost in these thoughts, Li Rue returned home and collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. He remained oblivious until his parents called him for dinner, and he continued to sleep until 6 a.m. the following morning. After a brief session on his phone and scrolling through Douyin, the clock struck 8 a.m., and he finally got out of bed, reluctantly washing his face and brushing his teeth upon hearing his mother call for breakfast. Once refreshed, Li Rue joined his parents at the dining table, one hand cradling a bowl of century egg and lean meat congee prepared by his mother, and the other clutching a leftover chicken leg from the previous day's family gathering. He savored each bite, relishing the delightful combination of congee and chicken. Suddenly, he heard the sound of noisy footsteps at the courtyard entrance. Rising to his feet, he held his bowl of congee in his left hand and the chicken leg in his right, slowly making his way to the door. To his surprise, his uncles and younger relatives from the family entered the courtyard. "Mom, Dad, Uncle is here," Li Rue announced, taking a sip of his congee while turning towards his parents. His words muffled. Aren't they supposed to come after breakfast? Why are they here so soon? His elder brother had long desired to renovate their villa. How would he not be proactive? "Dear, please tidy up the congee," he said to his wife. "Xiao Rue, you should stop eating. I told you to wake up earlier. Your uncle and the others have already arrived. What more is there to eat?" "Okay," Li Rue replied, carrying his bowl toward the kitchen. After a few steps, he glanced down at his bowl of congee, hesitated for a moment, then lifted his head and gulped down the remaining contents. "Delicious. My mother's congee is simply the best," he exclaimed, his voice loud enough for Wang Sume, standing behind him, to hear, prompting a radiant smile to blossom on her face. After placing his bowl in the kitchen, Li Rue returned to the living room, just as his uncle and the others entered, greeting everyone warmly. His uncle was the first to speak. "What brings everyone here today? It is likely that everyone is already aware that Xiao Rue and I discussed yesterday the decision to invest 500 million in establishing a hospital in Lijia village. We also deliberated the construction of villas, and I encourage anyone with thoughts to voice them for discussion. In fact, on the way here, someone inquired about Li Yongjin, knowing that today's meeting was to discuss the hospital's construction in Lijia village. However, they were unaware of the substantial investment of 500 million for the hospital." Xiao Rue remarked, "Investing 500 million in a small village like ours not only seems unlikely to yield profit, but it may also result in losses." Li Yong pondered for a moment before expressing his thoughts. 500 million is merely a small sum. If our village can have its own hospital, it would enable Jianglan's sister to receive treatment sooner. The cost of building a hospital is inconsequential. I'm not concerned about that. Today, I have gathered everyone primarily to discuss how and where to construct the hospital. Our village possesses ample vacant land suitable for a hospital, with the only feasible location being the small bamboo grove on the left side of the village. There should be no significant issues in establishing a hospital occupying over 30,000 square meters there. Li Yong proposed his preferred site. That location seems to be the only suitable choice, Li Yongchun affirmed. Very well, since uncle and second uncle have both endorsed that location, we shall designate the left side of the village South Bamboo Grove for the hospital. With the hospital's location established, Xiao Rue inquired, "What are everyone's thoughts about the villa construction?" His gaze swept across the assembly as he spoke calmly. Chapter 106. The Tiger Lord enters the village. I wholeheartedly agree with the idea of constructing a villa. The Li family has become quite prominent, and residing in dilapidated houses is simply beneath us. Li Wenlong, noticing the silence among the gathering, eagerly took the initiative to speak. Xiaohui, I believe everyone is keen on building a villa. Do you have any thoughts on how we should proceed? Knowing that Li Rui had gathered everyone to discuss the villa project, Li Tsong proactively posed the question. Eldest brother, I have a suggestion. Why not build the new villas adjacent to our current one? This way, they would be conveniently close for visiting and gatherings. Additionally, we could leave a plot of land in the village center for future developments. What does everyone think? Li Rui, seeing his brother's straightforward inquiry about his thoughts, candidly expressed his intentions. Currently, our relatives are scattered across considerable distances, with some living hundreds of meters apart. As our family grows stronger, it would be challenging to protect ourselves from any potential adversaries. It would be wiser to consolidate our residences, allowing for better mutual support in times of need. I think that's a great idea. I agree as well. Once Li Rui finished speaking, everyone expressed their agreement. Regarding the construction of the hospital and villas, I believe we should refrain from involving outsiders and entrust this task to our own brothers. Is that acceptable? Li Rui looked at his elder brother and several cousins who owned construction companies. Absolutely. With such a significant project, we are more than capable. By utilizing our own people, we can save money and ensure quality, Li Tsong assured confidently. Then it's settled. If anyone needs financial assistance for their villa, they can come to me, Li Rui concluded, allowing his cousins to discuss the details while he made his way toward Deng Changyu and Li Yuhan, who were standing behind his eighth uncle. Li Yuhan and Deng Changyu greeted him with curiosity as he approached. Yuhan, when do you two plan to get married? Li Rui quietly inquired as he stood next to Li Yuhan. Ah, Ruigo, why do you ask that? Li Yuhan blushed and responded with surprise. I was merely making casual conversation. Primarily, I have business with this fellow, Li Rui said, gesturing toward Deng Changyu. You're looking for me? Deng Changyu pointed to himself, his expression one of confusion. Indeed, once our village hospital is completed, we will need a director. I would like you to take on that role. What do you think? Li Rui's underlying intention was to ensure that his cousin Yuhan could remain in the village alongside their eighth uncle. Oh well, I'm just an outpatient physician. Rui Gu, you want me to be the director? Deng Changyu's eyes widened, incredulous at the suggestion. All you need to do is manage the hospital effectively. I will hire the most skilled doctors globally, so you need not worry about the technical aspects. Once the hospital is built, Li Rui planned to procure advanced medical biohumans from the system, aiming to establish this hospital as one of the most advanced medical institutions in Long Country. As Li Rui pondered what more could be said to Deng Changyu, he raised his hand to interrupt, stating that the hospital's completion was still a few months away, allowing for ample time to consider the matter. With that, he returned to his seat. The group then deliberated various details for another 10 minutes before bidding farewell and departing. Li Rui returned to the kitchen and picked up the half-eaten chicken leg, savoring it with delight. Brother. Suddenly, a feminine voice reached Li Rui's ears. He looked up to find 3 girls at the gate. He exclaimed in surprise, recognizing his cousin. Brother, life seems to be treating you well. That chicken leg must be quite delectable. Wang Yuka teased as she entered the yard with Jiang Yu and Zhonghui. They couldn't help but giggle upon seeing Li Rui, the billionaire, unceremoniously gnawing on a large chicken leg, utterly devoid of pretense. Unfazed by his cousin's jest, Li Rui stood up, clutching the chicken leg, and remarked, "You didn't inform me of your visit in advance. Look, this large chicken leg is all mine." He took a hearty bite, right in front of Wang Yuke. "Who cares about your chicken leg? I'm off to find my second aunt," she retorted, setting down the gifts she had been carrying and dashing toward the back kitchen. Moments later, Vong Iu Kiskiviko Inuit, clinging Torstai Vang Sununtai Meish Arm, feigning a pitiful demeanor as she spoke. "Xiao Rui, are you bullying your cousin again?" Wang Sumei pretended to adopt a serious expression. "Mom, I would never." With his mother maintaining her stern look, Li Rui feigned deep sorrow, holding out the now bare chicken leg, offering, "You can have it if you want." Second aunt, "Look at brother. Vong Iui Kiskiviko Vimperit, fucking Vong Sununtai Meish Arm Anfictionateli." Their playful banter continued until Wang Sumei ordered Li Rui to take Wang Yuku and the others to tour the Li family ancestral hall and the newly constructed villa. Wang Yuku had visited Li family village last year, during the new year, and she was quite curious about the magnificent structure behind the village and the grand villa to the right. The 3 girls eagerly followed Li Rui toward the Li family ancestral hall. As they toured the ancestral hall, a Bentley Bentayga led a procession that came to a halt at the entrance of Li family village, followed closely by a Rolls-Royce Phantom and over 40 various models of vans. The rear door of the Bentley was cautiously opened, and a bald man, cigar in mouth, emerged. He gazed at the two prominent Li family flags in the distance, muttering to himself, "It seems this is indeed the place." A family capable of gathering hundreds in the countryside certainly possesses some influence. "Master Hu, why have we stopped?" Ji Qianfan, from the Rolls-Royce fandom, inquired as he followed Black Tiger out of the vehicle. "It is of no particular concern. I simply wish to confirm with you, Mr. Ji, that this is indeed the correct location. We must not err in our path." With a fierce determination, Lord Black Tiger discarded half of his cigar onto the ground and crushed it underfoot. "It should be unmistakable. Observe the edifice behind the village and the two flags. Such grandeur can only be afforded by a family capable of gathering hundreds. Surely, there can be no mistake on Lord Tiger's part, can there?" As we approach our destination, a sense of apprehension began to envelop Ji Qianfan. After all, his life was precious, and he hoped not to incur any harm. "Rest assured, Mr. Ji, for this endeavor, I have mobilized the majority of our brothers, 500 in total. Success is assured, and your investment of 20 million will prove to be exceedingly worthwhile. Now, let us proceed into the village." With that, Lord Black Tiger bent down and settled into the luxurious Bentley Bentayga. Chapter 107. The arrival of external enemies. All vehicles entered the village road of Leaf Family Village. Inside a Rolls-Royce Phantom, Ji Qianfan turned his head to glance at his daughter beside him, then turned back, furrowing his brow in contemplation. "Dad, why the frown? We'll soon teach that bunch of peasants a lesson. Shouldn't you be happy?" Ji Chunyan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Chunyan, we are, after all, here to stir up trouble. If a brawl breaks out, it could escalate into a chaotic melee involving hundreds. What if you get hurt?" Ji Qianfan, seeing his daughter's curiosity about his worries, decided to express his concerns candidly. "But, Dad, didn't Master Hu bring 500 men? Why should we fear those farmers? I want to witness them receiving their due punishment. Ding Chong is the one I have my eyes on. Even when dealing with a dog, one must heed the master. These farmers don't even regard our Ji family with any respect. We are prominent figures in Xing City. How can we swallow this humiliation? Chunyan, we belong to the upper echelons, while those farmers are at the very bottom. We can simply pay Master Hu to handle these lower-class individuals. There is no need for you to put yourself in danger. If a stone were to hit you during the chaos, I would be heartbroken," Ji Qianfan urged, unwilling to let his precious daughter face peril. "I don't care, I want to go. There's nothing I've ever wanted that I couldn't obtain. This time, those wretched farmers have destroyed what I desired, and I must see them beg for mercy." "Very well, just keep your distance. After Master Hu has subdued them, you may approach," Ji Qianfan conceded, realizing his daughter was resolute in her decision. "Okay, I knew you would understand me, Dad," Ji Chunyan said with glee as she snuggled into his embrace. However, moments later, Ji Qianfan's expression turned grave again. He had an ominous premonition about a powerful figure in Chunning County, someone he could not afford to offend. Although he was unaware of this person's exact whereabouts, he knew they also bore the surname Li. Ji Qianfan then reassured himself, thinking that there were many people with the surname Li. Surely he wouldn't be so unfortunate. With that thought, he relaxed his furrowed brow. After a minute's drive, over 40 vans and 2 luxury cars arrived at the entrance of Li Family Village. As the vehicles halted, Master Hu noticed an elderly man emerging from the village, wielding a hoe. He promptly instructed a lean man in his 30s seated in the passenger seat of the Bentley. "Monkey, go down and ask for directions." "Yes, Master Hu," Monkey replied, preparing to open the door and step out. "Oh, and be polite. Don't frighten the old man," Master Hu added, noticing Monkey was about to exit. Recently, Master Hu's power and status had risen dramatically, leading him to feel as though he belonged to the upper class. Lately, in whatever he did, he unconsciously strived to appear cultured and sophisticated, despite engaging in activities that were anything but refined. In the morning, Li Yongjin engaged in a brief discussion at Li Rui's residence regarding the construction of a hospital and villa. Afterwards, he returned home in high spirits, relishing a delightful breakfast before preparing to venture out to inspect the large cabbages he had planted on the field ridges. Although his son had recently ventured into business and amassed over 10 million in just a few months, the decades of agricultural life made it difficult for him to abandon everything at once. As Li Yongjin hoisted a hoe and savored a cigarette, one he had previously hesitated to purchase at 20 yuan a pack, he noticed dozens of vans gradually arriving along the village road. The 2 leading vehicles appeared particularly opulent, suggesting that the occupants were not ordinary individuals. They resembled prominent figures. What could these distinguished guests want in his village? Could they be acquaintances of Xiao Rui? While pondering whether these individuals were searching for Xiao Rui's nephew, The vehicles came to a halt beside him, and a slender man descended from the first van. "Excuse me, sir, could you direct me to Li Yongwang's home?" he inquired, offering Li Yongjin a notably fine cigarette. Upon hearing the inquiry about Li Yongwang's residence, Li Yongjin's vigilance heightened. If these individuals were seeking Li Ruwei, he would not have found it particularly strange, given Li Ruwei's current status and the likelihood of prominent figures seeking him out. However, their interest in Li Yongwang, a mere owner of a small noodle shop, was perplexing. How could someone of such humble standing possibly attract such attention, especially with a convoy of expensive vehicles and numerous vans in tow? It was evident they were there to create trouble. Resolving to buy some time, Li Yongjin decided to find an opportunity to alert the rest of his family, particularly Li Ruwei. If matters escalated, it would be crucial for Li Ruwei to escape unscathed. His nephew must not come to harm. "What do you want with Li Yongwang? Are you his friends?" he asked. "Yes, indeed. We are friends of Li Yongwang. We kindly ask you to guide us," the slender man confirmed, responding to Li Yongjin's earlier inquiry about their relationship with Li Yongwang. "Very well. I shall lead you there. Follow me," Li Yongjin replied, turning to head towards the back of the village. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the slender man returning to the vehicle to report something to those inside. Quickly, Li Yongjin retrieved his phone from his pocket, activated the front camera, and discreetly recorded a brief video of the convoy on the village road. He promptly sent the video to the family group chat titled, "We Are a Loving Family." Meanwhile, at the Li family ancestral hall, Li Ruwei, accompanied by Wang Yu and their 3 daughters, had just finished touring the hall when his phone, which he had placed in his pocket, began to ring. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from his elder brother. "Li Kong, brother, what is the matter?" He answered, recalling that they had only briefly discussed the construction of the hospital and villa that morning. Why was he calling now? "Xiaohui, my father just shared a brief video in the group, and I sensed something amiss. Do you see those dozens of vans arriving in our village? Leading the pack are even 2 luxury cars. Could it be that the Ding family has come seeking retribution? Does Ding Yinchuan possess such audacity? That seems unlikely. I'm going to confront them now." Upon hearing his elder brother Li Tsong's words, Li Ruwei furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. He believed it was improbable that the Ding family was behind this. After witnessing the might of his 500 bodyguards and knowing that he was the chairman of the Tungfei group, Ding Yinchuan would hardly dare to provoke him again, unless he sought his own demise. "Xiao Ruwei, do not act rashly. Your bodyguards are not present, and should any mishap occur, our Li family could suffer significant losses. I suggest you retreat to the back mountain for now and summon your bodyguards," Li Tsong quickly urged as Li Ruwei contemplated confronting the unknown group. "No need, elder brother. I have arranged for people around the village. Should any conflict arise, they can swiftly come to my aid," Li Ruwei reassured his brother. As for his arrangements, Mia de Lucence, apart from Li Yi and the other 3 who remained in the village, all other bodyguards have returned to the county. However, with his system at hand, he could procure bodyguards anytime, provided he had sufficient funds. Alone, he could summon a multitude. He would not be intimidated by anyone who dared approach. Chapter 108. Cherished friends and brotherhood, where are you now? I immediately gathered my brothers, and we decided to go together. Li Tsong, witnessing Li Ruwei's unwavering assurance that he had arranged for people around the village, was at a loss for words on how to dissuade him and reluctantly agreed to accompany Li Ruwei. In the ancestral hall behind the village, where Li Ruwei had a systematic plan in place, he remained unfazed. When he saw that his elder brother wanted to join, he casually acquiesced. Upon receiving Li Ruwei's location, Li Tsong hastily ended the call and sent a notification in the group, summoning the adult males of the Li family village to converge at the Li ancestral hall to meet Li Ruwei. "Cousin, is something wrong?" Wang Yui Beiziji Li Hui noticed her cousin had received a call. From the conversation between him and the other party, she deduced that something was amiss and inquired with concern. "Everything is fine. You 3 stay here. I need to handle a matter," Li Ruwei instructed the trio before preparing to stride towards the front of the village. "Cousin, please be careful." Wang Yu, aware that she could offer no assistance, obediently complied. Li Ruwei sent a text message to the 4 bodyguards residing at his home and swiftly jogged out of the square of the Li ancestral hall. However, after traversing a few dozen meters, he unexpectedly encountered a convoy of over 40 vehicles led by Li Yongjin. "Old man, are you playing us for fools? There are hardly any houses left behind. You can't possibly be telling me that Li Yongwang resides in that building back there?" The monkey, pointing towards the nearby Li ancestral hall, impatiently shouted at Li Yongjin, completely abandoning his previous courtesy. "Young man, Li Yongwang's home is just behind us. Follow me," Li Yongjin, unfazed by being called old man, continued pointing towards the direction of the back mountain, solely focused on buying time to allow for Xiao Rui's preparation. Just as Li Yongjin finished speaking, he halted abruptly, his pupils contracting as he spotted someone ahead. Let us go. The monkey, seeing Li Yongjin suddenly stop, was already quite irritated and exploded with rage. Shubing Li Yongjin forcefully. Caught off guard, Li Yongjin stumbled several steps, nearly losing his balance. Uncle. Upon witnessing Li Yongjin being pushed nearly to the ground, Li Rui was instantly filled with fury. He dashed toward the monkey in a flurry. Bang! Li Rui reached the monkey and delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending the monkey flying and crashing into the front of a Bentley Bentayga, denting the luxury vehicle worth millions. What the hell, you bastard? The monkey, struck by the kick, spat blood as he struggled to rise, kneeling on the ground. He could not stand up. Using one hand to support himself, while the other pointed accusingly at Li Rui, his desire to curse thwarted as he coughed up more blood. Inside the Bentley Bentayga, Master Black Tiger, who had been resting with his eyes closed, was startled by an earth-shattering crash. The vehicle shook violently from the impact, making him believe they had been in an accident. Startled, he abruptly opened his eyes. How the hell are you driving? In the midst of a heated moment, the newly acquired vehicle of the esteemed Black Tiger was met with an unexpected outburst of anger directed at the driver. The driver, feeling a blend of fear and indignation, pointed towards the front of the car. Following the direction of the driver's finger, Black Tiger's eyes widened in disbelief as he hurriedly exited the vehicle, swallowing hard as he beheld a young man before him. How dare this brat kick me? Black Tiger ignored the plaintive cries of the monkey sprawled on the ground and fixated his gaze intently on Li Rui. The world seemed remarkably small, as he never anticipated encountering Li Rui in such an obscure village. Black Tiger was acutely aware of Li Rui's prowess. The latter had quietly eliminated Gu Yuanshan, who was of comparable strength, with the aid of over 170 skilled fighters. Black Tiger had always presumed Li Rui hailed from a prominent family, and it baffled him to discover him in this quaint locale. Li Rui, having spotted Black Tiger, experienced a momentary shock, reflecting on the sheer smallness of the world. He quickly deduced that Black Tiger must have been summoned by Ji Qianfan. One was a business magnate of Star City, while the other was the underground emperor of the same city. Naturally, their acquaintance was not surprising. As Li Rui's anger surged, he thought to himself, I have yet to seek out Ji Qianfan, and yet he dares to confront me first. What an audacious fool. Just then, Ji Qianfan, observing that something was amiss, exited his car to join Black Tiger. He glanced at the monkey on the ground, and then at Li Rui, inquiring, Tiger, what is happening here? Finally regaining his composure, Black Tiger pointed at Li Rui and posed a question to Ji Qianfan. Do you know who this person is? Who? Ji Qianfan was taken aback, filled with confusion. How could he, a billionaire tycoon, possibly know a mere farmer from the countryside? He is a beloved brother to me, akin to family, Black Tiger replied. 2 million is not a trivial sum, Ji Qianfan remarked, furrowing his brow in dissatisfaction, thinking Black Tiger intended to raise the price unexpectedly. I'm not jesting, Ji. Although Li Rui and I are not blood brothers, our bond is stronger than that of kin. You have made a grave error today. This matter is beyond my purview, and I shall return your money, Black Tiger declared, his words directed not only at Ji Qianfan, but also meant for Li Rui's ears. Despite Ji Qianfan's immense wealth and status, Black Tiger felt compelled to maintain a semblance of cordiality with him. However, he was not intimidated by mere financial might. He commanded a following of several hundred individuals. Li Rui, on the other hand, was a figure capable of effortlessly eliminating Gu Yuanshan and summoning numerous skilled fighters. Such a person posed a genuine threat to Black Tiger's life. Thus, as Ji Qianfan confronted Li Rui, Black Tiger wisely chose to distance himself from Ji Qianfan. Tiger, this is rather unorthodox, is it not? Having already transferred the funds to you, Ji Qianfan felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing that Black Tiger intended to refund him and withdraw from this matter. They had already infiltrated the enemy's lair, with his hired muscle refusing to cooperate. How could he possibly escape? Boss Ji, you neglected to inform me that the target was my brother Li Rui. Given the bond one share with Li Rui, not even 200 million, nor 2 billion, would compel me to act against him. Upon encountering Li Rui in this village, even Black Tiger, no matter how daft, would comprehend that Ji Qianfan's intended target, Li Yongguang, was undoubtedly connected to Li Rui. No amount of money could persuade him to accept such a task. Tiger, you. Ji Qianfan realized that Black Tiger genuinely wished to distance himself from this affair, not due to monetary concerns, In his fury, he suddenly recalled that the individual before him must possess some extraordinary status. Otherwise, how could a profit-driven underground leader like Black Tiger forego the opportunity for wealth? Li Rui? Chunning County. Ji Qianfan murmured in a barely audible voice, his eyes widening in astonishment as he took a step back, incredulously pointing at Li Rui. What is your connection to the Teng Fei Group? Chapter 109. The Fear of Ji Qianfan. Li Rui, my acquaintance. Reveal without any reservation the outcome that Ji Qianfan dreaded the most, the Teng Fei Group. Upon hearing this name, He Hu, the underground gang leader, displayed a look of bewilderment. However, when he noticed the drastic change in Ji Qianfan's expression, his curiosity regarding the Teng Fei Group intensified. Being a figure of the underworld, He Hu possessed little knowledge of this newly emerged corporation that had surfaced in recent months, but one of his subordinates was well informed. The monkey, who had been lying on the ground in pain, unable to rise, transformed from a glare of resentment to one of fear upon learning that the Teng Fei Group was associated with the young man. His pained expression swiftly morphed into one of shock. Gritting his teeth against the agony, the monkey managed to stand and approached He Hu, whispering a few words into his ear. Upon hearing the monkey's hushed remarks, He Hu was astounded to realize that his associate Li Rui was capable of presenting over $1 trillion in cash to invest in a semiconductor industrial park. He further understood that once completed, the park would yield an annual output value of $400 billion. The sheer astonishment coursing through him caused his body to tremble slightly. It became evident to him that Li Rui's family, the Li family, was far from ordinary. They were affluent and resourceful, utterly unlike a typical rural household. This thought ignited a fierce desire in He Hu to eliminate Ji Qianfan, who stood nearby. Despite Ji Qianfan's wealth exceeding $2 billion, that was merely an estimation of his net worth and did not genuinely reflect his liquidity. Unless he sold all his shares in Lantian Automobile, even then, compared to someone like Li Rui, who could ascend to the ranks of trillionaires, he would appear insignificant. Brother Li Rui, this is a misunderstanding. I genuinely had no knowledge of your presence here. Otherwise, even if you offered me $200 million, or even $2 billion, I would not have come. He Hu hastily distanced himself from Ji Qianfan, noticing the growing intensity in Li Rui's gaze directed at him. Li Rui remained silent, fully aware that He Hu was merely a mercenary, oblivious to the fact that this was Li Rui's village. Nevertheless, since he had brought his men, Li Rui was unwilling to extend him any courtesy. Ji Qianfan, pointed at by He Hu, found himself at a loss for words. His mind was in turmoil. He had inadvertently crossed paths with the chairman of the Teng Fei Group, one of the few individuals in Chunning County whom he could not afford to offend. How could he be so unfortunate? Lantian Automobile Manufacturing Company, Limited, had thrived for 2 decades, thanks to its flagship vehicle. Yet as the market share of electric vehicles surged, the once dominant company, reliant on fuel-powered cars, now teetered on the brink of disaster. Although Lantian Automobile appeared splendid on the surface, only the executives understood the dire situation. With a market value soaring to $1.4 trillion, their annual net profits had been consistently declining. Their only viable paths were either to introduce high-quality electric vehicles or to gradually be consumed by competing automobile manufacturers, ultimately leading to bankruptcy. There were no other alternatives left. Since learning that the Teng Fei Group possesses advanced new energy batteries that surpass Bitras by more than double, the company has convened several meetings, repeatedly emphasizing the importance of cultivating a favorable relationship with Teng Fei Group. While securing exclusive rights to utilize Teng Fei Group's batteries may be an ambitious goal, obtaining priority access to these batteries is imperative. Time is of the essence. The company that can gain access to Teng Fei Group's super new energy batteries months in advance will undoubtedly maintain a competitive edge. However, having offended the chairman of Teng Fei Group, Ji Qianfan felt a cold sweat trickling down his temples, realizing that he had put himself in a precarious position. Father, what are you waiting for? Yihunian, descending from the rear of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, approached her father, who was drenched in sweat, inquiring about the reason for his apparent distress. Yiqianfan, despite hearing his daughter's question, was consumed by a sense of dread as he felt like a prey locked in the sights of a ferocious tiger, unable to move under Li Rui's unwavering gaze. What is happening? Ji Chunyin pointed toward the front of a Bentley Bentayga, which had been dented by a monkey. Father, are they from Li family? With no one responding to her inquiries and sensing her father's apprehensive demeanor under Li Rui's scrutiny, she realized that this man fixated on her father was likely part of the group they were seeking. Father, why are you ignoring them? Yihunian, feeling neglected after 2 unsuccessful attempts to engage her father, resorted to her usual tactic, grasping Ji Qianfan's arm and shaking it insistently. Silence. At that moment, Ji Qianfan's nerves were stretched to their limit. His daughter's shaking inadvertently unleashed his pent-up fear regarding his offense against Li Rui, the chairman of Tongfei Group, which he vented upon his usually doting daughter. Father, you scolded me? How could you scold me? Ji Chunyin, taken aback by her father's public reprimand, burst into tears in front of the crowd. After sobbing for several seconds without receiving the usual comfort from her father, and noticing Li Rui's impassive expression, her frustration surged. Go on, have him beaten to death. Ji Chunyin pushed the monkey, who was standing beside Hey Tiger, toward Li Rui. The monkey, already reeling from a kick from Li Rui, struggled to maintain his balance, but fell forward onto the concrete ground with a thud, letting out a pained cry. When he slowly turned his head, his lips were bloodied and mangled. What a useless fool. Tiger, we invested 20 million, and you brought me such a worthless wretch? Have the others come forward and finish him off. At that moment, the occupants of the vans, noticing the unusual halt of the vehicle ahead, began to disembark one by one. Miss G, I cannot assist you with this matter. Rest assured, I shall return your money, but as the esteemed Black Tiger, I do not require your unsolicited guidance. Furthermore, given the state of my subordinates, a compensation of no less than 2 million is non-negotiable. After all, I am a prominent figure in the underworld, and while I initially extended courtesy to the daughter of Ji Qianfan, it is clear that your family has offended true giants like brother Li Rui. Consequently, I shall no longer afford you any leniency, especially considering your audacity to instruct me. You are indeed a deceitful scoundrel. 2 million is mere pocket change for the Ji family, akin to a trivial donation to a beggar. I do not seek a refund. I demand that you eliminate them immediately. A spoiled child, upon realizing that her usual demands no longer yield results, succumbs to a frenzy. Hurry, go and kill him. In her madness, Ji Chunyin paid no heed to the identity of the person before her, recklessly pushing towards the Black Tiger, much like she had done to the previous individual. Slap! Slap! The Black Tiger was not a mere monkey to be trifled with. He seized Ji Chunyin's outstretched hand with his right, delivering a resounding slap to her right cheek with his left. He then released her hand and struck her left cheek with another fierce blow. What are you? Even your father would not dare speak to me in such a manner. Ji, your daughter appears to have lost her senses. Allow me to discipline her on your behalf, if you do not mind. Chapter 110. The madwoman Ji Qianfan listened to the anger mingled with laughter emanating from Lord Black Tiger. Turning his gaze to his daughter, who was stunned with her hands covering her cheeks, Ji Qianfan found that the fury he should have felt had dissipated into a dispassionate calm. He realized he no longer possessed the luxury of anger, as his own situation was precarious. Chairman Li, this is all a misunderstanding. I had no knowledge of Ding Chong's involvement with you. Had I known, even 100 lies would not have compelled me to intervene. As the second largest shareholder of a billion-dollar conglomerate, Ji Qianfan's intellect was beyond question. Ding Chong's impending divorce and subsequent downfall at the hands of his wife's family was all too evident. Encountering Li Rui, the chairman of the Tongfei Group, Ji Qianfan could not fathom how Ding Chong's wife might be connected to him. Most likely, Li Rui was indeed a relative of Ding Chong's wife. Poor Ji Qianfan, at this juncture, remained unaware that Ding Chong's demise stemmed not merely from his desire to divorce, but from having assaulted his wife, causing her miscarriage and severe injury. Such grim truths were, of course, withheld by Ding Yinchuan. Otherwise, he would never have condoned his daughter seeking vengeance against a man capable of inflicting such harm upon his own pregnant wife. A misunderstanding? Ji, the great businessman, Li Rui stated with a steely gaze. My cousin has been driven to miscarriage by your family's beast, Ding Chong, and you dare label it a misunderstanding? After confirming that his uncle was unharmed, Li Rui advanced step by step towards Ji Qianfan. What? Ji Qianfan's face contorted in disbelief. He scarcely registered Li Rui's insult towards his daughter, whom he had cherished all his life. Chairman Li, I swear I had no knowledge of this. I am not involved. You speak nonsense. Ding Chong could never commit such acts. It is that wretched vixen who clung to him. Ding Chong loves me. Ji Chunyin countered vehemently as she regained her senses, fiercely defending the man she idealized. A vixen? Ji Qianfan's daughter dared to label my cousin as such? Li Rui observed Ji Qianfan with a bemused expression. To Ji Qianfan, Li Rui's smile bore an eerie resemblance to the grin of death itself. In a sense, the man before him held the power over his company's fate, and thus over Ji Qianfan's own existence. How could he not feel trepidation? Silence. How dare you slander Chairman Li's cousin? Ji Qianfan struck his beloved daughter with a fierce slap, his tone sharp. Yet a flicker of sorrow danced in the depths of his eyes. Father, you would strike me for an outsider? Ji Chunyin could hardly believe her eyes as she glanced from her father to Li Rui. In a fit of rage, she pushed Ji Qianfan aside and lunged toward Li Rui. Before either Ji Qianfan or Lord Black Tiger could react, she found herself before Li Rui, extending her plump fingers to claw at his face. Bang! Clang! Oh! I would fear soiling my hands by striking you. You glutton, Li Rui remarked, brushing non-existent dust from his trousers with a deliberate calm. At that moment, Ji Chunyin collided with the already dented front of the Bentley Bentayga, further exacerbating the damage to this luxury vehicle that had already suffered greatly. Black Tiger, upon seeing his newly acquired car, which he had bought less than a month ago, now in such a disfigured state, felt a pang of sorrow that made his lips twitch slightly. He amused himself that the losses would have to be counted against the Ji family, and that the 20 million might only yield a return of 10 million. Yin Yin, are you all right? Ji Qianfan rushed towards his beloved daughter, who had been kicked away by Li Rui, quickly flipping her over to assess her condition. He found Ji Chunyin lying on the ground with her eyes closed, plunged into unconsciousness. Yin Yin, my daughter, please wake up, Ji Qianfan urged, shaking her vigorously and patting her face. In a matter of moments, Ji Chunyin awakened. Dad, he kicked me, she sobbed, pointing a trembling finger at Li Rui, accusing him of his wrongdoing. The force behind Li Rui's kick had been no less than that which he had employed when he had struck the monkey earlier. Remarkably, this woman had merely fainted for a brief period. Her condition seemed significantly better than that of the monkey. Li Rui couldn't help but reflect on how being overweight might have afforded her greater resilience. As Li Rui contemplated this, he was suddenly jolted by the cacophony of shouts and commotion emanating from the rear of the convoy. His expression shifted slightly. It was clear that his cousins and 4 bodyguards had arrived and were now clashing with Black Tiger's men. If any harm befell his cousins, he vowed to tear those responsible apart. Black Tiger, do you really think my temper is so forgiving? How dare you bring your hand against my family? If even one of my kin is harmed today, you shall face dire consequences. Li Rui's calm words were laced with a palpable menace, causing cold sweat to bead on Black Tiger's forehead. Without time to respond, Black Tiger turned to his subordinates who had just disembarked from several vans, exclaiming, "You all look like corpses. Hurry and see what is happening in the back. Tell everyone to cease fighting immediately. Move quickly." Once all his men rushed towards the commotion, Black Tiger turned back, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and took a couple of steps forward, lowering his head towards Li Rui. "Brother Li, how could I dare to call myself Lord in your presence? My real name is Yang Shui. If you hold me in esteem, feel free to call me Xiao Yang, Xiao He, or Xiao Hu." Black Tiger had always held a deep-seated apprehension towards Li Rui, and learning that he was destined to become the chairman of a trillion-dollar conglomerate transformed that apprehension into fear. Such a figure was not someone to be trifled with, even in his own domain. How could he still dare to call himself Lord in front of such a man? Yang Shui, Li Rui, was taken aback by the scholarly resonance of the name belonging to a leader of a criminal underbelly. Were it not for his concern for the Ji family members in the rear, he might have burst into laughter. Li Rui, with a somber expression, refrained from responding to the words of He Huyi. Despite having encountered this figure only twice, he harbored no significant animosity towards him, especially since the latter had shown him considerable respect and his subordinates had lent a modicum of assistance in the past. Ultimately, his feelings towards He Huyi hinged entirely on whether his brothers and family had sustained any injuries. "Xiao Rui, are you all right? Ruigo, are you okay? Ruiyi." At that moment, a group of robust young men, armed with sticks, hoes, and shovels, came rushing up the village path. Leading them was Li Yongda, flanked by 4 imposing bodyguards, followed closely by the younger members of the Li family, including Li Kong. Upon seeing that these family members appeared largely unscathed, the perpetual gloom on Li Rui's face dissipated, replaced by a smile as he inquired, "Are you all unharmed?" "Xiao Rui, rest assured I am fine. Ruiyi, I'm also unhurt. No injuries here." Hearing their replies, Li Rui finally felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he pointed towards Li Tai, who was being supported by Li Weiguang, and gravely asked, "What has transpired?" As he questioned his family, his eyes turned fiercely towards He Huyi. Upon noticing the direction of Li Rui's pointed finger, He Huyi felt a sinking sensation in his heart. slowly turning his head to meet Li Rui's menacing gaze. He internally lamented, "This is it, it's over. Ji Qianfan, you've brought me to ruin. I will not let this go." Chapter 111. 5 million in nutritional fees, damn it. Who among you dared to act? Did I not explicitly state that no one is permitted to act without my command? Lord Black Tiger, unable to meet Li Rui's gaze, averted his eyes and pointed accusingly at Li Tai, questioning his subordinates who trailed closely behind the Li family. The subordinates at the forefront exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing Lord Black Tiger's inquiry. When had he ever asserted that no action could be taken without his orders? I am completely unaware of such a proclamation. Lord Black Tiger, this truly has nothing to do with us. We did not strike first, nor did we inflict any harm upon them. In fact, it was our brothers who sustained injuries, with over a dozen suffering. As the speaker voiced these words, his gaze instinctively darted to 4 imposing figures nearby. Upon noticing their attention directed towards him, he quickly averted his eyes out of fear. The impression left by those 4 formidable men was indelible. They had dared to charge at hundreds and swiftly incapacitated several foes. Had it not been for the timely intervention of their returning brothers, the injuries would have been far more numerous. Brother Rue, I was merely rushing and twisted my ankle, Li Tai sheepishly admitted, scratching his head. Hearing Li Tai's response, Li Rue finally withdrew his fierce gaze from Lord Black Tiger and turned to Li Tai, shaking his head in exasperation. Upon realizing that the young man's injury was not caused by his subordinates, and seeing Li Rue retract his fierce stare, Lord Black Tiger exhaled a long sigh of relief. He had narrowly escaped a calamity. With his family seemingly unharmed, Li Rue began to relax. However, the sound of Ji Chunyan's wailing behind him, akin to the distressing cries of a pig, instantly irritated him, shattering his momentary peace. Boss Ji, if your daughter does not silence herself, I shall intervene, Li Rue stated impatiently, turning to face Ji Qianfan and his daughter. Upon hearing Li Rue's blatant threat, Ji Qianfan hurriedly covered his daughter's mouth. When she struggled to pull his hand away, he leaned closer to her ear and whispered a few words. Instantly, Ji Chunyan ceased her struggles, her eyes now fixed on Li Rue, revealing a palpable sense of disbelief. Boss Ji, our village is far too small to accommodate a figure as grand as yourself. It would be best for you and your hefty pig to return whence you came. Director Li, I sincerely apologize for my cousin's actions. I am willing to offer compensation. Simply name your price, and I shall comply, no matter how exorbitant. Ji Qianfan, upon hearing Li Rue's willingness to let him go so readily, felt not relief, but rather urgency, proactively proposing restitution. Boss Ji is a wealthy magnate, brimming with riches. Yet I, Li Rue, am not in want of money either. Do take your leave, Boss Ji. Faced with Ji Qianfan's offer of compensation, Li Rue felt no inclination to accept. After all, he currently had over 200 billion in his bank account with no place to spend it. Chairman Li, I implore you, spare me. Just state your figure, and I shall undoubtedly comply. Ji Qianfan, witnessing Li Rue's unwavering resolve, blurted out a thoughtless plea in his desperation. Oh, esteemed Boss Ji, your sincerity has compelled me to grant you an opportunity. Do you not hold a 16% stake in the Blue Sky Automotive Manufacturing Group? I wish to acquire it all. Will you comply? What? Chairman Li, this is inconceivable. This represents my life's work. I am willing to offer a compensation of 1 billion. Begging you to show mercy. Li, should these two remain here in 30 seconds, throw them into the cesspit. After issuing his command, Li Rue turned his back on Ji Qianfan and strode towards Lord Black Tiger. Ji Qianfan gazed at Li Rue's retreating figure, raising his hand as if to speak. But Li denied him the chance. Mr. Ji, please, I would prefer not to resort to throwing you into the cesspit. Surely you do not wish to experience that foul stench? Observing the towering figure of Li, built like an ox, Ji Qianfan swallowed hard. Realizing that seeking Li Rue's intervention was futile, reluctantly, he grasped his daughter's hand and made his way to the car, resigning himself to devise another plan. Lord Black Tiger, had you informed me of your visit with so many companions, I would have certainly treated you to a meal. Alas, I am unable to extend hospitality at this moment. Though Li Rue's words lacked direct insult, the tone unmistakably conveyed profound dissatisfaction. The adage holds true, one does not strike a smiling face. Were it not for the slight camaraderie he shared with Lord Black Tiger and the latter's persistent affability, Li Rue would have expressed his displeasure far more vehemently. Chairman Li, I acknowledge my fault today. Although this young brother was not harmed by my subordinates, he was indeed injured due to my oversight. I am willing to offer 500,000 as compensation for his recovery. Lord Black Tiger spoke, bending slightly in an effort to appease Li Rue. Previously, even upon learning of Li Rue's identity as the chairman of the Tung Fei Group, Lord Black Tiger had referred to him as Brother Li, hoping to cultivate a closer rapport. However, having come to a realization, he understood that as an underground gang leader, he lacked the standing to address the chairman of a trillion-dollar conglomerate in such familiar terms. Although Li Rue said nothing, Lord Black Tiger understood the necessity of adopting a more appropriate demeanor to align himself with such a formidable ally. Noticing Lord Black Tiger's perceptiveness and willingness to compensate Li Tai, Li Rue's expression softened slightly as he nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment. Chairman Li, should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to command me. I shall face any peril, regardless of the cost. Hearing Lord Black Tiger's declaration, Li Rue did not respond immediately, but after a moment of contemplation, he nodded, although he had his own resources and bodyguards. A figure like Lord Black Tiger could prove invaluable in the future. I apologize for my indiscretions today. Should you visit Xing City in the future, I shall host a banquet to personally express my contrition. For now, I must take my leave, Lord Black Tiger said, mimicking the ancient practice of cupping his fists and stepping back before turning once more to Li Tai. Approaching Li Tai, Lord Black Tiger courteously stated, "Young brother, I sincerely apologize for any offense today. Please provide me with your bank account number, and I shall transfer 500,000 as a gesture of goodwill." Li Tai, a recent high school graduate, had witnessed the grand gestures of his cousin Li Rue and had even received a substantial cash scholarship of 10 million. However, the unexpected 5 million in nutritional compensation left him utterly bewildered. It seemed rather absurd that a mere misstep resulting in a sprained ankle would yield such a hefty sum. Just as he stood there in confusion, Li Rue's calm voice broke the silence, instructing him to take it. With Li Rue's approval, Li Tai finally provided his bank account details, and within 30 seconds, he received a notification of the 5 million transfer. Following this, Black Tiger respectfully bid farewell to Li Rue before departing from Li Family Village with his entourage. "Are you all right, cousin?" After the convoy had completely left, 3 young women rushed toward him from the direction of the ancestral hall, none other than Wang Yueka and her companions. The earlier loud noises had not gone unnoticed by them. Concerned for Li Rue's safety, they had been discreetly observing the unfolding events from a distance. Realizing they were outnumbered and unable to assist, they had anxiously awaited the outcome. Only when the convoy had departed did they hasten over to inquire about Li Rue's well-being. "I'm fine. Do not worry," he reassured his cousin Wang Yueka. Turning to the other members of the Li family, he added, "Let us return to my house. There are matters we need to discuss anew." Chapter 112. Recruitment in the industrial park. While others were unaware of the discussions at hand, Li Rue spoke up, and no one questioned him as they followed him toward his residence. Upon arriving at Li Rue's home, everyone found their respective places to stand or sit. Once silence enveloped the room, Li Rue addressed the group, stating that today's events had unveiled a looming crisis. He believed that the previously discussed villa construction plan was inadequate and required a complete redesign. Upon hearing Li Rue's words, the group exchanged puzzled glances. The matter had just been settled, so why was it now deemed unsatisfactory? "Xiao Rue, please share your thoughts directly. We all trust your judgment," Li Tsong interjected, not pausing to consider why Li Rue wished to amend the plan. The others nodded in agreement. "If not for my acquaintances among the newcomers to the village, and if they did not fear my strength, the consequences could have been dire. Therefore, I have resolved to transform Li Family Village into an absolutely secure haven. I intend to enclose the entire village with walls and high-voltage electric fencing. Our houses must be constructed according to the principles of Tai Chi and the 8 trigrams, forming a circle. The spaces between the houses will also be fortified with walls and electric fencing. Additionally, I will arrange for 100 bodyguards to be stationed in the village long-term, ensuring the utmost safety for Li Family Village." Since acquiring the system, Li Rue's family had never faced a genuine threat, which led him to lower his guard. Furthermore, being present in the village and having the ability to hire bodyguards had resulted in him dismissing the guard station there after Gu Yuanshan's demise. This was a grave oversight. While there was no immediate threat to his family within the village, what if he were absent? Thus, it was imperative to fortify Li Family Village into a veritable military stronghold. "Is this really necessary?" Li Weiguang voiced his concern softly. "Aren't we merely dealing with a group of troublemakers? Must we react so drastically?" The notion of erecting walls and installing electric fencing was incomprehensible to him, a man who had only recently been an ordinary citizen. How can it not be necessary? I believe Xiao Rui is correct. Our family's power is rapidly escalating. Who knows when foes might come seeking vengeance? We cannot impede Xiao Rui's efforts, for this is a measure of precaution, Li Yongda retorted, eager to counter his son's opinion. I concur. There are only benefits to be gained and no drawbacks, Li Yongjin added, voicing his agreement. The recent incident had unsettled him considerably, and he wished to shield his descendants from any danger. Seeing that the true leader of the family, Li Rui, and the eldest member, Li Yongjin, both supported the proposal, the others fell silent, subsequently expressing their agreement. After bidding farewell to the guests, Li Rui spent some time playing games with Wang Yueka and the others. Following a delightful lunch prepared by his mother, he instructed Li Si to drive Wang Yueka and the others back to the county city. On the following morning, 20 Range Rovers drove into Li Rui's new villa, where 2 small buildings had been specifically constructed for the guards and servants. The occupants of these 20 vehicles were the 100 elite bodyguards that Li Rui had transferred from the county security company. Just after lunch, Li Rui received a call from Lu Yan. Boss, the new energy technology industrial park will be completed in about 20 days. We will begin recruiting employees tomorrow. Would you like to take a look? Is it already time to start hiring? Have a salary and benefits been determined? Boss, it's not too early. We need to recruit a total of 20,000 employees. The first 10 days will be for recruitment and the last 10 for training, which means we need to hire an average of 2,000 people each day. The timeline is quite tight. The salary and benefits were finalized a month ago and have already been publicized. The base salary is 2,500, with regular overtime pay at 15 yuan per hour and weekend overtime at 5 yuan per hour. The total monthly income for employees will be around 4,500 yuan, and our group will provide all employees with social insurance and housing funds. Upon hearing Lu Yan's introduction to the company's employee compensation and benefits, Li Rui nodded approvingly. Such remuneration, especially in a small county like this, is commendable. Even in provincial capitals like Xingqing, it is not considered subpar. Very few companies genuinely offer social insurance and housing funds to the most basic employees, a fact Li Rui knows all too well. In a small county like Chunning, people previously either worked in large cities or took jobs that paid just over 1,000 or 2,000 a month, such as supermarket cashiers or sales assistants. Now, with his company offering such excellent benefits, Li Rui knew instinctively that these positions would be highly sought after. However, he believed the salary could be increased further. If Tralos could offer a base salary of 5,000 yuan, then Tongfei Group should not lag behind. Without the need to resort to grandiose statements about providing welfare for the people of Chunning, he simply did not want his company, a domestic giant, to be outshone by foreign competitors. Thus, Li Rui resolved to raise the base salary to 5,000 yuan. With this thought in mind, he directly instructed Lu Yan on the other end of the line, let us keep the other benefits the same, but double the base salary. Are you certain about doubling the base salary, boss? This would require the company to pay an additional 600 million yuan annually. Even a base salary of 2,500, along with the other benefits, we wouldn't have trouble attracting employees in Chunning. It's really unnecessary to double the base salary. As a business elite, I cannot understand why you want to spend so much. Just follow my orders. 600 million is trivial. Once the company is operational, it could yield profits in the hundreds of billions. I am merely returning a little to society and the nation. What is wrong with that? When a person's wealth exceeds their needs, they are inclined to invest some of it back into the community, for their company, and for their country. That is the kind of person I am. Upon witnessing Li Rui's response, Lu Yan refrained from further persuasion. An additional 600 million annually was not particularly burdensome for Tongfei Group, and the prestige gained might indeed hold greater value than the monetary figure itself. Early the following morning, Li Rui, accompanied by 4 bodyguards, set off towards the Tongfei Group Technology Industrial Park located in the county. With nothing pressing to attend to at home, he deemed it more prudent to observe the recruitment scene at his industrial park. As he approached the park, merely a few hundred meters away, he was greeted by a throng of people. Upon entering the newly constructed road from the national highway, he noticed a multitude of vehicles halted by security personnel along both sides of the road. It dawned on him that a significant number of applicants were present. However, as he neared the entrance of the industrial park, he realized the turnout was far greater than he had anticipated. The crowd appeared to number in the tens of thousands, and were it not for the numerous security guards maintaining order, the road would have likely been overwhelmed with people. Checking his phone, Li Rui noted that it was only 8 o'clock in the morning, while the recruitment fair was not scheduled to commence until 8:30. Chapter 113. The mayor's shock after revealing his identity to the security at the entrance of the industrial park, the Land Rover Range Rover proceeded unimpeded into the premises, halting before a distinctly luxurious building. Liu Yan, accompanied by 7 or 8 individuals clad in professional attire, emerged from the opulent edifice and approached Li Rui's vehicle. As Li Rui opened the car door, he was greeted by a chorus of varied voices from both men and women. "Good day, Chairman. Hello to you all." Li Rui acknowledged the greetings while observing the group behind Liu Yan. He then turned his attention to Liu Yan, inquiring, "Is this office building ready for use so soon? It has barely been 7 or 8 days since my last visit to the industrial park, and yet it is already operational. This is remarkably swift." Boss, the office building, much like the dormitory, was prioritized in construction, hence the expedited timeline. Today, our group is conducting recruitment, and the county has arranged for numerous journalists to cover the event. The county mayor will also be present to deliver a promotional speech. Would you like me to prepare a speech for you? Let's forego that. You can handle the public-facing tasks. I prefer to remain in the background and simply observe the proceedings. Li Rui swiftly declined Liu Yan's suggestion regarding the speech. While many were aware that Li Rui was the chairman of Tongfei Group, few had seen his visage, as he had seldom made public appearances. Li Rui wished to avoid being recognized and pointed out as the chairman of a prominent corporation. Fame was not as glamorous as it seemed. "Very well, then. Let me escort you to the office for a moment of respite," Liu Yan remarked, respecting Li Rui's wishes and leading him to the elevator designated for the senior executives of the group. As Li Hui hasted, thousands of job applicants outside the Tongfei Group's entrance were engaged in animated discussions. Among them, 2 girls, seemingly around 20 years of age, hurriedly approached while dragging their suitcases and paused at the periphery of the crowd, catching their breath. Once their breathing steadied, they began to survey the throng before them. After a brief moment, they exchanged glances, their eyes widening in astonishment. "Xiao Jing, my mom was team merely trying to coax me back home when she mentioned that our county had opened a large company. These must be all applicants, right? There must be at least 10,000 here," one girl exclaimed, tilting her head in disbelief at the scene. Upon hearing her friend's remark, Xiao Jing instinctively nodded and responded, "If what Ning Ning says is true, then the benefits and pay at this large factory in your county might indeed be legitimate. We were skeptical about your mom's words. Yet here we are, having rushed from a major city to your small county without even taking the time to unpack our luggage. It must be true, considering the sheer number of applicants. The benefits must be exceptional," Ning Ning replied, her uncertainty lingering. "Ning Ning, have you seen this company called Tongfei Group? The name sounds quite appealing, but I wonder about its actual capabilities," Xiao Jing remarked, pointing towards the new energy industrial park and the grand inscription above its entrance. "I know a bit about it. My mother has mentioned that Tongfei Group is the largest company in our Chuding County. It was established just over 2 months ago and has already made 2 significant investments. Have you seen those factory buildings? They reportedly cost 10 billion Longwei yuan to construct. That is quite impressive, isn't it?" Ning Ning pointed towards the expansive structures across the way. As she spoke, a glimmer of pride shone in her eyes, reflecting her sentiment that no one could dare to claim her hometown was a backwater county anymore. Xiao Jing followed the direction of her friend's gaze and gasped in astonishment. "Wow, it's enormous. Are all these factory buildings part of Tongfei Group?" She had just alighted from the vehicle outside, hurriedly dragging her luggage in, and had been overwhelmed by the crowd, leaving her little time to observe her surroundings. It was only upon her friend's reminder that she realized the scale of this industrial park in the small county rivaled that of larger cities, and in fact, seemed even larger than some industrial parks in major urban areas. "My mother mentioned that this industrial park spans 2,000 acres. She also said that the big company recently invested another 100 billion to construct a semiconductor industrial park." "Ah, when did your mother tell you this? I don't recall you mentioning it. How would I know if what my mother said is true? I always thought she was exaggerating. My goodness, is Tongfei Group really that formidable? I must check online immediately." Li Rui had rested in the office for about 10 minutes when he heard Liu Yan's knock on the door. "Boss, the county mayor has arrived downstairs. Has Brother Ning come? I'll be right down." With that, Li Rui opened the office door and took the elevator with Liu Yan down to the first floor of the office building. As the elevator doors opened, Li Rui spotted Ning Guoliang, who had just entered the lobby. Li Rui raised his hand and greeted him with a smile, "Brother Ning." His address to Ning Guoliang was informal, as they were close friends, yet he maintained a level of decorum in the presence of outsiders. This time, Ning Guoliang was accompanied only by an assistant, with no other county staff or reporters present in the office building, allowing Li Rui to call him Brother Ning without hesitation. Haha, Li Laodi, it's only been a few days since we last met, but I've truly missed you, Ning Guoyang said, stepping forward with a broad smile and embracing Li Rue warmly. After they separated, Li Rue chuckled and replied, Brother Ning, I'm not a beauty. Why would you miss me? Li Laodi, you are far more delightful than any beauty. Thanks to you. Our Chunning County has made several national appearances in the past 2 months, and your Tongfei group has made a tremendous contribution to the people of Chunning County. 20,000 job positions, with a comprehensive monthly income exceeding 500 yuan, along with the provision of 5 insurances and 1 fund. Such employment opportunities are rare finds in Chunning County, even when sought after diligently. The citizens of Chunning County now speak highly of the Tongfei group, giving it a resounding thumbs up. As the current county magistrate, I too bask in its glory. One might say, you are more delightful than any beauty, wouldn't you agree? This rapid development owes much to Brother Ning's blessings, supported wholeheartedly by the county. It is indeed Tongfei Group's swift progress that we celebrate, and Brother Ning's contributions far surpass mine. Not at all. Your contributions are significant. Your contributions are significant. Lu Yin, standing behind Li Rue, observed the 2 men with a hint of exasperation. As a chairman and a county magistrate engaged in mutual flattery, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Mayornin, the news regarding the comprehensive income of our Tongfei Group's new energy industrial park employees has changed. The figure of 500 yuan was yesterday's information. The latest update indicates that the base salary has risen from 500 yuan to 5,000 yuan, leading to a comprehensive income of around 7,000 yuan, in addition to 5 insurances and 1 fund. Unable to endure the endless boasting of the 2, Lu Yin interjected. What? The base salary has increased from 500 to 5,000? You must be joking. Ning Guoyang, who had been exchanging compliments with Li Rue, was suddenly taken aback by Lu Yan's revelation. Chapter 114. The cheers of the candidates. Director Ning, you may inquire with our boss. This jest originated from him. Ning Guoyang swallowed hard and turned to Li Rue, asking, Brother Li, what is the situation here? Brother Ning, the base salary that enterprises in Eagle Sauce Country can afford is equally within the reach of our Dragon Country companies. My Tongfei Group is no less formidable than any other firm. Brother Li, how impressive. If our Dragon Country had more entrepreneurs like you and fewer capitalists, the lives of the common people would undoubtedly improve significantly. Upon hearing Li Rue's words, Ning Guoyang felt a genuine admiration. Increasing the base salary by 500 for each person means an annual expenditure of 600 million for 20,000 individuals. Convincing other capitalists to part with such amounts for the populace will be far more challenging than taking their lives. All right, Brother Ning, it's nearly 8:30. Aren't you scheduled to give a speech? You should prepare now. Are you not coming, brotherly? Ning Guoyang, sensing Li Rue's intention to abstain from the upcoming press interview, inquired with curiosity. I shall refrain. I still lack the eloquence required, and I do not wish to be pointed out on the street as the chairman of Tongfei Group, a man of immense wealth, destined to be kidnapped. Li Rue explained with a humorous tone regarding his reluctance to appear publicly. Though he spoke in jest, Ning Guoyang quickly grasped the underlying meaning, nodding in understanding. That makes sense. Your time for tranquility is limited. Once your company's products begin to sell, every battery-related industry in the nation will seek your collaboration. You will have much to attend to. For company matters, just consult Lu Yin. I am not well versed in them. Brotherly, you certainly know how to enjoy life, delegating all the arduous tasks to your subordinates while you savor your existence. Unlike me, who is perpetually engulfed in endless responsibilities. After I finish my duties, I shall treat you to a meal. That is not acceptable. If anyone should treat, it ought to be I. Brotherly, we have our protocols. I can invite you to dine, but I cannot partake in a meal you offer. You wouldn't want me to air now, would you? Well, very well then. Brother Ning, you may proceed with your tasks. Li Rue conceded to Ning Guoyang's insistence. Subsequently, Ning Guoyang and Lu Yin, accompanied by their respective assistants, exited the office building, while Li Rue returned to his office on the upper floor, opening the window in anticipation of the unfolding spectacle. The recruitment event was set in the open space in front of the office building, where rows of tables and chairs have been arranged, each occupied by an interviewer adorned with a name badge. As Ning Guoyang and Lu Yin approached the high platform that had been erected at the entrance of the industrial park, Ning Guoyang glanced at his watch and addressed Lu Yin, who was a step behind. Director Lu, it's almost 8:30. We can commence now. Understood, Director Ning. Lu Yin replied, nodding towards the female host who had been prepared nearby. The female host, prompted by Lu Yin, gracefully lifted her skirt and approached the podium. Microphone in hand. Below the stage, a throng of journalists gathered, their microphones adorned with various logos, indicating their affiliations with different television stations, predominantly from Xiangnan province. Esteemed guests and job seekers, good morning. Today marks the inaugural day of recruitment for Tongfei Group, a significant milestone not only for Tongfei Group, but also for the thriving development of Chunning County and its residents. The host completed her lengthy speech precisely at 8 o'clock. She then announced, "Now, I would like to invite the County Magistrate of Chunning, Ning Guoyang, and the CEO of Tongfei Group to the stage to address us." Both Ning Guoyang and Lu Yin stepped forward in succession, accepting the microphones handed by the staff. Ning Guoyang was the first to speak. "Hello everyone, I am Ning Guoyang, the County Magistrate of Chunning. Good morning. Today is an important day for us in Chunning County, and I am truly honored to stand here." After an extensive speech, 5 minutes passed, and the applicants below began to grow impatient. Finally, Ning Guoyang addressed the matter of utmost concern to the job seekers. "I believe you're all aware of the employee benefits at Tongfei Group's new Energy Technology Industrial Park, correct?" he asked, prompting a chorus of affirmative responses from the audience. "Do you think the benefits are satisfactory?" He continued with a smile. "Absolutely. In a small county factory, the comprehensive income is around 4,500, which is comparable to the 6,500 wages in larger cities. How could it be unsatisfactory? After all, the cost of living in a small county is significantly lower than in a metropolis." Just then, he revealed, "I have just received confirmation from the chairman of Tongfei Group that, in addition to the benefits you are already aware of, they have decided to enhance them further. Would you like to know more?" The applicants exchanged puzzled glances, contemplating how the chairman could possibly offer even better benefits when the current ones seemed already adequate, as evidenced by today's turnout. Recently, the chairman of Tongfei Group announced, as a gesture of gratitude to society, the nation, and the people, that the base salary will be increased from 2,500 to 5,000. Isn't that wonderful news? As soon as Ning Guoyang finished speaking, the venue erupted into thunderous applause from thousands of attendees. How could this be? A base salary of 5,000 means a total income of 7,000. Adding the 5 insurances and 1 fund, even university graduates don't enjoy such benefits. They wondered if the county magistrate's words held truth. Fortuitously, they had arrived early. If news of these benefits spread, the crowd would swell beyond their ranks, attracting workers from other provinces. Indeed, we are fortunate to be in the right place at the right time. Today is the first day of recruitment, and I am confident I will secure a position. If I had arrived even a day or 2 later, given the enticing offers from Tongfei Group, half of us here might not qualify for interviews. Most of the attendees at the scene were local residents of Chunning County, who were all rejoicing at their early arrival. The vast majority placed unwavering trust in the words spoken by the county magistrate, believing them to be irrefutable. However, some remained skeptical. As the crowd grew somewhat quieter, one bold individual summoned the courage to shout, "County Magistrate, is what you said truly genuine? Such generous benefits are simply hard to believe." Indeed, County Magistrate, with such elevated welfare provisions, have the recruitment criteria also been raised? Another voice chimed in. "To ascertain the truth, let the CEO of Tongfei Group convey it to you directly," Ning Guoyang said, gesturing for Lu Yin to speak. "I assure you, the county magistrate's words are entirely truthful, and the recruitment requirements have not been heightened. The doubling of the base salary was a spontaneous decision made by our chairman as a gesture of goodwill towards the citizens, without any additional conditions," Lu Yin declared. Upon hearing her words, the venue erupted into a thunderous chorus of cheers and fervent applause. "Long live County Magistrate Ning! Long live the chairman!" After the jubilant outburst, many individuals quickly realized the significance of the announcement. They hastily retrieved their mobile phones to inform friends and family of the welfare benefits offered by Tongfei Group. Thus, in numerous cities across the nation, many workers employed in small factories, undeterred by the objections of their supervisors, discarded their uniforms, returned to their dormitories to pack their belongings, and embarked on various modes of transportation, making their way to Chunning County without hesitation. Chapter 115. Gratitude and Reciprocity. After addressing a few questions from reporters, Ning Lianghua concluded his brief speech. Subsequently, the security personnel opened the gates of the Technology Industrial Park, allowing a steady stream of applicants to enter in an orderly fashion. Ning Guoyang and Lu Yin then returned to the office where Li Rue was situated. "Li, you missed quite a sight. You should have seen the astonishment on the faces of those ordinary job seekers when they heard that your Tung Fei group offers a base salary of 5,000 for regular employees. If you make an appearance, it's likely some of them would want to capture your image, Ning remarked. Ning, please, let us not jest. You are the one deserving of such admiration. I am merely a common businessman, Li Rui replied modestly. All right, let us refrain from flattery and observe this recruitment scene. So many candidates. I never dared to imagine that a company in Chunning County would host a recruitment event of this magnitude, Ning said, pulling aside the curtain of a window to gaze down at the applicants. Ning, our Chunning County will no longer be a mere 18th-tier county. It is destined to evolve into a world-class metropolis. I assure you, Li Rui pledged, also looking out the window at the orderly lines of applicants. With ambitious youths like you, Li, I am certain I will witness that day. Together, let us strive to transform Chunning County into the most remarkable county. Ning exclaimed with enthusiasm. After discussing the progress of the semiconductor industrial park and other matters, the two enjoyed a relatively pleasant lunch at a small restaurant in the county. Courtesy of Ning. After a satisfying meal, they shook hands and bid farewell. Around 1 p.m., Li Rui returned home. As the car pulled into the driveway, he spotted a small child sitting on a stool under the eaves, clutching a nylon bag. Upon hearing the sound of the car engine, the child looked up toward the entrance. Just then, as Li Rui stepped out of the vehicle, the child recognized him and hurriedly approached, holding out the bag. Big brother, this is for you, the child exclaimed, lifting the nylon bag towards Li Rui. Li Rui, somewhat puzzled by the gesture from the 4 or 5-year-old, glanced over to see his mother emerging from the house. Mom, who is this? He inquired, pointing at the small boy. Have you forgotten so quickly? This is Long Xiaoan. Wang Sume replied, looking at Li Rui as if he were being foolish. What? Long Xiaoan? The child who collects scraps? Li Rui exclaimed, lifting the child for a closer inspection. He realized that this was indeed the same boy, now dressed in new clothes and with a clean face, prompting his momentary failure to recognize him. What is he here for? Is he here to ask for garbage again? Li Rui questioned, confusion evident on his face. What a trivial matter. His family is currently a key beneficiary of the Li Charity Foundation, and he has long ceased scavenging. Once school resumes, he will return to his studies. His grandfather, after receiving treatment, has experienced significant improvement in his rheumatism. He can now stand and walk. Today, Long Xiaoan has come to deliver fruit to you and has been waiting for over 2 hours. Despite being told to set the items down, he insisted on waiting for your return. After Wang Sume finished speaking, she shook her head in resignation. Upon hearing his mother's explanation, Li Rui finally understood. He carefully lowered Long Xiaoan to the ground and reached out to accept the bag from his hands, glancing inside to find it filled with bananas and apples. Xiaoan, take these fruits back for your grandfather and yourself. I won't be having any, Li Rui said, squatting down to pat Long Xiaoan's head. My grandfather said that Big Brother is a good person and I should express my gratitude. These fruits are for you, Big Brother. Thank you for saving my grandfather. And thank you, Aunt Wang, Long Xiaoan said, bowing in gratitude to Li Rui and Wang Sume. Without waiting for Li Rui to respond, he turned and dashed toward the gate. By the time Li Rui realized what was happening, Long Xiaoan had already exited the courtyard. With a helpless shake of his head, he instructed Li Si to drive after the boy, thinking it unreasonable to let him walk back the same distance for the sake of delivering fruit. Around 2 in the afternoon, while Li Rui lay upstairs watching videos and live streams, he suddenly heard a familiar voice calling him from the courtyard. He rolled out of bed and made his way downstairs, only to find Li Yuhan and Deng Changyu waiting for him. What brings you two here? Is there something you need to discuss? Could it be that you finally decided to become the director of our village hospital? Li Rui inquired, eyeing Deng Changyu. Brother Rui, regarding my potential role as the director of the village hospital, I still need to discuss it with my family. Today, I mainly came to say goodbye as I plan to return home, Deng Changyu replied. I see. It's wise to consult with your family. After all, it's still early days for our village hospital. Yuhan, are you also planning to head back? No, Brother Rui. I'm not working at the moment and intend to spend some time with my parents at home, Li Yuhan answered. That sounds lovely. Working outside doesn't yield much. Anyway, once the village hospital is established, you could join us there, and I'll ensure you receive a generous salary, Li Rui said. Thank you, Brother Rui. Li Yuhan replied with a sweet smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two began to take their leave, but halfway to the gate, Deng Changyu suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on the purple GT sports car parked nearby. Just as Li Rui was about to return upstairs to relax, he noticed that Deng Changyu and Li Yuhan had stopped again, prompting him to ask, What is the matter? Bro did hui. Would it be possible for me to take a few pictures of this car? Deng Changyu asked somewhat shyly. He had first seen the car when he arrived in Li family village, and it was one of his favorite sports cars. Previously, he could only admire it through videos and images, but now that he was heading home, he could no longer contain his excitement and had mustered the courage to ask Li Rui for a few photographs. No problem, I shall fetch the car keys for you. Being young, one naturally has a penchant for sports cars. Li Rui certainly understands this sentiment. After all, when he first acquired the system, he splurged on an array of sports cars. Yet, now he finds little thrill in them. That purple Viper GT has not seen the light of day for several days, and the keys lie in a room upstairs. No need, that would be too much trouble. Deng Changyu quickly interjected upon hearing Li Rui's intention to retrieve the keys. Not at all, it's no trouble, Li Rui replied. And without waiting for Deng Changyu to refuse again, he dashed upstairs to fetch the keys. A moment later, Li Rui tossed the car keys to Deng Changyu, then raised his hand to signal him to feel free to take some pictures. Deng Changyu instinctively caught the keys, but hesitated, for this was an 80 million sports car. Let me see that, Li Yuhan exclaimed as she snatched the keys from Deng Changyu's grasp and hurried to the purple Viper GT. She pressed the key fob, and the car door swung open. Come over here, Li Yuhan beckoned to Deng Changyu, knowing that her boyfriend was an aficionado of automobiles. She realized he dearly wanted to photograph the Viper GT, but hesitated due to its exorbitant value. Thus, she took it upon herself to act. Seeing his girlfriend had already opened the door of the 80 million car and gazing at the exquisite interior of the Viper GT, Deng Changyu could no longer contain himself. He approached the magnificent supercar and began taking pictures from every conceivable angle. Chapter 116. Deng Changyu returns home after a full 4 to 5 minutes. Deng Changyu finally came to a halt. He began to peruse the photographs on his phone, a smile never leaving his face. Satisfied, he bid farewell to Li Rui once more. After another 10 minutes, he drove his BMW 3 Series out of Li's village. 3 hours later, Deng Changyu arrived in Jialing City, the very place he called home, situated over 270 kilometers from Li's village. He entered a rather pleasant-looking residential community. After parking his car, he took the elevator to his floor. With 2 bags in hand, it was inconvenient for him to retrieve his keys, so he pressed the doorbell with his elbow. Before long, a familiar voice echoed from within. Who is it? Mom, it's me. Upon hearing her son's voice, the woman inside hastened her steps. And soon the door swung open to reveal a bespectacled woman in her late 40s. So, why are you back so soon? You didn't even call to let me know. You must have suffered quite a bit at your girlfriend's home. Look how thin you've become. Come in quickly. I've made you something delicious, she said, her maternal concern evident as she cupped his face in her hands. Mom, I'm not thin at all. I was only gone a few days, and I ate well at my girlfriend's place. How could I possibly lose weight? Deng Changyu replied, stepping inside and placing the 2 paper bags on the sofa. ISN to your girlfriend from a rural area in a small county? What could possibly be good to eat there? In such a remote place. You'd be lucky to have enough to eat, the woman remarked skeptically. Mom, don't underestimate others. This rural area is not what you think. I had my eyes open during this visit to my girlfriend's family, Deng Changyu said, reflecting on his experiences in Li's village with a sense of awe. Oh, do tell me, what did you see? Well, never mind that for now. You'll find out in due time. Where's Dad? Is he still at work? Deng Changyu suddenly remembered that mentioning the incident in Li's village, involving hundreds of people seeking retribution for a girl, might not be appropriate. Speaking of his girlfriend's impressive cousin would likely not convince his mother either, so he chose to remain silent. What is all this secrecy about? Why will I find out later? It's only just past 5. Your dad won't be home for a while, his mother said, rolling her eyes in mild annoyance at his teasing. By the way, when you visited your girlfriend's home, did her parents mention anything? Like how much betrothal money they expect, or what kind of dowry they want? His mother suddenly recalled her son's marital prospects, eager to discuss her most pressing concern. Well, didn't he actually say anything about that? Didn't you think to ask? Our family, the Deng family, can be considered respectable, with your father serving as the chief physician at a hospital and you, at a young age, already a practitioner in outpatient care. Your future prospects are indeed promising. However, your girlfriend hails from a farming background, and for her family, marrying into our Deng family is akin to a stroke of good fortune. If the betrothal gifts are excessive or the dowry insufficient, I must express my disapproval. Observing my mother proudly proclaiming our family's accomplishments, Deng Changyu felt a sense of exasperation. Having 2 doctors in a household is indeed commendable by ordinary standards. In the eyes of many, professions such as medicine and law are deemed prestigious. thereby elevating those who pursue such careers in the eyes of society, leading even oneself to adopt a sense of superiority, a notion my mother certainly holds. Yet, when juxtaposed against his girlfriend's family, he found little to boast about. What significance does a rural background hold? Take her cousin, Li Ruitong, for instance, a man capable of affording an 80 million supercar and presiding over a vast conglomerate. Information he only discovered yesterday, which clarified how his girlfriend's cousin could amass a formidable entourage. Upon further investigation into the Tungfei group, he was nearly overwhelmed by the revelations. Moreover, his girlfriend's younger brother has gained admission to the National University of Defense Technology, destined to serve in the military upon graduation, supported by an influential family. Who's to say that this brother-in-law may not ascend to greatness in the military realm someday? As for her other cousins, they are entrepreneurs, having earned millions within a mere few months, a testament to their lucrative ventures. If my mother were to grasp the true circumstances of my girlfriend's family, she might very well fret over the possibility of her daughter not considering us worthy. As Deng Chanyu rolled his eyes in frustration, seeking a response to his mother's declarations, the sound of the door lock disrupted his thoughts. Recognizing that his father had returned, he hurriedly made his way to the door. "Dad, you're back," Deng Chanyu greeted as a man in his 50s. With a sprinkling of gray hair, yet radiating vitality, pushed the door open. This was indeed his father. "Oh, why are you back? Didn't you take a week off to visit your girlfriend's family?" His father inquired, astonished. "I suspect the rural environment was too harsh for you, and you couldn't endure it. Look how thin you've become," his mother interjected before he could respond, offering her interpretation of his early return. "Mom, please don't spread such nonsense. The chickens and ducks in the countryside are raised with care and are far tastier than what we find in the city. I have matters to discuss with Dad, which is why I came back early. I'm quite hungry. So could you prepare a meal for me?" Deng Chanyu, sensing his mother's continued rambling, swiftly deployed his trump card. Upon hearing that her beloved son was hungry, his mother ceased her chatter and hurried to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Upon arriving at the sofa, the father and son of the Deng family prepared for a heartfelt conversation. To their surprise, 2 paper bags lay atop the sofa. "These are gifts from my girlfriend for you both," Deng Chanyu explained. "Gifts from your girlfriend? What could possibly be inside?" his father inquired. "I have no idea. She insisted I take them when I left," Deng Chanyu admitted, scratching his head as he recalled that he had yet to examine the contents of the bags. Deng's father shook his head in disbelief at his son's obliviousness. "You have no clue what your girlfriend asked you to bring back. You returned early for a specific reason, didn't you?" As he spoke, he slowly opened one of the paper bags. "I wish to resign and work in my girlfriend's village," Deng Chanyu stated, bracing himself for a reprimand about his mental state. Suddenly, he was taken aback by his father's exclamation. "What on earth is this?" Hearing her husband's startled cry, Deng's mother, who had just entered the kitchen, peeked out to investigate the commotion. Chapter 117. The aristocracy of the village. "My goodness, what is this?" Upon seeing the object clutched in her husband's hand, Mother Deng could not help but exclaim in astonishment. With hurried steps, she approached and snatched the partially newspaper-wrapped item from Father Deng, biting down on it with fervor. Gazing at the golden, brick-like object, she left a distinct bite mark, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Well, old Deng, you've hidden this quite well. Pray tell, where did such a substantial piece of gold come from? Have you been secretly stashing away your earnings over the years?" Although her words were laced with inquiry, a smile adorned her face. "What are you rambling about? Haven't all my wages been handed over to you? Do you have any idea how heavy this gold is? Do you know its worth? Unwrap the entire newspaper and see for yourself." Upon hearing her husband's response, Mother Deng pondered for a moment and found some merit in his argument. Such a large piece of gold must indeed be worth a considerable sum. It was unlikely that her husband would have hidden away so much in secret savings. After tearing away the newspaper completely, a radiant gold brick lay revealed before the trio, emblazoned with the words Dragon Country Agricultural Bank, and on the opposite side, it noted a weight of 1,000 grams. A kilogram of gold. At current market rates, this brick is valued at no less than 450,000 Dragon Country coins. Where on earth did old Deng acquire this? Surely, isn't he engaged in any illicit activities? As Mother Deng grasped the weight inscribed on the gold brick and comprehended its true worth, her initial excitement waned, replaced by a sense of unease. Where did this come from? You should ask your son. Hearing his wife's insinuation about illegal dealings, Father Deng could not help but roll his eyes. "So, is this something you brought back?" Upon hearing her husband's inquiry, Mother Deng turned to her son, her expression one of shock. From the instant Father Deng gasped, to seeing the golden brick in Mother Deng's hand, Deng Changyu was utterly bewildered. A kilogram of gold, valued at 450,000, was a gift from his girlfriend? This was utterly absurd. Son, I'm asking you a question. Where did this gold brick come from? Once again, hearing his mother's inquiry, Deng Changyu finally snapped back to reality, responding with some exasperation. This was given to me by my girlfriend. She said it was a gift from her family. This, son, are you exhausted? Are you still half asleep? A kilogram of gold, worth 450,000, and you tell me it's a gift from a rural family? Mother Deng could not fathom her son's words. It was simply too preposterous. Let me see what's in the other bag. Given the value of the 450,000 worth of gold, Father Deng could not resist reaching for the other bag, eager to discover its contents. As he opened the second bag, he found a beautifully crafted box. Placing it carefully on the coffee table, he opened it to reveal 2 bottles of fine foreign liquor, their labels adorned with English text. As a chief physician at a hospital, his command of English was competent, and upon closer inspection, his mouth fell agape. Is this Roman economy? What is Roman economy? Upon witnessing her husband holding a bottle of foreign wine, the shock etched on her face was more profound than if he had been grasping a kilogram of gold, prompting Mother Deng to inquire. The 5th most expensive wine in the world, averaging around 250,000 per bottle, Father Deng instinctively responded to his wife's question. 250,000 per bottle? Are you implying that these 2 bottles amount to 500,000? Mother Deng asked, pointing incredulously at the other bottle of red wine nestled within the box. If this red wine is authentic, the 2 bottles would indeed be worth at least 500,000, a price that is unattainable for the average person. As the two exchanged glances, their eyes subsequently turned towards Deng Changyu. What on earth is going on? Is your girlfriend truly from a rural background? At that moment, Mother Deng's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning the pedigree of the future daughter-in-law she had previously looked down upon. Well, Mom, Dad, Yuhan's family is indeed from the countryside, but they're not just any family. They are a prominent one residing in the rural area. Deng Changyu, compelled by his parents' inquiries, divulged all the information he had about the Li family. 5 minutes later, after recounting everything he knew about the Li family, both Father and Mother Deng stood in stunned silence. Mother Deng, who had been standing, suddenly found her legs giving way, collapsing onto the sofa, the gold bar she had been holding clattering to the floor. The sound of the gold bar striking the tiles jolted them back to reality. Mother Deng hurriedly picked it up, dusting off the non-existent specks, swallowing hard as she spoke with a quivering voice. Son, the last time Yuhan visited our home, did I come off as a bit impolite? Her cousin Wu Ti possibly bring 700 or 800 people to confront me. Would he? Her trembling voice revealed her deep-seated anxiety. You are aware of your own demeanor. Then, looking down on this and that, our family pales in comparison to the Li family. We are mere ants beside them. Father Deng, his hands trembling slightly, took a sip from his thermos, oblivious to the tea that splashed onto his collar, and continued. Tongfei Group, a company capable of investing over 100 billion in cash. They even announced an annual output value of 400 billion at their official press conference. The strength this company has revealed is likely just the tip of the iceberg. What right do families like ours have to associate with such a lineage? Observing the growing anxiety in his mother and the escalating concern in his father, Deng Changyu felt a pang of regret for revealing the truth about his girlfriend's family. His initial reluctance to speak stemmed from 2 reasons. He knew his parents would not believe him even if he did, and he feared they would react exactly as they were now. With the confirmation provided by the gold and the red wine, and having disclosed the reality of his girlfriend's family, his parents' doubts were eradicated, intensifying their apprehension. Mom, you needn't worry. Rui is actually quite wonderful. If it weren't for that scoundrel Ding Chong, who went too far and caused Rui's cousin to have a miscarriage, Rui wouldn't have brought along 700 or 800 people to incapacitate him. By the way, Rui even wants me to become the principal of their village. Father, there is no need for anxiety. If Yuhan's family truly looked down upon us, they would not have permitted me to stay in the village for several days, nor would they have reciprocated with such a substantial gift. Deng Changyu reassured his parents. By the way, son, did you just mention that Rui Gu is the chairman of Tongfei Group? Is he inviting you to become the director of the hospital that is about to be constructed at a cost of 500 million? With Deng Changyu's comforting words, his father's unease finally began to dissipate, though he soon recalled what his son had just mentioned. Indeed, Li Rui, the chairman of Tongfei Group, is Yuhan's cousin, which is why I've taken to calling him Rui Gu alongside her. Rue Gu intends to invest 500 million in establishing one of the finest hospitals in Longwar right here in Li Village and has asked me to oversee its management. He will procure the best physicians. So, have you accepted the offer? Deng's father inquired with a sense of urgency. Not yet. I returned to discuss it with you first. Didn't I? Discuss what? You need to call Yuhan immediately and inform her of your acceptance. Deng's father gazed at Deng Changyu as if he were a fool. Chapter 118. The leverage on Deng Yinchuan. No, Dad, I haven't even resigned yet, and the hospital in the village hasn't been constructed. There's no need to rush. At least I should discuss this with Director Liu at our hospital first, right? Stop with the nonsense. Such a golden opportunity, and you don't know how to seize it. I'll talk to Director Liu. He is the head of the hospital. Although the scale of the hospital in Li Family Village isn't particularly large, it is backed by a future trillion-dollar conglomerate, making its prospects limitless. Our hospital is decent, but you are merely an outpatient doctor. Even with my connections, the best you can aspire to is to become a department head, just like me. Better to be a leader of a small group rather than a follower in a larger one. And this is not just any bird, but a majestic golden rooster. If you fail to grasp such an opportunity, you might as well not be my son. I cannot have a son who is so foolish. So, I believe your father is right. This is indeed a fortuitous event that has fallen from the heavens. You found a wonderful girlfriend, and now such a remarkable opportunity arises. This is a tremendous blessing that you must seize. Deng Changyu was momentarily taken aback as his parents urged him to immediately accept the position of director in Li Family Village. This was entirely different from what he had envisioned. He had expected them to vehemently oppose the idea, considering it was merely a small village. It was evident that Deng Changyu was still quite young, lacking the understanding of the adage beneath a great tree, one finds shade. With a colossal titan like the Tungfei Group as a support, how could Li Family Village be compared to an ordinary rural area? How could its hospital be likened to those of typical villages? All right, I will call when I have the time. Since my parents have agreed, I won't say anything further. However, having just returned, it might seem inappropriate to call immediately. With this thought in mind, Deng Changyu sought an excuse to delay the call. Are you busy? Call right now. Deng Dad picked up the phone that Deng Changyu had left on the coffee table and handed it to him directly. Dad, I haven't eaten yet. Let me have my meal first, and then I'll call. Eat? I haven't even made dinner yet. You finish your call, and then I'll start cooking. Deng Mom glared at her son, fixated on the phone in his hand, her expression clearly indicating that he wouldn't eat unless he made the call. Mom, you don't love me anymore. Your precious son is hungry. I want to eat. Deng Changyu feigned a look of grievance. Under normal circumstances, Deng Mom would have rushed to prepare food at such a sight. But this time she remained unfazed, continuing to stare at her son with her husband. As if to say, if you don't make that call, you may very well starve. Fine, I'll call right away. Seeing that his mother's tactics had failed, Deng Changyu had no choice but to relent with a pained expression. Meanwhile, in Li Family Village, 270 kilometers away, Li Yonghu's household also had two individuals animatedly discussing the Deng family. Cease. What do you think my brother-in-law's parents will look like when they see the gifts I've prepared? Li Tai eagerly inquired of Li Yuhan. They will surely be taken aback, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Only you could come up with such a ridiculous idea. How much did the gold and red wine cost in total? Li Yuhan initially wore an expression of eager anticipation, but then, with a hint of dismay, inquired, how much did you spend? Not much, a total of 950,000, replied Li Tai nonchalantly. Goodness, I can somewhat fathom the value of gold, perhaps around 400,000 to 500,000. Did you really spend another 400,000 to 500,000 on those 2 bottles of wine? You are far too extravagant. Li Yuhan gazed at her brother with a look of incredulity, akin to that of someone witnessing reckless spending. Sister, didn't you mention that brother-in-law's mother is somewhat materialistic? Am I not standing up for you? Let her look down upon the Li family. Let's give her a fright. Ha ha. If our parents found out, they would undoubtedly be furious. Nearly 1 million gifted away. Simply to scare someone? Haha, sister, I'm not foolish. Brother-in-law's family has only 1 son. If they were sensible when you marry him, both of these items would return to you. It's not a loss. Gold is one thing. It can be liquidated at any time. But 2 bottles of wine valued at 500,000, I wouldn't dare to drink such an expensive bottle. Li Yuhan still felt a pang of regret. Sister, you simply do not understand. This top-tier red wine is sought after by countless individuals. The avenues for liquidating it are not inferior to those for gold. Who knows? It might even appreciate in value in a few years. Oh, is it truly as remarkable as you claim? How did you manage to procure it? Li Yuhan's skepticism was evident. Sister, just on the basis of the Li family name in our village, Li Tai replied with pride. What is the whole story? Don't be so vague. Li Yuhan's curiosity was piqued upon learning there was more to the wine purchase. Heh. When I went to the largest liquor store in the county, I told the owner I wanted the most expensive wine. Eventually, he brought me a bottle of Maodai worth several thousand. Unsatisfied, I requested something even better. The owner insisted that the Maodai was the finest. So, I presented my ID and said I was from Li Family Village. You won't believe what happened next. Without hesitation, the store owner led me to the innermost room of the shop, opened a wine cabinet akin to a safe, and produced 2 exquisitely packaged bottles of wine, insisting on giving them to me. Not being naive, I knew nothing comes for free, so, in the end, the owner sold me the 2 bottles at their original price of 500,000. Upon hearing her brother's tale of purchasing wine, Li Yuhan was slightly astonished. Was the reputation of the Li family in their village truly so substantial that merely being a member could persuade a store owner to part with his prize collection? As time swiftly passed, 20 days elapsed in the blink of an eye. Li Rui remembered that today marked the groundbreaking ceremony for the Tongfei Group's new energy industrial park, as well as the product launch event. Although he did not plan to attend the event in person, he rose early, preparing to watch the live stream of Tongfei Group on Douyin. Indeed, Tongfei Group had established its own Douyin account, and within a mere 20 days, it had garnered over 300,000 followers. After enjoying breakfast prepared by his mother, with only a few minutes remaining until the product launch, Li Rui picked up his phone to watch a live stream featuring beautiful women. Just then, an incoming call interrupted his enjoyment. It was Zhao Yi's number that Li Rui noticed on his phone, instinctively murmuring the name. His thumb pressed the green answer button, and Zhao Yi's voice came through the line. Boss, we have obtained incriminating evidence against Ding Yinchuan. Evidence against Ding Yinchuan? I suspected that this fellow had something to hide. What exactly have you uncovered? Please, tell me, Li Rui said, eager to hear the details upon learning that Zhao Yi's investigation into Ding Yinchuan had yielded results. We have been examining Ding Yinchuan's bank transfer records over the past decade. Notably, we discovered a substantial transfer of 3 million from 10 years ago, with the recipient being a distant relative of one of Ding Yinchuan's subordinates. Shortly after receiving this sum, the subordinate was involved in a traffic accident that resulted in the deaths of 2 individuals, leading him to serve 3 years in prison. Chapter 119. Product launch event yet. What of it? Without direct evidence, what could be proven? Boss, we lack direct proof, but that individual possesses it. Following the trail of the substantial remittance, we identified that person from years ago. Subsequently, we infiltrated Ding Yinchuan's social media accounts, intending to extract the truth from that time while leveraging it to coerce and entice the individual into agreeing to testify. Unexpectedly, a delightful surprise awaited us. That individual had retained crucial evidence capable of demonstrating that Ding Yinchuan had hired an assassin a decade prior. This time, Ding Yinchuan is surely doomed. What shall we do, boss? Haha, I knew that in a society where scoundrels thrive through violence and territorial conquest, their hands could not possibly be clean. This is ideal. We need not soil our hands. Let us forward all the documentation and evidence to the county magistrate. Although Ning Guoyang does not belong to the public security system, nor is he the magistrate of Ding Yinchuan's county, he undoubtedly has connections with relevant departments. After all, who wouldn't he appreciate a merit that is freely bestowed? Yes, boss. After hanging up with Zhao Yi, only 5 minutes remained until Tongfei Group's official live product launch. Rather than indulging in the beauty live stream, Li Rui entered the Tongfei Group's live room titled Super Battery plus Super Fast Charging equals a new era. At this moment, tens of thousands were already present in the live room. The reason for such a crowd was undoubtedly the establishment of a fan base of 300,000. In less than 20 days, Tongfei Group's Douyin account had gained 300,000 followers, attributed to the release of various works related to super batteries and supercharging technology, thereby capturing the attention of many technology enthusiasts. These enthusiasts had learned days in advance about the product launch event and had eagerly awaited its commencement. Thus, as soon as the live stream began, fans with time on their hands began to trickle in, quickly swelling the numbers to over 10,000. Just as Li Rui intended to observe the flurry of chat messages, the rumbling of an excavator outside disrupted his focus. Annoyed, he rose to close the window and draw the curtains. In the past 20 days, the architectural designs for the hospital and villa, collaboratively crafted by several cousins companies, have been completed. Just 2 days ago, Excavators had entered Li family village to clear the surrounding weeds and earth mounds in preparation for wall construction. Li Rue found the cacophony of construction machinery exceedingly bothersome. For the past few days, he had been awakened by the incessant noise. He mused that once the product launch was over, it would be time for him to venture outside. Returning to the sofa, Li Rue picked up his phone to continue watching Tongfei Group's live stream. At this moment, there was no host present. The camera in the live room was focused on a spacious conference hall adorned with over 100 chairs, where numerous journalists had set up their equipment at the front. A group of impeccably dressed individuals, embodying the essence of business elite, entered through the doors of the conference hall. Guided by the staff, they quietly took their designated seats until the chairs were filled. In stark contrast to the serene atmosphere of the product launch event, the online audience in the live stream was engaged in fervent discussions. The title of the Douyin live stream, Super Battery plus Super Fast Charging equals a New Era, certainly provoked skepticism. One newcomer to the stream derided it with sarcasm. Is Tongfei Group really that impressive? I wasn't aware of it, chimed in another netizen, evidently uninformed about current events. Tongfei Group recently made headlines with their 100 billion investment in a semiconductor industrial park. You must have heard about it, countered a more informed participant. The company's capabilities far exceed your expectations. Just look up the more than 200 top-tier technology patents related to new energy under Tongfei Group's name. Such ownership is not commonplace for companies. This individual clearly demonstrated a prior interest in Tongfei Group. If this company is indeed as remarkable as you claim, I must admit my ignorance. I find myself increasingly curious about it now. I intend to remain in the live stream to see whether this prestigious company's product launch truly lives up to the hype. Many others shared this sentiment, as the number of viewers in the live stream surged by over 2,000 within the next 5 minutes. Meanwhile, at the venue, as the appointed time arrived, Lu Yin entered the meeting room accompanied by the group's senior executives. At that moment, a female host adorned in a tailored suit took the stage, microphone in hand, and greeted the audience with a warm smile. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Tongfei Group's new product launch. In this era brimming with technology and innovation, we are immensely honored to witness another significant moment for Tongfei Group alongside all of you. On behalf of all employees at Tongfei Group, I extend a heartfelt welcome and sincere gratitude to our esteemed guests over the past few years. Now, allow me to introduce the leaders present at today's launch. Tongfei Group CEO Lu Yin and head of the technical department, Qian. Finally, I wish for the utmost success of this new product launch. Thank you all. Now, I am pleased to announce that the Tongfei Group's new product launch officially begins. With the hostess announcement, the atmosphere in the room instantly transformed into one of vibrant excitement. Mr. Lu, may I inquire what advantages your company's super battery technology holds in comparison to existing battery technologies? Asked a bespectacled male journalist, the first to raise his hand. After receiving acknowledgement, he eagerly posed his most pressing question. Thank you for your inquiry, my journalist friend. I believe this question is best addressed by Supervisor Qian. Lu Yin gestured, indicating that Qian would respond to the journalist's question. Upon hearing Lu Yin's words, Qian, without waiting for the bespectacled journalist to pose another question, directly stated, the super batteries produced by our Tongfei Group boast an astonishing energy density of 600 Wh/kg, while the highest energy density of batteries currently available for Blue Star is merely around 300 Wh/kg. This means that our Group's batteries can store at least double the energy compared to all existing batteries. As soon as Qian finished speaking, a cacophony of astonished exclamations erupted in the venue. Mr. Qian, does this imply that with your company's batteries, mass production of electric vehicles capable of a 1,000 kilometers range is indeed feasible? Indeed, it is, he affirmed. Electric vehicles of the same weight, utilizing batteries from other companies, can achieve a range of 500 kilometers. However, with our Tongfei Group's batteries, that range can be extended to 1,000 kilometers. If what Mr. Qian claims is true, it heralds a genuine automotive revolution. An electric vehicle with a 1,000 kilometers range would alleviate approximately 70 to 80% of range anxiety, transforming the landscape of electric mobility. A sharply dressed business elite with slick back hair eagerly whispered to those nearby, discussing the implications of this revelation. These impeccably attired business professionals, most of whom held senior managerial positions within the electric vehicle industry or were technical supervisors, understood the significance of a battery that offers double the range for the same weight. They were equally aware of the formidable technical challenges that such advancements entail. Chapter 120. An unexpected call. The announcement of a range of 1,000 kilometers signifies the alleviation of range anxiety for a multitude of individuals. It suggests that the electric vehicles, which previously captured a mere 5% of the fuel vehicle market, may swiftly seize as much as 30 or even 40% of it. This implies that the market for electric vehicles could expand 6 to 8-fold, representing a staggering market worth nearly 20 trillion yuan. Had Li Rue been privy to the insights of these industry experts, he would undoubtedly have been taken aback. When he first acquired the super new energy technology, he never contemplated how much of the fuel vehicle market he might capture. His focus was solely on how much of the market Tesla had initially dominated. Mr. Qian, could you enlighten us about the advantages of your company's super fast charging technology? A journalist in her 30s, observing the fervent discussions surrounding the super battery technology, took a different approach by directly inquiring about another product being unveiled at the conference. Our company, Tongfei Group, has achieved a super fast charging technology that delivers a power output of 240 kilowatts per hour without any exaggeration. This means that our supercharging stations can provide 240 kilowatt hours of electricity in just 1 hour, whereas the majority of charging stations available in the market can only supply 60 kilowatt hours within the same time frame. Thus, electric vehicles that previously required an hour to charge can now be fully charged in merely 15 minutes with our charging stations. Upon concluding his statement, the atmosphere shifted from the prior astonishment over the super battery technology to an unsettling silence. If the previously announced super new energy technology was akin to a nuclear bomb, then the super fast charging technology articulated by Mr. Qian resembled an intercontinental missile capable of delivering that bomb anywhere. The combination of these two technologies constitutes the ultimate game changer. Should both technologies prove to be authentic, the vision of charging in merely 15 minutes to achieve a range of 500 kilometers would transform into reality. I am confident that within the next decade, electric vehicles will replace 70 of fuel vehicles, representing a market worth trillions. The man with slick back hair, who had been quietly discussing the future of electric vehicles with those around him, now enthusiastically shared the immense potential brought forth by the integration of these two technologies. The pressing question now pertains to the pricing of these two technologies. If the cost differential compared to existing technologies is not excessively large, it would indeed signify a genuine technological revolution. Observing the astonished expressions of those around him, the slick-haired man continued to expound on the promising outlook. Mr. Qian, could you please elaborate on how the prices of your super battery and supercharging stations compare to those of current batteries and charging stations? It was clear that he was not the only one pondering this matter. Another astute individual promptly raised the question. Due to the materials and technologies utilized in the production of our super battery and supercharging stations, our prices are approximately 20 higher than similar products available in the market. Upon hearing Qian Yi's response, many attendees breathed a sigh of relief. These individuals hailed from companies associated with batteries and charging stations. Although Tongfei Group's products boasted impressive technology, a lack of significant pricing advantage rendered them unable to compete in the high-end market. At the very least, they could still survive in the mid to low-end sector. Director Qian, may we have a glimpse of your super battery and supercharging station? One asked eagerly. Yes, please show us the actual products. Director Qian, another chimed in. There's no need to rush. Today is our group's product launch, and we certainly have tangible items for you to see. Allow me to present to you the first set of super batteries and the initial super charging station produced in our industrial park, Qian Yi announced. As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room doors swung open, revealing a group of staff members pushing two specially designed carts into the hall. Resting atop each cart was a charging station and a rectangular black box. All eyes were fixated on the carts until they reached Qian Yi's side. He gestured towards the two carts, introducing, "Here we have the super new energy battery and the supercharging station produced by our company. Due to spatial constraints, we cannot demonstrate the charging performance of the charging station today. However, I will showcase the superior performance of our super battery. This battery is of the same specifications as those commonly found in new energy vehicles on the market, typically charging to around 65 degrees. Now, let me demonstrate the energy storage capacity of our super battery of identical dimensions." With that, Qian Yi instructed other staff members to bring forth a set of specialized equipment, which they connected to the flat rectangular battery. "Please observe," he said, and after all the equipment was connected in a brief wait, Qian Yi fiddled with the computer for a moment before displaying the interface to the audience. Most attendees, being professionals, comprehended the data exhibited on the screen, and any lingering doubts swiftly dissipated. General Manager Liu, our company wishes to establish a long-term partnership with yours. Would it be possible to schedule a time for discussion? Another voice inquired. General Manager Liu, we are the largest automotive manufacturer in Xianbei province, and I am genuinely eager to collaborate with your esteemed company. What form of partnership would you prefer? Yet another voice chimed in. General Manager Liu, I am from Shanna province. The unexpected scene unfolding at the product launch left online viewers astounded. Many of the self-introducing companies were renowned giants, and now, facing Tongfei Group, they seemed on the verge of imploring for collaboration, a sight that truly broadened their horizons. Witnessing such a spectacle, Li Rue was taken aback as well. He was aware of the system's rewards for the super new energy technology and super fast charging machines. Yet he had not anticipated the fervor displayed by representatives of these new energy vehicle companies, openly seeking collaboration at a product launch without any semblance of the decorum typically exhibited by large corporations. Observing Liu Yan, surrounded by various companies and manufacturers in pursuit of collaboration, Li Rue privately rejoiced in his astute decision to remain hands-off. Afterward, Li Rue did not continue watching the live broadcast and exited the room. Approximately half an hour later, Liu Yan called him. The conversation primarily informed Li Rue that the company had received a staggering 50 billion yuan in cash orders during today's product launch, despite the limitation of production capacity, as they had only accepted orders corresponding to 3 months of output from the industrial park. Otherwise, the orders could have soared to over 100 billion. The magnitude of such orders genuinely astonished Li Rue, though his amazement was short-lived. He swiftly regained his composure, for he still possessed over 200 billion yuan in cash. Any additional sum was merely a number to him. At the headquarters of Xingqing Blue Sky Automobile Manufacturing Group Company Limited, in the chairman's office, a cup shattered on the floor with a loud crash. A man in his 60s, filled with fury, bellowed, "Why haven't we procured a single battery from Tongfei Group? I don't care what methods you employ. You must secure Tongfei Group's super batteries for me, or you will all be dismissed." At that moment, Li Rue, who had just hung up on Liu Yan, found his phone ringing again. Upon checking, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. He promptly ended the call, but within 5 seconds, the phone rang once more from the same unknown caller. Li Hui, perplexed, furrowed his brow and, after a moment's contemplation, decided to answer. Chapter 121. Misunderstanding, who are you? Li Hui inquired, patiently awaiting a response from the caller on the other end. After 10 seconds of silence, his impatience grew. Who are you? What do you want? If you remain silent, I shall hang up. Li Rue. A familiar young woman's voice resonated from the phone, though he struggled to recall her identity for a moment. Who are you? Noting that the individual on the other end could call his name, Li Rue's tone softened. I am Yunrong. What? Yunrong? You are Sister Yunrong? Li Rue abruptly rose, accidentally toppling his teacup onto the floor. Yes, it is I, Sister Yunrong. How did you obtain my new phone number? Initially astonished to hear from an old acquaintance, Li Rue's surprise quickly morphed into confusion. Recalling that they had parted ways years ago, and he had changed his number. How could she possibly know it? Why was she calling him now? I obtained your number through Huang Wenjun, who contacted your dormitory. Did Lao Lu give it to you? Li Rue instinctively asked. Yes. But might I inquire why you called me? I want to ask why you and my sister broke up back then. Did you ever truly love her? Sister Yunrong, it has been 3 years since Ling Xian and I parted ways. What significance does asking these questions hold now? It holds significance. Tell me why you chose to break up with my sister. At the repeated inquiry, Li Rue fell into a prolonged silence, finally exhaling deeply. Perhaps it was a matter of fate, yet we were not meant to be. A matter of fate? Huh, Li Hui. I recall quite vividly how well you and my sister got along. You professed your deep love for her, and she reciprocated in kind. She even turned down several suitors who were handsomer and better off than you for your sake. You once vowed to marry her. Have you forgotten all your promises? Yunrong, who had been speaking softly, suddenly became agitated. Sister Yunrong, upon graduation during the campus recruitment, Ling Xian secured a position in a company in the Magic City. She chose the brighter prospects of the Magic City, while I, Li Rue, lacked such capability. I struggled in Xing City for 6 months, achieving nothing, and nearly found myself unable to afford meals. Realizing I was unworthy of Ling Xian, I did not wish to hinder her. Perhaps I have wronged her, Li Rue confessed, half-truthfully revealing the reasons behind his breakup with his ex-girlfriend, though he felt a tinge of resentment over her decision to pursue better opportunities in the Magic City, which contradicted her earlier promise to remain in Xing City. The sentiment of feeling unworthy of his girlfriend was genuine. once believing that through sheer effort he could provide a wonderful life for his girlfriend. Li Rui was starkly educated by society within a mere 6 months, realizing he could barely sustain himself, let alone offer happiness to another. He contemplated the notion of relinquishing his pursuit so as not to impede anyone else. This was the genuine sentiment that arose within him after facing the harsh realities of life, and it became the primary reason behind his decision to part ways with Yun Lingxian. You are a scoundrel. Do you not understand who my sister is? If she were a vain, materialistic woman, would she ever have chosen you? Would she have spurned the advances of affluent suitors for your sake? Do you genuinely believe that my sister's decision to relocate to the metropolis was solely for the pursuit of a better job and brighter prospects? Li Rui fell into a silence, rendered speechless. Li Rui, back when we were nearing graduation, my mother was aware of my sister's relationship with you. She insisted that Lingxian break up with you and marry a wealthier local man. Lingxian, however, vehemently refused, even threatening to take drastic measures. Eventually, my mother relented, permitting Lingxian to marry you, but only if you could provide a dowry of 300,000 yuan. I only learned of this a few days ago. Now do you understand why Lingxian pursued her opportunities in the metropolis? Upon hearing Yun Rong's words, Li Rui's brows furrowed deeply. A dowry of 300,000 yuan? This was information he had never received from his ex-girlfriend. Yet, how did this relate to her choice to develop her career in the metropolis? What are you trying to convey? Ling Xuan's decision to forsake their promise to remain in Star City was driven by her awareness of your circumstances. She understood you could not provide that 300,000 yuan dowry. Thus, she chose to pursue higher wages in the metropolis, determined to earn that sum so that you might marry her. Do you grasp this? Yin Rong's impassioned voice left Li Rui feeling dizzy, and he stumbled, collapsing onto the sofa. Are you saying Lingxian went to the metropolis to earn that 300,000 yuan dowry for me? How can that be possible? You must be deceiving me. Li Rui's mind was a tumult of emotions. If this were true, he had grossly misjudged Lingxian. What had he done? If you doubt my words, you can directly inquire with my sister. Yesterday, I received a call from her good friend, Tang Wenxin. She informed me that Lingxian is currently being harassed by a higher-up at her company, who is making her life difficult in an attempt to win her over. If you possess even a shred of conscience, seek her out and ask her yourself. Provide me with Lingxuan's phone number and address. At this moment, Li Rui was on the verge of losing control. Yun Lingxian was his only girlfriend, even though they had parted ways. His feelings for her had not waned. They had merely been suppressed. Now, realizing he may have misjudged her, a fierce urge to protect what was his surged within him. If that man were before him, he would have torn him apart without hesitation. Subsequently, Yin Rong divulged Lingxuan's address and phone number to Li Rui. He promptly rose to call Li Yi, requesting immediate flight arrangements. Without gathering any belongings, he descended the stairs and left without delay. Upon exiting, he unexpectedly encountered Li Yong and Wang Sume. Mom, Dad, I happen to need to speak with you. What business could you possibly have? Day by day, the affairs of the company were neglected, with Li Yong merely indulging in languorous slumbers. Li Rui cast a sidelong glance at his father. My son is a prodigy. He merely needs to strategize from the comfort of home to accomplish great feats. Wang Sume defended her son. Is there anything you wish to discuss with your mother? Dear? Mom and Dad, I intend to visit the Magic City. What? What business do you have in the Magic City? Both Li Yong and Wang Sume inquired simultaneously. I'm going to find a daughter-in-law for you. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Yong clearly doubted Li Rui's words. I am not jesting. I promised to bring back a daughter-in-law during my next visit. Is that true? Li Yong asked, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Indeed. Excellent. Off you go. Off you go. Li Yong beamed, pushing Li Rui toward the door. After bidding farewell to his parents, Li Rui, accompanied by 4 bodyguards, including Li Yi, drove a venomous GT and a Range Rover toward the airport in Star City. 4 hours later, the 5 of them boarded a plane bound for the Magic City. Chapter 122, Reunion in the bustling metropolis of Magic City at the Infinite Creativity Advertising Company, Planning Department. Lingxian, perhaps we should just quit. Not a single advertising proposal of yours has been approved this past month. Zhu Tianxiong is intent on driving you to your wit's end, hoping you'll capitulate. You've only earned a base salary this month, and I'm not faring much better. If this continues, we won't even be able to pay our rent. Tang Wenxin expressed with indignation. I never anticipated that Zhu Tianxiong could be so unscrupulous. I am truly sorry, Wenxin. It is I who have dragged you into this. Yun Lingxian said, her eyes reddening with guilt. Ling Xian, what is our relationship? Is there any need for apologies? It's merely a job. We could survive anywhere without it. Let us no longer endure this nonsense. Let that bastard Zhu Tianxiong suffer. From a distance, Zhu Tianxiong called out, Tang Wenxin, do you harbor any inappropriate feelings for me? This cannot be allowed. My heart belongs to Ling Xian. He approached with a swagger, hands in his pockets. You are shameless. Tang Wenxin, who could no longer contain her anger, pointed accusingly at Zhu Tianxiong. Zhu Tianxiong, you have gone too far. We are quitting. Upon witnessing her friend's humiliation, Yun Lingxian stood up defiantly to confront Zhu Tianxiong. Indeed, Zhu Tianxiong, I refuse to endure this any longer. I resign. Tang Wenxin glared at him, fury evident in her eyes. Resign? Tang Wenxin, take a look at your advertising proposal. The client utilized your concept, only to be sued. Your proposal has numerous creative elements that are allegedly plagiarized, causing substantial losses to the other party. They are demanding a compensation of 500,000. A lawyer's letter is already in my possession, Zhu Tianxiong declared, slamming 2 files, one thin, the other thick, onto Tang Wenxin's desk with force. What? Plagiarism? How could that be? Yun Lingxian exclaimed in shock, snatching the files from the desk for a closer examination. These ideas were all derived from the reference materials provided by the company. How can they be considered plagiarized? Lingxian, do you not understand? Tang Wenxin glared fiercely at Zhu Tianxiong. It is you. Yun Lingxian pointed at Zhu Tianxiong, her teeth nearly grinding in rage. What of it? You should be grateful to me. Had I not spoken highly of you to others, the compensation would not merely be 500,000. Zhu Tianxiong smirked, his expression dripping with disdain. If you cannot afford to pay 500,000 and wish to prevent your dear friend from going to jail, be at the Xixing Grand Hotel by 8 p.m. tonight, room 808. I shall assist you, Zhu Tianxiong whispered lewdly to Yun Lingxian before turning away with a swagger. Yun Lingxian glared at Zhu Tianxiong's retreating figure, her teeth clenched in frustration. Ultimately, she turned back to Tang Wenxin, her voice laced with concern. Wenxin, what shall we do? That bastard Zhu Tianxiong is utterly despicable. I have no idea. Tang Wenxin, who had just been fiercely confronting Zhu Tianxiong, now found herself in a state of panic. The materials in question were indeed provided to you by Zhu Tianxiong, were they not? Fear not, for we possess evidence. Even if there are allegations of plagiarism, those documents originated from Zhu Tianxiong, and thus do not implicate you. Yun Lingxian suddenly pondered a crucial point, offering words of comfort to Tang Wenxin. However, these materials differ significantly from the usual electronic files. They are in paper form, and I have no proof to substantiate that these documents were given to me by Zhu Tianxiong. Tang Wenxin responded with a hint of despair. Lingxian, promise me that even if I were to be imprisoned, you must not set foot in the Xixing Grand Hotel. Rest assured, I would rather perish than yield to Zhu Tianxiong. We shall devise another plan. If necessary, we can borrow money to compensate the 500,000. This predicament arose from my actions, and I will not allow you to bear the consequences. The Magic City truly lives up to its name, bustling with people. After a 2-hour flight, Li Rue arrived in the Magic City, and his immediate impression was the sheer number of individuals, far surpassing that of the Star City he had called home for several years. After hailing 2 taxis at the airport, Li Rue and his companions proceeded to the address provided by Yun Rong. Within 20 minutes, they alighted in front of a grand building and subsequently sought refuge in a nearby CF, ordering several cups of coffee as they awaited their appointment. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 5:30 in the afternoon as throngs of people began to pour out of the building. Li Rue's gaze scanned the crowd, his mind racing with thoughts of the person he had not seen in 3 years. What might they have become? Were they greatly changed? Amidst this whirlwind of contemplation, Li Rue suddenly spotted a familiar silhouette amidst the sea of faces. It was Yun Lingxian, the girl with whom he had once exchanged vows of eternal love. Remarkably, she appeared unchanged, as if the passage of 3 years had left no mark upon her, still radiating that innocent charm. As Li Rue's thoughts swirled, Yun Lingxian and Tang Wenxin approached the crosswalk, their expressions clouded with concern as they walked toward the CAF where Li Rue waited. Li Rue instructed Li Yi and the others to remain in the CAF while he tidied his attire and stepped outside. Lingxian, I consulted with a lawyer over the phone. Without evidence proving that those creative materials were given to me by Zhu Tianxiong, I stand no chance in court. Am I truly destined for imprisonment? Tang Wenxin's eyes reddened, threatening to spill over with tears. After all, She was merely in her 20s, and the sudden revelation of a 500,000 compensation demand was overwhelming. Wenxin, do not weep. You are suffering because of me. I will not let you endure imprisonment, even if we cannot win the lawsuit. I shall find a way to borrow money for your compensation. But 500,000 is no trivial sum. Who can you possibly borrow from? You have a mother who is addicted to gambling and requires financial support. Wenxin, I've come to a resolution. My mother is beyond saving. From this moment forth, I shall not give her a single penny. As the two friends engaged in their discussion on how to navigate this crisis, Tang Wenxin inadvertently looked up and was startled to see a familiar face appear along their path. She halted in her tracks, grasping Yun Lingxuan's arm. Wenxin, what is it? Yun Lingxian inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion as she regarded her dear friend. Yingxian, do you see that man? Doesn't he resemble Li Rui? Tang Wenxin gestured for Yun Yingxian to look ahead. Following Tang Wenxin's gaze, Yun Yingxian spotted a man standing quietly about 20 to 30 meters away. Her pupils constricted slightly, and her mouth fell open in disbelief as she whispered, How could he be here? Li Rui must be looking for you. Impossible, this cannot be. He must have mistaken someone else for me. Wenxin, let us take another route. With that, Yun Yingxian grasped Tang Wenxin's hand and turned to walk in a different direction. Li Rui, noticing their abrupt change of course, quickly closed the distance in a few strides and positioned himself in front of them, inquiring, Where are you headed? Aren't you going to greet an old classmate? Who are you? We don't know you. You must be mistaken, Yun Yingxian replied, her head lowered as she attempted to circumvent Li Rui, continuing onward. Yingxian, how have you been these past few years? Hearing Li Rui's words, Yun Yingxian abruptly halted, her eyes reddening as tears welled up and cascaded down her cheeks. You truly have mistaken someone, she said, and with that, she urged Tang Wenxin to quicken their pace. Chapter 123. Melting away past grievances. Stop, right there, Li Rui shouted, hastening to stand in front of Yun Lingxian, obstructing her path. What exactly do you intend to do? She retorted, keeping her head lowered and speaking in a choked voice. I don't know you, and if you continue like this, I will call the police. You won't even look up at me. So how can you be so certain you don't recognize me? Raise your gaze and meet my eyes. If you still don't recall me, I shall concede that I have mistaken you for someone else. Despite Li Rui's words, Yun Lingxian remained unresponsive, trembling slightly as she grasped Tang Wenxin's hand more tightly, causing Tang Wenxin to wince in pain while casting desperate glances at Li Rui. After a moment, Yun Lingxian struggled to lift her head, her eyes swollen and glistening with tears as she regarded Li Rui. I have seen you before, but I'm sorry. I truly do not know you. You don't recognize me? Then why are you in tears? I merely have dust in my eyes. There is neither wind nor sand here. Yun Lingxian turned her head side to side, confirming the absence of wind or sand, left speechless and unsure of how to respond. Even more at a loss was Tang Wenxin, who found it utterly perplexing that her two classmates, who were clearly in love yet had been apart for 3 years, were now feigning ignorance of each other. Unable to contain her frustration, she signaled Li Rui insistently, urging him to act directly without further delay. Noticing Tang Wenxin's frantic gestures, Li Rui nodded in understanding, secretly forming an OK sign with his hand. He was well aware of his girlfriend's personality, gentle yet firm. Once she resolved not to acknowledge him, mere words would not sway her decision. The most straightforward and effective approach was to embrace her. With this thought in mind, Li Rui stepped forward without hesitation and enveloped the tearful Yun Lingxian in his arms. I would never mistake your scent. You are undoubtedly my woman. You rogue. Release me at once. Yun Lingxian was momentarily taken aback by the embrace, then relinquished her hold on Tang Wenxin to push Li Rui away with all her might. Even if an ordinary man were to hold a woman, it would be nearly impossible for her to break free, let alone Li Rui, who possessed the prowess of a highly trained bodyguard. The more she pushed, the tighter he held her, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. Let go of me, you scoundrel. Are you trying to choke me? Seeing her efforts to dislodge him futile, Yun Lingxian finally ceased her struggle. Call me husband, and I will set you free, Li Rui said, gazing into Yun Lingxuan's eyes with a playful smile. You are insufferable, Yun Lingxian pouted, and the tears that had momentarily ceased flowed forth once more like a burst dam. The term husband echoed in her mind, bringing forth memories of their campus life together. It was during a moment when only the two of them were present that Li Rui had first urged her to call him husband, vowing to one day take her home as his bride. This moment marked the pinnacle of their sweetness, a cherished time that she had locked away for 3 long years. Now, As Li Rui requested her to utter that familiar and intimate title once more, it stirred the long-buried memories of sweetness, causing tears to flow more urgently from Yun Lingxian. If her earlier tears had been like the gentle trickle of a brook, now they resembled the tumultuous torrents of a mighty river, leaving Li Rui somewhat flustered. His greatest dread was the sight of women and children crying, and it was all the more distressing when it was the woman he loved so dearly. Please don't cry, I beg you. Look at all these people watching us. Soon they might think I am mistreating you. What if some courageous citizens come to your aid and give me a beating? What then? Upon hearing Li Rui's words, Yun Lingxian managed to stifle her tears a little. She wiped her eyes with both hands, glancing around to confirm the many eyes upon her, and feeling somewhat embarrassed, lowered her head to dry her eyes once more. Then, raising her head defiantly, she declared to Li Rui, if you don't let go, I'll accuse you of harassment. If you want me to release you, call me husband. If you refuse, I shall kiss you. With so many onlookers. If you don't wish for me to kiss you, you have 10 seconds to decide, he teased, employing a tactic he had often used back in school, knowing well that Yun Lingxian was sensitive about her pride. As expected, seeing Li Rui's face inch closer, Yun Lingxian, at the last moment, uttered the word husband in a voice so soft it was almost imperceptible. What? What did you say? That was too faint. I could hardly hear it. A victorious smile spread across Li Rui's face. Husband, Yun Lingxian called out, her voice slightly louder than before. Speak up a bit more. I still can't hear you. You. Li Rui, go to hell. If you don't let go, I'll bite you. With this, Yun Lingxian slightly parted her lips, revealing a row of pristine, even teeth. Seeing her demeanor, Li Rui hurriedly released her hand and stepped back. He had learned from past experiences that when she was angry, she truly could bite. Tang Wenxin, who had been watching, couldn't help but laugh at the sight of their playful banter, realizing that the two had reconciled their differences. She felt happy for her dear friend, who no longer needed to secretly gaze at Li Rui's photos in sorrow. Have you just finished work? Let me treat you both to a meal, what do you think? Li Rui suggested, sensing that Yun Lingxian had begun to accept him again and wishing to seize the moment. I want to eat. If you wish to dine, go by yourself. Yun Lingxian pouted, resembling a petulant child. Lingxuan, I am hungry. An old classmate is inviting me to dinner. You can't possibly deny me that, can you? Upon witnessing her dear friend's predicament, Tang Wenxin instinctively understood the course of action she should take and promptly sought to create an opportunity for Li Rui. Well, you go with him. I shall return home for dinner. If you allow just the two of us to go, what if other colleagues see us? They might think he is my boyfriend. How will I find a partner in the future? She pleaded, please assist me. Accompany me, one to you. As she spoke, Tang Wenxin clasped one of Yun Lingxuan's hands and began to sway it back and forth. All right, I will go. Is that satisfactory? Stop shaking. Reluctantly, Yun Lingxian acquiesced to Tang Wenxin's playful insistence. What restaurant do you wish to dine at? Li Rui observed as Tang Wenxin successfully persuaded Yun Lingxian and privately commended her with a thumbs up. It has been ages since we last met. We must indulge in something splendid. I believe that Michelin 3-star restaurant over there would be delightful. It is not far, merely 200 meters away. Let us go there, Tang Wenxin suggested, pointing to an elegantly designed European-style building in the distance. No, it is far too expensive. Let us dine near the area where you rent your apartment. Yun Lingxian interjected before Li Rui could voice his thoughts. Chapter 124. No admission for the disheveled. Even before marriage, you already seem concerned about your husband's wallet. Li Rui, just look at how wonderful Lingxian is. You should hasten to bring her home. She will undoubtedly make an excellent wife. Tang Wenxin chuckled, covering her mouth. Indeed, our Lingxian is undoubtedly the finest woman in the world. Li Rui responded with a smile, echoing her sentiment. You too, I want to interfere any longer. Go wherever you wish to dine. Yun Lingxian retorted, a mix of shyness and indignation in her voice. I was merely teasing him. After all, he hasn't sought you out in years. I'm just venting your frustrations, scaring him a bit. That Michelin 3-star restaurant, with its average expenditure of $7,000 to $8,000 per person, is far beyond my means. Let us go eat at a more affordable place near my rental. There are still several decent eateries in that vicinity, Tang Wenxin suggested, taking Yun Lingxian by the hand and beginning to walk toward a rental. I believe that restaurant should be quite nice. Its decor looks appealing. Let us dine there. Li Rui's voice resonated from behind them as they took a few steps forward. Upon hearing Li Rui's voice, the two women halted in disbelief and turned to face him. Li Rui, have you lost your mind? We are old classmates, and I am well aware of your circumstances. There's no need to pretend. A meal there will cost at least 7 or 8,000 per person, totaling 2 to 3 tens of thousands for the three of us. That is simply beyond our means, Tang Wenxin kindly cautioned, sensing Li Rui's intent to put on a facade of wealth. Meanwhile, Yin Lingxian remained silent, merely nodding, although her sister had once called her, claiming that Li Rui drove an 80 million supercar. She had been skeptical at the time, suspecting that Li Rui might have struck it rich. Now, seeing the attire Li Rui wore, though decent, was merely worth a few hundred, she speculated that either her sister had mistaken him for someone else, or that the car was merely rented. Thus, she perceived Li Rui as an ordinary worker and did not wish for him to squander several months' salary on a single meal. Wait a moment. I'll make a call, Li Rui said, without offering any explanation. He took out his phone and called Li E and the others, instructing them to find a place to eat on their own, before making his way toward the Michelin 3-star restaurant. Yin Lingxian and Tang Wenxin exchanged puzzled glances as they observed Li Rui speaking on the phone, issuing orders in a commanding tone. Could it be that he had not come alone? Before they could voice their questions, they saw Li Rui turn and walk away. As they watched Li Rui's retreating figure, Tang Wenxin and Yin Lingxian exchanged glances, with Tang Wenxin calling out to him, "Hey, are you really going? Is it necessary? After this meal, you'll likely be eating instant noodles for half a year." Li Rui did not respond, merely waving his hand in acknowledgement as he continued forward. Left with no choice, Yin Lingxian and Tang Wenxin hurriedly ran to catch up with him. Li Rui, there is no necessity for us to dine here. The offerings of such a restaurant may not surpass those of a humble eatery. Moreover, this Western cuisine does not align with our preferences. We have a distinct fondness for Chinese dishes. It would be prudent to forego this establishment. Just as they approached within 50 meters of the Michelin restaurant, Yin Lingxian could no longer restrain herself and reiterated her objections. "Let us go. There's no need for concern. It's merely a meal costing 20 or 30,000 yuan, a trifling sum," Li Rui replied nonchalantly, glancing at Yin Lingxian. Tang Wenxin, overhearing Li Rui's boast, felt a surge of disbelief. How could such an amount be considered trivial? When did this old acquaintance become so boastful? Seeing that Li Rui was nearly at the entrance of the Michelin restaurant, Yin Lingxian, in frustration, stamped her foot and hurried to catch up. "Good day, sir. Our restaurant has a policy. Entry is not permitted for those inappropriately attired," the welcoming attendant announced as Li Rui reached the threshold. At that moment, Yin Lingxian and Tang Wenxin arrived alongside him, momentarily taken aback by the attendant's words. Neither had ever visited such an upscale establishment and were unaware of its strict regulations. However, this suited them just fine, as they were not particularly keen on dining at such an expensive venue. Thus, Yin Lingxian stepped forward, tugging at Li Rui's sleeve, and suggested, "Let us not bother. If we're not allowed in, we can simply eat elsewhere." Li Rui turned back, offering Yin Lingxian a reassuring smile, indicating that he would handle the situation. He then faced the attendant with a courteous smile and inquired, "What constitutes appropriate attire? Is a tie necessary? However, I do not possess a tie. Would this be acceptable?" Li Rui produced a black card from his wallet and handed it to the attendant. Initially reluctant to accept the card, the attendant's attention was captivated by the striking pink hue adorning the black card. His eyelids flickered, and he instinctively bent slightly, respectfully accepting the card from Li Rui's hand. Upon examining it, his pupils dilated, and he lowered himself even further, addressing Li Rui with utmost reverence. "Sir, please. You may enter," while gracefully returning the card. Li Rui retrieved the card and stepped into the restaurant, noticing that the two women were still standing in place. He couldn't help but beckon them. "What are you waiting for? Aren't you hungry? Hurry up." Responding to his voice, the two women snapped back to reality. Although their minds were still clouded with confusion regarding the card Li Rui had presented and how it had transformed the attendant's demeanor so drastically. Unable to resolve their curiosity, they set aside their questions and followed Li Rui into the restaurant. Once they had all entered, the attendant wiped the sweat from his brow and quickly retrieved his walkie-talkie, connecting to a channel to report, "Manager, we have a guest holding an agricultural bank pink diamond black card." "What? The agricultural bank pink diamond black card? Are you certain you're not mistaken?" The voice on the other end was clearly shaken, trembling with disbelief at the attendant's announcement. "The manager, I am certain that the pink diamond encrusted on that black card is undeniably authentic. The value of the pink diamond alone is no less than 5 million. Such a credit card adorned with pink diamonds can only belong to the Agricultural Bank's Pink Diamond Black Card. We have received specialized training in this regard. Individuals wielding this type of credit card possess cash assets in the Agricultural Bank amounting to no less than 100 billion. This pink diamond credit card allows for an overdraft of up to 10 billion. The doorman, being well-informed, undoubtedly shared this knowledge with the manager, who swiftly ended the intercom conversation, recognizing that this was a person of significant stature and someone worth befriending. Under the guidance of the waiter, Li Rue and his companions settled at a table. Li Rue reached for the menu presented by the waiter, relieved that the Michelin restaurant in this metropolis offered the menu in both English and Mandarin. Otherwise, with his limited grasp of English, he might have faced embarrassment. Just as Li Rue was contemplating what to order while holding the menu, Yun Lingxian could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Li Rue, what was that card you just had? What is the matter? Do you want it?" "Here," Li Rue replied, pulling out his wallet and handing the black credit card to Yun Lingxian. Chapter 125. A Lavish Feast? Is this a credit card? Yun Lingxian took the card, examining it with a sense of confusion. Wasn't it merely a black credit card? Aside from the pink diamond-like embellishment, there was nothing particularly special about it. The thought that the pink diamond might actually be a genuine diamond never crossed her mind. It hardly seemed extraordinary. She couldn't discern any unique features of this credit card, and, after a brief inspection, returned it to Li Rue. "Are you certain you don't want it?" Li Rue asked with a smile, gazing at Yun Lingxian. "Not at all. It's just a credit card, after all. If I use it, I still have to pay it back," she replied, pouting slightly. Li Rue accepted the card back without further comment, though he mused internally that if other women were aware of her rejection of a credit card with a limit of 10 billion, they would undoubtedly be beside themselves. Yet, Yun Lingxian was different. She had little desire for wealth. Had she possessed such aspirations, she would not have chosen a life of poverty in her past. After reclaiming the credit card, Li Rue resumed his perusal of the menu. After some time, he remained undecided about what to order. He had never dined in such an upscale Western restaurant, let alone a typical one. "What would you all like to eat? Please have a look," he said, feeling too apathetic to deliberate any longer, and handed the menu over to Tang Wenxin. Upon receiving the menu, Tang Wenxin's eyes widened as she glanced at the first page. As she turned to the second and then the third, her astonishment only grew. Finally, she gulped and returned the menu to Yun Lingxian. Yun Lingxian's reaction mirrored that of Tang Wenxin. After a brief moment of contemplation, she too returned the menu to Li Rue, stating, "Li Rue, I'm not really hungry today. Perhaps we could dine another time?" Upon hearing Yun Lingxian's words, Li Rue recognized that she was merely intimidated by the exorbitant prices and was offering an excuse. Thus, he refrained from responding and handed the menu to the waiting server, directly requesting, "Could you recommend some of your signature dishes?" The server, upon hearing Li Rue's inquiry, bent down and reopened the menu. "Sir, may I suggest our set menu? For instance, this set includes almas caviar, black truffles, burgundy steak, and pan-seared foie gras." "All right, I'll take that one," Li Rue interjected, uninterested in further elaboration. "Very well, sir. Please hold on for a moment," the server replied before turning to leave. Once the server had departed, Yun Lingxian could no longer contain her excitement and exclaimed, "Li Rue, have you lost your mind? The set menu you ordered is the most expensive one, isn't it? A mere 20 grams of caviar costs 500 yuan. The black truffles and foie gras are similarly priced. The red wine is the most outrageous at over 8,000 yuan per glass, not per bottle. That means for the three of us, it would total 24,000 yuan just for drinks. Are you insane? This meal will cost over 40,000 yuan." Tang Wenxin, sitting nearby, nodded in fervent agreement, convinced that her old classmate must be out of his mind to spend such a fortune on a single meal. If it were her, she would be fretting for months and unable to sleep. "Allow me to treat you to a meal. I assure you, I can afford it," Li Rue said with calm assurance, having previously indulged in wine that cost 250,000 a bottle. Thus, an 8,000 yuan drink was merely trivial. "You can put on a brave face if you wish." Yun Lingxian shot him a glance, but chose to remain silent. After a brief moment of contemplation, she suddenly wondered how Li Rue had discovered her address. Unconsciously, she turned her gaze toward him. "What is the matter? Am I so handsome that you cannot tear your eyes away?" Li Rue teased, noticing her gaze and her silence. Your audacity knows no bounds. How did you come to know my address?" She could not help but voice her curiosity. "Your sister called me, claiming that you were desperate for me, that you could not live without me, and insisted that I come to your rescue." He chuckled. "Get lost." You only spout nonsense, Yin Lingxian retorted angrily at his jest. Yet, beneath her irritation, she understood. Her sister must have seen Li Rue driving an 80 million yuan supercar and, thinking him wealthy, had obtained his contact information through a classmate, ultimately revealing her address to him. All right, I get it. You two lovebirds are like newlyweds reunited after a long separation. But could you perhaps refrain from flirting in my presence while we are dining? Is it too much to ask for some respect for the single? Tang Wenxin rolled her eyes at their flirtation and could no longer contain herself. Who says we are a couple? We have broken up, Yin Lingxian shot back. A breakup does not preclude a reconciliation. You will always be mine, and there is no escaping that, he proclaimed. I refuse to let you pursue me. I will chase you regardless. Tang Wenxin, weary of their relentless banter, covered her ears with her hands, seeking solace in silence. Fortunately, two waiters soon arrived with a dining cart, providing her with respite. Good day, sir. Here is your meal. One of the waiters gestured towards the cart. Li Rue nodded in acknowledgement. The waiters unveiled the dishes one by one, presenting a feast upon the table. As he surveyed the spread, Li Rue internally scoffed at the meager portions, each dish barely sufficient for a single bite. Western restaurants are so stingy. Had it not been for curiosity, I would not have ventured into such establishments. In stark contrast to Li Rue's indifferent demeanor, Yun Lingxian and Tang Wenxin were utterly captivated by the exquisite dishes, which they had only heard of but never tasted. After thoroughly examining each item, Tang Wenxin swallowed hard and inquired, "Can we actually eat this?" Yun Lingxian similarly averted her gaze from the food and looked up at Li Rue. Of course, we ordered these dishes to be enjoyed, did we not? Li Hui replied, as he opened a small jar of caviar. Gazing at the 20 grams of caviar priced at 500 dragon coins, he pondered, is this delicacy truly worthy of such extravagance? How does it taste? Once tasted, one would understand. He reached for a metallic spoon nearby, eager to savor this legendary delicacy. At that moment, a waiter interjected, "Sir, to prevent the caviar from oxidizing, it is advised not to use a metal spoon. Here, we have a special shell spoon designated for enjoying caviar." The waiter gestured toward a small spoon resting on the plate of caviar. Li Hui, momentarily taken aback by the waiter's reminder, turned his gaze towards the shell spoon, pondering internally why there had to be so many protocols for simply eating. Isn't that spoon rather insignificant? Who would benefit from such a trivial utensil? If someone sees me, they might think I can't afford it, he thought. With that, he set aside the metal spoon and tilted the small caviar jar towards his mouth, pouring its contents directly in, chewing a few times before swallowing. The flavor was indeed delightful, albeit rather scant in quantity. What are you staring at? Eat up. Li Rue looked up at the two women, only to find them staring at him in astonishment. You just gulped down 1,500 yuan in one go. Shouldn't you savor it properly? Dan Wen Xin Zima? A hint of concern in her voice, as that amount equated to her monthly food expenses. Chapter 126, Urban Village with just a single gulp. I barely tasted the essence of a dish. What flavor could one discern with such a diminutive spoon? Ah, waiter, could you fetch me another 20 cans? Li Rue commanded, tilting his head towards the server. Sir, are you certain you wish to order 20 cans? The waiter responded incredulously. Make it 40. The taste is indeed exquisite. With such a meager portion, I could consume 20 cans all by myself. Sir, 40 cans would amount to 60,000 yuan, the waiter kindly cautioned. Just go and fetch them, Li Rue replied dismissively. If others overhear, they might think this gentleman cannot afford it. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind the waiter. Everyone turned to see a slightly, portly middle-aged man, approximately 37 or 38 years old, clad in a black business suit and tie. The group exchanged puzzled glances, as they did not recognize the newcomer. Manager Song. The waiter turned to see that the man was indeed the manager of the restaurant, and his countenance shifted to one of concern. What are you still doing here? Hurry and bring this gentleman the caviar. Manager Song admonished the waiter sharply. Yes, I will fetch it right away, the waiter responded, lowering his head and hastening off. Once the waiter departed, Manager Song immediately shed his stern demeanor, approaching with a broad smile. Sir, I must apologize on behalf of our restaurant for the rudeness displayed by our greeter at the entrance. Li Rue regarded the smiling man with some puzzlement. And you are? Ah, how thoughtless of me. I am Song Ming Hai, the manager of this establishment. May I inquire your name? Sir? Li? Mr. Li, it is a pleasure to meet you. Here is my business card. Should you choose to dine at our restaurant in the future, please call me, and I will ensure everything is prepared in advance, he said, respectfully extending a card. Though reluctant to engage, Li Rue accepted the card with a polite nod, recognizing the courtesy extended. Seeing that Li Rui had fallen silent, Song Minghai understood that lingering would not be beneficial. After bidding farewell, he turned to leave, feeling fortunate to have made an acquaintance with someone who possessed immense wealth. Perhaps, if Mr. Li returned, he would seize the opportunity to truly connect with such an influential figure. Once Song Minghai had departed, Yin Lingxian regained her composure from the surprise and posed a question to Li Rui. You surely do not know him? No. Then why was he so eager to curry favor with you? Perhaps it is my striking appearance, he replied with a chuckle. Yin Lingxian pouted, clearly annoyed by Li Rui's nonchalance. All right, will you just tell me already? The recently acquired black credit card necessitates a staggering cash balance of 100 billion yuan at Agricultural Bank to possess, and it allows for an overdraft of 1 billion dragon country currency. The attendant outside had informed him of this, prompting him to approach me in hopes of forging a connection. Upon noticing Yunling Xian pouting, Li Rui candidly relayed the truth. You must be joking, she retorted. If you can't tell the truth, then say nothing. In a huff, she seized the caviar and, imitating Li Rui, downed it in one go. Delicious, she exclaimed, urging Wenxin to partake as well. This flavor is exquisite. No wonder it commands such a high price, she thought, feeling slighted for having been deceived. After tasting the caviar, her eyes sparkled, and she encouraged Tang Wenxin to indulge. Upon hearing her friend's rave reviews, Tang Wenxin hesitated no longer and similarly consumed a portion of the caviar valued at 1,500 yuan, expressing her delight. Just then, a waiter arrived with a cart bearing 40 jars of caviar. Once the waiter set the jars on the table and departed, both Yunling Xian and Tang Wenxin grabbed a jar and continued to enjoy it voraciously. Observing them devouring the caviar, as if they were starved, Li Rui quickened his pace. In a whirlwind, the meal was concluded in under 20 minutes. When the bill was settled, the trio had collectively consumed an astonishing 100,000 yuan, a figure that was somewhat mitigated by Manager Song's prior instructions to the waiter to offer Li Rui a discount. At the moment of payment, Li Rui produced the black credit card and presented it to the cashier. Yunling Xian and Tang Wenxin, watching intently, widened their eyes in disbelief, pondering whether this card could indeed process a transaction of 100,000 yuan. With the POS machine chiming, confirming the transaction success, the two exchanged astonished glances, incredulous that a single card could truly allow for an overdraft of 1 billion. How could that be possible? Burdened by their astonishment, the trio exited the restaurant. Would you like to explore a bit more? Li Rui inquired, noting that the day was still young. You two can go ahead. I have matters to attend to, Tang Wenxin remarked, her spirits low due to a case requiring a compensation of 500,000 yuan, which she had kept hidden, solely to assist her dear friend in mending relations with Li Rui. I don't wish to go either. I prefer to return and rest, Yunling Xian echoed, feeling similarly disheartened. Not only was her friend's predicament unresolved, but her feelings towards Li Rui were also complex, as they had been apart for 3 years. And rekindling the warmth of their past romance felt distant. Very well, allow me to arrange transportation for you both, Li Rui suggested. Recognizing their lack of enthusiasm and refraining from pressing the matter further, understanding that familiarity would take time to rebuild after 3 years apart. No need for a ride. Our rented accommodation is not far from here, Tang Wenxin interjected. Let us go. I'll accompany you back, Li Rui insisted. It's merely a short walk. We can manage on our own, Yunling Xian countered. I cannot let two stunning ladies traverse the streets alone. What if you encounter unsavory characters? Let us proceed. I shall escort you back, Li Rui declared, taking the lead. Seeing Li Rui move ahead, Yunling Xian and her companion had no choice but to follow suit. The trio traversed several hundred meters until they reached a fork in a narrow alley. Tang Wenxin spoke up, Ling Xian, Li Rui, I shall take my leave now. Please be cautious on your journey. Indeed, Wenxin, do take care. We shall see each other tomorrow, and there is no need to worry. We will devise a solution together. Ling Xian replied. Tang Wenxin nodded affirmatively before turning to depart. Noticing Tang Wenxin walking in another direction, Li Rui, perplexed, inquired of Yunling Xian. Why do you two not reside together? I need to work overtime in the evenings, which might disturb Wenxin. Thus, I have rented a place elsewhere. Over the past few years, she has faced significant pressure, which has heightened her desire to earn money. She often works late, sometimes until midnight or even 1 in the morning. To avoid disrupting Tang Wenxin, I moved to my current rental 2 years ago. Upon hearing Yunling Xuan's words, Li Rui furrowed his brow. It seemed she had not been faring well in recent years. Continuing alongside Yunling Xian, He observed that the path became increasingly narrow and the buildings more dilapidated, characteristic of an urban village with houses several decades old. You reside here? Yun Lingxian halted before a shabby, six-story building. The acrid scent wafting through the air prompted Li Rue to voice his concern. Chapter 127, Confession-là. This is indeed one of the more bustling areas of the magical city. Not wishing to spend 2 to 3 hours on the bus in the morning, one can only afford to rent such a makeshift village in the city. Yun Lingxian retrieved her keys and unlocked the rusted iron gate. Are you not leaving? As she stepped through the gate, she noticed Li Rue following closely behind. Quickly, she propped one hand against the gate while the other supported her against the wall. Who is your girlfriend? We broke up 3 years ago. Yun Lingxian raised her head, locking her gaze with Li Rue's, her voice laced with resentment. Even if I'm not your girlfriend, I am still your old classmate. It has been 3 years since we last met. Is it too much to ask for an old friend to come in and sit for a bit? With that, Li Rue exerted a slight push and squeezed his way inside. You. Seeing that Li Rue had already entered, Yun Lingxian could only stomp her foot in exasperation. Humph, but you can only stay for a little while, she said angrily before ascending the staircase. Li Rue smiled faintly and quickened his pace to match Yun Lingxian's steps. The two climbed the worn and battered staircase, stopping on the 3rd floor. They opened a wooden door, entering a narrow corridor lined with over 20 rusted little iron doors. Yun Lingxian halted at the door marked 306, which was barely discernible due to rust, and once again fished out her keys to unlock the door. As the door swung open, Li Rue, following her closely, beheld the interior, which was even smaller than he had anticipated, merely around 10 square meters in area. Inside stood a small bed approximately 1.5 meters wide, facing a rudimentary wardrobe constructed from iron pipes. The wardrobe contained neatly arranged 7 or 8 items of seemingly inexpensive clothing. Alongside the wardrobe, against the wall, was a somewhat peeling computer desk, accompanied by a similarly worn wooden chair. The entirety of the room could only be described as rudimentary in Li Rue's eyes. The room is small, and there's no place to sit. You can make do with that chair, Yun Lingxian said, placing her backpack on the bed and gesturing toward the wooden chair at the desk. Li Rue nodded, slowly advancing to sit on the wooden chair. His eyes fixated on Yun Lingxian as he spoke in a low tone. You've had a hard time these past few years. Yun Lingxian, with a kettle in her right hand and a teacup in her left, paused momentarily, a flicker of weariness crossing her eyes. After a brief moment, she composed herself and smiled, replying, What hardship is there? I have a roof over my head and food to eat. There's not much to drink at home, so I can only offer you a cup of plain water. Taking the cup of boiled water from Yun Lingxian, Li Rue sipped it slowly before continuing. Back during the campus recruitment, you chose to apply to a company in the magical city because your mother threatened you, insisting that if you were to marry me, you needed to present a dowry of 300,000 yuan. Thus, you went against your original vow and chose to come here to earn that money for me, intending to use it as a dowry for your mother to marry you off to me. Is that correct? Upon hearing Li Rue's voice, Yun Lingxian, who had just set down the kettle and was perched on the edge of her bed, trembled slightly. Her gaze, which had been fixed on Li Rue, instinctively shifted to her feet. After a silence of more than 10 seconds, she quietly broke the stillness of the rented room with a question. Is this really important? Indeed, it is, Li Rue replied in a low tone. Did you not already know? Who informed you? The matter was known only to her and her mother. How could Li Rue possibly be aware? It was your sister who told me. My sister? Upon hearing Li Rue's response, Yun Lingxian recalled her sister's phone call, in which she mentioned seeing Li Rue driving an 80 million supercar. Suddenly, everything made sense. It was clear that her sister, believing Li Rue had struck it rich, sought to bask in his newfound fortune. She must have called to inquire about the reasons for their breakup and whether reconciliation was possible. When she received no clear answer, she subsequently asked their mother, which led her to learn about the 300,000 dowry, and then she called Li Rue to relay the information and provide her address. My sister is simply someone who is easily swayed by money, Yun Lingxian muttered to herself, a hint of irritation evident in her voice. In such a small room, with Li Rue's keen hearing, even the faintest whisper was crystal clear. Your sister is someone who is easily swayed by money? What makes you say that? Startled by Li Rue's inquiry, Yun Lingxian was taken aback. He could hear her soft voice. After a moment of hesitation, she recounted the details of her sister's previous call. I see. Your sister encountered a man who bears a striking resemblance to me, driving an 80 million supercar? Li Rue reflected on her words. It must have been during his visit to the bar that her sister had seen him, which aligned perfectly with the timeline. With this realization, he understood why her sister had suddenly contacted him to share past events. Ultimately, it was all about money. However, Li Rue felt indifferent. A fondness for wealth is inherent to human nature. Is there anyone in this world who does not like money? Even when he had none, he longed for it. Moreover, Yin Rong was merely Yin Lingshuan's sister. Her attitude towards wealth had little bearing on him. He cared only for the woman who, despite his poverty, was willing to earn money to marry him, a woman whom he had misunderstood. Yes, my sister believes you have become wealthy enough to drive an 80 million supercar. Hence her desire for us to reconcile. She may be in for a disappointment. How much money does one need to afford an 80 million supercar? It is certainly not you. Is there a possibility, just a possibility, that the person who can afford an 80 million supercar is indeed me? Li Rue replied with a faint smile, casually leaning back in his chair and crossing his legs. Stop dreaming. Looking at you, it seems you've made a bit of money over the years, but at most, it amounts to a few $100,000. You spent 100,000 on a lavish meal today. How much could you possibly have left? In the future, refrain from being so extravagant with your spending. It would be wise to save your money for purchasing a home and preparing for marriage. As Yin Lingxian spoke, her expression gradually turned pained, as if the 100,000 yuan spent today were her own. If you don't believe me, let me show you some photos. I own 5 of these supercars. The purple Viper GT that your sister saw is merely one among them. As Li Hui spoke, he opened an album on his phone dedicated to his cars, filled with pictures taken when he first acquired each supercar. Initially, Yin Lingxian had no intention of viewing Li Rue's photos, believing them to be mere images sourced from the internet. However, a fleeting glance revealed not only a stunning supercar, but also a full-body shot of Li Rue next to it. This prompted her to redirect her previously skeptical gaze, her eyes widening in disbelief as she fixated on Li Rue's phone. Are you certain these images are not edited? She inquired, pointing a finger at his phone while locking her gaze onto him. Edit? Do I possess such skills? Li Hui shukled, placing his phone gently in the palm of her hand. Take a closer look and determine for yourself whether or not I have altered these images. Chapter 128. The wealthy tycoon Yin Lingxian placed Li Rue's phone before her, her eyes wide with astonishment as she flipped through the pictures of luxury cars. Eventually, she set the phone down, appearing utterly dazed. What happened? Have you lost your wits? It's merely a few billion. I recently purchased a villa in Star City for over 2 billion. It's all trivial money. No need to be shocked. Your husband is now a wealthy tycoon. Li Rue remarked nonchalantly, as if the extravagant cars and villa were mere pocket change. What have you been up to these past few years? Are you involved in something criminal? You haven't resorted to telecommunications fraud in the northern regions of the Jadestone country, have you? Yin Lingxian gasped, covering her mouth and pointing at Li Rue in horror. What nonsense are you spewing? Telecommunications fraud? Let me be frank with you. I'm actually in finance, Li Rue replied, rolling his eyes at Yin Lingxian with a hint of exasperation. You're still involved in finance? Yin Lingxian abruptly stood up, intending to flee towards the door. Are you out of your mind? If I were engaged in illicit activities, would I confide in you? All this money is earned through legitimate financial dealings and futures trading. If it were otherwise, I would have been apprehended long ago. Do you think I could still be here? Seeing that the naive woman was genuinely about to run, Li Rue quickly stood and grasped her hand. Turning back, Yin Lingxian regarded him with an expression akin to that of an alien. You actually dabble in finance and futures? How was I unaware of this talent of yours? Do you know what it means to have been apart for 3 years and to see someone in a new light? I've made significant progress in various skills during our time apart. Care to test me? Li Rue said with a mischievous smile, pulling Yin Lingxian into his embrace. Let go of me. Release me. She protested, her face flushed as she attempted to push him away. I won't let go, he replied, leaning in to press his lips against her rosy mouth. It hurts. Let go. Li Rue stepped back, lifting his shirt to reveal a small, swollen area on one side of his abdomen. Are you attempting to murder your husband? Do you wish to strangle me? He feigned indignation while rubbing the inflamed area. Yin Lingxian remained silent, gazing at Li Rue's sculpted abs, seemingly in disbelief. When did you acquire such a remarkable physique? She finally managed, incredulous as she pointed at his abdomen. Do you want to touch it? Come, I'll let you, Li Rue boasted, grinning as he leaned closer to her. Stop right there. I want to touch it. Sit back down, otherwise I will scream harassment, Yin Lingxian threatened, resembling a feisty little cat, raising her hands in mock ferocity. Fearing her threat might become reality, Li Rue complied and returned to the wooden chair, aware that a public scene would be detrimental to his reputation. Once he was seated again, Yun Lingxian perched herself on the edge of the bed, her gaze lowered as she pondered in silence. The small room once again fell into a profound quietude. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Lingxian lifted her head to gaze at Li Rui. Hesitating briefly, she finally inquired, "Now that you possess such wealth, what sort of woman could you possibly lack? Why do you still seek me?" Upon hearing her question, Li Rui was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Because you're the only one who stood by me when I had nothing. I understand that you love the person I am, and now, no matter which woman I approach, I cannot discern whether she loves me for who I am or for my riches. This singular reason suffices." With that, silence enveloped the room once more. "I also love your money. If I were to borrow 500,000 from you, would you lend it?" Yun Lingxian broke the silence with a sudden smile. "Just 500,000? Tell me your bank account number, and I will transfer it to you immediately." Li Rui responded without a moment's hesitation. Yun Lingxian cast a surprised glance at him, and then said, "Aren't you curious why I wish to borrow this sum? To me, 500,000 is as inconsequential as 50 cents, especially coming from you. Just provide me with your bank details," Li Rui replied. After hearing his words, Yun Lingxian fixed her gaze deeply into his eyes, a hint of tenderness flickering within. Then she stated, "I will repay you." Li Hui shukled, remaining silent as he took the bank card Yun Lingxian offered. After a few swift operations on his phone, her cell phone vibrated. Upon checking, she saw a notification confirming the deposit of 500,000 yuan. "Thank you," Yun Lingxian said, contemplating for a moment before deciding to confide in Li Rui regarding the matter concerning Tang Wenxin. "Are you saying that the supervisor from your company set a trap for Tang Wenxin to force you into submission?" After hearing Yun Lingxian explain the circumstances surrounding her request for the loan, Li Rui smiled as he confirmed, though the fury hidden in his smile was evident to Yun Lingxian. "Yes, Zhu Tianxiu, my sister, is the general manager of our company and has numerous connections in Magic City. Please do not act impulsively. Let us resolve Tang Wenxin's lawsuit and then leave Magic City," Yun Lingxian urged, fearing Li Rui might recklessly confront Zhu Tianxiu. "Rest assured, I will not undertake any reckless actions. Moreover, I, Li Rui, am not someone easily manipulated," he replied with a smile, while inwardly reflecting that, with the system at his disposal, there were very few he could not contend with, an assertion he considered quite modest. "When do you plan to negotiate with the company?" "Tomorrow morning would be best. The sooner we resolve this, the better, to alleviate Wenxin's worries." "All right, I shall accompany you." Li Hui affirmed. "Well, okay," Yun Lingxian agreed after a moment of thought, realizing that both she and Tang Wenxin were merely ordinary girls lacking experience in such matters. Having Li Rui by their side provided a reassuring presence. "By the way, you haven't booked a hotel yet, have you? It's getting late. Hurry and reserve a room so you can rest. Or perhaps I should just stay over at your place tonight," Li Rui said with a cheerful grin. "No, you should leave quickly. We have to rise early tomorrow. I need to rest," Wai and Elngxuan said. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she stood up and gently urged El Ru towards the door. "All right, I'll make my way alone. We shall meet tomorrow," El Ru replied with a smile, bidding farewell to Wai and Elngxuan before descending the stairs. Subsequently, he contacted Ly and the others, finding accommodation at a nearby hotel. "On se rue à deux parted, YNL NGXU and immediately dialecte NG WNX and WNXN. I have secured the funds. There is no need for concern. We will negotiate with that company tomorrow." On the other end of the line, WNXN, who had initially worn a frown of worry, gasped in astonishment upon hearing Wai and Elngxuan's words. "What? Elngxuan, you mean you borrowed 500,000? How is that even possible? Who did you approach for such a sum?" "I borrowed it from El Ru." "That cannot be. How could he possibly have that much money?" WNX and clearly doubted Wai and Elngxuan's assertion. "Well, he mentioned that he earned it through financial futures. He has purchased several supercars worth tens of millions." "What? You must be jesting." WNX's exclamation resonated painfully in Wai and Elngxuan's ears. Chapter 129. Negotiation at the company at 8:30 the following morning. Li Rui, accompanied by Li Yi and 3 others, arrived early at the fork in the path where he had parted ways with Tang Wenxin the previous day, awaiting the 2 women. After approximately 5 minutes of waiting, they spotted Yun Lingxian and Tang Wenxin approaching briskly from different directions. As they neared Li Rui, they abruptly halted several meters away. Gazing in astonishment at the individuals behind him, before hastening forward to join him. Li Rui, who are they? Yin Lingxian inquired as she reached Li Rui. Not yet having greeted Tang Wenxin, her attention captured by the striking figures of Li Yi and his companions, towering at 2 meters and weighing around 100 kilograms. Their formidable presence was indeed remarkable. They are my bodyguards and also my brothers. Have you been in touch with the company we are to negotiate with today? Li Rui introduced Li Yi before posing his question about their preparations for the meeting. Yes, we've made arrangements. The company has asked us to arrive at their office building by 9. Tang Wenxin replied, her initial surprise fading as she answered Li Rui. There's still half an hour left. Would you like to grab some breakfast? He suggested. No, thank you. Both Yin Lingxian and Tang Wenxin replied simultaneously. Very well. Let us set off, Li Rui said, turning towards a main road where they could hail a taxi. Observing his confident demeanor, the two women felt their earlier anxiety dissipate. The 7 of them soon took 2 taxis, heading towards Xinghue Entertainment Company, Limited. After a brief journey, they arrived in front of an imposing office building. Li Rui looked up, contemplating that, indeed, this was the metropolis. Even a mere office building exuded remarkable grandeur. Let us go. He gestured for Yin Lingxian and Tang Wenxin to follow. The initial trepidation of the 2 women subsided further in the presence of Li Rui and his unwavering confidence. Xinghue Entertainment, valued at over 2 billion, boasted 2 A-list stars and several B and C-list artists. Originally, I was engaged to devise an advertising campaign for an obscure talent at their company, but due to misleading information from Zhu Tianxiong, Xinghue Entertainment faced lawsuits from other firms. Now, they're seeking compensation from me, Tang Wenxin explained as they walked, providing a brief overview of the company they were about to negotiate with. Understood, Li Hui acknowledged, nodding thoughtfully. To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory, but for a relatively small entertainment company valued at 2 billion, it hardly warrants extensive scrutiny. The trio took the elevator to the 15th floor. Upon exiting, they were greeted by the prominent signage on the wall. Xinghue Entertainment Company, Limited. Indeed, this is the place, Li Rui murmured to himself as he entered the company's premises, making his way to the reception desk, where a beautiful woman was engrossed in her phone. Excuse me, miss, I need to speak with someone from your company regarding a business matter. Whom should I approach? Li Rui inquired, gently tapping the surface of the reception desk. As Li Rui's inquiry startled the front desk beauty, she trembled slightly, lifting her gaze to find an unfamiliar face, one that was not a superior, which allowed her to exhale with relief. Sir, may I inquire who you are? Is there a matter to discuss with our company? Do you have an appointment? Rising with a professional smile, the front desk beauty warmly addressed Li Rui. An appointment, yes. With whom is it scheduled? Li Rui turned to Tang Wenxin and asked. Well, they only instructed me to come to your company. They did not specify whom I should meet, Tang Wenxin replied, her expression betraying her confusion. Seeing the perplexed look on Tang Wenxin's face, Li Rui sighed in resignation and said, Please hand me the lawyer's letter. Oh, right. Tang Wenxin hurriedly rummaged through her handbag and produced several pages filled with text. Li Rui reached out to take the papers, placing them on the front desk. This is your company's lawyer's letter. We are here to resolve this matter. Who should we speak to? Upon hearing Li Rui's words, the front desk beauty glanced at the top sheet and, confirming it was indeed a letter from her company, her prior enthusiasm dissipated. She casually gestured dismissively, stating coldly, Walk that way. You'll find the legal department. Unfazed by the abrupt change in demeanor, Li Rui followed the direction indicated by the front desk beauty, with Yin Lingxian and the others trailing behind. As they passed the front desk, the beauty, who had been absorbed in her phone, noticed the dimming lights and, assuming it was the previous man returning to question her, raised her head impatiently. However, upon seeing Li Rui and his companions walk by, she was taken aback, covering her mouth in shock. Once Li Rui and his group had walked a considerable distance away, she trembled slightly, muttering to herself, Could that be some kind of societal bigwig? Was my earlier demeanor a bit off? Meanwhile, Li Rui had already pushed open the door marked legal department. The dozen or so individuals working inside turned curiously as the door swung open, and a man in his 30s, clad in a suit and glasses, pointed at Li Rui, his voice laced with irritation. Who are you? Do you not know how to knock? Li Rui ignored him, taking a few steps forward before pulling out a chair and sitting down, crossing his legs. Who among you is in charge? I am Ma Zhua, the head of the legal department. And you are? The bespectacled man, noticing Li Rui's audacity to sit uninvited, became even more incensed. I am Li Rui, here to discuss matters with you. He handed the lawyer's letter to Ma Zhua. With an irate expression, Ma Zhui stepped forward, snatching the document from Li Rui's hands and glancing at it. He then scoffed. I thought it was some important figure causing a ruckus. Are you sent by Tang Wenxin? Just a defendant, and this chair is not meant for you. Li Rui paid him no heed, continuing to sit comfortably with his legs crossed. Just as Ma Zhui was about to call security, Yin Lingxian, Tang Wenxin, and Li Yi entered the room. If you do not rise immediately, I shall summon security. How dare a defendant exhibit such arrogance? Ma Zhui, filled with indignation, reached out to grasp Li Rui's collar. Just as his hand was within a mere 20 centimeters of its target, he suddenly heard the sound of heavy footsteps approaching from behind. Unconsciously turning to glance, he beheld 4 men and 2 women entering through the doorway. While the 2 ladies, though rather attractive, possessed no remarkable traits. The 4 burly men behind them sent a shiver down Ma Zhui's spine. Rapidly pondering their identities, he recalled that these individuals had entered shortly after the one seated before him, deducing that they were undoubtedly allies. With this realization, Ma Zhui transformed his intended grasp into a gentle pat on Li Rui's arm and forced a smile, saying, Sir, it appears you have a bit of dust on your arm. Allow me to assist you with that, if you don't mind. Li Hui, unfazed by Ma Zhui's swift transformation of demeanor, calmly inquired, Is this matter something your company has undertaken in collaboration with Zhu Tianxiong? Chapter 130. Provoking the King of Hell. As Ma Zhui heard Li Rui's inquiry, his eyes darted, hesitating as he pondered how to respond. Given the man's formidable presence, it was evident that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Sir, perhaps we should find a conference room for a more private discussion, Ma Zhui suggested, casting a glance around to indicate the crowded environment was ill-suited for their conversation. I ask you, was this matter solely the doing of Zhu Tianxiong? Or was it a collaboration between your company and him? Do not deceive me, for I intend to investigate this matter thoroughly, and the truth will emerge effortlessly. The consequences will be beyond your or your company's capacity to bear. Do you understand? Although Li Rui's tone was calm, the underlying threat was unmistakable to any listener. Initially speculating that Li Rui might possess considerable influence, Ma Zhui was further convinced by the threat he just heard. The presence of 4 formidable bodyguards accompanying Li Rui suggested that he was indeed someone of great significance. Otherwise, he would not dare to threaten the leader of a company valued at 2 billion. However, Ma Zhui found it perplexing that a mere advertising firm could summon such an individual to advocate on their behalf. May I ask your esteemed surname, sir? Ma Zhui inquired, deflecting Li Rui's question in favor of probing for his identity. Li Rui understood this was an attempt to gauge his standing, to discern whether he was a tough nut to crack or an easy target, as the approach would vary accordingly. Without uttering a word, Li Rui produced a business card from his pocket and handed it to Ma Zhui. These cards, crafted at the behest of Lu Yen, were a few that Li Rui kept on hand. Often, a simple card, when backed by sufficient power, could suffice to navigate numerous situations. Ma Zhui accepted the card with his hand, scrutinizing it closely as he quietly read aloud. Li Rui, chairman of Tungfei Group. Tungfei Group? That name sounded vaguely familiar. He rifled through his mental archives for any related memory, but found none. He then gestured to a nearby woman in her late 20s, clad in professional attire. Signaling her to approach, she was his assistant. Upon receiving Ma Zhui's signal, the assistant cautiously moved closer, surreptitiously taking the card from Ma Zhui, preparing to check on her phone. Just as she turned away and glanced at the card, she halted abruptly, then spun back around, her eyes wide as she observed the card, then lifted her gaze to Li Rui's silhouette. What is it? Ma Zhui asked quietly, noticing her reaction. Supervisor Ma, Tungfei Group. The assistant said, gulping audibly. What is going on? Ma Zhui took a step closer, inquiring in a low voice once more. The assistant edged forward, covering her mouth with her hand, and whispered urgently to Ma Zhui. As she spoke, Ma Zhui's eyes widened in disbelief, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Struggling to swallow, he pointed at the card in the assistant's hand, glancing back at Li Rui's departing figure, silently questioning if she was certain of her information. The female assistant hesitated for a moment before pulling out her phone to conduct a search. Shortly thereafter, she displayed a look of sheer astonishment, her eyes wide as she turned the phone towards Ma Zhui, presenting it to him. Gasping, Ma Zhui stared at a photograph from a certain forum that the assistant had unearthed, feeling a surge of dread as he inwardly cursed his misfortune. How could he have possibly angered a ruler of the underworld after merely dealing with a minor spirit? Everyone, please leave, Ma Zhui commanded, gesturing with a trembling hand to indicate that all the employees in the room should exit. Following his directive, the staff filed out one by one. Chairman Li, I sincerely apologize, but I must contact my superior regarding this matter. Please bear with me for a moment, Ma Zhu said, bowing respectfully with his head lowered. Understood, Li Rui replied, recognizing that the principal party had yet to arrive. He was unfazed by Ma Zhu's assertion that he was the chairman of the Tengfei Group, as he had no doubt that someone could easily verify his identity through various means. Although he had not participated in media interviews or attended any corporate press conferences, he had visited the industrial park with Lu Yan, and his photograph was displayed within the company, making it entirely plausible for an inquisitive individual to discover his image online. With Li Rui's acknowledgement, Ma Zhu hurried to a corner to make his phone call. Meanwhile, not far from Li Rui, Yin Lingxian and Tang Wenxin exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why the man had addressed Li Rui as chairman. Why does he call you chairman? Yin Lingxian inquired once they were alone. I have established my own company. I am the owner. Is it strange for people to address me as chairman? Li Rui replied with a smile. What? You started a company? What kind of company? Yin Lingxian was taken aback by the revelation. Have you heard of Tengfei Group? Tengfei Group? That newly established group that has gained fame in certain circles, but remains largely unknown to the general public. Yin Lingxian and Tang Wenxin were unaware of its significance. Let us look it up, they decided, opening a search engine to gather information about Tengfei Group. Instantly, a plethora of related information filled their screens. After quickly scanning a few headlines, the two girls exchanged shocked glances before continuing to delve into the details. Meanwhile, on the other end of Ma Zhu's phone call, the person he was speaking to was equally astonished, exclaiming in disbelief, "Are you kidding me? Are you saying I've offended a true capital tycoon just to curry favor with Zhu Mingyu? Ma Zhu, are you playing a joke on me?" The voice on the other end of the phone was filled with both anger and fear, causing Ma Zhu to break out in a cold sweat. Boss, there is no doubt about it. Although this individual has never formally appeared at Tengfei Group's press conferences or significant events, the CEO of Tengfei Group, Lu Yan, has previously followed him, visiting the Tengfei Group's new energy technology industrial park. This person is undoubtedly the chairman of Tengfei Group. My God, Tengfei Group. That is a conglomerate destined to become a titan of capital worth trillions, even tens of trillions. We have offended their chairman. Look at the foolishness you have wrought.